This audiobook contains 27 censored sentences and 101 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Although dinner was takeout, there was plenty of food and they definitely had their fill. So, he figured it out a second later. "You're just craving something, aren't you?" Yudaha didn't deny it, nodding with her eyes half closed. "A little. I feel like having some bubble tea." "Bubble tea at this hour?" Ichin checked the time. It was already past 8. Yudaha's foot nudged over again, resting on the armrest of his chair. "Ichin, let's go out and get some. Can't we just order delivery? Wouldn't that be more convenient? But I also want to watch a movie." "Huh?" Ichin was stunned. "Cinchuredo, it's not like it's some difficult task." Ichin saved his work on the computer, shut it down, and stood up. "But before that, we need to get changed." The pajamas they were wearing were definitely not suitable for going out. They took about 10 minutes to change their clothes. Yudaha also did some light makeup before they headed out into the night. They bought 2 cups of bubble tea and went straight to the cinema. Picking a recently released sci-fi movie, they bought tickets and began their rare nighttime movie date. The movie itself wasn't exactly amazing, but at least the visual effects were decent. Just watching the grand scenes was worth the ticket price. By the time they finished the 2-hour movie, it was already past 11 p.m. Given the time, Ichin and Yudaha decided not to head back home. Instead, they booked a room at a high-end hotel to spend the night. The next day, Sunday around 9 in the morning, Ichin's phone started ringing. Half asleep, he groped around for his phone and squinted at the screen with bleary eyes. To his surprise, it was a call from Machida Sonoka. "Why is she calling me?" Glancing at Yudaha, who was still fast asleep in his arms, Ichin answered the call. "Hello, Sonoka-san?" Machida Sonoka's slightly anxious voice came through. "Ichin, is Yudaha with you? Her phone is off." "Huh? Yeah, she's here. She's still sleeping." "MMH. Ichin, did you call me?" Just as Yudaha woke up, Ichin handed her the phone directly. Chapter 168. Overseas publication and anime adaptation still not fully awake. Yudaha glanced at phone's caller ID and lazily brought it to her ear. "Sonoka? What's so important that you're disturbing my quality time with Ichin so early in the morning?" On the other end of the line, Sonoka, who was already at the publishing office, could feel her irritation steadily rising. Here she was, working hard over the weekend, and this spoiled little princess was busy enjoying a romantic morning with her boyfriend. Was the world even fair anymore? She was almost 30 and hadn't even had a boyfriend yet. Why did this brat get to have it all? But thanks to her professional composure, Sonoka quickly managed to calm herself down and spoke to Yudaha. "I'm calling because there's something very important I need to discuss with you." "Why was your phone turned off?" "Huh? It was off." Yudaha was taken aback. She gestured to Ichin to hand over her phone and then realized it had run out of battery. "It's dead. Ichin and I stayed outside last night, so I didn't charge it. But it's not a big deal." "So, what's this important thing you're talking about?" Leaning comfortably against Ichin's chest and finding the perfect angle to relax, Yudaha narrowed her eyes, waiting for Sonoka's explanation. "So they really were spending the night together? And not even at home?" Sonoka's envy grew even stronger. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she spoke. "We had a meeting yesterday, and it's been officially decided that your novel will be published overseas, including English and Chinese versions. Also, the anime adaptation has been confirmed, and it's going to be produced by Kyoto Animation." Sonoka's words completely woke Yudaha up. She quickly sat up from Ichin's side, adjusting the blanket around her shoulders. "It's been confirmed for overseas release? And the anime adaptation too?" "Yes, the decision was made yesterday afternoon," Sonoka replied. Now that Yudaha sounded fully alert. "Your novel was competing with a few others released around the same time as The Metronome in Love, but after the first and second volumes were published, none of the others had the staying power your series has. So, after discussions and a vote within the editorial team, it was your The Metronome in Love that earned the qualification. It's a well-deserved achievement. Congratulations, Kasumiga-kaka-sensei. You can now proudly call yourself a light novel author with both overseas releases and an anime adaptation." Ichin, who had overheard everything, gently patted Yutaha's head and said, "Congratulations. This is amazing news." Yutaha stared blankly for 2 seconds before speaking to Sonoka on the other end. "Are you at the publishing office right now?" "Yes, I'm the one responsible for your book. Now that the overseas release and anime adaptation are confirmed, I have a lot of work to do. They'll head over right away. Lunch is on me." With that, she hung up the phone. "Ichin, hurry up and freshen up. We're going to the publishing house." Yutaha's face was brimming with uncontrollable excitement as she threw herself at Ichin. "All right, calm down a little." Ichin gently kissed Yutaha on the forehead and said with a smile, "Everything's already been decided. The cooked duck won't fly away. Let's freshen up first, have some breakfast, and then head to the publishing house." Yutaha was too excited to care about much else. Although she nodded, her actions were far quicker than usual. After having breakfast at the hotel, they hailed a taxi and went straight to the publishing house. Even though it was the weekend, there were still quite a few people in the editorial department. As soon as they entered, they saw Sonoka busy typing away at her desk. Sonoka was so focused on her work that she didn't notice Ichin and Yutaha's arrival until Yutaha poked her cheek with a finger, pulling her out of her work-induced trance. "Oh, you guys are here." Sonoka greeted them and gestured for them to sit down. She handed Yutaha a document. "Take a look. This is the drafted contract for the Metronome in Love's overseas release. No need to rush and sign it now. You can take it back and have a lawyer review it if you want." Yutaha nodded and planned to read through it herself first. Meanwhile, Ichin asked, "Sonoka, is it confirmed that Kyoto Animation will be handling Yutaha's anime adaptation?" "Yep, it's confirmed. We'll be meeting them again next week to finalize the details." Sonoka sounded quite excited when talking about the anime adaptation. "Actually, Kyoto Animation reached out to us first. Several producers over there are friends with our editor-in-chief and really like the Metronome in Love. They feel it's a perfect fit for their studio. Yutaha, it's best if you can come over when the Kyoto Animation team visits next week." Yutaha, who was skimming through the contract, listened carefully to Sonoka's words and replied, "Got it. Just let me know the exact time once it's confirmed, and I'll make sure to take the day off." Stretching lazily, Sonoka leaned back in her chair and sighed, "I've been working as an editor at Fushikawa Publishing for years now, but I can finally say my career has reached a new milestone. Yutaha, you're the first novelist I've worked with who's made it to the point of having an anime adaptation. In the industry, several light novels get adapted into anime every year, with 3 or 4 adaptations per season at minimum. However, high-quality adaptations from light novels are rare. The quality of the Metronome in Love was undeniable, and the fact that Kyoto Animation was adapting it guaranteed a promising result." Yutaha quickly skimmed through the contract, but, just as Sonoka advised, didn't sign it right away. She planned to have a lawyer go over it first. Ichin happened to know someone reliable, so it was a simple matter. At noon, Yutaha treated Sonoka to a luxurious lunch before heading home with Ichin. She couldn't wait to share the good news with her parents. She scanned a copy of the contract and sent it to the lawyer Ichin recommended, asking him to check for any loopholes. Once he confirmed there were none, Yutaha happily signed her name, planning to take it to the publishing house the next day. After carefully storing the contract away, Yutaha immediately jumped onto Ichin. "Ichin, Mom just said we should go over to their place for dinner to properly celebrate." "Yeah, no problem." Ichin, who was browsing through the latest news in the gaming industry, turned his head, only to be kissed by Yutaha. Seeing her bright smile, he couldn't help but smile back, still feeling that happy. "Of course I am," Yutaha replied, her face pressed against his as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "This is a huge milestone in my career. Of course, I'm going to be excited for a while. Oh, right, I still haven't told Eri yet. I need to send her this news and let that struggling indie artist realize the difference between us." As expected, even though her mood was exceptional thanks to the good news, her competitive nature hadn't changed one barato. Chapter 169. Progress on the commission on Monday afternoon. Yutaha took the day off to visit the publishing house, not only to bring the contract, but also to meet with the people from Kyoto Animation. With Kyoto's reputation for high-quality animation, there was little to worry about. But as the original author, Yudaha wanted to be involved in the process to ensure the script stayed true to the original work. After all, deviations from the source material had occurred in some of Kyoto's previous projects. While those instances could partly be blamed on the original material being weak, Yudaha wanted to be cautious, even if Kyoto Animation claimed to love her novel. Though Yudaha took the day off, Ichin didn't accompany her. Instead, he entrusted the lawyer who had previously reviewed the contract to assist her. Ultimately, Ichin wasn't directly collaborating with Fushikawa Publishing, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to go along. Moreover, with Sonoka's help, there was little to worry about. That editor, who had a strong friendship with Yudaha, certainly wouldn't allow her to be taken advantage of. After finishing his afternoon classes, Ichin received a message from Yudaha. The discussions with Kyoto Animation were still ongoing, and she would be back later than expected. She told him not to come to pick her up since she and Sonoka would have dinner together, and Sonoka would drive her home afterward. Packing his things, Ichin muttered to himself, "Since I don't have to go pick her up, he'll just head home. I've still got some character designs to finish from the weekend." However, as soon as he left the classroom, he received a call from Eriri asking him to come to the service club. Apparently, there was progress with the Komatsu situation. Ichin blinked in surprise. "Wait, it's only Monday. It's only been a couple of days since Friday. How did things progress so quickly?" "Yeah, so hurry up and get over here. Yukino and I were planning to go shopping afterward." "All right, we'll be there right away." So, heading straight home was out of the question. Instead, Ichin turned and made his way to the service club's clubroom. When he arrived, Eriri and Yukino were already there, having arrived a few minutes earlier. Despite Ariri's earlier phone call about going shopping, the two were making tea instead. Handing Ichin a cup of black tea, Yukino said, "We just finished our afternoon classes. Taking a brief rest is necessary." It almost felt like Yukino was being influenced by Ariri's habits. "Thanks." Taking a sip of the tea, Ichin looked at the two of them and asked, "So, what's the situation? Where's Komatsu?" "Komatsu's at the soccer club right now." Eriri, holding her teacup and swaying her twin tails, explained, "After meeting us last Friday, she immediately submitted a membership application to join the soccer club. Conveniently, several third-year girls quit the club due to academic reasons. So Komatsu stepped in and secured the manager position, handling the soccer club's logistics and management. The school sports clubs usually have training sessions on weekends, so she went there on Saturday and already got familiar with the club members. And since two other girls joined around the same time, it didn't raise any suspicion." Ichin remarked in surprise, "Wow, I didn't expect that. She seems so shy at first, but she's acting so quickly and efficiently. That's impressive. Did she mention what her next steps are?" "She didn't say much about that." Eriri chuckled, "But she did come to me during lunch and ask for advice. So, I used my many years of playing gal games to suggest that she help out during club training, handing out water, towels, and stuff like that. As long as she controls her expressions, she can naturally interact with him more." Seeing Iriri's confident expression, Ichin couldn't help but laugh. "You sound pretty confident she'll succeed." Eriri responded bluntly, "Not confident at all. Then why give her advice? She already joined the soccer club, right? I just told her to do things that fit her role as a club member. I can at least provide that kind of advice. Whether she can adjust her mindset or not, that's not something I can control." Yukino nodded in agreement. "Yes, when it comes to mindset, that's something only she can work on. From here on, it all depends on her own efforts. I also told Komatsu-san that if she needs further help, she can come back to the service club." Rubbing his chin, Ichin looked at the two girls and thoughtfully said, "Well, compared to these love-related requests, I feel like other types of requests would be more suitable for you too." Eriri, sounding dissatisfied, said, "What's that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on us? Even if you don't believe in us, the advice we give is way more reliable than Hiratsuka-sensei's. Hey, Hiratsuka-sensei is already having a hard time. Let's not drag her into this." Sighing, Ichin said, "All right, as long as you two are having fun. But just so you know, my game development is heading into its final stages, so I won't have much free time soon. As for Yudaha, besides writing her novel, she might also need to get involved in the animation production process. If Komatsu comes back for help, we might not have the time to assist her. Yukino spoke confidently. After learning more about this last week, I've already figured out some methods. Even if you and Yutaha aren't around, I believe I can provide good enough advice. You can trust me. No, no, no. To be fair, all you did before was gathering information about Sadu. When it comes to raising affection points or confessing, you two might not be up to the task. Still, Ichin didn't want to crush their enthusiasm. After giving them a few words of encouragement and finishing his tea, he said his goodbyes and left. Returning to his studio, Ichin quickly got back to work. Since Yutaha wouldn't be back for dinner, he and the rest of the team decided to just order takeout at the studio. When the food arrived, Aoba happily picked up a burger, unwrapped it, and took a big bite. With her cheeks puffed out, she looked at Ichin and said, "This is rare. It's unusual for you not to have dinner with Yutaha. It's nothing special." Ichin sipped his cola, grabbed a couple of fries, and popped them into his mouth, his eyes still glued to his computer screen. You guys know, Yutaha is busy with the animation discussions today. She's having dinner with editor Sonoka, but she'll be back later. We each have our own work to do, so of course, there will be times we focus on our own stuff. Kei Yagami commented from the side, "It's a natural thing to wonder about. After all, you two have been practically inseparable these past days, haven't you?" Momoji, who had nearly finished her burger, finally joined the conversation. She nodded and said, "Yeah, you two have been showering everyone with lovey-dovey moments all the time. It's almost made me lose my appetite." Her close friend, Tsubame, immediately retorted, "That's only because you were already full. Personally, I think it's just a sign of how well they get along." Hazuki, watching Tsubame and Momoji, couldn't help but grin. If we're talking about couples, you and Momoji are practically inseparable too. You always do things together, you live together, and your relationship seems great. So, when's the wedding invitation? Hazuki's teasing instantly turned both girls bright red. Chapter 17170. The animation project, it's not cohabitation. It's just sharing an apartment. Just sharing an apartment. After Tsubame's firm protests, everyone finally stopped calling it cohabitation and accepted it as simply sharing an apartment. Nibbling on fries, Tsubame huffed angrily, "Seriously? Why does everyone always like to team up with Hazuki to tease me? Wait, Momo, why am I the only one speaking up? Say something to them." She glanced at her best friend, Momoji Mochizuki, only to find that Momoji, who blushed briefly at the start, had been completely focused on devouring her food since then. A Big Mac, a double cheeseburger, 4 pieces of chicken wings, a box of chicken nuggets, and a large cola olive had already made its way into this cute girl's stomach. Momoji patted her belly and then looked at the box of chicken nuggets in front of Tsubame. "Tsubame, are you going to finish those? You're still hungry." "I'm almost 90 full. I haven't had McDonald's in a while, so I want to eat a bit more." Even though they were best friends, Tsubame still clung protectively to her nuggets. "No way. I barely got to eat any of them myself." In the end, Hazuki shared some of her own food, sparing Tsubame's nuggets from Momoji's greedy gaze. While chewing on a burger, Ichin whispered to Yumiko, "Yumiko, how does she eat so much and not gain weight? I mean, she doesn't even exercise much." Yumiko calmly munched on her chicken wing, glanced at Momoji's still flat stomach, and replied thoughtfully, "Gifted metabolism, maybe? How about adding a food vlog featuring Momo to our daily vlog content?" Ichin suggested with a grin. "Ichin, we're a game development studio," Yumiko reminded him. "True, what a shame. Food vlog videos get tons of views, especially when the production quality is high. And Momo's appetite is the real deal, not just some fake eating act." Considering his idea for a moment, Yumiko nodded with agreement. "Yeah, that is a shame indeed." By 7:30 p.m., Yutaha finally returned, accompanied by Sonoka Machida. Seeing that besides Ichin and Kei Yagami, Yumiko, Aoba, and Rin Toyama were all still working, Yutaha asked curiously, "You guys still haven't gone home?" Aoba smiled and replied, "We have a medical checkup on Wednesday, right? So I want to get more work done this week. That way, I won't slow everyone down if I fall behind." Yumiko, busy at her desk, added, "I found 2 bugs in a Hollow Knight demo. I need to fix them now." Not sure if they'll appear in the official release later on. Ichin poured a cup of tea for Sonoka and invited her to sit down. Then, he gently pulled Yutaha to sit beside him. How did the business meeting go today? Sonoka patted her chest with a smile. You still don't trust me, huh? With me around, there's no way Yutaha would get a bad deal. Both of us will be involved in the animation project to make sure the script doesn't deviate from the original story. And right now, both Fujikawa and Kyoto Animation's official accounts have already made the announcement public. Hearing that, Ichin took out his phone, and sure enough, he found the announcement on Twitter. That's pretty fast. Did they mention when the anime will air? April next year. The workload for the initial phase is huge. Sonoka counted on her fingers as she spoke. The anime will be a single season of 12 episodes. Yutaha's novel will have a total of 7 volumes. The content is solid and doesn't need any unnecessary original scenes to fill gaps. As long as they faithfully adapt the novel story, the anime will be rich and engaging. The last 2 volumes of the novel will likely be released around the same time as the anime's airing. Considering how many light novels usually have tons of volumes, The Metronome in Love is actually quite suitable for adaptation. It doesn't have the ridiculous length of some series, nor does it feel like it's just trying to pad word count. The story is written with a consistently tight pace. If it's adapted into an anime, there's no need to make pointless changes to the plot. As long as the original content is respected and presented in animation form, it'll be perfect. When the topic of the anime adaptation came up, everyone else also paused their work and gathered around. An anime adaptation? And it's being done by Kyoto Animation? Aoba's eyes sparkled with excitement. I love the anime they make, especially Free. Aoba's enthusiasm received unanimous agreement from Keiyagami, Rin Toyama, and Yumiko. Yeah, Free is really amazing. Even though Kyoto's other works are also great, Free is still my favorite. Now that you mention it, I feel like rewatching it. I remember it's available on Bilibili. We can watch it later instead of digging out the Blu-ray collection. Wow, who would have thought? They all love Free. Ichin definitely didn't see that coming. Looking at the group, Ichin turned his attention toward Yutaha and Sonoka Machida. Yutaha calmly replied, "Compared to Free, I prefer Clannad and Hyuka." Meanwhile, Sonoka seemed a bit shy as she raised her hand. I actually like Free. A lot, too. I even bought all the Blu-rays. Ichin didn't even feel like commenting on that. Scratching his head, Ichin decided not to dwell on the Free discussion and directly asked, will the anime adaptation take up a lot of Yutaha's time? Don't worry, not much at all. Sonoka raised 2 fingers as she explained. There are only 2 parts Yutaha needs to be involved in. First, finalizing character designs. Second, approving the script. Once the animation team creates the anime-style character designs, they'll send them over for Yutaha to decide whether to approve or suggest changes. The same goes for the script. We made sure Yutaha has enough creative control to ensure the plot stays true to the original novel. Other than that, there's nothing else she needs to handle. She won't have to run around. Just showing up at the publisher on time is enough. That setup was indeed ideal. It would save Yutaha a lot of effort since she only needed to do the final approval and give some input. Adapting a screenplay wasn't really her area of expertise, so simply reviewing the work was perfect. With a gentle smile, Yutaha held on to Ichin's arm and said, "This workload is pretty easy for me. And when the time comes, you'll help me out, right, Ichin?" "Yeah. Once the script is ready, he'll go over it with you." At this moment, Aoba raised her hand excitedly. "Yutaha, if you get to meet the Kyoto Animation people again, could you ask them when Free Season 4 is coming out?" "Sure. They'll ask them for you when I get the chance." Watching everyone chat so enthusiastically, Ichin's face softened into a gentle smile. In this world, Kyoto Animation had never experienced that devastating fire. They were still continuously creating amazing works. That was truly a good thing. Chapter 171-171. Uploading the promotional video after sitting around for a while, Machida, Sonoka left, and Ichin was about ready to call a day. What he didn't expect, however, it seemed that Keiyagami and the others were genuinely planning to watch Free in the studio. However, since it was after work hours, Ichin could not be bothered to get involved. Turning on a light and booting up a computer would not cost much electricity anyway. After taking a shower, Ichin grabbed some snacks and returned to his bedroom, only to see Yutaha sitting in front of the computer, logged into Bilibili. What are you watching? Don't tell me you're joining them. 2. Displayed on the computer screen was none other than the first season of the free anime. With a pen in hand and her keyboard pushed aside to make space for a notebook, Yutaha looked at the screen with interest and replied, "I've never watched it before, so I was curious. I just want to see what's so great about it. As a creator, my curiosity's piqued, so I plan to watch the whole thing. Want to join me?" Ichin? Slowly setting the snacks down, Ichin's mouth twitched slightly before he silently sat on the bed and picked up his tablet. "No thanks. I got a bunch of things I still need to catch up on. You go ahead and enjoy. But don't forget you took the afternoon off, so you still haven't done your math and English homework." "Oh, that? No ruse. We'll just borrow yours before bed and copy it." Hey, aren't you supposed to be a model student? It's fine, just once or twice. Besides, I already know how to do that homework. Doing it myself is just boring." Waving her hand dismissively, Yutaha dove back into her anime-watching endeavor. Actually, her purpose wasn't just casual viewing. Free was an anime produced by Kyoto Animation, centered around a swimming club dominated by male characters. Aside from swimming, it mainly focused on themes of youth and friendship. And in the Metronome and Love series, the interactions between the male lead and the second male lead were also a crucial aspect. Even though Free simply depicted friendship between guys, Kyoto Animation's portrayal in that area had a lot of interesting techniques worth learning from. Although she had just started watching, Yutaha was already feeling inspired. Seeing her so engrossed, Ichin knew there was no stopping her anytime soon. He glanced at the time. It was 9 in the late evening, still too early to sleep. So he leaned against the headboard, grabbed his tablet, and started reviewing various materials to study professional knowledge. As for homework, well, Yutaha really did know how to do it ages ago. Skipping it once or twice wouldn't be a big deal. Like Ichin, Yutaha also tended to skip the OP and ED after watching them once, so by the time it was close to midnight, she had already finished 9 episodes. Fortunately, Yutaha now had a good sense of time. Without Ichin having to say anything, she shut down the computer, quickly completed the remaining bit of homework, and then went off to brush her teeth and wash her face before climbing into bed. Hugging Ichin's arm, Yutaha let out a yawn. "Didn't feel sleepy before, but after doing some homework, I suddenly feel exhausted. The way you're talking doesn't sound like something a model student would say. My good grades and my dislike for boring homework are two entirely unrelated things." Yutaha replied with a mischievous smile. "If it's a challenging mock exam, then at least there's a sense of achievement. But normal homework? It'll pass. Anyway, Ichin, it's getting late. Time to sleep. You're still smiling too much for someone planning to sleep. Sincerado, I suggest learning a bit more from Hazuki." "Really? I thought so too. He'll ask her for guidance tomorrow." Yutaha chuckled before snuggling into Ichin's arms, taking a deep breath and whispering, "Good night, Ichin." "Yeah, good night, Yutaha." For the next few days, everyone's work returned to a steady pace. Most of Yutaha's time was spent writing, though she occasionally took breaks to research game writing techniques. A week later, on Saturday, Ichin finally completed the editing of the first promotional video for Hollow Knight. After perfecting the subtitles in 3 languages, he simultaneously uploaded the video to Bilibili and YouTube. Seeing the growing number of simultaneous viewers on Bilibili just minutes after uploading, along with the constantly increasing comments and bullet chats, the smile on Ichin's face never faded. However, things weren't looking so great on Kayagami's side. While she couldn't understand Chinese, she had no trouble with Japanese and English, so she directly checked the comments on YouTube. "Just as I thought, a lot of people are talking about me. I knew this would happen." From the side, Toyama Rin laughed and tried to comfort her. "It's okay, Kay. You're beautiful, so of course, people will notice you when you appear on camera. You'll get used to it." "I don't want to get used to this at all." Ichin hadn't let anyone see the video during production, so the moment it was uploaded, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing to watch it together. Sipping her tea, Hazuki spoke with interest. I've been meaning to say this since we recorded the footage, Kay. You clean up nicely and look amazing on camera. You're definitely not inferior to those so-called actresses. She then glanced at Kay, who was dressed casually in jeans and a t-shirt, and shook her head in resignation. What a waste of potential. Hey, what's with that look? On the other side, Aoba chimed in with agreement. I think Hazuki is right. Kay, you've got such a great natural look, but you never bother to dress up. You should at least learn from Rin. Wearing something nice to work and looking in the mirror would definitely boost your mood. Momiji Mochizuki, munching on freshly baked cookies delivered by Mrs. Kasumigakaka, nodded repeatedly. Kei's professional skills are top-notch, but she needs to work more on her feminine side. Cinchuredo, and who was it again who needs me to prepare her clothes every morning before leaving the house? Remember that time I had a cold and took the day off, and you walked out with only your pants changed while still wearing your pajamas on top? Did you forget? Oh, right. I remember now. But instead of being embarrassed, Momiji calmly brushed her hair back. I didn't brush my hair properly that day either. It was Narumi who helped me with it. Have some shame already. Chapter 172. Eriri wants to quit the industry. The basic gameplay of Hollow Knight had become well known to most interested players during the demo release period. The first promotional video released this time mainly introduced some of the game's world-building concepts, along with a showcase of some interesting monsters and bosses. As for gameplay footage, it only featured 2 elite monsters and 1 boss. Of course, Ichin didn't reveal everything, whether it was the world-building segments or the gameplay footage. A lot was intentionally kept hidden. This point was also noticed by some observant players. Forget about the elite monsters for now. Wasn't the boss battle footage clearly only showing the first phase? The second phase of the boss clearly had noticeable changes, yet wasn't shown. Keeping things hidden, huh? Putting that aside, doesn't Yagami-sensei seem a bit stiff? What's that? Instead of focusing on the new promotional video, you were busy looking at the girl? Reading through the comments section on Bilibili alongside Ichin, Yutaha couldn't help but chuckle. Why do these people always say such bizarre things? That's just how goofy online commenters are. Ichin laughed and then posted his own comment, pinning it to the top. The promotional video series planned before the game's release will consist of 3 episodes. The remaining 2 will be released gradually. Additionally, there will be a live gameplay demonstration before the official release. Please stay tuned. After posting the comment, Ichin closed the webpage and continued editing the second promotional video. Although the comment section was full of jokers, the actual game-related content displayed in the video was captivating. The view count kept rising, and before Ichin even considered promoting it himself, Bilibili had already pushed the video to the trending section. If the studio hadn't decided to handle the game's distribution themselves, Ichin figured Bilibili would have jumped at the chance to be the publisher of the game. Before long, the others finished watching the video and returned to work. Swinging a lightsaber toy around, Hajime said with enthusiasm, "After watching the video, I feel even more motivated. It's November now, just 2 months left. Time to work hard. I made up my mind it'll come to the studio for overtime tomorrow." While sketching, Aoba responded, "I can't make it tomorrow. I already promised my mom we'd go shopping. I haven't gone out in ages." Hearing that, Sakura Nene quickly raised her hand and asked, "Aoba, can I come along too?" "Sure. Nene, do you have nothing going on at home tomorrow?" "Nope. I'm always free on weekends." Overhearing the conversation, Narumi glanced at Momiji and whispered, "Momo, what about us tomorrow?" Momiji paused her work, tilted her head, and replied, "Overtime. I want to see the game finished as soon as possible." No. No matter how much overtime you do, the release date is already set. It's impossible to release the game earlier. Releasing it earlier is indeed impossible, but Ichin looked over at Narumi and Momiji, then said, "If we finish early, we can start manufacturing the physical cartridges for the Nintendo Switch version sooner." Oh, Cinchuredo Sakuranene only showed up 2 or 3 times a week during weekdays, while Ichin had school during the day and could only come to the studio in the afternoons. Hazuki often had to deal with other business matters as well, although Narumi's internship counted toward her academic credits. She still had to occasionally return to school for classes. So, strictly speaking, the programmers at the studio were under considerable pressure. Fortunately, Yumiko and Ichin's skills were exceptional, ensuring the progress never fell behind. During her time at the studio, Narumi had learned a lot of valuable skills from Yumiko and Ichin, gradually moving toward becoming a true programmer. You guys are seriously amazing, huh? Not even taking a break on weekends. Sitting on the chair next to Yutaha, Eruri had her legs curled up, constantly scrolling on her phone. The way she was sitting looked perfectly proper, since today she was wearing a green tracksuit. With her outfit and style, she could totally cosplay Wu Jing. Tian, Wu Jing, also known as Jackie Wu, is a Chinese actor, martial artist, and director of Manchu Barado. Wu Jing has won first place in many wushu competitions and Tai Chi competitions across the nation. Ever watched Meg or The Wandering Earth? Pushing her glasses up, she sighed and said, "When did you start developing Hollow Knight? May or June? And you guys are already close to finishing it within half a year? Your efficiency is way over the Barado. For me, I can't even get motivated to draw manga until the deadline's breathing down my neck." Since her identity as an indie self-published artist became known to everyone in the studio, Eruri had completely stopped caring. She didn't mind anyone bringing up her work as an independent artist, and she even brought it up herself sometimes. Of course, there was still one particular lady who remained oblivious to Eruri's side career, and it was fortunate Yukino had something to do that day. Otherwise, Eruri's last shred of dignity would have been utterly destroyed. That's just pure laziness. Yutaha shot back, mercilessly, while continuing to type away. Speaking of doujins, are you planning to quit the scene entirely? Are you even going to attend the Winter Comiket at the end of the year? Nope, not going. Eruri replied without hesitation. What fan event? What fan-made works? I know nothing about that. That's all Eri Kashiwagi's business. It has nothing to do with Sawamura Spencer Eruri. Well, it seemed her shamelessness had grown considerably. As Eruri kept scrolling on her phone, a notification popped up, and she quickly tapped it. Wow, rare sight. Aromanga Sensei is streaming again. Her last stream was a week ago. That name again. Yutaha leaned over for a glance and looked at the streaming content on Ariri's phone. Is this Aromanga Sensei working on some illustration project recently? Seems like it. Eruri nodded. I've chatted with her a few times using my Eruri Kashiwagi account. She's definitely a girl, and quite young too. Apparently, she's working on illustrations for a light novel in collaboration with a writer. But I didn't really pay attention to the author's name, so I forgot. I have to say, Aromanga Sensei's art skills are really impressive. She has a great talent for capturing a girl's cuteness, and I really like her style. To be precise, the body types of the girls Aromanga Sensei drew were quite similar to Ariri's own figure, which was why she liked it so much. As she watched Aromanga Sensei's live-stream sketching session, a sudden thought came to Eruri, and she turned to Ichin. Hey, Ichin-kun, do you think it's worth trying to recruit this Aromanga Sensei as an artist for the studio? Huh. Chapter 173-173. New project, and the last bit of work. Ichin knew exactly who Aromanga Sensei was. Izumi Sajiri. If this was during the original storyline, then she was probably around 12 or 13 years old. If that was the case, Ichin wouldn't dare to try recruiting her. Moreover, based on what Ichin had just seen in the live stream, Izumi Sajiri was likely still in her heavy shut-in phase, almost entirely socially withdrawn. There was no way she would join the studio. After browsing through some of Aromanga Sensei's novel illustrations and fan artwork online, Ichin shook his head. Her skills are decent, but she's clearly still far behind you, Eruri. Plus, her style is too limited. I don't even know if she can adapt to a different style. But at least for the next game after Hollow Knight, her style wouldn't be suitable. The next game? You've already decided on it? Eruri's words caught everyone's attention. Ichin smiled and nodded. Development of Hollow Knight is progressing smoothly, so there's no harm in letting you all know. You're already somewhat familiar with the next game's concept, since I've shown you a few concept sketches before. It's Persona. I'm still working on detailing the gameplay mechanics and setting, and Yutaha and I will handle the script. I won't spoil much yet, but I can tell you the development difficulty and complexity of this game will be on a completely different level compared to Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight. ITLL be way more challenging than even the Fairy Story series you all worked on before, so prepare yourselves. Persona. Although it's a turn-based RPG, its high-quality elements across various aspects would definitely appeal to a broad audience. Oh, it really is that one? Aoba looked at Hifumi excitedly. Hifumi-senpai, this is your moment to shine. Hifumi was equally thrilled, clenching her fist against her chest and nodding. Yes, I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Hazuki poured a bit of cold water on everyone's excitement. It's good that we have a new project lined up, but everyone still needs to finish their current tasks. Make sure nothing goes wrong with the final stages of Hollow Knight's development. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong, Yumiko said with a slight smile. I've checked the system multiple times, front to back. Once the remaining map areas are completed, we can proceed with the final optimization phase. Koyagami stretched her neck and slapped her cheeks. So, basically, all the pressure is now on us art people. Huh? Aoba, Hifumi, stop getting excited and get back to work. Yes, I only have a bit left to finish here. Turning her gaze to Eruri, who was still watching Aromanga Sensei's livestream, Ko said, Eruri, come on. There's still some tasks left. I'll delegate some of it to you. Oh, sure. Leave it to me. Although Eruri was still curious about what this Persona game Ichin mentioned was all about, since Ko had already assigned her some tasks, she had to set her curiosity aside for now and focus on work. However, before she exited the live stream on her phone, she made sure to send some gifts to Aromanga Sensei. Because she left the stream right after that, Eruri completely missed the moment when Aromanga Sensei read her username, Eri Kashiwagi, out loud, causing quite a commotion in the live stream chat. The name Eri Kashiwagi was quite famous in the indie art community. 3 days later, Eri Kashiwagi posted a message from her own account announcing her retirement from the indie art scene and her shift to the gaming industry, causing a massive shockwave among independent artists. In just 1 hour, her post was flooded with countless comments. Most of them were from fans trying to persuade her to stay, while others were curious about her next move. The gaming industry? Was she joining some new game project? Or perhaps a game development company? No one knew the specific details. At the same time, Sayuri Sawamura, who had been managing the indie arts circle Eruri belonged to, officially announced the group's disbandment, letting everyone know that this wasn't some belated April Fool's joke. After sending the announcement, Sayuri looked at Eruri beside her. So, you're really quitting the scene. Are you sure you won't regret it? Not at all. Eruri shook her head calmly, her expression peaceful. I can't stay an independent fan comic artist forever, can I? I don't have the talent to become a proper manga artist, and that line of work is way too exhausting. I don't want to spend all 7 days of the week hunched over a drawing desk, endlessly drawing manga. Besides thinking up plots and storylines, I'd have to worry about magazine rankings and deal with editors. On the other hand, I genuinely like games, and Ichin Studio undeniably has a lot of potential. Right now, I'm only participating part-time, but once I get to college and have more time, I can contribute even more to game development. Sayuri looked at her daughter with a satisfied expression. It looks like you've thought this through. Indeed, someone with your personality, Eruri, isn't suited to standing at the forefront as a self-published artist. Saying goodbye to the past now is not a bad decision. Sayuri never intended to bravado with her daughter's future. As long as she was doing what she enjoyed, that was enough. Under the influence of her and her husband, Eruri had started creating her own art projects, but now that she had found a career she truly cared about, Sayuri certainly wouldn't oppose her choice. In addition, Sayuri had visited Ichin's studio before. All the members there were incredibly talented, and Eruri could definitely learn a lot from them. Patting her daughter's head, Sayuri said, Since you've made your decision, then do your best. But don't end up like when you were working on your personal art projects, always finishing things right at the deadline. Don't worry, you won't. Eruri puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. am not a child anymore. Whatever I set my mind to, I'll definitely do it properly. That's good. With a smile, Sayuri leaned closer to her daughter and asked with a mischievous grin, by the way, are you really joining Ichin's studio just because you're interested in game development? Of course. What else would it be? Noticing her mother's expression, Aruri froze for a moment before instantly understanding what she was implying. You're not seriously thinking I have some kind of personal interest in Ichin, are you? Sayuri didn't deny it. I did consider the possibility. Well, you're overthinking it, Aruri replied without changing her expression. I admit Ichin is an excellent guy, but I'm not the type to steal someone else's man. Anyway, I'm going to take a bath now. No more silly talk. Watching Aruri pick up her change of clothes and walk out of the bedroom, Sayuri let out a sigh of relief. Looks like she wasn't lying. Guess there's no need for me to interfere. Chapter 174. The second request and an unexpected development. Ari Kashiwagi's retirement announcement caused a massive stir within the independent fan art community. But outside of it, it didn't even create the tiniest ripple, far less than the splash of a pebble dropped into water. This was actually a good thing. Ari never wanted her decision to attract much attention, and things turning out this way was perfect. Now that Ari planned to dedicate more time to her part-time work at the studio, her activities with the service club had naturally decreased. Yukino didn't get upset about it. Instead, she showed her support because Aruri was pursuing something she genuinely wanted to do, just like how Yukino established the service club to pursue her own goals. Iriri's membership in the service club was still valid, and during the 5 school days each week, she would at least show up once. After completing their first request, the service club had received a new request, helping a first-year girl struggling with math by providing her with study guidance. The girl had already asked her teacher for advice, but all she got was the standard response: pay more attention in class and attend extracurricular tutoring. Most teachers would respond this way, which was pretty normal. However, the girl was clueless about the overwhelming number of tutoring classes out there. So, through Shizuka Hiratsuka, she sought help from the service club. Studying was Yukino's specialty, and for over a week, even though Ariri's visits to the club were fewer, Yukino didn't feel lonely. Instead, she fully immersed herself in tutoring the girl and providing her with guidance. Yukino really is good at tutoring. In the studio, Ariri said, chewing on a lollipop with a slightly furrowed brow. For over a week, she's been tutoring that girl in math every day after school, but I can't shake the feeling something's off. Something off? Isn't it just normal tutoring? Yutaha responded while typing away on her keyboard. Didn't Yukino tutor you before? And she did a great job. Your grades shot up immediately. That's not what I mean. Of course, I know how capable Yukino is. Ariri shook her shiny golden twin tails. What I mean is, there's something weird about that girl. HM? Hazuki, who was working on programming, instantly looked over at Ariri, her glasses gleaming with curiosity. What exactly feels off? It's hard to put into words. Ariri folded her arms, trying hard to think. I just feel like that girl's purpose isn't solely to improve her math grades. Hazuki immediately had a suspicion. Could it be that the girl had some kind of interest in Yukino? But she shook her head. With so little evidence, it was impossible to draw a conclusion. Still, this situation was definitely interesting. Ichin had also overheard the conversation, and he was struggling to keep a straight face. Had seen that girl who sought help from the service club before. She certainly seemed like she had ulterior motives, but with someone like Yukino, it probably wouldn't matter. In some sense, Yukino was a total iron-willed, straightforward girl. She always spoke directly and would easily retort to anyone. Even if someone was upset, she wouldn't hesitate to speak her mind the next time. Hazuki and Ichin weren't going to say anything, but that didn't mean Yutaha would keep quiet. With a smirk, Yutaha spoke with amusement. What's wrong? Afraid someone's going to steal your territory? Huh? Steal my territory? Ariri looked at Yutaha in confusion. What do you mean? Oh, nothing, just a random thought. Anyway, you really don't have to worry about the service club. Don't forget the client was referred by Hiratsuka-sensei. She's definitely keeping an eye on things. That's true. Ariri nodded, letting the thought go and returning to her work. By the way, what are we having for dinner today? McDonald's. You want some? Sure. I want to try the new items. A week later, the midterm exams concluded. The girl who had come to the service club for help had indeed made noticeable progress in her math scores, indicating that the service club's second request had been successfully completed. One day, Ichin and Yutaha decided to pay a rare visit to the service club's clubroom, only to find Airi their alone Yukino hadn't arrived yet. Yukino? She's got something to take care of. She'll be here soon, Airi explained while pouring tea for the two of them. Have a seat. So, how did you do on your midterm exams? The two sat down, and Yutaha spoke with a hint of frustration, still second in the grade. I clearly spent more time studying this time. So how did you still score better than me? Ichin? Ichin remained calm. Just luck. I was just luckier. Ichin, you weren't secretly studying behind my back, were you? Of course not. Ichin shook his head, taking a sip of tea. You know exactly what I've been doing every day. Where would I find the extra time to study? It's pure luck. Yutaha narrowed her eyes suspiciously at him, but didn't press the matter any further. About 10 minutes later, the door to the service club opened, and Yukino finally walked in. However, something was clearly off about her expression when she entered. Yukino, what's wrong? The young lady walked in silently and sat down, prompting Airi to quickly pour her a cup of tea. Ichin and Airi exchanged a confused glance. They had never seen Yukino with this kind of expression before. Thank you. Taking a sip of tea to calm herself, Yukino let out a deep breath and rubbed her forehead. I just didn't expect something like this to happen to me. She then proceeded to explain why she was late. I was confessed to by the girl who came to the service club for help. Huh. Iriri's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yukino. Confessed to? You mean the kind of confession I'm thinking of, right? Yukino nodded helplessly. Yes, that kind. It scared me quite a bit. Fortunately, Hiratsuka-sensei showed up to save me, or else I wouldn't have known what to do. Cinchirato poured herself a cup of tea, downing it in one gulp before grinning. So, how does it feel to be confessed to? Sensei, please don't make fun of me. Yukino shot her an irritated glare before asking. How did you handle it? Relax, I've already dealt with it. Making an okay sign with her hand, Hiratsuka's smile remained. It's rare to see you so flustered. This time, it really was my oversight. I never expected that girl to be so persistent and actually go through with a confession. Ichin looked at Hiratsuka with surprise. So, you knew about this from the start, Hiratsuka-sensei? Yep, but it's not something I could just bring up with you all. I was hoping the girl would figure things out for herself. But, well, it looks like she was just born this way. As she spoke, Hiratsuka spread her hands, expressing her helplessness. Meanwhile, Yukino had already given up on saying anything more. Chapter 175 Shizuka Hiratsuka's upcoming group date. Yukino's unexpected encounter left everyone surprised. She really was attractive to both genders. Ichin recalled the expression of the girl he saw at the service club before, and compared it to the ones he had seen around his own studio. The similarities were undeniable. However, this girl was far barato noticeable, even directly confessing today. Looking at the still troubled Yukino, Ichin asked, Do you think that girl will try to approach you again? I'm not sure. It depends on how Hiratsuka-sensei handles it. Yukino responded, glancing at Shizuka Hiratsuka. Meeting Yukino's gaze, Hiratsuka put down her teacup and replied, Relax. I made it very clear to her you're only interested in the opposite sex. So, she won't bother you again. That's a relief. Yukino finally sighed with genuine relief after receiving Hiratsuka's assurance. Then, she addressed the group. Now that our scores are out, we can take a short break. Let's head home once we finish our tea. Actually, there was something Yukino didn't mention. She planned to avoid the service club for the next week. The incident had left her with some psychological scars. After finishing their tea, everyone left the service club. Hiratsuka, who had no other obligations, was looking forward to enjoying her weekend. As they walked out of the school building toward the parking lot, Hiratsuka turned to the group and said, Want me to give you a ride? Ichin can take the front seat, and the three of you can fit comfortably in the back. Yukino glanced at her and asked, Won't that interfere with your group date plans, Hiratsuka-sensei? Hearing that, Eriri perked up with curiosity. Huh, sensei, are you going on another group date? Now that I think about it, I've never seen what a teacher's group date is like. Is it held at an izakaya? Hiratsuka's expression stiffened slightly. Tilting her head back slightly, she looked at Yukino and asked, "Your sister told you, didn't she?" A faint, mischievous smile tugged at the corner of Yukino's lips. That's right. She mentioned it when she called me, and I have every reason to believe she deliberately told me just so I could bring it up in front of you. That sounds exactly like something Haruno would do. Hiratsuka scratched her loose hair, sighing in resignation. Yes, I'm with her group date. It's just a social dinner with teachers from 2 other high schools. We have events like this once every month or 2. A bunch of us went to China over the summer for cultural exchange and study. So, the ones we were supposed to have during summer break got pushed to now. And yes, it's at an izakaya, which makes it not really suitable for students to join. But there's no rush. The dinner's in the evening, so I can still give you all a ride. Ichin quickly agreed with a smile. Sure, would appreciate the lift, Hiratsuka-sensei. Yukino, are you heading home or coming to the studio with us? We're cooking dinner ourselves today. Yukino, eager to avoid going home, nodded. All right, they'll join you. Sorry for intruding. You all sure have fun, huh? Just a happy group, cooking and eating together. With a sigh of admiration, Hiratsuka led the 4 of them to the parking lot and gestured for the students to get into the car. A BMW? Once inside, Ichin asked curiously, "What happened to your Aston Martin, sensei?" Haruno borrowed it. Hiratsuka explained as she buckled her seatbelt. She's having her own car serviced, so she came to borrow mine, which means I'm stuck driving this backup car. Backup car? Eriri, sitting in the back, sounded surprised. Looks like your family's wealth is way beyond what I imagined, Hiratsuka-sensei. It's nothing compared to yours, Oju-sama. Starting the engine, Hiratsuka replied calmly, "This car was a gift from my family. The Aston Martin, however, I bought with my own money. That's my most precious possession. Even the place I'm living in now is just a rental." Yudaha commented, "Being able to buy an Aston Martin, Hiratsuka-sensei, that's already impressive. It's nothing special. With your and Ichin's current income, you could easily afford one too if only you had a driver's license." As she watched Hiratsuka drive from the back seat, Eriri started counting on her fingers. "Hiratsuka-sensei, you're a teacher with a stable income, good looks, a polished presence, and a good family background. So, why haven't you found a boyfriend yet? Are your standards too high? Even you're making fun of me now." Eriri? Hiratsuka looked slightly hurt by the remark, but still decided to answer honestly. "It's not like my standards are high or anything, but things just keep happening. Like one guy expected me to be a perfect housewife who would support him at home. That's definitely not happening. Asking me to be a housewife is as good as asking me to drop dead. Then, there was another guy whose family didn't drink alcohol, and he told me if we were to be together, I wouldn't be allowed to drink either. Like, seriously? Isn't that ridiculous? It's fine if he doesn't drink, but why try to control someone else's habits? It's not like my drinking is costing them anything." As she spoke, Hiratsuka grew increasingly irritated. She even reached into her pocket, seemingly wanting to pull out a cigarette, but held back when she remembered the car was full of students. Ichin nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. Having a drink once in a while is no big deal. As long as you're not drinking and driving or causing trouble when drunk, it's fine." "Exactly. That's what I'm saying." Hiratsuka frowned, her frustration apparent. "I can hold my liquor really well. Even if I drink too much, I just pass out and sleep." Haruno knows this all too well. But some people just ramble on, completely ignoring what others think. I have no idea what kind of upbringing they had. Anyway, I've pretty much given up on arranged dates. I'd rather do things like today go drinking with other teachers at a group date. If I find someone interesting, great. If not, they'll just treat it like a dinner outing. No pressure. Despite her casual words, there was a faint bitterness in Hiratsuka's tone. It made sense, though. She was nearly 30, still single, and clearly not someone who embraced the single lifestyle. She probably longed for a good relationship. After a bit of thought, Ichin glanced toward the back seat and said, Yutaha, your editor Sonoka is single too, right? I think she and Hiratsuka-sensei might have a lot in common. Hearing Ichi mention her editor, Yutaha chuckled. Now that you mention it, they're kind of similar. Both are being pressured by their families to get married through arranged dates, but just can't seem to find the right match. Hiratsuka's interest was piqued upon hearing about someone with similar experiences. If there's a chance, introduce me to her. It's always good to have another drinking buddy. Ichin sighed internally. He had thought the two of them might come up with some plan to get out of being single. But it seemed like all Hiratsuka cared about was finding someone to drink with. Well, maybe her single status wasn't all that surprising after all. Chapter 176. The tape is out. After dropping the four of them off at the apartment building, Hiratsuka Shizuka turned the car around and drove off. She still needed to return to her own apartment and change outfits before heading to the group date. Once they entered the studio, Eruri brought up Hiratsuka's situation while chatting with everyone. Sai, is Shizuka going to another group date again? Hazuki, adjusting the shawl draped over her shoulders, chuckled and said, she's really persistent, isn't she? But honestly, are there any male high school teachers in Tokyo she would even be interested in? Taking a sip of the coffee Aoba handed him, Ichin confidently replied, I think she's just looking for an excuse to drink. Apparently, the izakaya they're going to today is pretty expensive, but the school is covering the cost of the meal as part of their effort to show concern for the teachers' personal lives. That's a pretty sweet free meal opportunity. While speaking, Hazuki nudged Ichin's shoulder. Ichin-kun, when are you going to show some concern for your big sister's love life? How about giving me some group date funds, huh? Ichin rolled his eyes at Hazuki and responded irritably. You say that as if you even want to go to a group date. But if you seriously wanted to try arranged dates, I'm pretty sure everyone in the studio would help you out. Right, everyone? That's right. Everyone responded in unison. Crossing her arms, Yumiko nodded and added, but I think that'd be pretty difficult. Maybe even harder than Hiratsuka, Shizuka, finding a partner. After all, Hazuki's got that particular obsession she just can't shake off. Just mentioning it would scare off a lot of guys. What are you talking about? Hazuki protested indignantly. Liking cute girls is perfectly normal. I'm sure I can find someone who shares the same taste. Hazuki's words of conviction left Eruri deep in thought until she finally mumbled, weird? Unable to hold it in anymore, Koyagami snapped her fingers and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's a perfect description. Spot on, Eri-sensei. I told you to stop calling me by that name. I've already quit the industry. Eruri protested, clearly upset. Eruri, what's this Eri-sensei thing? Suddenly, the entire studio fell silent. Eruri stiffly turned her head toward Yukino, who was looking at her with a puzzled expression. Yeah, good question. What is Eri-sensei, anyway? I don't know either. While saying that, Iriri's eyes desperately sought help from Ichin and Yutaha. But she quickly realized that those two traitors had both turned away, pretending not to notice her plea for help. At that moment, Yukino, knowing all too well how useful search engines could be, pulled out her phone, opened her browser, and swiftly typed Eri-sensei into Google. Don't look it up! Eruri shrieked and lunged toward her, but unfortunately, Yukino had practiced Aikido. Even though her stamina wasn't the best, dealing with Eruri was still a piece of cake. Yukino effortlessly dodged Iriri's attempt and found the Wikipedia page, reading aloud. Kashiwagi Eri, a well-known independent comic artist. Identity unknown, age unknown, gender unknown. Associated with the self-published Circle Egoistic Lily. Has now retired from the self-publishing world and joined the game industry. During her active period, she produced over 100 self-published works and illustrated over 100 related artworks. Many of her works triggered massive purchase queues at conventions. Yukino didn't continue reading because she had already seen several of Kashiwagi Eri's works. Although they weren't overly bold pages from the doujinshi, the illustrations alone were barato than she could accept. By now, Yukino's face was completely red as she looked at Eruri and said, I see. I finally understand. The reason you hide your otaku identity isn't just about being a recluse. It's mainly because you don't want your identity as a fan artist to be exposed, right? That's the real reason. I think I can explain. Seeing Iriri's nervous and awkward demeanor, Yukino sighed and said, and not making a big deal out of it. It's just a bit of a mental shock. But compared to what happened this afternoon, this is nothing. It's within my acceptable range. After all, when I visited your house before, I already saw some of your peculiar collections. As a dedicated otaku, Cinchuredo now that Yukino knew about Iriri's identity as Kashiwagi Eri, she quickly came to terms with it. Hearing Yukino's words, Iriri paused, then cautiously asked, Yukino, you don't hate me for this, right? Yukino shook her head. My opinion of you remains the same. It's just your personal hobby, and I won't dislike you because of it. Of course, as long as you don't shove your works and those kinds of things in front of me. The manga and anime you recommend, I'm willing to check them out, but that stuff is still beyond my tolerance level. Yukino, Eri shouted, throwing her arms around Yukino and rubbing her cheek against hers in excitement. The best decision of my life was joining your club. You're truly my lifelong best friend. My dear friend, Sawamura-san, you're exaggerating. Despite her words, Yukino couldn't help but smile at the overly emotional display. Watching the two, Yutaha commented with a thoughtful expression, Yukino, considering a girl confessed her feelings to you recently, aren't you feeling even a little uncomfortable with Eri clinging to you like this? Huh? Confessed? Sounds like some big news. Tell us. This sounds exciting. Just as Yukino managed to push Eri away, everyone else immediately crowded around her, eager to know the details. Glancing at Yutaha, who looked particularly amused, Yukino realized her mistake. She had completely forgotten that her upperclassmen occasionally indulged in teasing for fun. Time passed, and soon it was October 29th. When Ichin returned to the studio after school, he saw everyone gathered around a package box, whispering excitedly. What are you all up to? Koyagami looked up and eagerly waved him over. Ichin, it's here. The thing is finally ready. It's here? Ichin immediately understood, switched to indoor slippers, and walked over with Yutaha to the table where the package box lay. When did it arrive? About half an hour ago. Hazuki pulled out a box cutter and handed it to Ichin. Here you go, boss. We were waiting for you to do the unboxing. Nodding, Ichin opened the package under everyone's expectant gazes. Inside were neatly packaged physical cartridges for the Nintendo Switch. They were the cartridges for Hollow Knight. Chapter 177. Arius Urgency. The Hollow Knight NS cartridges were freshly produced, delivered directly here according to the number of people in the studio. The plastic seals on them were all intact, straight from the factory to their hands. Picking up a box, Ichin couldn't hide the uncontrollable smile on his face. The day has finally come. The game itself was already complete, but they still needed to make some launch day patches to fix a few yet-to-be-discovered bugs and further optimize the game's loading speed. But these minor issues wouldn't affect the normal gameplay. After handing out the cartridges to everyone, Ichin tore off the transparent film from his own cartridge, opened the case, and took out the small game card inside. So this is our game. Looking around at everyone, Ichin said to the art team, you guys all brought your NS consoles, right? Take your copies and start playing. While you're at it, act as testers and check for any bugs you encounter in the NS version. No problem. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, grabbing their copies and eagerly returning to their desks to play. Ichin wasn't in a hurry himself. After giving his NS to Yutaha, he walked over to Yumiko. Yumiko, how's the bug fixing going on the PC version? Yumiko replaced the cartridge in her NS and put it aside, continuing her work on the computer. Don't worry. Those major bugs we found a few days ago are mostly fixed. Only about a dozen minor ones remain. If you help me, and with Naruma's assistance, we'll definitely fix them all within the next few days. No problem. Give me a few to handle, and he'll take care of them. Returning to his desk, Ichin looked at Yutaha, who had just started playing the game. Don't forget to message Eri. I saved her copy of the game, so tell her to remember to come and pick it up tomorrow. Yeah, I'll message her tonight. Yutaha nodded while cradling her NS. But I'm not telling her right now. Otherwise, that girl will definitely rush over from home right away. Ichin thought about it and agreed. After all, Airi was a hardcore otaku. Knowing the physical copy of the game she helped develop was finally out, she'd definitely be itching to get her hands on it. Better to let her know later. No need to make her run over here unnecessarily. Before starting today's work, Ichin thought for a moment and opened Bilibili to post an update. The development of the PC and NS versions of Hollow Knight is almost complete. The NS physical version has entered the cartridge production stage. Please look forward to the release date. As for photos of the physical copies, Ichin decided not to post them just yet. They'd enjoy playing for a couple of days themselves before letting the fans know. It was already late October, and with only 20 days left until the game's release, there was no need to rush. After work in the evening, since there wasn't much left to do, and they hadn't been pulling all-nighters, Ichin let everyone leave on time as usual. Of course, everyone took their copies of the game home with them. After all, they were all so engrossed in playing that it would be impossible not to let them take it home. When they got home, Yuta didn't forget to message Airi. Just 2 minutes after the message was sent, Airi called. Did the cartridge come out? When did it release? Has it already arrived today? I'm coming over right now. Stop. Stop. Yuta quickly interrupted. Why are you coming over so late at night? Are you trying to disturb my precious time alone with Ichin? I'm not trying to disturb you too. I could just go to the studio and find Kay, right? Sitting beside her, Ichin waved at Yuta, took her phone, and spoke to Airi. All right, just calm down. It's already late. You're coming over tomorrow anyway, so let's just wait until then. If you get your hands on the game now, you'll definitely pull an all-nighter and won't make it here tomorrow. I'm the boss, so my word is final. Ichin's words finally made Airi drop the idea. All right, fine. He'll come over tomorrow morning. On the other end of the phone, Airi had just finished showering and was looking at her pajamas and damp hair, realizing it would be a hassle to get herself ready to go out now. Oh, by the way, Ichin, with Hollow Knight's release approaching, when are you planning to start the new game project? No need to rush. Ichin chuckled. You didn't join the Hollow Knight development project from the very beginning, so you're not as exhausted. But the others have been working on it from day one. As their boss, I need to give them a proper break after this project, right? Don't worry. By the end of November, we'll have a meeting to discuss the new game's development. Just be ready by then. After chatting bravado, Ichin ended the call and looked at Yuta. Come on, let's get cleaned up. Then, finish the rest of your assignments so we can get to work on our own stuff. Tugging on Ichin's sleeve, Yuta said, Ichin, I've already finished writing the 5th volume of my novel. With only 2 volumes left, it'll be complete. So, when will you give me the settings and storyline outline for the new game? Already eager to start writing? Yuta, brimming with confidence, replied, Well, you've been studying your professional skills. I haven't been slacking off either. I've been studying game writing techniques. Even though I'm still a beginner, I'm confident in my skills. I see. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ichin snapped his fingers and said, All right then. Once you finish your assignments, we'll start discussing the Persona project. The next day, Saturday, Ichin woke up earlier than Yuta, changed into workout clothes, dragged the treadmill to the living room, and began his morning jog. While jogging, he pulled out his phone and opened Bilibili to check the post he made yesterday afternoon. Just as expected, the post about the game's completion had already gained over 2,000 comments overnight, with new ones still coming in. Looks like Hollow Knight has built up a decent amount of hype domestically. They'll try doing a live stream tonight and showcase some content that hasn't been revealed before. After jogging for half an hour, Ichin stepped off the treadmill and posted a live stream announcement scheduled for 8 p.m. As he finished washing up and started preparing breakfast, Yuta woke up. Dressed in her nightgown, Yuta walked into the kitchen and hugged Ichin from behind. Good morning, Ichin. Good morning, Yuta. Placing the fried eggs on a plate, Ichin turned to glance at the still drowsy Yuta and smiled. If you're tired, you can go back to sleep for a while. Yuta shook her head. Nope. Airi already called, practically like a death reaper urging me to get up. Honestly, that comparison was pretty fitting considering how eager Airi must be to get her hands on the game. Chapter 178. As expected, someone pulled an all-nighter at 9 in the morning after finishing breakfast Ichin and Yutaha headed downstairs to the studio. They found Eruri already there, completely engrossed in her Switch, playing the game with full concentration, completely oblivious to the outside world. Yagami Kei was awake too, but that was only because Eruri had woken her up. Right now, she was slumped over the desk, trying to catch some sleep. Kei, still sleepy? Ichin placed a wrapped sandwich in front of her. Hey, race your breakfast. Kei twitched her nose, catching the scent of food, and finally opened her eyes. Ah, thanks. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, Kei said, the coffee in the kitchen should be ready. Can you check and pour me a cup while you're at it? I'm so tired. I'll do it. Yutaha offered and went into the kitchen. Sure enough, the coffee was brewed. She took out 4 clean cups, poured the coffee, and brought them out. Here you go, Kei. Thanks, Yutaha. After taking a sip of the coffee, Kei's eyes lit up as her energy seemed to return. Ah, I'm alive again. Eruri barged into my room first thing in the morning, asking where the game was. I couldn't even get a bit more sleep. She then unwrapped her sandwich and took a big bite. Ugh, they'll definitely need a nap at noon. By the way, Ichin, I was playing Hollow Knight until around 2 a.m. last night. I noted down some things that need optimization. Nothing major, just minor issues. I left the notes on your desk. Ichin glanced at his desk, and sure enough, there was an A4 sheet of paper waiting for him. Got it. Kei, if you're still tired, just go get some sleep. You guys from the art team don't have much left to do anyway. Kei nodded and yawned again. If I can't stay awake, I'll go rest. Meanwhile, Yutaha had walked over to Eruri and placed a cup of coffee in front of her. How's the game so far? Hearing Yutaha's voice, Eruri finally looked up. Huh? Oh, you guys are here. Hee, the game's pretty amazing. I already cleared the initial area and am making my way through the next parts. Once the full release is out, it'll buy the Steam version too. Ichin couldn't help but laugh at her words. You're a part of the studio now. I can just give you a key. No need to go spend extra money. Oh, right? I totally forgot. Eruri suddenly remembered that she was now part of the studio, meaning she didn't have to buy their own game. Hee, that's awesome. Employee benefits. As she spoke, she noticed Yutaha had also taken out her Switch. To her surprise, Yutaha's progress was far ahead of hers. Wait, when exactly did you get your hands on the game? Yutaha's lips curled into a playful smile. Yesterday afternoon. It arrived just as we got home from school, but you'd already gone home, so I didn't bother telling you right away. I only texted you last night. As for progress, mine is actually pretty slow. When the others arrive, you can ask them. I bet Shinoda and Nene stayed up all night playing. What? So I'm the last one to get my hands on it? Eruri grumbled. I should have just come over yesterday afternoon instead of listening to my mom and going shopping with her. I didn't even get the clothes I wanted, but she bought a whole pile of stuff. Today, Eruri was wearing a high-waisted dress instead of her usual green tracksuit. Despite heading out early, she had dressed up nicely, not too casually, looking every bit like a beautiful young girl in her prime. Clothes, huh? Resting her chin on her hand, Yutaha said thoughtfully, it's already late October. Autumn's here. I should probably go buy some new clothes, too. Ichin, let's go shopping for clothes tomorrow, okay? Shopping? Sure. Ichin had no objections. The clothes he brought with him to Japan were mostly for spring and summer. He definitely needed to get some autumn and winter clothing. Autumn already. This year's almost over, with only 2 months left. Having finished her sandwich, Kei took a sip of her coffee and sighed. This year's been a wild ride. Just at the start of the year, Fairy Stories 3 was released, and then the company disbanded. I ended up joining Ichin's studio and started working on a new game. So much has happened in just half a year. But overall, it's been mostly good, right? Ichin looked at her and said, I'll be counting on you to keep contributing to the studio from here on. Kei. Hee. Leave it to me. I'm awesome after all. Kei patted her chest with a proud grin, then grabbed her cup and walked over to her desk. All right, time to keep playing. I'm going to hunt down all the bugs in Hollow Knight over the next few days. Having downed most of her coffee, Kei was feeling much more awake and ready to get to work, putting off any thoughts of napping for now. By around 10 a.m., everyone else had arrived. Just as Ichin predicted, Shinoda and Nene Sakura both showed up with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Even Aoba had slight bags under her eyes, though not as severe as the other two. You guys, did you all stay up late playing the game? The three of them nodded in unison. Aoba replied, I played until around 1 a.m. before I couldn't stay awake anymore and went to sleep. Nene crashed at my place last night and didn't go to sleep until after 3. But it wasn't so bad. I can handle staying up until 3. Rubbing her eyes, Nene leaned against Aoba's shoulder and said, when Fairy Stories 3 launched, I pulled an all-nighter, so only staying up until 3 is easy. Despite her heavy dark circles, Nene seemed to be in pretty good spirits. Shinoda, who also stayed up late, was already off chatting with Eri about the game. Looking over at Shinoda, Ichin asked, Shinoda, am planning to do a live stream tonight. Can you be on camera? Live stream? Me? Shinoda glanced at Ichin before grinning and giving a big thumbs up. No problem. Leave it to me. But I'll need a nap this afternoon. Otherwise, no amount of makeup will cover up these dark circles. Despite her usually carefree personality, Shinoda still cared about her appearance when it came to being on camera. Since most of them had stayed up late last night, Ichin wasn't going to push them. He then gathered everyone's feedback about the issues they encountered while playing. With that, he started preparing to fix the bugs and make a patch. Chapter 179. Project planning meeting after lunch. Aoba, Nene, Kayagami, and Shinoda all took a nap, only getting up around 2 o'clock. Stretching as she walked out of her room, Kay said energetically, that nap was great. I feel so much better. Just then, Aoba and Nene emerged from the room next door, both of them looking refreshed as well. I'm so thirsty. Is there anything to drink? Aoba, I want a cola. Waking up and drinking cola right away? Are you trying to become a lazy shut-in? Ever since Ichin had jokingly called cola the nectar of lazy shut-ins, Aoba could never look at cola the same way. She had pretty much stopped drinking it altogether. Though, she seemed to have forgotten that when it came to sugar content, bubble tea wasn't any healthier than cola. There wasn't any cola around, but there was plenty of black tea and coffee. Nene didn't complain and poured herself a cup of black tea before settling into a chair. Hajime had come out a few minutes earlier than the others and was already back to playing her game. Since there weren't any immediate issues with the gameplay, she didn't have much work to do and was happy being a temporary game tester. After beating a boss, Hajime looked over at Ichin and asked, Ichin, is there anything I need to prepare for tonight's stream? Hearing her question, Ichin glanced at Hajime's outfit. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a hoodie over a casual, slightly androgynous style. The relaxed, boyish outfit suited her well. She still looked undeniably feminine. After a moment of thought, Ichin replied, you don't need to do much. Your outfit is fine as it is. Just ask Rin to help you put on some light makeup before the stream tonight. He checked the time. It was 2:15 p.m. When it came to work, creating a patch for Hollow Knight wasn't too complicated, and the time left was more than enough. So, Ichin decided to hold a meeting with everyone that afternoon. He clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention and said, it's the weekend, and our rule is that even if we come to the studio on Saturdays, we don't have to push ourselves too hard. As long as we follow the plan and finish before the deadline, that's fine. We still have plenty of time this afternoon, so let's have a meeting in the lounge. I have a feeling some of you are already itching to hear about the new project, so I'll give you a little preview today. Oh, a new project. Kate immediately perked up and was the first to jump to her feet. Let's go. Meeting time. Eri was also excited and followed closely behind Kay, saying, I've been wanting to ask about the Persona project for a while now, but Ichin never tells me anything. Finally, they'll get to hear about it today. Everyone else was just as eager. Even though Hollow Knight was still 2 weeks away from release, the remaining work was mostly just testing and optimization. It was the perfect time to learn about the new project. Among them, Hifumi, usually composed, looked genuinely excited for once, holding her notepad and walking next to Aoba. Seeing Hifumi's expression, Aoba couldn't help but chuckle. Hifumi-senpai, you're really excited? Huh? I guess a modern-themed project is right up your alley. Hifumi's eyes held a hint of a smile as she nodded and softly said, Actually, when I'm resting at home, I've been drawing some character designs. I remembered a bit of what Ichin explained to us last time. Surprisingly, Yin Ijima remarked, "It's rare to see you so dedicated. Make sure to bring your designs over for us to see later. With your skills, I'm sure Ichin would be more than happy to use your drafts." Well, we'll see. Let's take a look at the full project plan first. When they arrived at the lounge next door, everyone took their seats while Ichin connected his laptop to the TV and sat cross-legged on the floor. All right, let's get started. Feel free to ask any questions along the way. Everyone's input is welcome. With that, Ichin opened the document he had prepared in advance. The game's title appeared on the screen, something everyone was already familiar with. Ichin then began explaining the game's setting. The story takes place in the modern day, set in Tokyo. For the game's map, I plan to recreate real-life locations within the game. Of course, it won't cover all of Tokyo primarily. I'm thinking of Shinjuku, Shibuya, Roppongi, and Akihabara as the major locations. Surrounding these will be smaller maps with side quests, all interconnected by the subway. The protagonist will travel between locations, with the transition scenes depicting subway rides. During these rides, there can be dialogue or news updates relevant to the current storyline. As for the maps, Hazuki, this part will be your responsibility. Take real-life photos and create the models based on them. Think you can handle that? No problem. Leave it to me, Hazuki replied confidently. I'm really familiar with Tokyo. After all, but some of the branded stores will need to be replaced, right? Ichin snapped his fingers. Exactly. We'll need to replace those brand name stores. Some of them will be designed to tie into the plot. We'll discuss that later, no rush. For now, let's focus on building the maps. Now that I've explained the locations, let's talk about the gameplay. For Persona, I'm planning to make it a turn-based RPG, primarily focused on progressing the story and building relationships between characters. The estimated playtime for a first playthrough will be around 70 to 80 hours. 70 to 80 hours? Kayagami exclaimed in surprise. And it's a turn-based RPG, too. Ichin, aren't you worried that no one will be interested in a game like that? That's a fair point, Ichin replied with a smile. But let me ask you, Kay, when it comes to a modern-themed, turn-based RPG set in Tokyo, what would you care about the most? Crossing her arms and thinking it over, Kay finally answered, since it's set in modern-day Tokyo, any major inaccuracies would break the immersion. And then there's the style. If the aesthetic and character designs aren't appealing, then people definitely won't pay attention. In other words, it needs eye-catching design elements. As he spoke, Ichin closed the document and opened the only 2 completed character design illustrations he had painstakingly colored over time. One image displayed the entire cast in their school uniforms, while the other showed them all in their Phantom Thief outfits, with their personas standing proudly behind them. These 2 drawings were a massive effort, pieced together by Ichin little by little whenever he could find time. Well, these character designs should be enough to grab people's attention right from the start, right? Ichin said with a smile, gesturing at the stylish Phantom Thief artwork displayed on the TV. Turn-based combat might be an old genre, but can still be made to feel cool and fresh if you put in the effort. Chapter 18180. Massive development scope. Traditional turn-based combat mostly followed a pattern of you hit, then I hit. As time progressed, skill effects became flashier, but the monotonous nature of turn-based gameplay remained difficult to mask. Out of all the turn-based RPGs Ichin had played, Persona 5 stood out as one of the most unique. The art style, UI, battle effects, and background music all blended together perfectly, turning what could have been tedious turn-based combat into something genuinely engaging. This demonstrated that style was incredibly important, especially for outdated turn-based combat systems. Turn-based combat isn't inherently a flaw. What's lacking is making the turn-based experience enjoyable. Ichin then displayed the UI of the battle interface, and everyone immediately understood what he meant. In most turn-based combat systems, commands were usually arranged neatly in a row of menus: attack, skills, items, and so on, waiting to be selected. But what Ichin was showing now was completely different. It was something fresh and utterly distinctive, unlike anything seen in other games before. Surrounding the protagonist, various battle commands floated around. Based on the hints shown, it was clear that players wouldn't have to scroll through the options manually. Instead, they could simply press the corresponding button to activate a command. Apart from the combat UI, the UI design for other parts of the game will also follow this style. It's essential to create a unique aesthetic. After displaying a few more UI design concepts, Ichin looked toward Rin Toyama. Rin, you should try creating some designs based on this style. They'll compile a list of what needs to be done and send it over to you. Rin nodded seriously. No problem. They'll put some thought into how to make it work. This was her first time encountering a style like this, and she could tell it was going to be a challenging yet exciting task. Ichin then displayed the concept art for the game's main characters and briefly explained each character's personality. Hifumi, I have a task for you. Ichin looked at Hifumi, who suddenly grew tense from being called out. He smiled and said, during this preparation phase, before we officially start development, you could try designing casual outfits for the main cast based on their character profiles. The game story won't just take place within the school. A significant portion will occur outside of school. So, we need to create a variety of casual outfits. You have a good eye for fashion, so I'd like to entrust this task to you. Any issues? No problem. Hifumi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly replied, I've already sketched some designs before. Really? Then show them to me later. I'll give you some suggestions and see if we need to add more types of outfits. At this moment, Airi raised her hand. Ichin, I want to help with the casual outfit designs too. Airi said with enthusiasm. After all, you mentioned that we need a lot of them, right? Let me join in. You want to join too? Sure, that's not a problem. Ichin nodded and then looked over at Kei Yagami, Aoba Suzuki's, and Momiji Mochizuki. Kei, Aoba, Momiji, what about you two? If you're interested, you can join in as well. In the end, we'll pick the most suitable designs from what you all come up with to put into the game. The three exchanged glances before all nodding in agreement. Kei Yagami looked at the character concept art displayed on the screen and said thoughtfully, the character designs I've drawn before were all fantasy-themed. This modern style is something I've never really tackled before. It's been a while since I've tried something like this, so it'll be quite the challenge for me. To be precise, it's not just about the art style. This will also be a challenge for the programming side of things. Yumiko, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Ichin, when it comes to gameplay, the personas of the characters should be one of the core elements, right? Can you explain more about that? Of course, that's actually what I was about to discuss next. Ichin then proceeded to explain the game's combat mechanics, character progression, and the system for developing and evolving personas. The game involved a lot of content, including the storyline, which he briefly touched upon. This impromptu meeting, which started at 2 p.m., went on until past 5 p.m. By the time they realized how much time had passed, there wasn't enough time to make dinner, so they had to settle for ordering takeout to keep things simple. Taking a bite of sushi, Elba, her cheeks puffed with food, mumbled MMPH. It feels like developing Persona is going to be a lot harder than Hollow Knight. I originally thought it was just going to be a bit more complicated. Beside her, Yunai commented, this isn't just a bit more complicated. Just the amount of dialogue and text for the story alone far surpasses what most RPGs require. Ichin, can we really complete this with just a few of us? Relax, I know what you're all worried about. So, aside from the music, I'm planning to hire 2 outsourcing companies to help us complete some of the non-core content. Thinking about his bank account balance, Ichin added, yeah, the development funds are still sufficient, so you guys don't need to worry. Outsourcing certain non-core development tasks was common even for major companies within the industry. It could significantly reduce the workload for the primary developers and shorten the development cycle. Of course, it was essential to choose reliable outsourcing companies. If the final product came out with issues, the back-and-forth communication and revisions would consume massive amounts of time, making it counterproductive. Oh, right, speaking of music. Hazuki looked at Ichin. Ichin, are we going to use the same company that handled the Hollow Knight sound effects? Ichin shook his head. No, music will be handled differently. The soundtrack for Persona also needs to have its own distinctive style. I need to give this more thought. With his memory, Ichin could easily hum the tracks from Persona 5, whether it was the main theme, battle music, or the daily BGM. The problem was he had no professional knowledge of music composition whatsoever. Creating music from scratch was beyond him. If he didn't want to leave all the music production to an external company, his only option would be to spend time learning basic music theory himself. As they chatted about various aspects of the game and ate dinner, time continued to pass. At 7:30 p.m., Ichin sat down in front of his computer and started adjusting the streaming software. Since Hajime was going to appear on stream, she had already moved her chair to sit next to Ichin. Watching his preparations, Hajime asked, "Ichin, are you going to showcase both versions of the game?" "Yeah, they'll show the NS version first, followed by the PC version. We'll do a partial scene showcase and a boss fight for each version." "That sound good?" "Oh, by the way, I just finished setting up the comment software. It can now translate Chinese comments into Japanese, so I only need to translate what you say." "Wow, you can even do that?" "Then I feel much more at ease." Now that the language barrier was mostly resolved, Hajime felt much more relaxed about the upcoming live stream and was even looking forward to it. Chapter 181 Live Gameplay Showcase at 7:50 p.m. Ichin started the live stream, planning to officially begin once the audience size grew. Until then, he chatted casually with those who arrived early. Within 5 minutes of starting the stream, the number of viewers began to increase and various comments started appearing. Thanks to the translation feature, even though the software occasionally produced some hilariously awkward machine translations, Hajime was able to understand most of it. So, during this warm-up period, she interacted cheerfully with the audience while Ichin sat beside her, handling the translation. Meanwhile, over in the lounge area, everyone gathered together to watch the live stream. Kei Yagami observed Shinoda Hajime's performance and couldn't help but comment, "She's really cut out for this whole streaming thing. She can just talk so naturally without even flinching." Yumiko replied calmly, "You can't just compare everyone like that. The truth is, you're just too weak." "TCH, why don't you try it then? Is that supposed to be hard?" Yumiko glanced at Kei and responded, "After the game is released, we'll probably do 2 more live stream events. How about you join me on camera then? Let's see if I can pull it off or not." Kei instinctively wanted to take up the challenge, but the thought of appearing on camera made her hesitate. Ultimately, she turned her head away with a pout. I won't bother arguing with you." Seeing her reaction, Yumiko's lips curled into a slight smirk, but she didn't push the conversation further. Although she didn't say it, Yumiko certainly wouldn't let Kei off that easily. She made a mental note to talk to Ichin about training Kei a bit. After all, in the future, she needed to become one of the company's prominent figures who could confidently stand in the spotlight. As the producer and lead planner, Ichin would be one of the company's public faces, and Kei Yagami, as the key figure in the art department, needed to have a role that extended beyond just development, especially in an industry where well-known creators were becoming increasingly important. Like Aoba, Kei had dived into the gaming industry straight after high school. Despite having made a name for herself over the years, her presence in the media had been minimal. Yumiko and Hazuki had discussed this issue several times before. Previously, Eagle Jump Scale was modest. Although the games they made were decent, they never quite reached the highest standards. Their sales were average, not bad, but nothing exceptional. But ever since joining Ichin's studio, they quickly realized his talent and how much potential the studio held. It was evident that they would definitely secure their place within the gaming industry. In such a situation, even if Yumiko hadn't brought up this issue, Ichin and Hazuki would have eventually pushed Kei into the spotlight. Yumiko turned her head and exchanged glances with Hazuki. The two of them shared a knowing smile. For some reason, Kei suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. By 8:10 p.m., the stream's popularity was rising nicely, and the audience size had grown considerably. Ichin finally announced that the official showcase would begin. He adjusted the webcam feed, positioning it in the lower right corner of the streaming screen, and then brought up the already open Nintendo Switch home screen. The game icon on the main screen was simple, only one: Hollow Knight. Alright, our live stream is officially starting. As previously announced, Today's stream will showcase the live gameplay of Hollow Knight, which is scheduled for release on November 19th. The demonstration will be split into two parts. First, we'll be showing the Nintendo Switch version, running entirely in console mode at 1080p resolution and 60 FPS. After that, we'll showcase the Steam version. For each version, we'll display two different areas of the game with a decent amount of gameplay. The gameplay will be handled by this young lady beside me, our studio's action designer, Miss Shinoda Hajime. They'll be responsible for providing commentary. Holding the controller, Shinoda Hajime raised her small fist and cheerfully declared, "Leave it to me." This gesture, paired with her energetic movement, showed her lively and confident personality, prompting numerous viewers in the chat to remark that they were definitely in the right place. Glancing at the comments, Ichin sighed helplessly and said, "That's really not what I intended. Whatever, let's just go ahead and start the game." Shinoda Hajime clicked on the game and loaded a prepared save file. The demo for the Switch version focused on Green Path, one of the early areas in the game. Since Shinoda Hajime had already played through this area yesterday, she confidently gripped the controller and declared, "Green Path, huh? Just watch how I breeze through this place." After translating her words for the viewers, Ichin reminded her, "Don't rush too much. Our showcase is meant to highlight the game's features, not to speedrun it." Fine, I get it. Starting from the initial area, Shinoda Hajime controlled the character as they arrived at the entrance of Green Path and proceeded straight in. Upon entering, 3 enemies appeared in the area too, flying ones and one on the ground. Ichin asked her to slow down and explain to the viewers, for those of you who played the demo, you're probably aware that the game has many equipable items that provide different abilities to the character. At the start, the character doesn't have double jump. This skill is something you obtain as you progress through the game. So, when you encounter enemies on platforms or flying enemies early on, be cautious. Otherwise, you'll easily take damage. As Ichin explained, Shinoda Hajime skillfully maneuvered the character, quickly taking down the enemies and moving toward the next area. Every major area in the game has a distinct style. As you can see, Green Path lives up to its name with plenty of lush greenery and plant-based traps. Also, the waterways along the path are dangerous if you fall into them. You'll take damage and be forced back to the spot you jumped from. Climbing up a ledge, the viewers saw faint spikes scattered across the ground. Shinoda Hajime also noticed them and confidently walked past. Suddenly, the ground spikes sprang up and snapped together, but they missed her entirely. She quickly dispatched the trap with a few strikes. "Humph, easy peasy," she continued, guiding the character forward with pride. But just as she said that, a diving enemy swooped down from the air and hit her directly, costing her 1 health point. Noticing Ichin's gaze, Shinoda Hajime froze for a moment, her face flushing with embarrassment. "That was a mistake. I wasn't paying attention. It won't happen again." She quickly defeated the airborne enemy, jumped over 2 platforms, and pressed onward. After that, she fully focused on the gameplay and avoided making any rookie mistakes. About 10 minutes of exploration later, she arrived at the boss area. The boss of Green Path was the Hornet. The difficulty wasn't too high, and since Shinoda Hajime had already beaten this boss once, she was confident she could handle it with ease. However, because Ichin needed to provide commentary during the fight, it meant she couldn't end the battle too quickly and had to drag it out for a bit. This added an extra layer of challenge to the fight. Chapter 182. This game's essence is dying over and over again. Ichin didn't let Shinoda Hajime completely defeat the Hornet boss. Instead, he had her stop midway through the fight. Okay, that's it for the live gameplay demonstration of the Switch version. As for how to beat this boss, you'll have to figure that out yourselves when the game releases. Completely ignoring the barrage of comments demanding they finish the fight, Ichin cheerfully instructed Shinoda Hajime to exit the game and switch over to the PC version's interface. Before we dive into gameplay, let's first take a look at the game settings page. Unlike the Switch version, the PC version offers resolution and frame rate settings. For frame rates, the maximum option is unlimited. Of course, the game doesn't require much in terms of hardware. Most computers can easily run it smoothly at 1080p and 60 FPS. Right now, we've selected a 2K resolution and set the frame rate to a standard 60 FPS. We've also turned on the frame rate monitoring software so you can clearly see the game's performance. The specs Itchin mentioned made most of the viewers in the stream chat green with envy. Seeing those comments, Itchin calmly explained, "No need to be jealous. For regular gameplay, this level of performance is absolute overkill. If your monitor is 1080p, then a 3060 Ti or 3070 graphics card is more than enough. Even for 2K resolution, most games can be run smoothly at 60 FPS. Game developers always ensure their games are accessible to most players' computer specs. Even now, the most commonly used graphics cards on Steam are still the 1050Ti and 1060. You even see plenty of people using the 750Ti. Itchin's statement was true, but it didn't stop everyone from drooling over the studio's high-end hardware. Playing Minesweeper on that setup would be buttery smooth. Yep, absolutely. Even Minesweeper would have 0 frame drops. After throwing out a playful comment in response, Itchin signaled for Shinoda Hajime to start the game. This time, the showcased area wasn't an early game location, but a mid-game zone called the Ancient Basin, which also featured a boss, the Broken Vessel. Huh, what's this area? After quickly loading the save file, Shinoda Hajime looked around the unfamiliar region, confused. My own save file hasn't gotten this far yet. Now completely lost, she had to rely on Itchin's guidance to head toward the Ancient Basin. Seeing the comments, Shinoda Hajime glanced at the translation and immediately fired back. Yes, I'm part of the development team, but I'm an action designer, you know? Action design. I don't handle map design, so of course, I wouldn't know the way. After taking just a few steps, she was suddenly confronted by a charging enemy. I know this monster. I designed its moves. Wait, why is it so fast? Bam! She was hit directly by a leaping strike, losing a health point. Just as she tried to pull back to assess the enemy's movements, another flying creature suddenly appeared from behind, glaring at her menacingly from above. Where the heck did that come from? I didn't even see it. Panicking and fumbling with the controls, Shinoda Hajime quickly lost her life and was sent back to the last checkpoint. Looking at the character that just revived, Shinoda Hajime felt a slight headache. Oh, this isn't looking good. And it's happening during a live stream, too. Glancing at the barrage of comments on the screen, she indeed saw a flood of amused messages. Arg, am not giving up. Let's go again. Controlling the protagonist, Shinoda Hajime began her second attempt. Itchin, of course, was quite happy to see this situation. After Shinoda Hajime successfully passed the spot where she previously died, he began explaining, "Everyone, you don't have to stress too much about being defeated by monsters and respawning at the checkpoint. One of the core aspects of this game is providing players with countless opportunities to learn through trial and error. Failing once isn't a big deal. All you need to do is return to the area where you previously failed and challenge it again. And whatever you lost from dying before, you can reclaim it all." Progressing steadily forward, Shinoda Hajime defeated monsters one by one. The regular enemies weren't too challenging as long as she was careful, but she still ended up dying once when facing an elite monster, forcing her to restart from the checkpoint. Throughout this process, Itchin didn't give her any tips. He merely continued explaining the enemies encountered and the various game mechanics. Finally, after half an hour, Shinoda Hajime reached the boss area of the Ancient Basin and confronted the boss, the Broken Vessel. As soon as the battle began, Shinoda Hajime felt something was off. Wait, why are the boss moves different from how I originally designed them? Itchin, did you change them? Why didn't I know about this? Itchin chuckled and replied, "If I told you, wouldn't it be boring when you play the game yourself? You'd already know all the boss moves. So, I made some adjustments to the attack patterns of the bosses you designed. That way, even as the designer, you'll have a fresh experience while playing. Oh, watch out, it's coming." Just as Itchin finished speaking, the boss leaped into the air and dashed over the protagonist's head. Suddenly, an orange, jelly-like bug materialized above the character, dropping down from above. Thankfully, Shinoda Hajime reacted quickly, launching an attack upward and taking down the summoned creature. But before she could catch her breath, the boss leaped high once more, drew a weapon from its back, and dove down with a lightning-fast thrust aimed at the protagonist. I got hit. Why does it have a bit of tracking on its attacks? After surviving for 2 minutes and using up all her healing energy, Shinoda Hajime finally met her end once again and was returned to the checkpoint. Although she had managed to hit the boss quite a few times, it was clear she hadn't done enough damage to defeat it. After explaining to the viewers where this boss appeared within the game's progression, Ichin glanced at Shinoda Hajime. So what do you think? Want to try again? Of course. One more time. With a loud shout, Shinoda Hajime set off once more. This time, the viewers finally understood what Ichin meant earlier. On her way to the boss area, Shinoda Hajime had already memorized the path and all the monsters she would encounter, with fluid, precise dodges and attacks. She defeated everything along the way without losing a single hit point and reached the boss area once more. Originally, the game had a feature where, upon death, a shadow version of oneself would appear where the player died. Defeating this shadow would allow the player to reclaim their lost soul energy. However, since this type of game was a first of its kind, Ichin had decided not to include that feature right away. Instead, he planned to add it and other new mechanics and gameplay elements through updates after the game's release. Ichin had no intention of abandoning Hollow Knight after launch. In fact, he had a ton of ideas for post-game content and extra features he still wanted to implement. Chapter 183-183. The end of the live stream and the upcoming release date, Shinoda Hajime's gaming skills were impressive. After failing 3 times in a row, she finally managed to defeat the boss Broken Vessel. Finally beat it. Putting down the controller, Shinoda Hajime let out a huge sigh of relief and glanced at the chat. Didn't I tell you I'd beat it? How dare you guys doubt me? The chat, of course, played along and flooded the screen with messages of praise. After returning to the main menu, Ichin moved on to the final phase of today's stream, answering some viewer questions about the game. Completion time for the game? After giving it some thought, Ichin replied, "You don't need to worry about the game's length. For a standard first playthrough, ITLL take about 20 hours or more. And if you're aiming for a full completion on your first run, that will take even longer. After the main storyline is completed, we'll be adding post-game content via updates to keep players motivated and engaged." As for what exactly would be added in future updates, Ichin didn't reveal anything. If he spilled all the secrets now, there'd be no sense of mystery left. Then, he noticed a super chat question asking when the studio would start developing a new game. Shinoda Hajime was exhausted from the gameplay and wasn't interested in answering questions. Instead, she was already munching on snacks. Ichin thought for a moment before replying. As for new projects, I've already laid out the general plan. However, it's not the right time to officially start development. After we finish preparing the launch day patch in the next few days and release the game, the studio will take a short break. Once we're back, that's probably when we'll begin working on the next project. After answering 2 more questions, Ichin decided it was time to wrap up the stream. Alright, we've been streaming for over an hour, so I think it's time to call it a day. After this, they'll be hosting a giveaway on my social feed 10 Hollow Knight activation codes for Steam and 10 physical copies for the Nintendo Switch. The winners will be announced 2 days before the release date, and it'll reach out to them individually. If you're interested, be sure to participate. Okay, see you all in the next stream. Shinoda Hajime waved cheerfully at the camera. See you next time, everyone. After shutting down the stream, Ichin stretched a bit and looked at Shinoda Hajime. Thanks for all your hard work today, Hajime. No worries. The stream was actually pretty fun, and all I had to do was play games. It's not like I had to interact with the viewers too much, Shinoda Hajime replied, rubbing her neck with a smile. But this was still pretty enjoyable, just playing games, chatting, and earning some extra money. Now I can buy more figurines. It was obvious why Shinoda Hajime was willing to participate in the stream, to earn more bonus money. Out of everyone at the studio, she was the only one living paycheck to paycheck. Most of her salary went toward games and collectible merchandise. Ichin had seen photos of her apartment, where a display cabinet was packed with various figurines and models. Although Ichin also had a decent collection, it was nothing compared to Shinoda Hajime's treasure trove. Seeing her so happy, Ichin couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, your bonus is guaranteed. And if we do more streams like this in the future, you're welcome to join in. At that moment, the others who had been watching the stream together returned to the studio. Aoba curiously peeked over at the streaming dashboard on the screen. Ichin-kun, I noticed there were quite a few gifts being sent during the stream. Did we make a lot of money? Not really. The platform takes a cut, so it's not something worth worrying about, Ichin replied, glancing at the back-end statistics. The revenue from gifts wasn't much, totaling around 2,000 yuan. After all, their stream was just a game development studio's broadcast, not a professional gaming stream. Yagami K leaned over, looked at the numbers, and exclaimed in surprise, wow. But that's actually a lot, isn't it? Considering we only stream occasionally and we still get people showing up to support us, it looks like we've got a decent following. It's all right, I guess. After closing the streaming dashboard, Ichin opened his social media account, preparing to post the giveaway announcement. As he typed, he said, Hazuki, there's another stream scheduled for tomorrow night on YouTube. You'll join me for that one, okay? Hazuki had no issues with it and cheerfully agreed. Sure, but aren't you considering having Kei join instead? Kei. Ichin glanced at Yagami Kei, who was already hiding behind Rin Toyama. He shrugged and said, forget it. With her personality, she's definitely not ready to join a live stream. Just getting her to record a video was already pushing her limits. Kei, who was peeking her head out halfway from behind Rin, looked annoyed at Ichin's words, but couldn't really refute them. She could only glare at him from a distance. Rin chuckled and whispered to her friend, Kei, you really should work on it, you know? Why are you saying that, too? Yagami Kei frowned, her slender eyebrows knitted together as she ran a hand through her blonde hair. Let me think about it a bit more. I really can't get used to appearing on camera. The stream had ended, and it was already past 9 in the evening. Ichin told everyone to go home and rest. There was no need for them to come in the next morning. If anyone was interested in the evening stream, they could just come in the afternoon. When everyone left, Yagami Kei, clearly afraid that Ichin would pressure her into joining the stream, literally pushed him and Yutaha out of the studio. After she quickly said goodnight and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, Ichin froze for a moment before saying to Yutaha, did she forget that I have the keys? Yutaha couldn't hold back her laughter, holding on to Ichin's arm as she said, looks like she's really afraid you'll force her to join the stream. Sai, what's the point of hiding? Isn't she coming back here tomorrow anyway? Ichin shook his head, surprised to see such a childish side of Yagami Kei. Let's head home. As the game's release date drew nearer, there was surprisingly little tension within the studio. Ichin had prepared everything thoroughly. Alongside Rin and Hazuki, he had carefully mapped out a detailed development schedule, with enough time built in to handle any unexpected issues. In about 10 days, they had fixed all the detected bugs and completed the first day patch. Everything was finally ready. On Monday night, after dinner, Ichin was sitting at his workstation in the studio, but he wasn't working. Instead, he was leisurely playing Super Robot Wars 30 on his console. The others were doing the same. Some were chatting, others were watching dramas, and a few were playing games. After all, there wasn't much left for them to do. This was the first time any of them had truly experienced the agony of waiting for their studio's new game to launch. Chapter 184-184. Promising presale performance gripping the steering wheel while playing the newly released Forza Horizon 5, Shinoda Hajime paused the game, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. These last few days are so hard to endure. There are still 3 days until our game launches. Normally, at this time, would be pulling all-nighters fixing bugs. Her words immediately triggered a response from Yumiko, who instinctively rubbed his neck. The final days of Fairy's Story 3 were brutal. I barely got any sleep. Every night, I was downing multiple energy drinks just to stay awake. Those were some tough days. The others all nodded in agreement. Sipping on a cup of hot tea, Hazuki smiled and said, looking back now, joining Ichin Studio was the best decision ever. Development efficiency hasn't dropped, Yet we don't have to suffer through extreme overtime. Even when we do work late, it's only occasionally, and it's nothing too exhausting. I can't even imagine what it would be like at other companies. After all, even major game development companies treat overtime as the norm. This isn't just the case in Japan. It's the same in Western companies too. Overtime limits? They don't exist. There's still so much left to do on the project. How could they possibly let you go home on time? Thanks to the financial success of Slay the Spire, which Itchin developed independently, the studio had more than enough funding for its initial phase. Salaries weren't much lower than before, and perks like afternoon tea and snacks never stopped. Aoba had jokingly complained more than once that since joining the studio, she wasn't overworked, but she was starting to gain weight instead. With a fully equipped kitchen in the office and Itchin's encouragement, they often cooked meals together. The homemade food was far better than eating out or ordering takeout. Now that the weather was getting cooler, Itchin had even asked his mom for some soup recipes and planned to try them out soon. Autumn was the perfect season for hearty meals and a little extra indulgence. Beef, lamb, radish, lotus root, spinach, these were all excellent seasonal ingredients. After some thought, Itchin decided to stop by the supermarket after work tomorrow to pick up some lamb. It had been ages since he last had lamb stew with radish, and just thinking about it was making him hungry. After finishing a mission in Super Robot Wars, Itchin saved his game, took a screenshot, and then exited to open his browser. He logged into Bilibili, attached the screenshot, and posted an update. The Day 1 patch is fully completed, and I can finally take a break and enjoy some new games. The giveaway results will be announced on Wednesday, so don't forget to check if you're lucky. After posting, he checked the giveaway stats. There were already 200,000 shares. The studio's official account on Bilibili had now reached 300,000 followers, growing at an impressive pace. Some of this growth came from their videos making it to the platform's homepage several times, gaining significant exposure. Additionally, Bilibili had reached out, hoping to collaborate for the game's launch night by having several popular gaming streamers host a live event to build hype. Considering that Hollow Knight had been showcased at Gamescom and had received high praise from players who tried the demo, the anticipation for its domestic release was sky-high. Itchin had no reason to refuse. He immediately provided 10 game activation codes, which Bilibili distributed to participating streamers for early access live streams starting Thursday at 10 p.m. It was just a 2-hour head start anyway. Plus, the Nintendo Switch's Japanese eShop would unlock the game at 11 p.m. China time, so the difference wasn't too significant. After checking Bilibili, Itchin opened Steam's backend to review Hollow Knight's pre-sale numbers. The results were looking great, over 20,000 pre-orders in China alone, and a global total exceeding 50,000. The Nintendo Switch version was also performing well, with over 30,000 digital pre-orders. Meanwhile, physical pre-orders in Japan were in full swing, and the numbers were surprisingly good. It was likely that on release day, physical stores would see lines forming. As the conversation turned to launch day, Aoba looked around and asked, "Should we go check out the stores in person on release day?" Kei Yagami recalled the launch of Fairy Story 3 and thought for a moment before saying, "We could go, but don't expect every store to be packed. If we're talking about that kind of hype, I think we have a better chance when Persona releases." After all, the studio wasn't yet famous enough to guarantee massive crowds. It still needed time to grow. Shinoda Hajime excitedly raised his hand. "It doesn't matter if there are long lines or not. The main thing is getting to see our game on display in stores on launch day. That's what really counts." Plus, didn't Hazuki mention that some Nintendo-affiliated stores will have promotional posters and even TVs playing the game's trailer? That should attract some attention. Finally, everyone turned to Itchin. Senchuredo, having already finished their schoolwork earlier, relaxed in bed with their tablets, each watching something of interest. As she browsed for interesting videos, Yudaha casually asked, "Itchin, if you're going to check out the launch in person on Friday, that means you'll have to take another day off, right?" "Yeah, but it's fine. I already told Hiratsuka-sensei that I might take some time off during the final phase of game development," Itchin replied, nodding as he opened the latest chapter of One Piece. "What about you, Yudaha? Want to come with me on Friday?" "Of course I'm coming. Yutaha narrowed her eyes at Ichin and playfully poked his cheek. No way am I letting you go out and have fun with a bunch of girls without me. Oh, so that's what you're worried about? I'm not worried, she smirked. But I know you, Ichin. There's no way you wouldn't be at least a little happy about being surrounded by a bunch of friendly classmates. If you're a sociable person, you'd definitely enjoy the atmosphere. She chuckled and continued. Everyone's reaction earlier reminded me of when my first novel was released. I was so nervous before the launch, and afterward, I went to the bookstore to see how it was doing. That's when I ran into you. Oh yeah, I remember that. Ichin recalled that day vividly. He had met Yutaha outside as she was checking on her novel's release, and he had even bought the first volume of Love Metronome and asked her to sign it. But honestly, I'm not too worried about the game's release, he added. The digital pre-order numbers already speak for themselves, and sales will only keep growing after launch. Slay the Spire has already surpassed 800,000 copies sold. If I do a discount promotion at the end of the year, it should get another boost. I definitely won't have to hold back on year-end bonuses. Hitting 1 million copies was just a matter of time. The only question was whether Slay the Spire would reach that milestone first or if Hollow Knight would overtake it in the end. Chapter 185-185, Store Exclusives, Thursday afternoon. PE class. After finishing the 2 laps required by the teacher, Ichin stretched his limbs before heading over to shoot some hoops with the others. They weren't playing a serious game, just chatting and casually taking shots. After all, their next class was Shizuka Hiratsuka's literature class, and if they exhausted themselves too much, zoning out in class wouldn't be an option. After missing a 3-pointer, Fuji wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Ichin. Ichin, your studio's new game is launching tomorrow, right? Aren't you even a little nervous? Catching the ball as it bounced back, Ichin smoothly sank a 3-pointer and smiled. What's there to be nervous about? I have confidence in my game. And it's not blind arrogance, the quality speaks for itself. Now I just have to wait for the sales to rise. Mun, your studio is seriously impressive, another guy chimed in. I played the Hollow Knight demo, and it's really fun. I already pre-ordered the digital version for my Switch. I'm going to start playing as soon as it unlocks tonight. Yeah, I pre-ordered the physical edition from a store that offers a launch day exclusive pendant. In Japan, physical game releases often come with store-exclusive launch bonuses, which vary from retailer to retailer. Hardcore fans sometimes buy multiple copies just to collect all the different exclusives. If one person can't do it alone, they'll team up with other fans, each buying from a specific store and then trading later. Ichin didn't have much experience with store exclusives, so he left it up to Nintendo to handle. Maybe they saw potential in his studio because they agreed to the deal without hesitation. Whether they were planning to continue collaborating, invest in the studio, or even try to acquire it, Ichin didn't really care. He wasn't interested in selling his studio to anyone. Keeping the current partnership model was the best option. Besides, Nintendo didn't outright buy studios very often. Most of the time, they preferred partnerships or investments, which left room for negotiation. Still, store exclusives, huh? Ichin caught the ball again and dribbled it a few times. I've never actually lined up to buy a game I developed before. Guess he'll get to experience that tomorrow. Meanwhile, a good number of the girls had opted out of sports and were sitting on the sidelines watching. Yutaha was among them, sitting on the grass, watching Ichin play basketball from a short distance away. Ever since she started dating Ichin, Yutaha had softened a lot. She wasn't as aloof as she used to be and no longer avoided socializing. Though she still wasn't the most talkative person, she was now more open to joining the other girls for some gossip. It was entertaining and also great inspiration for her writing. Of course, this was only possible because the girls in their class were easy to get along with. Under Hiratsuka-sensei's influence, their class had a pretty good atmosphere. Watching the boys play, one of the girls next to Yutaha commented, "Ichin's pretty good at basketball too, huh? I'm so jealous of you, Yutaha. You two got together so fast." I overheard some first-year girls talking, and a bunch of them were saying they regretted not making a move sooner. Hearing that, Yutaha's lips curled into a slight smirk. They can say whatever they want, but honestly, even if I weren't in the picture, they probably wouldn't have had much of a chance. If it weren't for the fact that I lived next door to him, we probably wouldn't have gotten together this fast either. What? You two are neighbors too? That's way too convenient. So, has Ichin met your family already? He has, Yudaha replied, seizing the opportunity to show off. My parents really like him. And not just that, I met his mom during summer break too. The only thing I find unfortunate is that I have to wait until we're in college before I can marry him. Wait, marriage? The girls around her gasped in unison. Most of them hadn't even dated anyone yet, and here Yudaha was already talking about getting married. This is what it means to be the best student? Even when it comes to romance, she's further along than we are. Can we please change the subject? If we keep talking about this, I'm going to lose my composure. I've grown up without ever holding a boy's hand. Huh? You've never even held hands? Have you? Yeah, with my cousin. He's 3 years old. That doesn't count at all. Listening to the girls' conversation, Yudaha couldn't help but smile brightly like someone who had won at life. No, she was someone who had won at life. After watching Ichin play for a while, Yudaha got up from the grass and dusted off the stray blades that had stuck to her gym uniform. Yudaha, where are you going? Waving a hand dismissively, she answered in a leisurely tone, I'm going to buy some drinks for Ichin. You guys stay here, they'll go alone. With that, she headed toward the school building. As they watched her walk away, the girls sighed enviously. She's pretty, talented, and gets Barato grades. If I had just a fraction of her good qualities, maybe I'd feel Barato confident too. I think her confidence is what stands out the most. What do you guys think? Yudaha seems really happy with herself. No one our age has a style like that. Not only that, but don't you feel like she's been getting even Barato impressive lately? Ugh, that sounds so outrageous. After school, Ichin and Yudaha stopped by the supermarket, buying a huge haul of groceries before heading home. Previously, Ichin had bought some lamb and attempted to stew it, but his first attempt didn't turn out great. After tweaking the recipe, he was confident tonight's version would be much better. After changing into more comfortable clothes, he carried the ingredients for dinner to the studio, only to find the team huddled together, seemingly focused on something. Were you guys watching? Ichin asked. Did you send out the copies of the game I asked you to ship yesterday? They were sent out. We finished it this morning. Kayagami waved him over excitedly. Ichin, come quick. Hajime is about to beat the game. Huh? She's about to finish it? Ichin exchanged a glance with Yudaha before hurrying over. Everyone had received their physical copies of the game a while ago, but most hadn't had much time to play. The fastest players so far were Ichin himself, Hajime, Kayagami, and Sakura Nene, all of them nearing the final stages. Ichin had assumed the first to clear the game would either be himself or Nene, who had the highest skill level. But to his surprise, it was Hajime. Looks like she had been staying up late grinding. As he reached KS side, Ichin saw Hajime playing in dock mode on her Switch, having just entered the final boss area. Chapter 186-186. Official release to fight the final boss. Radiance, you first had to defeat the Unbroken Shell, which meant taking down the Hollow Knight. This is nothing for me. Brimming with confidence, Hajime initiated the battle against the Hollow Knight, with everyone gathered around to watch. However, as soon as the fight began, Ichin just smiled, shook his head, and left the group, heading to the kitchen to start preparing the lamb stew. Barely 2 minutes later, he heard Hajime's frustrated shout from the other room. Ugh, how did that happen? This was quickly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps as Hajime stormed into the kitchen and tapped Ichin on the back. You actually changed the Hollow Knight's attack patterns. Why didn't I know about this? I was in charge of combat animations. Dropping the sliced lamb into the pot and turning on the heat, Ichin turned to face her with an amused expression. I didn't change that much, did I? Just made the boss a little more agile, increased the speed of its dash attacks, and added a few extra moves. Huh, there are more moves. Seeing Hajime freeze in shock, Ichin couldn't help but laugh. What? You didn't even make it to the second phase. Looks like you still have a long way to go. Keep it at try to beat it before dinner. Oh, by the way, we're having white radish and lamb stew tonight. Oh, lamb. The moment she heard the word food, Hajime's attention instantly shifted. Gazing into the pot where the lamb was slowly simmering, she swallowed her saliva and asked, Need any help? No need. Just go call Rin and Yutaha in for me. And don't even think about sneaking a bite. It's not the kind of dish you can steal from Midway. Just wait until dinner and eat with everyone. Fine, reluctantly accepting her fate, Hajime finally left the kitchen and fetched Rin Toyama and Yutaha. The three of them then got to work preparing dinner for everyone. Eruri wasn't around today. She had to attend a family banquet. However, they had already made plans to visit the game's in-store release event together the next morning. To make that happen, Eruri had even gone so far as to take an extremely rare day off from school, convincing her mother, Sayuri Sawamura, to help cover for her absence so that her real plans wouldn't be exposed. Dinner preparation went smoothly. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Hajime's final boss battle. For nearly 2 hours, she attempted the fight over and over again, suffering countless defeats. She managed to reach Radiance a few times, but it was clear Ichin hadn't just reworked Hollow Knight's combat patterns, he had also made significant adjustments to Radiance, turning the battle into a complete nightmare for the one responsible for designing the game's animations. In just 2 hours, Hajime had died more times than she had in the past 3 days combined. I just can't anymore. I need a break, she groaned, dropping her controller and slumping back at her chair, looking as if she had lost all hope in life. Yagami Ko and Sakura Nene, who had been watching from the sidelines, were just as shocked. They hadn't expected the final boss fight to be this difficult. Even Hajime, who had breezed through most of the game, was struggling immensely in this last battle. Stroking her chin, Yagami Ko mused, I had a feeling this would happen. A few days ago, I noticed the difficulty gradually increasing from the mid-game onward. But since I was progressing smoothly and tend to be cautious when fighting bosses, I didn't find it too overwhelming. Looking at it now, though, the late-game difficulty is definitely higher, not just in terms of numbers, but actual mechanics. As the lead artist of the studio, Yagami Ko didn't deal with monster attack patterns or combat balancing. Those weren't her responsibilities. Her job was simply to bring the designs to life. But from what she could see, Ichin had zero intention of going easy on the players. He had cranked up the difficulty of this side-scrolling action game to its fullest, creating a well-balanced difficulty curve that culminated in an intense final boss fight. Just then, Rin's voice called out from the kitchen. Dinner is ready, everyone. Time to eat. At that, everyone immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the dining table. Hajime was no exception. She may have taken a beating in the game, but she definitely hadn't forgotten about the white radish and lamb stew Ichin had promised earlier. Lamb wasn't a common dish around here, but she had full confidence in Ichin's cooking after all. He had used a family recipe. After washing their hands and sitting down, they watched as Ichin carried out a large soup pot from the kitchen. A faint, mouth-watering aroma seeped through the lid. It smells amazing. Placing the pot in the center of the table, Ichin confidently lifted the lid. Dinner is served. This is the main dish tonight, white radish and lamb stew. I already tested this recipe once before, so I guarantee you're all going to love it. Inside the large pot, tender lamb pieces and chunky white radish were nestled in a crystal-clear broth, emitting a rich, tantalizing fragrance. It was a sight that made everyone's appetite surge. Whoa! Looking at the dish, Yumiko exclaimed, a meal like this in a restaurant would cost a fortune. Ichin sat down beside Yutaha, glancing around at the group. Tonight, Hollow Knight officially launches. Before that, let's take this moment to celebrate together. Lifting his glass of cola, he grinned. You've all worked hard these past months. Cheers! Cheers! Since they had to wake up early for the launch event the next morning, no one drank alcohol. But the excitement in the air was palpable, and with such an incredible meal in front of them, it was impossible not to overeat. As a result, several people decided not to go home and just crash to the studio for the night. Only Hazuki, Narumi, Momiji, and Yumiko ended up heading back. Midnight. The launch begins at 11 p.m. Ichin and Yutaha sat in their bedroom, opened their laptop, and tuned into the Bilibili pre-launch livestream event. The 10 streamers hosting the event were all highly popular, and their coverage of Hollow Knight immediately sent the game's hype skyrocketing to another level. For the next hour, they watched the live stream. Then, at exactly midnight, Hollow Knight officially unlocked. Almost instantly, both Nintendo Switches and Steam's backend servers recorded a massive surge in active players. 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. Within 30 minutes, the combined concurrent player count on both platforms had surpassed 60,000, and it was still steadily climbing. At the same time, sales figures had seen a significant boost. At this rate, Hollow Knight would almost certainly break into Steam's top sellers list in China, and it might even climb the global rankings. With numbers like these, Itchin no longer had any concerns about day one sales. This was a massive success. Chapter 187. Morning at 6:30 a.m., the alarm clock rang, waking Itchin up right on time. After checking the online player count last night, he had gone to bed early. He needed to be up early for the event. Beside him, Yutaha groggily opened her eyes, still clearly half asleep. Morning already? Itchin, already sitting up, glanced at her curled up under the blanket and chuckled. If you're too tired, why don't you just skip this one? You can sleep in a bit longer. But Yutaha shook her head and slowly sat up, leaning against his shoulder with her eyes still closed. No way, I'm getting up. We promised to go together, and this is your game's physical release. I have to see it for myself. Plus, I've never been to a launch event before. I want to experience it. But this is really early. Are you worried about long lines? Itchin gently smoothed out her messy hair. I don't think ITL'll be that bad. Hollow Knight is an indie title. It's a high-quality game, but it's not a major blockbuster. Even if there's a queue, it shouldn't be overwhelming. I think the main reason everyone wants to go early is just to be at the front of the line. All right, time to get up and freshen up. Yutaha nodded, got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and headed to the bathroom. After washing up and getting dressed, they made a quick breakfast, just some simple sandwiches. With a cup of coffee, Yutaha finally felt fully awake. Checking the time, 7:15 a.m., they still had 30 minutes before their planned meetup. So, Itchin and Yutaha headed out early. Downstairs, the others who had stayed over had already woken up, eaten something quick, and finished getting ready. Once everyone was set, they headed straight to their destination. On the train, as they boarded the train, Yagami Kei glanced at her phone. Hazuki went to pick up the others. She'll meet us there. By the way, what about Eriri? Yutaha, did you message her? Yutaha held up her phone. Yeah, I already texted her. She's up. Sayuri-san is driving her over, so no worries. Good, that's a relief. Standing beside Yutaha, Itchin glanced at Sakura Nene and Hajime, who were sitting together, their heads bobbing slightly as they struggled to stay awake. Lowering his voice, he asked Tomo-Rin, Rin, did those two stay up all night? This is a rare duo. Rin stifled a laugh. Right? It's definitely unusual. They pulled an all-nighter playing the game. They were betting on who could finish it first. Hajime already managed to reach Radiance, and Nene surprisingly caught up and started challenging the Hollow Knight. Oh, by the way, Itchin, did you check the sales numbers after launch? I did. Itchin smiled, pulled out his phone, and showed her a screenshot from last night. Here, this was at 12:30 a.m. The concurrent player count on both platforms was over 60,000, and that's on a weekday midnight. Today, it's only going to keep climbing. Rin's eyes widened with excitement. Oh wow, that's fantastic news. She grinned. With digital game sales growing every year, having this kind of momentum on launch night is a really great sign. Huh, what are you guys looking at? I think I heard something about online player numbers. I want to see too. Hearing their conversation, the others gathered around, all curious about last night's data. Yin looked at the numbers and was surprised. These stats are insane. When Fairy Story 3 launched at the end of last year, we checked the digital login count, and the peak was just a little over 7,000. The difference here is massive. Yagami Kei also sighed. Yeah, and we did quite a bit of marketing too. We got coverage in magazines and everything, but the numbers still weren't great. Itchin analyzed the situation. Fairy Story 3 was a solid game, but had clear limitations. You guys prioritized consistency with Fairy Story 2, so the gameplay didn't really evolve. It stuck to the same old formula. The story had some good moments, but not enough to stand out. Overall, it's the kind of game that would get an 8-10 good but nothing groundbreaking. The visuals, combat, mechanics, and plot were all decent, but none of them were exceptional. So, it was just too average? Hajime crossed her arms and nodded. Looking back, that seems about right. We tried to make everything good, but because we had to balance so many elements, the final product ended up being decent, but lacked any defining strengths. That's probably why there aren't many streams or videos about it online anymore. In a way, their studio, Eagle Jump, had a similar issue to Ubisoft. Ubisoft's games always boasted top-tier visuals and stunning open-world landscapes, but their gameplay loop tended to get repetitive. The first 10 to 15 hours were often fantastic, but after that, players found themselves doing the same activities, clearing outposts, completing near-identical side quests, and eventually losing interest. There was a popular joke online about Ubisoft's open-world games. They're like canned food filling, not bad in taste, but at the end of the day, still just canned food. No match for a handcrafted gourmet dish. Itchin had played plenty of Ubisoft titles, from Might Magic and Prince of Persia to Splinter Cell, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry. He had mixed feelings about the company. If Ubisoft didn't release anything new, he'd find himself wondering what they were up to. But when they did release a new game, just watching a few gameplay videos was often enough to understand 80 of it. Even their innovations were usually minor tweaks rather than major reinventions. Take Immortals Phoenix Rising, for example. It clearly took heavy inspiration from Nintendo's Breath of the Wild, incorporating more puzzle-solving elements. But as the game progressed, the core gameplay felt familiar and became repetitive. Even though Itchin was now a game developer himself, he still hoped Ubisoft would break the mold someday and release a game that truly shocked the world. But that might take a long time to happen. As their discussion about Ubisoft continued, the train ride passed quickly, and soon they arrived in Akihabara. Stepping out of the station, they immediately spotted Hazuki, Narumi, Momiji, Yumiko, and Eriri waiting for them nearby. Surprisingly, even Ariri's mother, Sayuri Sawamura, had come along. "Good morning, everyone." Sayuri greeted them with a warm smile. "Mind if I join in? I'm actually quite interested in your game launch." Itchin nodded. "Of course, Sayuri-san. The more, the merrier." As he spoke, he glanced ahead. A queue had already formed near the store. Chapter 188. Overwhelmingly positive reception in Akihabara. There was a partnered store offering exclusive first purchase bonuses for Hollow Knight. The group arrived before 8 a.m., when the area was still relatively quiet. Outside the still-closed store, about 20 people were already in line. Checking the time, Itchin said, "The store opens at 8. Not long now, let's line up too." With that, everyone moved to the end of the queue. Standing on tiptoes to peek at the front, Oba whispered, "It should be opening soon. The staff is already organizing the line." The others also checked their watches. 5 minutes left until opening. Sayuri Sawamura stood beside Itchin and Yutaha, along with her daughter Eriri. "Itchin-kun, last night, when the digital version launched, I checked some streaming sites. A lot of people were playing Hollow Knight. The initial hype is great." Itchin nodded with a smile. "Yeah, I saw it too. The number of online players was really high. After this launch event, they'll check again. I bet the sales will have jumped even more." Just as they were talking, a commotion stirred at the front. The store had opened. With the doors unlocked, the customers eagerly entered, no longer needing to wait in the cold. Inside the store near the entrance, a promo screen was playing Hollow Knight's launch PV, and posters decorated the surrounding walls. Impossible to miss. Moving deeper inside, they headed straight to the new release section, where stacks of Nintendo Switch copies of Hollow Knight were neatly arranged. Itchin picked up a box. Inspecting it was identical to the factory press version he had received earlier. As expected, the only difference is the store's exclusive bonus. Glancing around, he turned to the group. "If you guys aren't in a rush, we can browse the store a bit. I haven't been here in a while. Maybe there's something interesting to buy." Hajime, however, excitedly grabbed a copy and shook her head. "Not me. After this, I have to rush to another store. Their exclusive bonus is waiting for me." Aoba chimed in. "Same here. There are other store exclusives I need to get." Me too. Even Nene eagerly raised her hand. It seemed everyone had a serious attachment to exclusive bonuses. Ichin chuckled and said, "All right, after you're done, just head straight over. Be sure to come back before noon. We're cooking at the studio." "No problem. What's on the menu today?" Ichin thought for a moment. "It's pretty cold today, so how about chicken soup? And maybe some other dishes." "Oh, chicken soup." Aoba's eyes lit up instantly. "I love chicken soup. I'll definitely be back by noon. Let's go, Nene, early in, early out." As Aoba dragged Nene away, the latter sighed. Since when did you become such a foodie? If you keep eating like this, you'll get fat." "No way. I have the never gain weight trait." Laughing and chatting, Oba, Nene, and Hajime headed for the cashier to pay for their purchases. Ichin held a copy of Hollow Knight while browsing the store with Yutaha. He also ended up buying the remastered version of Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater. It had been a long time since he last played it. Cinchureto Aerie was also holding a copy of the remastered Fatal Frame. "I've been so focused on Hollow Knight these past few days that I forgot to buy this game. Today's the perfect chance to fix that." Holding up her purchase, Aerie asked, "Are you guys done?" "The others have already paid." Ichin nodded. "Yeah, this was the only one I wanted. Let's go." At the checkout counter, the four of them joined the line at the cashier, noticing that many customers were holding copies of Hollow Knight. Groups of friends chatted excitedly about their plans for the game, some even confidently declaring that they would beat it over the weekend. Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a knowing glance. Clearing the game in just 2 days? Do they think I made it that easy? While the demo version was designed to be accessible to most players, the full game was a completely different beast. Ichin wasn't some rookie game developer who watered down difficulty just to cater to casual players. He had carefully designed the game to challenge players at every step. After waiting for about 7 to 8 minutes, it was finally their turn. Ichin completed his purchase, and the cashier placed the game into a store-branded shopping bag. Then, they retrieved a launch-exclusive keychain and placed it inside before handing it over. "Thank you for your purchase." Taking the bag, Ichin and Yutaha left the counter. Behind them, Aerie and Sayuri completed their purchases and rejoined the group outside. Opening the bag, Ichin took out the bonus keychain. It featured the game's protagonist in a high-quality print. Though just a small trinket, it was a decent store-exclusive item. After placing it back in the bag, Ichin turned to the others. "So, do we want to keep exploring Akihabara? A lot of shops haven't even opened yet." Most game stores opened early, but Ichin was also interested in checking out secondhand shops or figure stores. However, Aerie, wearing her work glasses instead of contact lenses today, let out a yawn. "Nah, I need to go home and get some sleep. I was too hyped last night and barely got any rest." "Not coming with us to the studio? We're having a group lunch." "Can't." At the mention of this, Aerie's face darkened slightly, looking frustrated. "After I get some sleep, I have to go to class." "Huh?" Ichin turned to Sayuri, surprised. The older woman chuckled, covering her mouth. "Unlike you and Yutaha, Aerie isn't exactly a top student. Letting her skip for a bit this morning was already pushing it. She has to go to school soon. Anyway, best wishes for Hollow Knight's sales. We'll be heading off now with that." She dragged the reluctant Aerie away. Since there was nothing else to do, Ichin and the others headed straight back to the studio. Checking the launch reception as soon as they arrived, Kei Yagami and the others immediately logged into Japan's gaming forums to check discussions about Hollow Knight's release. Meanwhile, Ichin opened the Steam store page for the Chinese region. Overnight, the number of reviews had skyrocketed past 1,500, and the game's overall rating had firmly held at overwhelmingly positive. Out of these 1,500 reviews, a whopping 95 were positive. Chapter 189, breaking 100,000 sales MHM. No bug report so far. Looks like everything's running smoothly. The launch day went well. After browsing through the Chinese region reviews, Ichin checked other regions as well. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive, and so far, no players had encountered any major bugs. The game was affordable, complete, beautifully designed, packed with content, and had a solid combat feel. Everything an action game needed. There really weren't many flaws to nitpick. If there was a potential downside, it would be that Hollow Knight was a 2D Metroidvania-style action game, rather old-school genre. But retro didn't mean bad. As long as the game mechanics were polished, there would always be an audience. Even turn-based RPG save format considered outdated by some still saw small indie hits from time to time. Though they didn't always sell millions, they still earned high praise from dedicated fans. As Ichin scrolled through the reviews, he called the rest of the team over. They all gathered around to read through the feedback together. For a game developer, seeing players enjoy their game was one of the most rewarding experiences. Of course, sales numbers mattered too. Strong sales meant they'd have enough funding to work on their next project. We're about to hit 100,000 copies sold worldwide on day one. Kei Yagami stared at the rapidly rising sales figures in shock. Games sell this fast nowadays? Ichin checked Steam sales data for different regions and nodded knowingly. The bulk of sales are coming from China. The Chinese region alone has already hit 50,000 copies. Seems like attending Gamescom and running those YouTube ads actually paid off. Since their budget was healthy, Ichin hadn't hesitated to invest in some advertising. Though they didn't spend a fortune, the results were clearly effective. Meanwhile, sales in other regions were steadily climbing as well. Opening Bilibili, then switching to various international streaming platforms, Ichin saw dozens of streamers playing Hollow Knight live. Gotta take advantage of the launch hype while it lasts. Some of the Chinese streamers who had joined the pre-launch event were already continuing their playthroughs that morning. They looked comfortable with the mechanics and had made decent progress in the game. After watching for a bit, Ichin got up and gave up his seat to the others. All right, you guys keep watching. I'm heading out to buy groceries for lunch. What do you all want to eat? Since today is launch day, I'll let each of you pick one dish you want. As for me, I already mentioned earlier I'm making chicken soup. Astankao erupted. I want fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork belly, meat, anything as long as it's meat. Ichin didn't even need to turn around and know who said that last one. It was Momiji Mochizuki, the biggest foodie in the team, with a particular love for meat. Meh, meh, meh. I want dessert. Can we have cream puffs? Ichin turned toward Kei, who had made the request, and chuckled. Kei, don't tell me you have a never-gain-weight trait too? Shut up. None of your business. I just want cream puffs. Ichin laughed. All right. Today's all about treating you guys. I'll grab some while I'm out. Leaving Yutaha behind, Ichin called up Hazuki to drive, and the two of them headed out to pick up groceries. Seated in Hazuki's car, Ichin fastened his seatbelt and remarked, in 2 months he'll be 18. I might as well take advantage of the holiday and get my driver's license. ITLL make things a lot more convenient. Oh, you're planning to learn to drive? Hazuki started the engine and nodded. That's a smart move. ITLL definitely be useful in the future. Between you and Yutaha, at least one of you should learn to drive. And with your financial situation, you don't have to worry about the cost, just get your license and buy a car right away. Any particular model in mind? A sports car, maybe? Ichin shook his head without hesitation. Nah, I'll pass on sport car. I'd rather get something more practical, like a business class vehicle. I don't have high standards for cars. He chuckled and added, take Hiratsuka-sensei's Aston Martin. For example, it's only a 2-seater, not great for carrying passengers. Plus, you can't even drive that fast in Tokyo. Safety first. Hazuki smiled. Good mindset. Sport cars are nice, but unless you're on a racetrack, you can't really use their full potential. And let's be honest, those tracks aren't exactly open to amateurs like us. As she skillfully maneuvered the car, she changed the topic. Now that the new game has launched and there aren't any major bugs, does that mean we're getting a vacation soon? Ichin raised an eyebrow. Looking forward to a break, Hazuki? Of course. Who wouldn't? She laughed. A vacation means I can just relax at home for a couple of days and maybe visit my family. I'm sure the others feel the same. Well, except for Nene and the other students, they'll still be juggling schoolwork. Ichin sighed. Yeah, there's nothing they can do about that. Balancing work and studies takes a lot of effort, but at least they're all talented, even Eri. Thinking about Sakura Nene and the other girls in the studio, Ichin felt incredibly lucky. Especially with Narumi and Momiji. Even after their previous company disbanded, they had somehow reunited with the same team. As for the break, I'm giving everyone 10 days off, starting today. Just come back to work next week. Hazuki's eyes widened. 10 days. Now, that's a proper vacation. I can actually rest for once. She then smirked. So, Ichin, besides school, what are you planning to do? Spending some quality alone time with Yuta, huh? Ichin laughed at the teasing tone in her voice. Well, of course. We already spend most of our time together anyway. But besides that, they'll focus on learning more technical skills and working on the music for Persona. I need to decide which company to collaborate with for the soundtrack. Even though Hollow Knight had launched successfully, Ichin wasn't about to slow down. His goal was to create even bigger and more ambitious games. And Persona was far more complex than his last two projects. It wouldn't be smooth sailing, there would definitely be challenges along the way. As both the studio head and lead developer, it was his responsibility to figure everything out. The determination in his voice made Hazuki glance at him with a smile. Well, if that's the case, then keep pushing forward. Well, I'll be here to help. Let's make an even better game together. After stopping by the supermarket to pick up a ton of ingredients, they also swung by a bakery to grab 2 boxes of high-end cream puffs before returning to the studio. They celebrated with a feast for lunch, then spent the afternoon relaxing while keeping an eye on the game's sales numbers. Suddenly, Aoba called out, Someone found a minor bug in the reviews. Ichin and Yumiko exchanged knowing looks and sighed with a smile. They turned on their computers. Time to get back to work. Chapter 19190. The last day of vacation, Ichin had given everyone a 10-day vacation, but, just as he had told Hazuki, he himself hadn't relaxed too much. Aside from attending his usual classes, he had spent most of his time reading programming books and watching in-depth videos on game development technologies. During this time, Yutaha had been experiencing a creative breakthrough and had already finished writing the 6th volume of her novel. With that done, she had even started drafting part of Persona's game script. Right now, however, it was downtime. She was resting her head on Ichin's lap, watching videos on Bilibili on her phone. Thanks to Ichin's encouragement and her own fast progress in learning Chinese, Yutaha could now use various Chinese apps with ease. Watching anime and browsing interesting videos on Bilibili had become one of her favorite pastimes. Ichin, after finishing a Hollow Knight boss fight video, Yutaha put down her phone and poked his stomach. Ichin, who had been reading, glanced at her over his book and asked, "What's up? Everyone's coming back to work tomorrow. Does that mean we're officially starting development on the new game?" "Yeah, it's finally time." Ichin nodded. He sighed, "But I still have classes to attend. Will I be able to fully focus on game development?" Yutaha giggled. "Not until you start university, right? That's still about 1.5 years away." Ichin calculated the time and brushed her bangs aside with a small smile. "Well, by the time I reach senior year, things should ease up a little. Since everyone will be preparing for entrance exams, there won't be much left for teachers to actually teach. They'll probably have plenty of time to take days off as long as I keep up with the tests. My grades will be fine." Yutaha glanced up at him and smirked. "So, University of Tokyo? Didn't we already agree on that?" Ichin replied confidently. "You're aiming for Todai, so naturally, they'll take the Todai exam as well. But while you'll be in the literature department, it'll probably go for computer science." Tien, Todai is referred to University of Tokyo. He was already capable of developing games, but Ichin still wanted to further his knowledge at university. Plus, it would be a great opportunity to scout talented graduates for the Studio A win-win situation. Seeing his self-assured expression, Yutaha chuckled. "You're pretty confident, huh? Just make sure you don't crash and burn when the time comes. Don't worry, you won't. I trust my abilities, but am not arrogant enough to slack off. I'll make sure to review properly." Helping her sit up, Ichin added, "You've been lying down for too long. Playing on your phone like that isn't good for your eyesight. Want something to drink? I'll make some milk tea." Yutaha's eyes lit up. "Ooh, yes. Oh, and can you make boba pearls too? I'm craving bubble tea." "No problem. We still have a lot of tapioca flour left." With that, Ichin headed to the kitchen to prepare afternoon tea. While Ichin was cooking the pearls, the doorbell rang. Since he was busy in the kitchen, Yutaha got up to answer it. Coming, she walked to the entrance, opened the door, and found Kei Yagami standing there, holding a box in one hand and a large bag in the other. "Good afternoon, Yutaha. I'm back." "Good afternoon, Kei-san." Yutaha smiled and stepped aside to let Kei Yagami in. hearing voices at the entrance. Ichin also emerged from the kitchen. Kei-san, you're back already? Kei grinned and lifted the bags in her hands. Yeah, I stayed at home for so many days that my mom kicked me out. She told me, you're going back to work tomorrow, so stop lazing around at home on your last day. She handed the bags over. Here, these are some vegetables from Rin's family farm. And this box has homemade snacks from my mom. She wanted you guys to try them. Ichin accepted them with a grateful nod. Thanks. I was just wondering what to make for dinner, and you showed up with fresh veggies. Oh, there's quite a lot. You should stay and eat with us tonight. The studio's fridge has been empty these past few days, so you'd probably just end up ordering takeout if you were alone. Kate grinned shamelessly. That was my plan from the start. Then, she sniffed the air and caught a sweet aroma. Wait, are you cooking something? Yeah, just in time for afternoon tea. Want some? Absolutely. A while later, Ichin brought out the freshly made bubble tea to the living room. Yudaha and Kei had already opened the snack box and were waiting for the drinks. Woo! Bubble tea, as soon as I arrive, this is great. Kei took a sip and let out a satisfied sigh. The weather's getting colder, so warm drinks are the best. Oh, right, Tichin. We're officially starting Persona's development tomorrow. How's the task distribution looking? Everything's set for the first week. After school tomorrow, we'll go over the upcoming workload with Rin, so we can properly plan out the next few months. Ichin took a bite of the homemade cookies and added, Persona is way bigger than Hollow Knight. It's a long-term project. At the very least, we're looking at a full year of development. Kei was already mentally prepared for this. After all, Ichin had warned them the game had massive amounts of text, a complex RPG system, and various gameplay elements that would require heavy development. Despite the pressure, Kei wasn't intimidated. In fact, she was even more excited. That's what makes it fun. I have a gut feeling if we pull this off, the entire industry is going to be shocked. Then, she suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, Ichin, didn't you say you wanted Hifumi to handle part of the character outfit designs? Yeah, what about it? Kei smirked and took out her phone, opening the photo gallery. Look at this. A couple of days ago, when I was out shopping with my mom, I spotted Hifumi hopping from store to store in the mall, trying on tons of outfits. She bought a few, but it was obvious she was studying different styles for inspiration. She handed the phone over. The photo showed Hifumi dressed in an elegant British-style trench coat, a knee-length skirt, and black stockings. She had a slightly embarrassed blush on her face, probably because she realized she was being photographed. Since I happened to run into her, I told her I'd help take reference photos, so I ended up snapping a whole bunch. Kei scrolled through the gallery, revealing photo after photo, each one showcasing Hifumi in different outfits. Hifumi wasn't very tall, only about 162 centimeters, 54, but her proportions were excellent, making almost any outfit look stunning on her. After flipping through a few pictures, Ichin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kei, are you planning to keep all of these on your phone? Kei blinked. Yeah? Why? Ichin gave her a serious look. My advice, upload them to cloud storage and delete them from your phone. You do not want Rin finding out about this. Kei. Chapter 191-192. The new project officially begins. Whether Kei Yagami saved all those fashion show photos of Hifumi on her phone like Ichin told her to, no one knew. But come Monday, everyone had returned to the studio, ready to dive into a new week of work. At 9:30 a.m., once the team had gathered, Hazuki clapped her hands and stood up. All right, everyone. Even though Ichin still has classes today, our work won't be slowing down. The minor bugs we found in Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire over the past few days have all been resolved. So today, aside from getting ourselves back into work mode, we'll be starting the first phase of our new project. Ichin has already mapped out the tasks for this week. Rin, hand them out. Rin Toyama nodded and began distributing the task sheets to each person. As they received their assignments, everyone began reviewing their tasks for the week. Oh, so this is what we're working on. Kei Yagami looked over her weekly tasks and mused. I remember Ichin mentioned yesterday that there'd be a lot of work coming up, but this is actually way better than I expected. As expected of Ichin had never load us up with so much work, would have to pull all-nighters. Hazuki smiled. Of course not. We don't have that many people on our team right now, so we definitely can't afford to burn ourselves out just for some overtime. Besides, this isn't something that a few extra late nights can finish. When it comes to game development, especially the large-scale project we're about to start, quality and stability matter way more than speed. Hazuki didn't give a long speech. After just a few words of encouragement, she had everyone start their work. After all, everyone had been with the studio for over half a year by now, and none of them were the type to waste time on empty talk. Better to get straight into the job than stand around. At noon, Ichin and Yutaha went to the service club to have lunch with Yukino Shida and Airi Spencer Sawamura. As they sipped their hot miso soup, Airi asked, "Ichin-kun, did the studio start development on Persona today?" "Yeah, today's the day," Ichin nodded. "The team doesn't really need me to supervise everything anymore. Hazuki just needs to distribute the tasks I've planned out, and they'll be good to go. Everyone's been dying to get started. By the way, Airi, this semester's almost over, you know? There's only about a month left before finals. Maybe cut back on your time at the studio for now. I don't want NC Yuri coming after me if your grades take a nosedive." "Huh, are you looking down on me?" Airi puffed up in protest. "I've been studying just fine, thank you very much." But before she could argue more, Yukino interjected calmly. "Last week's test, you didn't make it into the top 50 in your year. That's a drop from last semester." I can explain." "Explain?" "Not likely. Out of the 4 people sitting at the table, 2 were ranked first in their year, and 1 was ranked second. No one was going to let her off the hook that easily. A drop in performance was still a drop." Yutaha smiled sweetly. "I know you love illustrating more, Airi, but don't forget before you join the game dev team, you were still a student. Your grades matter. Unless you plan to drop out now and focus entirely on game development, which I highly doubt your parents would approve of. Of course, I'm not dropping out. I'm going to graduate from college," Airi declared proudly, pumping her tiny fist. "Don't be fooled just because my grades look SOSO right now. If I really put my mind to it, getting back on top would be a piece of cake." "Oh, someone's feeling confident." Yutaha's smile widened slightly, and Airi immediately felt a chill. "I'm really glad to see you so motivated, Airi," Yutaha said sweetly. "So, to help you keep that promise you just made Yukino, would you mind tutoring Airi more often? Well, reduce her studio tasks for the time being. What do you think, Ichin?" Ichin, trying to hold back a laugh, nodded. "Sound good to me. The early development stages aren't that urgent anyway. If Airi focuses on her studies for now, that's the right call." Yukino also noticed the expression on Ariri's face. She looked like she was about to crack. Although Yukino's personality was still as straightforward as ever, being around Ichin and Yutaha had rubbed off on her a little. Watching Airi get knocked down a peg from time to time was unexpectedly entertaining. Besides, Airi was one of the few people in their year she actually got along with. Yukino didn't want to see her grades drop either, so she nodded and said, "No problem. I'll handle the tutoring. It's a good opportunity for me to review and reinforce my own knowledge, too." 2 birds with 1 stone. As the lowest-ranked student among the 4 of them, Airi had no room to argue. Her schedule for the next month had basically been decided for her, right then and there. Frustrated, Airi angrily stabbed a piece of pork cutlet from her lunchbox and shoved it in her mouth like she was declaring war. After finishing lunch and taking a short break, Ichin pulled out his phone. He selected a photo he had saved the day before, a picture of the main mask from Persona, and posted it on Bilibili with a short caption, "New project begins. Please look forward to it, everyone." The moment he hit post, comments started pouring in. It had been 10 days since Hollow Knight released, and the game was still riding a wave of popularity. Many streamers and players had already completed a full playthrough, but even more were diving into second runs, aiming for 100 completion. Sales continued climbing. After breaking 100,000 copies on launch day, Hollow Knight hit 120,000 units on the Switch in its first week, and the Steam version soared to 350,000. As of today, total sales had surpassed 500,000 copies. It was a number that stunned players and developers alike in the industry. But it wasn't completely unexpected. With the success of Slay the Spire, Ichin's development skills were already well recognized. On top of that, the game had been featured at Gamescom and launched on the Nintendo Switch. The platforming mechanics shown in the demo were top-notch and drew a lot of attention. Finally, the game was priced affordably. Even a normally pricier Switch version wasn't much more expensive, and there was even a physical edition available for collectors. All of these advantages combined led to Hollow Knight's blazing success. It was already a smash hit, especially impressive considering it had only been out for 10 days. And now, they're already starting on a new game. Tots fussed. But what did he post? Something from a new game? Looks like a mask? Never seen that one before. Gives off a dark, mysterious vibe. As expected, the comments section quickly spiraled into chaos. Ichin wasn't surprised at all. After scrolling through a few comments, he put away his phone and left the service club with Yutaha, heading back to class. Chapter 192-192. First day of development after afternoon classes ended, Eruri was naturally dragged off by Yukino for tutoring. Ichin and Yutaha didn't linger at school. Either they headed straight back to the studio. All right, everyone, fresh, hot milk tea. With 2 large bags in hand, Ichin stepped into the studio with a smile. Let's take a short break. Oh, Ming Dea. Kei Yagami was the first to drop what she was doing and rush over. If Ichin had brought something else, she might have held back. But when it came to milk tea, there was no time to waste if she didn't hurry. Her favorite flavor might get snatched up. Hey! That's not fair, Kei-senpai. Aoba quickly followed behind, scrambling to grab her own preferred flavor. Picking out her beloved dual mix, Kei grinned smugly. I've learned from past experience, speed is everything. If you want to beat me to it, Aoba, you're going to have to move faster. But let's be real, if it came down to a sprint, I'd still win. Rolling her eyes at Kei, Aoba hurriedly snatched up her favorite taro milk tea. The others had also gathered by now. Hajime Shinoda picked up a matcha-flavored one and laughed. Don't worry, Aoba. Ichin-kun already knows everyone's preferences inside out. The only one that really gets fought over is Kei-senpai's dual mix. What you picked, that's probably just your thing. Well, Eruri likes that one too, but she's not here today. By the way, Ichin-kun, is she not coming in? At the mention of Eruri, Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a knowing smile. Eruri's focusing on her study for the time being, Ichin replied. She won't be coming to the studio as often. After all, academics still have to come first. I see. Shinoda nodded in understanding. Makes sense. Compared to you and Kasumigakake-san, her grades are definitely a bit weaker. Is she going to cram school or something? Much tougher than that, Yutaha said, barely hiding her amusement. Yukino is going to be tutoring her personally. The goal is to get Eruri into the top 30 of the year by finals. Top 10 was out of the question. Even if Yukino was ranked first in the grade, there was no way she could drag Eruri from 50th to the top 10 in just a month. But if Yukino somehow did manage that, she could definitely consider a future as a professional educator. Her career path would be set. Eruri was probably getting lectured hard by Yukino at this very moment, so Ichin decided not to poke fun at her too much. Instead, he took his milk tea back to his desk, turned on his computer, and got to work. Before diving into anything, he logged into Bilibili to check on the post head made at noon. The comments had already surpassed 500, with more and more people speculating about what kind of game the studio would be making next. Their first game had been a roguelike deck builder. The second was a Metroidvania-style platformer. 2 completely different genres. And now the third game? All anyone had to go off was an ominous mask in the teaser image. No one had a clue what it was supposed to mean. Still, while most couldn't guess the genre, a few people had started picking up on the right kind of vibe. Based on my experience watching a few of their streams, I'd say this new game is definitely not going to be small in scale. Seeing that comment, Ichin resisted the urge to give it a thumbs up, closed the browser, and got to work. For the development of Persona, Ichin once again chose to use Unity as the engine. Its practicality, multi-platform support, and vast asset library made it an ideal choice. In his memories, Persona 5 had been developed using Atlus' proprietary internal engine. But in this world, Atlus didn't exist. Even if it did, had have no access to their in-house tools. So Unity was the most viable option for realizing the vision he had for the game. Character modeling and related assets were being handled by Kei Yagami and the others. What Itchin needed to focus on now was the core gameplay, particularly the action and battle system. He also decided to take on the UI design himself. Not because the others weren't capable, but because the UI in this game was a crucial component. Itchin believed that only by personally creating a clear prototype could he show the team something more vivid and definitive than what was in the design documents. Every part of the game needed to follow a unified visual style. So before finalizing the gameplay systems, Itchin prioritized completing the rest of the UI first. As he worked, Itchin suddenly noticed Hifumi walking over, holding a small sketchbook in her arms and wearing a soft blush on her cheeks. If Itchin didn't already know her personality, he might thought she was about to confess or something. Glancing at the notebook, Itchin took off his headphones and said, "Hifumi, are you here to show me your updated casual outfit designs?" Hifumi nodded shyly and handed over the sketchbook. "If it's okay, I'd like to move on to the modeling phase after this. I was already assigned the modeling for a few of these characters." "Sure, let's take a look." Taking the sketchbook, Itchin began flipping through it. Hifumi had shown him earlier drafts of her designs for the characters' casual outfits. However, aside from a few decent ones, Itchin had rejected most of them, giving her some detailed requirements and asking her to redo them. Now, as he examined several new outfit designs for Makoto Naijima and Haru Okamura, a pleased expression crept onto his face. "These are great. You've nailed exactly what I asked for." Hifumi had a remarkable sense for fashion design, especially with modern aesthetics. No wonder she was so excited about working on a contemporary-themed game. Returning the sketchbook to her, Itchin smiled and said, "All right, once you finish your other tasks for this week, modeling these designs will be your assignment for next week. Just don't forget the stylistic direction. I mentioned visual consistency is key." Hifumi hugged the sketchbook and nodded enthusiastically. "Got it. No problem." She practically skipped back to her workstation, clearly thrilled. After she popped her headphones back on and dove back in her work, Kei Yagami quietly leaned in beside Itchin and said, "This is the first time I've seen Hifumi so fired up. Looks like this is the game she's been waiting to make." Itchin chuckled. Everyone has different passions. Totally normal. If we were making a shooter instead, the one most excited would probably be Yumiko. "Ah, no kidding." Kei shivered at the thought. "If that ever happens, I swear she's going to make us all wear full tactical gear." Seeing her reaction, Itchin couldn't help but smirk. That day might actually come sooner than expected. Chapter 193-193. Remember to bring her home for the new year. Although they weren't making a shooter right now, guns were still present in the game, used as secondary weapons by the protagonists. Each character had a different type of firearm. Some carried revolvers, others pistols, and some wielded even more outrageous weapons. Take Haru Okamura, for example, the character from Hifumi's earlier design sketches. This refined heiress wielded a massive axe as her primary weapon, while her ranged weapon was none other than a grenade launcher. A rich young lady paired with heavy weaponry, this kind of contrast had become quite popular in recent years. In Haru's case, her character settings added even more flair. Her way of relieving stress was chopping wood on her balcony, and during battles, she'd shout out bold, explosive lines, creating a striking contrast with her delicate, elegant appearance. That said, because she joins the party relatively late in the original game, Haru's popularity tended to be lower. Still, Itchin personally liked her a lot, second only to Makoto Naijima. Maybe I should give Haru more scenes in the mid to early parts of the story? The idea popped into Itchin's head. It wouldn't be a bad idea. She was one of the main characters, after all. While she already made some early appearances, it didn't feel right to have her just show up and say a line or two. Maybe he could expand her role slightly, giving her more dialogue and screen time as long as it didn't disrupt the flow of the overall plot. With that in mind, Itchin rolled his chair over to Yutaha's desk, ready to discuss the scenario changes with her. Meanwhile, in a spot Itchin wasn't paying attention to, Yumiko, who absolutely adored guns, was examining a model handgun in her hands, inspecting it with intense focus. "Even if it's not a shooter, the gun mechanics still need to be solid," she muttered. She glanced over at Itchin, who was now talking to Yutaha, and made a mental note to bring it up with him later to make sure the gunplay in the game felt satisfying and well-crafted. That evening at home, after a warm bath, Yutaha returned to their room in a cozy cotton pajama set and found Ichin already back at his desk, deep in work. Flicking the moisture from her freshly blow-dried hair, she quietly walked over and wrapped her arms around him from behind. "It's already late. Aren't you tired?" she asked softly. "I'm good," Ichin replied with a smile as he took off his headphones and leaned back in her hug. "I have classes during the day, so I've got to make the most of my time at night." Yutaha gave his cheeks a gentle squeeze with both hands. "Working is fine, but now it's your turn to shower, mister." Let me just finish this part 5 minutes," Ichin said with a soft smile before picking up his stylus again. Yutaha didn't press him further. She sat down next to him, opened her laptop, and resumed writing the game script. 5 minutes later, Ichin wrapped up his drawing, saved the file, and headed to the bathroom. Soaking in a warm bath, he let out a deep, contented sigh. This was the good life. Although Ichin hadn't been at the studio during the day, everyone was in good spirits. Even after a few days of vacation, the team had jumped back into their work and was completing their tasks smoothly. Still, it's already almost the end of November. There's only about a month and a half left in the year. No need to rush out a demo. In that short time, we should focus on refining the game's core framework first. A large-scale project like this needs to be built slowly and carefully. Let's treat it as a way for everyone to grow their skills too. Scooping up some warm water and splashing it over his face, Ichin muttered to himself as he leaned back in the tub. Christmas is coming next month. Maybe we can throw a little party at the studio to lift everyone's spirits. And in January, it's Yutaha's birthday. I should start thinking about what to get her. After soaking for about 10 minutes, Ichin got out of the bath, dried off, blow-dried his hair, and returned to the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Yutaha chatting on the phone, smiling brightly as she spoke in Chinese. From a phone speaker, he could hear his mom's voice. When she noticed Ichin entering, Yutaha waved him over excitedly. "Ichin, your mom's on video call. Come say hi." "I heard her already." Ichin smiled, closing the door behind him and sitting beside Yutaha. On the screen, his mother appeared on the other end of the call. "Mom, are you the only one there? Where's Dad?" "He's taking a shower. He chatted with Yutaha for a bit just now," she replied with a cheerful smile. Seeing her son appear on screen made her even more delighted. "Yutaha mentioned you gave your team some time off recently. How's the new game selling?" Ichin's mom didn't play games herself. The only reason she even knew about Slay the Spire's numbers was because Ichin's dad had shown them to her. All she really knew was that a new game had launched and was getting a lot of attention online, but she had no idea about the actual sales. "It's doing pretty well. Sales have already passed 500,000 copies." Ichin responded calmly, as it was within his expectations. With that, in the previous game we released, the combined total sales should exceed 1 million. Plus, with the upcoming autumn and winter sales, we should be able to boost the numbers even more. There were only 2 days left until Steam's autumn sale began. He didn't plan on discounting Hollow Knight since it had just launched, but Slay the Spire had already been out for over 6 months. A discount made sense. He had already made up his mind. Once the sale started, he'd slash the price of Slay the Spire by 50. That should definitely give it a strong sales push. The game had already broken even early on, despite being developed entirely by him and supported by only a few team members for post-launch updates. At this point, any discount would still be pure profit. It's already sold that much. I figured it wouldn't be low since Yutaha told me to ask, but I didn't expect it to be this successful. That's wonderful. His mom was overjoyed to hear how well his game had done. Even though their studio wasn't large, it still operated like a real company. Monthly salaries, various costs, and overhead added up fast. Now that Ichin's games were doing so well, she and his father could finally stop worrying about whether he could financially sustain his passion. "Oh, by the way," she added, "the year's almost over. Are you coming home for New Year's?" The sudden question caught Ichin off guard. He hadn't thought that far ahead yet. New Year's was a major holiday in Japan, and he could take advantage of the break to visit home. Still, rather than returning for the Western New Year on January 1st, he was leaning toward coming back for Chinese New Year. "Mom, I think I'll skip coming back for New Year's. He'll take time off during Spring Festival instead and come home to celebrate with you guys. Chinese New Year fell at the end of January. School would have already started again by then, but he could easily take a short leave without issue. That works too, his mom replied with a smile, glancing at Yutaha on the screen. In that case, how about bringing Yutaha home with you for Spring Festival? Your dad still hasn't officially met her, and it'd be a good time for her to meet the rest of the family too. Yutaha hadn't expected the conversation to shift to her. Her cheeks flushed a soft red in surprise. Chapter 194-194. The autumn sale begins. Ichin didn't have a large extended family, but there were still a few relatives around. As usual, during the New Year holiday, they would visit family and friends, and some of his parents' longtime friends would also drop by. He had thought about whether or not to bring Yutaha back home for the holidays, but before he could even bring it up, his mom had already suggested it. From the looks of it, she really liked Yutaha and couldn't wait to show her off. Still, this wasn't something Ichin could decide alone. It would depend on Yutaha's own thoughts. So, he turned and looked at the girl beside him. Yutaha hadn't expected Ichin's mom to bring up something like this. After a rare moment of bashfulness, she nodded and said, I'm fine with it. We'll go back with Ichin then. As for my parents, they'll just talk to them about it. Shouldn't be a problem. She knew her parents well. Given how far their relationship had progressed, they definitely wouldn't oppose it. Ichin's mom looked even happier after hearing that. Great. Then it's settled, you'll come back together. It's getting late now, so I won't keep you any longer. Go ahead and get back to work if you need to, but don't forget to study too, okay? And don't stay up too late. After answering with several yes responses, Ichin finally ended the video call. He handed the phone back to Yutaha and smiled. We're going back together at the end of January then. Just don't forget about your passport. I want, she replied, nodding as she hugged his arm. Hey, Ichin, what kind of reaction do you think your relatives will have when they see me? Let me think. Ichin pondered for a moment, then said, well, I imagine they'll be surprised and probably a bit jealous too. I'm pretty sure Mom hasn't told them I have a girlfriend. And most of my relatives don't even know I run a game studio. I don't really have any cousins my age either. I bet my mom's planning to show you off to all the relatives and friends when the time comes. Show me off, huh? I get that. Yutaha chuckled, clearly understanding where his mom was coming from. My mom's kind of the same. Ever since my novel started gaining traction, she's been itching to tell all our relatives and family friends about it when we meet during New Year. She used to get annoyed when other relatives would brag about their kids going to some top university or landing high-paying jobs. Now it's finally her turn. Apparently, this kind of family drama is universal, no matter the country. Oh, right. Ichin. She leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek before continuing with a smile. Since you're not going home for New Year's, spend it at my place, okay? I mean, if your mom wants to introduce me to your family, then I should introduce you to mine too. Be prepared, though. My relatives, especially my aunts, can be a handful. Ichin's mouth twitched slightly. He was clearly a little nervous. But even if he was feeling a little anxious on the inside, he couldn't let it show. Puffing up his chest, he said confidently, no problem. Censuredo. Ichin's nerves disappeared in an instant, replaced by pure excitement. Meet the relatives? Piece of cake. Just as scheduled, Steam's autumn sale kicked off. A wave of games started slashing prices, with many titles hitting all-time lows or near-historic discounts. For example, The Witcher 3, which used to be full price, was once again among the discounted games, its Game of the Year edition practically being sold for pocket change. Slay the Spire was, of course, among the discounted titles, and this was its very first time going on sale. Before the autumn sale even began, Ichin had already posted a heads-up on Bilibili, letting fans know in advance that Slay the Spire would be discounted. So, many players who had been considering the game decided to wait for the sale. Sure enough, the moment the sale started, it was discounted by a whopping 50, even a little barato than that. The original price of 68 yuan dropped straight down to 30 yuan. As soon as the new price hit, players who had the game sitting on their wish list didn't hesitate at all. They rushed to check out and add it to their libraries. And this trend wasn't limited to just the China region. The same was happening in overseas markets too. Slay the Spire had excellent streaming. Potential weather streamers were pulling off impressive plays or failing miserably. Both could trigger strong reactions from viewers. Over the past 6 months, the game had spread widely, gaining momentum through word of mouth and streams. Just half a day into the autumn sale, Itchin, who had been keeping a close eye on sales, saw that Slay the Spire had already sold 20,000 more copies. Even at half price, that number was very respectable. After deducting Steam's cut, the rest was pure profit. Everyone in the studio was thrilled when they saw the numbers. After all, the sale had only been running for half a day, and the entire autumn sale would continue for a full 7 days. The sales numbers were only going to climb. On the other hand, even though Hollow Knight wasn't on discount, the hype was still going strong. In the 10 days since its release, it had consistently ranked among the top sellers. It didn't even need a discount to push more units. After reviewing all the back-end data, Aoba turned to Itchin excitedly. Itchin-kun, are we going to continue updating Hollow Knight? You mentioned before there's still a lot of content planned, right? There is, but no need to rush it, Itchin replied, waving his hand. First, we'll implement the mechanic where you retrieve your soul by defeating your own shade after dying. We can package that into a small update and roll it out soon. Also, I'm thinking of adding a ranking system kind of like what we had in Slay the Spire. Each week, we could shuffle the boss list and order for gauntlet runs. As for the rest of the extra content, we can take our time and discuss it properly. The game's only been out for 10 days, after all. In the original Hollow Knight, there was a Godseeker DLC which Itchin was also considering. It would be treated as additional content, but he wanted to approach it carefully. The last thing he wanted was a DLC that didn't match the quality of the base game. After listening, Keiko nodded. Ah, so it's not a fixed feature. That's good, it might be fun to work on. But wait, is that part separate from the main map? Of course not, Itchin replied. It'll be integrated into the game world. We'll create a new exploration area where players can fight through to a gatekeeper boss. Once they defeat it, a new zone will unlock something like a combat arena for endless challenges. But that's just my rough idea for now. Let's talk it over later and figure out how to make it better. Stretching lazily, Itchin pulled out his phone. All right, it's dinner time. Are we ordering in or heading out? Let's go out. Yagami chimed in energetically. There's a new yakiniku place that just opened nearby. Go. Barbecue time. Autumn is perfect for grilled meat. Let's roll. Glancing one last time at the steadily climbing sales numbers on his monitor, Itchin smiled, then headed out with the team off to enjoy some well-earned barbecue. Chapter 195. Character modeling. After announcing the new project and posting a teaser image of a mask on Bilibili, Itchin went silent for the rest of the week. No updates, no live streams. The only things he worked on were a few optimization tweaks for Slay the Spire and pushing version 1.03 for Hollow Knight, which introduced a new feature, the battle with your own shade after dying. There were definitely more updates planned. Itchin had said so before the game's release, but there was no rush to get them out immediately. It was Saturday. Inside the studio, Itchin sat at his desk, carefully reviewing the latest character models submitted by the team. The first set he opened was from Yagami K, who had been assigned the main protagonist, Futaba Sakura, and Takamaki. Although K didn't have much experience with creature modeling, she was more than capable when it came to human characters, especially attractive ones. This kind of work was totally in her comfort zone. As Itchin inspected her models, K, sitting just next to him, seemed totally relaxed and confident. She had been deeply invested in the Persona project from the very beginning. During the modeling phase, she had been meticulous, checking every little detail to ensure each model came out perfect the first time. After a few minutes of checking, Itchin looked over at her with a satisfied smile. As expected of you, K-senpai, the school uniform models for all 3 characters are perfect, no need for any changes. Let's move on to the Phantom Thief outfits based on this style. Even though she was already confident, Kay couldn't help but smile at the praise. Leave it to me. With her work reviewed, Itchin moved on to the second batch, this time from Hifumi. She was responsible for Makoto Naijima and Takamaki and Yusuke Kitagawa. Itchin already had high expectations for Hifumi. She had shown excellent taste in fashion design, during earlier outfit drafts. And this time, in addition to the standard models for the three characters, she had also submitted casual outfits for Makoto and Anne. That fast. Ichin blinked in surprise. It seemed when Hifumi got excited about something she liked, her efficiency skyrocketed. Not a bad trade at all. Nodding approvingly, Ichin carefully inspected the work. Her models were clean, well-rendered, and faithfully translated the concept art into 3D. Especially the model for Makoto Nijimu was spot on. He opened their work chat and sent her a message. Ichin, I checked the models you submitted, they look great. Excellent work. Go ahead and start the next batch, but don't push yourself too hard. I only asked for 3 characters this round, but you gave me 5. Did you secretly work overtime? A reply popped up quickly. Hifumi, not really overtime. I was just idle at home and had the urge to work on it, so I did a bit more. It didn't take that long. Emoticons. Ichin raised an eyebrow. He already knew that Hifumi got unusually expressive during text chats compared to face-to-face conversations, but he wasn't expecting her to use cute kamaji so casually. Well, that's not a bad thing. At least it showed she was comfortable and open to communication. He sent her an encouraging keep up the good work and turned his attention back to the rest of the character models. As time ticked by, the clock eventually struck 3 p.m. when the door to the studio burst open, accompanied by a very familiar voice. Ha ha! I'm finally back. Even with headphones on, everyone in the room could hear that voice. Taking off his headphones, Ichin looked up and saw Eruri and Yukino walking in with bubble tea in their hands. He smiled, back from a study session, placing the drinks down on the table. Eruri pulled out a chair and sat down. Yup, I've been studying at the library since this morning. Just got back, so I came straight here. I haven't been around for the past 2 weeks, so I figure I should drop by. Is there any work I can help with? Don't push yourself, said Yagami Kei, walking over. She picked her favorite flavor of bubble tea, pierced it with a straw, and took a sip. Ichin already told us to make sure you focus on your grades first. Get your academics stabilized, and then you can come back to the studio regularly. Right now, we're just in the early stages anyway. There'll be plenty of work for you later. Grades, huh? It's so exhausting. Slumping onto the desk with her bubble tea in hand, Eruri let out a sigh. Studying really isn't for me. I worked myself to the bone the whole day and still messed up the test. Yukino taught everything really well, and I swear I understood it at the time. Yukino? Yukino? Turning her head, Eruri realized Yukino wasn't at her seat anymore. Instead, she was over by the cat tower, feeding snacks to Mizuku. Ugh, I knew it. The moment she steps into the studio, Centuredo, there's no shame in showing your interests. Shut up. That's Kashiwagi Eri you're talking about. Not me, Sawamura Spencer Eruri. Don't slander my good name. Everyone in the studio knew she had a knack for dodging the topic, but still, she had to keep up the act. Even though she wasn't currently involved in studio work, letting Eruri check out the team's recent progress was no big deal. Ichin opened the character models one by one and showed her what the team had accomplished so far. As expected, her eyes lit up with excitement. These look great, and this is just their school uniform versions? You haven't started on their Phantom Thief outfits yet? Not yet. Ichin shook his head. We're just getting started. Besides, we haven't even done the protagonist personas, let alone the countless other ones in the game. It's going to take a lot of time. I'm actually thinking about outsourcing some of the less complicated ones. That's totally normal, Eri nodded. Then after a brief pause, she hesitantly offered, if you're considering outsourcing, how about working with my mom's creative circle? Your mom's? Ichin raised an eyebrow. You mean that circle run by Aunt Sayuri? Yup, Eri nodded. Aside from making indie books, the circle also makes indie games. They sell them at conventions and online. Even though I've left the circle now, it's still running strong with a full team enough to make games from scratch. I helped out with the character designs for 2 games before, but most of my time was spent drawing indie fan comics. So you're finally admitting you're an indie comic artist? Said Shinoda Hajime, sliding up beside her. Rolling her eyes at him, Eri went on, there are 18 members in the circle, including both artists and programmers. They even take on outsourcing projects from time to time. If you're interested in a collaboration, I can have my mom get in touch with you. That actually hadn't crossed Ichin's mind before, but now that she brought it up, he realized working with Ariri's circle might actually be a great idea. Chapter 196. Outsourcing at 2 p.m. on Sunday afternoon, Ichin, Yutaha, and Hazuki arrived at the cafe where they had arranged to meet. As soon as they stepped inside, they spotted Sayuri, Sawamura, and Ariri already seated in one of the booths. "Good afternoon, Aunt Sayuri." "Ariri." "Good afternoon, Ichin-kun," Sayuri replied with a warm smile. "Ariri told me your game has been selling really well. Congratulations." "Thank you." Ichin smiled and sat down, calling a waiter over to order coffee and cake. Then he turned to Sayuri and asked, "Ariri should have already mentioned the collaboration proposal, right?" "She did." Sayuri nodded. "Sounds like your new project is quite ambitious if you're looking to outsource work to us right from the start." Even though Ariri was her daughter, she hadn't told Sayuri much about the specifics of the studio's project, only that the scale was pretty big and would require external support. Coincidentally, their circle had already finished everything they planned to release at the upcoming Winter Dojin convention, which meant they were free to take on some outside work. At that moment, the coffee and desserts were served. Once the waiter had left, Ichin continued, "As far as outsourcing goes, I'm mainly looking for help with map and monster modeling. Of course, I need to assess Lily's capabilities first. I can only delegate tasks if I'm confident in the quality." "Absolutely," Sayuri agreed without hesitation. She clearly knew her way around professional discussions, negotiated multiple outsourcing deals in the past. Pulling out a laptop Shed brought with her, Sayuri opened it and turned the screen toward Ichin and his team. "Take a look. These are samples of our work, both 2D and 3D. Nodding, Ichin took the laptop and started reviewing the content alongside Hazuki. Meanwhile, Yutaha turned to Sayuri and asked about something else. "Aunt Sayuri, since your circle makes Dojin games, do you have any writers on your team?" "Yes, we do," Sayuri replied confidently. "One of our members is a writer. She was a junior of mine in university. While she's not a top-tier professional, her skills are solid. She even published a novel before. But after getting married, she left the industry and now just writes scripts for our indie games in her spare time." "Why do you ask, Yutaha? Are you looking for someone to learn from?" "Yeah, that's exactly it." Yutaha nodded. "I can't reveal the project details just yet, but I've joined as the lead writer. According to the outline Ichin-kun provided, the script is going to be massive. I'm a little worried I won't be able to handle it all on my own, so I want to learn as much as I can from fellow writers." "Oh, in that case, would be happy to help." Sayuri agreed immediately. "I have a lot of faith in our team. I'm sure Ichin-kun will decide to outsource some work to us, so when that happens, he'll arrange for our writer to connect with you." Just as they wrapped up that conversation, Ichin and Hazuki had also finished going through the demo works. Ichin returned the laptop to Sayuri Sawamura, then pulled out a stack of documents from his backpack. "Aunt Sayuri, your circle's technical skills are indeed impressive. As long as you can maintain the quality shown in these samples, I'd be more than happy to outsource part of the project to you. These are the outsourcing contracts I had drafted this morning with the help of a lawyer. Please take a look. The pricing and other terms are all included. You came well prepared." Sayuri took the documents and immediately began reviewing them. While the earlier conversation had been lighthearted, contract discussions had to be handled with care. Even though the two parties knew each other and had a good relationship, business negotiations required professionalism and clarity. She took about 10 minutes to read through the contract carefully, cover to cover. Everything looks good," Sayuri said with a nod. "This is a standard commercial outsourcing contract, and the quoted prices are in line with industry norms. Actually, they're even a little above average." She looked up at Ichin with a smile. "So, Ichin-kun, does this mean you're confident our circle can meet your expectations?" "That's not quite it," Ichin replied, pulling out another contract from his bag. "If Lily's capabilities fall short of what I need, then he'll go with this second contract. The pricing here is lower, and the assignments will be simpler parts of the game." "Ah, I see now," Sayuri said, lightly tapping her chin with her slender finger as she considered it. Then she nodded. "All right, we'll take the project. Let's sign the contract. Tomorrow after school, come to our circle's office with Ariri so we can introduce you to everyone and confirm the next steps." Sounds good. Just like that, both parties signed a contract and sealed it, solidifying their collaboration. With some of the work outsourced, the development team could finally breathe a little easier. Tasks like regional design could now be split, with simpler parts handed off to the external team. The in-house staff could focus on the most critical and complex areas. With the meeting done, Ichin and his group prepared to head back. Arari didn't go with them to the studio. Instead, she left with her mother. It had been a while since she last visited her circle, so she figured it was a good time to check in. The trio returned to the studio in Hazuki's car. On the way back, Hazuki asked, Ichin, how much of the map work are you planning to outsource? I know you're handing off the real-world maps, but what about the palace areas? They'll select one or two that don't have particularly strict style requirements. Once we made a few ourselves to serve as templates, they'll let them try replicating the style. Mainly, I plan to outsource monsters, NPCs, and parts of the cognitive world. The cognitive areas don't need to be handled by us. They're mostly used for side quests, so there's no need for complex level design. As for the main characters, whether it was the protagonist group, antagonists, romanceable side characters, or key figures in the story, Ichin planned to have all of those done in-house. However, a large number of background NPCs and some standard monsters would be outsourced. Modeling could be handled by the external team, but what about the music? Sitting in the back seat with Yutaha, Ichin couldn't help but start pondering. He couldn't get Shoji Meguro, the original composer for Persona 5, and he didn't have a suitable candidate in mind. So for now, maybe he'd study music theory on his own and try to recreate some of the game's iconic tracks. But had never studied music before, and I wasn't confident he could pull it off. He wasn't even much of a singer. Maybe tomorrow, when he saw Sayuri again, he could ask if she knew any music companies or composers. With such a large-scale project and such a small team, it really was a lot of work. This year, they'd focus on finishing the initial stages of the project. Once the new year passed and they returned to Japan, it'd be time to think about expanding the team. There was no way around it. They had to speed things up. Chapter 197-197. The music issue that afternoon. Back at the studio, Ichin gathered Hazuki and Keiyagami to start sorting through the development tasks. Together, they reviewed the project and separated out the less critical modeling work, preparing to outsource it to Lily the following day. Seeing a sizable chunk of dull but time-consuming work offloaded, Kei let out a sigh of relief. With all those simpler, repetitive tasks off our plates, we can focus completely on the core parts of the game. The game's pretty long. There are several large palace maps, and each one needs its own unique flavor. Designing all of that is going to be complicated. Ichin copied the relevant files onto a portable hard drive and said, let's take it slow. We don't need to rush the palaces right now. First, we need to get the core systems in place. What I want to see is how the combat plays and feels. The combat UI was already mostly complete. Once they had a full set of combat animations, a few monsters, and matching music, they'd be able to run their first test builds. People often said that the most important elements in an RPG were the story, character design, and progression systems, followed by how well the maps and dungeons were laid out. But with Persona, Ichin wanted to go further. In addition to the traditional must-haves, he aimed to break new ground in music and UI. It was the 21st century now. Compared to the gaming industry of the 90s, today's audiences were exposed to a flood of diverse, ever-changing content. In such an age of information overload, outdated models simply wouldn't cut it anymore. Since the core of a traditional RPG couldn't be changed drastically, the only solution was to wrap that familiar core in a layer of modern, stylish elements, something that would breathe life into the turn-based systems and long narratives, making them feel dynamic and fresh. There were no references or templates for this kind of vision. All Ichin had was his memory of Persona 5. But if he could successfully pull this off, Ichin believed this project could serve as a strong reference or even inspiration for other companies aiming to create RPGs in this generation. After finalizing what to outsource, Hazuki and Kei headed out. They planned to meet up with Rin Toyama and grab dinner together. Ichin, meanwhile, returned home with Yutaha. They were planning to eat dinner at her place that night. With some time to spare before dinner, Ichin went to the bedroom, turned on his computer, and started searching for basic music theory resources. Had always just coasted through his music classes in school, so now he had no choice but to start from scratch. Yutaha returned to her room after checking in with her mom and found Ichin's screen filled with music-related tutorials and notes. Ichin, what are you looking at? Music stuff? Yeah. Ichin nodded as he downloaded the materials and started looking for beginner-friendly video courses on music theory. I haven't found a good music production company yet, so I'm thinking I'll at least study the basics for now. Tomorrow, when I visit Lily, I'll ask Aunt Sayuri if she knows any composers or studios. Back when I worked on Hollow Knight, we outsourced the music too, but it was mostly basic tracks and sound effects. This time it's different. Persona S music is a core part of the experience. I need to treat it seriously. You're learning on your own? I didn't expect that, Yutaha said, leaning in close to peek at the screen. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever heard you sing. Everyone just coasted through music class in school. Are you planning to sing in the game yourself? Definitely not. Ichin shut that down without hesitation. I know my limits. I got ideas. Sure, in the DNA to create music is there, but actually singing? That's not happening. Standing beside Yutaha and looking into her eyes, Ichin continued the conversation. I already have some melodies in mind that would fit the game perfectly, but I don't have the knowledge to bring them to life. Whether I do it myself or outsource it, I need to understand music theory. I have to learn. I see, Yutaha said, nodding in understanding. She leaned in and gave him a gentle bravado, then asked with a smile, So, have you considered taking a class? Let's not go that far. I'm not trying to become a singer, Ichin replied, catching her sly tone. By now, he understood what she was really after. She just wanted an excuse to get him to sing for her. Some things could be agreed to, but singing just wasn't one of them. Ichin knew very well his voice simply wasn't suited for it. Seeing that Ichin didn't take the bait, Yutaha wasn't too disappointed. She knew he wasn't good at singing, and there was no need to push him into something he wasn't comfortable with. Instead, the two of them just leaned into each other and enjoyed some quiet, affectionate time together. Monday morning arrived, and the whole team gathered at the studio. After everyone settled in, Hazuki began handing out the week's assignments. As you all probably know by now, we've signed an outsourcing agreement with Lily, the club run by Iriri's mom, Sayuri. We've handed off some of the less critical work like certain maps, monsters, and NPC modeling. That means our goals are now clearer than ever. We focus completely on the core content, and by the end of the year, we aim to have a playable battle system demo ready. On the art side, she continued, we need to finish modeling the Phantom Thief outfits for the main cast. And Hafuma's been working on the personas for the protagonist group for a week. Now this week's about polishing and expanding on that. As for the programming team, I won't say much. Ichin-kun's already been checking in with you constantly, so just keep tracking your progress. Everyone nodded in unison and got to work as soon as they received their assignments. Looking at her own task list, Momiji Mochizuki's expression turned instantly serious. She even gulped nervously. Noticing her reaction, Aoba leaned over curiously and whispered, What's wrong? Momiji didn't hide it and showed her the assignment. She was the newest Barato of the art team, besides Airi. Last week, her task was to model 2 of the main Barato characters, Sakura Javeson and Tojima Yuki. Naturally, Momiji assumed she'd be handling more secondary characters this week too. But what she got instead were 2 romanceable female characters, Chihaya Mifune and Tei Takemi. That was a whole new level of responsibility. Wow, that's a big deal, Aoba whispered. Momiji nodded. Yeah, it's a good thing. I'm just surprised. Right then, Hazuki walked over with a fresh cup of coffee, smiling as she joined them. Momo-chan, everyone's seen how much you've improved. Ichin and I discussed it and decided to give you this task. Make sure you do your best. Hearing that, Momiji nodded seriously, determination rising in her eyes. Chapter 198. Last in the afternoon, after the final class ended, Ichin and Yutaha packed up their bags and headed to the first-year floor. They stopped in front of Iriri's classroom. The sudden appearance of 2 of the most well-known top students in the second year, honestly, in the whole school immediately caught everyone's attention. It was clear they were here to see Eruri. She was the only person they knew in this class. Eruri, who had been tidying up her things, naturally noticed them as well. She quickly shoved her books into her bag and jogged over to the classroom door. "You guys are early." Yutaha smiled gently and replied, "We finished most of our homework already, and there wasn't much left to review, so we figured we'd head over." "So, basically, you're saying my grades are bad, and I have to carry everything back home, huh?" Rolling her eyes, Eruri huffed. "Just wait. They'll show you how much I've improved on this finals exam. We'll be looking forward to that," Yutaha teased. Yutaha was well aware of where Iriri's confidence was coming from her tutor, Yukino. Yukino wasn't just top of the class, she also had a knack for predicting exam questions. Given the hints teachers usually gave about the key points, it wasn't too hard for her to guess a chunk of the actual test content. Still, Yutaha didn't believe that alone would be enough for Eruri to dramatically improve her scores. There were plenty of high achievers in the first year. At best, Eruri might break into the top 30, which was about where she landed in the midterm last semester. Just as Eruri was confident in her comeback, Yutaha had full confidence in her own judgment. Well then, we'll see how it all plays out after the finals. The three of them left the school grounds together and spotted Sayuri Sawamura's car already waiting nearby. Lowering the window, Sayuri waved from the driver's seat. "Hop in. I'll take you to the clubroom." They got in, and at Sayuri's request, Ichin took the front passenger seat. As they pulled away, Ichin asked, "Is it far from here?" "Not at all. It's in Shinjuku. I have a small office property there that wasn't being used, so I'll let the club use it as a workspace. Everyone does their creative work there." While driving, Sayuri added with a smile, "If your company ever expands and you need office space, let me know. I know a lot of people and can get you a good deal. That would actually help a lot." "Thank you in advance, Auntie Sayuri." Ichin had already planned to begin hiring more people after the new year, and securing a larger space was a key part of that plan. Now, with someone like Sayuri who had great connections in Tokyo offering help, things would definitely go smoother. Sayuri chuckled. "No need to thank me. I'm also just helping out some of my friends' businesses. Plus, you and Yutaha always look after our little Eruri. Helping you is the least I can do." From the back seat, Eruri grumbled, "Look after me? More like, not bullying me is already a miracle." She recalled how, ever since her identity as Eri Kashiwagi was exposed, the people at the studio had been teasing her about it nonstop. It was both frustrating and a little embarrassing. Sayuri, however, wasn't the least bit bothered by her daughter's complaints. If Eruri really had a problem with it, she would have stopped going to the studio a long time ago. Clearly, she had grown close to everyone there. It wasn't real bullying, just playful banter among friends. About 10 minutes later, the car came to a stop in front of a standalone 3-story office building. After parking the car, Sayuri Sawamura said, "The 3rd floor is where we're headed. Let's go." The 4 of them entered the office building and went up to the 3rd floor. Sure enough, there was a sign labeled Lily at the entrance. Unlike typical companies with a front desk, the entrance opened directly into a space filled with neatly arranged desks, computer monitors, and drawing tablets positioned in front of the screens. Since they were expecting the people who had commissioned the collaboration to visit today, everyone from the club was present. At a glance, none of them looked particularly old. Most seemed to be in their 20s or early 30s. Sayuri had mentioned before that some of them were her former classmates or juniors from school. After a round of introductions, everyone gathered together while Ichin began explaining the details of the outsourced work. Of course, a non-disclosure agreement was required. Ichin had no intention of letting any details about his game leak before it was even developed. That would be a disaster. The meeting went on until 6 p.m., after which Sayuri drove Ichin and Yutaha back to their apartment. She originally wanted to treat the 2 of them, along with the rest of the club, to dinner, but Yutaha's family was cooking that evening, so they had to pass. There would be plenty of time for a proper meal together later. After all, this collaboration was going to last for quite a while. They had dinner at the Kasumigakaka household, enjoying a meal prepared by Mrs. Kasumigakaka. Afterward, Ichin chatted with Mr. Kasumigakaka for a while before heading back to his own place with Yutaha. Neither of them rushed off to their rooms or the bath. Instead, They lounged on the sofa in the living room, casually watching TV and chatting. Leaning against Ichin's arm, Yutaha picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick and took a bite. Hey, Ichin, if you're thinking about expanding your company next year, do you think there's a chance we could just recruit all the Lily members? Huh, all of them? Ichin blinked, giving her a surprised look. That's a pretty bold idea. I never even considered that. But thinking about it more carefully, it didn't sound all that impossible. The members of Lily were all seasoned creators. While none of them had worked at big-name game companies, they were highly skilled artists and programmers. They had developed many doujin, indie, games and had experience handling various outsourced projects. Still, while that sounded good on paper, there had to be a reason these people chose to stay in a doujin circle instead of joining larger game studios. Recruiting them wouldn't be easy. Shaking his head, Ichin said, "Let's not rush. First, let's see how they do with the outsourcing work. If their final output meets my standards, then I'll definitely consider talking to Annie Sayuri about bringing them on board. But for now, Yutaha, don't mention anything to Eri about this. Let me handle it when the time comes." Got it. And so December arrived. Development on Persona continued steadily. Ichin visited the Lily team once to check their progress on the outsourced content, and he was pleased. The team hadn't lowered their standards at all, just because it was contract work. Instead, they stuck to a strict schedule, prioritizing quality over speed. Ichin was very satisfied with that. The performance of this doujin circle made him even more inclined to try recruiting them in the future. Aside from game development, Ichin hadn't slacked on his music theory studies either. After 2 weeks of working through the basics, he slowly began recreating one of the Persona songs he remembered from his past life. Once he finished transcribing the sheet music, though, he ran into another problem. I wrote it down, but there's no one here who can actually play it. Who could he ask? What if Shankataji High School only existed in anime, set in Kyoto? Otherwise, he could have asked their concert band for help. Wait a sec. A concert band? Suddenly, Ichin remembered something. Didn't Toyogaseki also have a concert band? Chapter 199-199. The concert band, generally speaking, most larger high schools in Japan offer a wide variety of clubs. With ample funding allocated to extracurriculars, many clubs are able to participate in competitions, and the concert band is one such example. That afternoon, after classes ended, Ichin and Yutaha made their way to the music department to find the teacher in charge of the concert band. Seeing Ichin walk in, the music teacher smiled and said, "Ah, Ichin-kun, I heard from Hiratsuka-sensei. You want to have the concert band try playing a piece of music? Something you composed yourself?" "That's right. Though it's still just a rough draft, ITLL need quite a few revisions before it's ready for the band to perform." Without wasting time, Ichin took out the sheet music from his backpack and handed it to the teacher. "This is a piece I plan to use in a game. I'm thinking of making 2 versions, one instrumental and one with vocals. I'll be needing your help for both, sensei." The music teacher didn't say anything at first and began reading through the score. I originally thought this would be something simple or amateurish, but this is surprisingly good." Looking up at Ichin with mild astonishment, the teacher asked, "You really learned all this on your own?" Ichin nodded with a smile. "I had some ideas in mind, so I studied the basics to turn those ideas into something tangible. But as for how ITLL sound when performed, I can't guarantee anything. I don't play any instruments myself. No need to be modest, you've done a great job." As he spoke, the teacher picked up a guitar nearby. Glancing at the sheet music, he began to play. As the teacher in charge of the concert band, of course he could play instruments more than one. In fact, listening to the melody being played, Ichin couldn't hide the smile forming at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Yutaha, who hadn't said a word the entire time, was undoubtedly the most surprised. She didn't know much about composing, nor was she particularly good at singing, but she had listened to a lot of music over the years. And what the teacher was playing now was undeniably impressive. It felt like it would fit perfectly in a game. After a simple run-through, the teacher picked up a pen from the desk and asked, "Mind if I make a few adjustments? I think there are a few spots that could be fine-tuned a bit." "Sure, where exactly?" And just like that, the two of them launched into a detailed discussion about the piece. Yutaha watched them without much reaction. Quietly, she took a seat nearby, pulled out a book on screenwriting, and began reading. Half an hour later, Ichin and the music teacher reached a consensus on their collaboration. The teacher agreed to help with the arrangement and later coordinate with members of the concert band to record both the instrumental and vocal versions. As for vocals, Ichin would have to find the singer himself. When it came to the concert band, the teacher spoke proudly. We may not have won gold at the national level, but in the Kanto region, we've been among the top 3 for years. So you don't need to worry about the quality. As for compensation, they agreed to talk about it later once the arrangements were done. Since they were all part of the same school, there was no need to rush. Once everything had been settled, Ichin added the teacher online, thanked him, and then left with Yutaha. Outside the school gates, Yutaha clung to Ichin's arm, her gaze fixed on his face. Ichin turned to meet her eyes and smiled. "What's up? You've been staring at me nonstop." Yutaha didn't respond at first. She reached up and gently patted Ichin's head before finally speaking softly. "I was just wondering what exactly you've got hidden in that brain of yours. These past few days, I thought you were just casually studying some music theory, but I never expected you'd already written a full piece. And it's actually good. Are you a genius or something?" "What else could it be?" Ichin shamelessly admitted, then took her hand off his head, brought it to his lips, and kissed the back of it. "Centuredo, you probably won't find the most authentic stuff in Shanghai. Better idea next summer. We'll take everyone to Sichuan. That's where the real deal is." Brain? Yutaha had learned quite a bit about Chinese culture recently, especially the food. Ichin had even made her watch some of those bizarre food videos. And brain was one of the more infamous dishes that stuck with her. The moment she heard the word, a clear look of discomfort appeared on her face. "I think I'll pass on that one. I don't think I can handle it." "Seriously?" Ichin laughed at her rare expression, clearly enjoying it. "That stuff's amazing, you know. Super delicious. Don't come crying me later when you see us eating it and feel left out." Even though she'd seen the videos, and even though the people eating it seemed to genuinely enjoy it, Yutaha couldn't quite shake her doubt, especially with how greedy Ichin looked right now. Is it really that good? Maybe she'd send a video to Annie tonight and ask her about it. After all, everyone had already agreed during their chats that they'd have Ichin take them on a trip to Sichuan next summer, mainly to see the pandas. And once they were there, they'd definitely be trying all the regional specialties, including things like brain and spicy rabbit heads. Yep, Yutaha figured she'd need some time to mentally prepare for that. 2 days later, Friday, Ichin went to the music room to meet the teacher and finally received the 2 arranged versions of the song. After reviewing them from beginning to end, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Sensei, can we go to the concert band room now?" "Sure, let's go." The teacher smiled. "There aren't any competitions coming up right now, so I've just been having them practice on their own to keep in shape. Your piece will be something fresh for them." And with that, the 2 of them headed off to the band's clubroom. Today, Yutaha didn't come along. She had an appointment with the publishing house that afternoon to meet with staff from Kyoto Animation to discuss details about the anime adaptation. The anime script for The Metronome in Love was well underway. After detailed discussions with Yutaha, the scriptwriters at Kyoto Animation had finalized the direction of the project. Several episodes had already been written, and production for the first episode was already in progress. Yutaha was gradually getting busier by the day. When Ichin and the teacher arrived at the concert band room, all the students were present and practicing under the lead of the club president. This was Ichin's first time watching the band rehearse, and their performance was honestly better than he expected. While they might not be at a fully professional level, the difference wasn't too far off. These were clearly talented students. Some of them might even pursue this as a career in the future. Some of the practicing students began to notice Ichin walking in with their teacher, recognizing him as a well-known figure in the school. Many of them were visibly curious about what brought him to the band room. 5 minutes later, the current practice session ended. The music teacher clapped his hands and stepped up to the conductor's podium. "All right, everyone, quiet down for a moment. I've got something to announce." Chapter 200. Yutaha's side goes just as smoothly after that. The teacher explained Ichin's request to the entire club. Among the students in the club, some were gamers and had already heard about Ichin starting a game development studio. but it wasn't exactly common knowledge, so for many of them, this was his initial encounter hearing about it. They all looked at him with surprised expressions. He ranked highest in his class academically, and he still found time to start a game studio outside of school and even achieved results. Was this what they called a genius? Once they understood Ichin's request, everyone gladly agreed. There weren't any competitions coming up, so their daily routine mainly consisted of regular practice. Now they had a chance to play a brand new Piece 1 that would be featured in a video game, no less. As students, they were naturally excited about it. Not to mention, Ichin was offering payment, and quite a generous one at that. Performing music was what they were good at, and now they could earn some pocket money while practicing, and it was all officially approved by the school. Opportunities like this didn't come often. Who in their right mind would turn it down? The sheet music had already been printed, so the teacher handed it out to everyone. This version was instrumental only. As for the vocal version, Ichin planned to find someone else to sing it, ideally a veteran singer with real skill. Since it was Friday and they had plenty of time, Ichin wasn't in a hurry. He took a seat off to the side and waited while everyone familiarized themselves with the score. Half an hour later, the music teacher stepped up to the conductor's podium and began leading the group in their first run-through. Being the first time, the students weren't completely fluent with the piece yet, but even so, it already sounded impressive. Although it differed slightly from how Ichin imagined it in his head, it still carried a strong sense of rhythm and energy. Perfect for a special combat scene. Having two versions wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Before long, the first performance wrapped up. Ichin could tell from the students' expressions that they weren't satisfied with how they had played. But he didn't mind. Standing up, he clapped his hands and smiled. That was much better than I expected. Please continue practicing and polishing it. Once it's perfected, it'll arrange for a professional recording session. But before that, I'd like everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement. Even though it's just the music, it's still part of the game content, and I don't want it leaking ahead of time. Confidentiality agreements were a normal part of commercial projects. No one was particularly surprised, and they all signed the agreement without complaint. Aside from the non-disclosure clauses, the contract also outlined the compensation each student would receive. Once they saw the payment amounts listed, everyone, including the teacher, was visibly shocked. Ichin noticed their reactions and remained calm as he said, "The game's on a fairly large scale, so my expectations are high. These rates are completely standard. So don't think you can just wing it. I want the same level of dedication you'd bring to a major competition." With that said, no one had any objections anymore. After the paperwork was done, Ichin didn't stick around. The job of guiding the students naturally belonged to the music teacher. He was just the composer who didn't know anything about conducting, and he wasn't the type to interfere in something he didn't understand. After leaving the school, Ichin hailed a taxi and headed to Fushikawa Publishing. Yudaha and Sonoka Machida were still in the large conference room, discussing things with the Kyoto animation staff. Ichin didn't want to barge in, so he stayed in the editorial department instead, casually chatting with a few editors. After coming here a few times, had become familiar with the staff, and now they often gossiped about various industry oddities together. Things like, this author spends all day slacking off. That author can't think of anything but Barato romance stories, completely ignoring actual plot. Another author got writer's block, pulled too many all-nighters, and ended up in the hospital. Strange incidents always seem to pop up every now and then. Even though Ichin wasn't directly involved in the light novel industry, being Yudaha's significant other meant he often got to hear all sorts of juicy stories. He found them quite entertaining. After about half an hour of chatting, Yudaha and Sonoka Machida finally wrapped up their meeting and returned to the editorial department. When Yudaha saw Ichin, who hadn't messaged her but had come early on his own, she smiled and walked over. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him. "Ichin, when did you get here? You didn't even tell me." Their affectionate display once again struck a heavy blow to the hearts of the many single souls in the department. Ichin, however, didn't care in the slightest. He chuckled and said, "About half an hour ago. How did the meeting go? Everything smooth?" Yudaha nodded slightly. It went really well. The script writing is progressing nicely and aligns with my vision. There haven't been any weird changes, and they've even added some fun touches in places that don't affect the core plot. You'll see what I mean when the anime airs. Yutaha was deliberately keeping some details under wraps, which piqued Ichin's curiosity. Kyoto Animation had a stellar reputation. They could take even mediocre source material and turn it into something far better. The trade-off, of course, was that the story often diverged significantly from the original. But that wasn't needed for the metronome in love. Yuta's novel was already outstanding, so adapting it faithfully would yield amazing results. So for her to allow changes even in that context, what exactly did they add? Ichin thought about it for a bit, but came up with nothing. He figured he'd just have to wait and see once the anime was finished. With Yuta's business handled, the two of them were ready to head home. Sonoka Machida, ever the responsible editor, took on the role of chauffeur and gave them a ride. She even stuck around at the studio to freeload a lavish dinner. During the meal, Ichin updated everyone on the music progress. The first track had already been handed over to the Wind Instrument Club at Toyogaseki to record an initial version. There were still several more tracks to come, which would be produced in the near future. Chomping on her chopsticks, Aoba stared wide-eyed at him in disbelief. You seriously composed the song yourself? Ichin-kun? You could do that too? Ah, I just started learning recently. It's going pretty well so far. Everyone turned to look at him, blurting out in unison. Genius? I wouldn't go that far. Just had a few ideas I wanted to try. Ichin replied modestly. Though I did write the bass melody, I asked the school's music teacher to help refine and arrange it. There's no way I could have done all of it on my own. Well, maybe I could, but I'd probably need a few more months of study. Yagami K pulled a face and muttered, a few months and you'd be able to arrange music? And you're telling us you're not a genius? Exactly. Seriously, Ichin-kun, you're just humble bragging now. I can never pull that off. Everyone chimed in one after another, and in the end, Ichin just threw up his hands. All right, fine, I'm a genius. Well, whatever the case, the fact that the game's music was now in production was definitely something worth celebrating. Chapter 201-201. Exams are over. The holidays begin. Music production is never a quick process, especially not with Ichin's high standards. After several listening sessions, they had recorded one version, but both Ichin and the music teacher felt there was still room for improvement. With final exams approaching, Ichin wasn't in a rush. He told everyone to focus on their studies first. They could pick up the music project again after the new year. There was no need to stress. Even though the exams weren't difficult for Ichin and Yutaha, the others at the studio insisted they not show up frequently. The same went for Sakuranene, Narumi, and Momiji. Everyone agreed to handle their exams first and return to work afterward. Inside the service club, Eruri looked up from her workbook. Her expression froze as she saw Ichin and Yutaha seated across the shared table. What are you two doing here? She asked stiffly. It's exam season, of course. Yutaha didn't even lift her head as she worked through an English reading comprehension passage. My competition with Ichin isn't over yet. I fully intend to reclaim the top spot in our grade. Plus, the studio staff made it clear they wanted us to focus on studying for now. So we've barely done any work lately, just review. Was that really necessary? Eruri, whose grades were average at best, was currently under Yukino's strict supervision while reviewing. But she knew full well the level Ichin and Yutaha were at. Even without this much effort, they were practically guaranteed the top 2 spots in the grade. Now that they were studying so seriously, Eruri was certain of one thing. Once the scores came out, the third-ranked student would be left far behind. No doubt about it. Ichin finished a particularly difficult math test at lightning speed, then flipped open the answer book to check his work. As he reviewed, he said, Yutaha, you might as well give up. I'm not handing over that top spot. Oh, is that so? Yutaha glanced at him, her voice full of confidence and defiance. Sure, I've lost a few times before, but don't think I'll give up that easily. Want to make a bet? Ichin smiled as he turned to the next page, the first already marked with all correct answers. Let's see who takes the top rank this time. Loser has to grant the winner one request. Sound good? Imin. It's settled. Watching the two of them make their wager, Aruri, despite already having secured her spot at university, couldn't help but feel a little flustered. These two were already living together, after all. She couldn't help but feel awkward about the arrangement. Her face reddened slightly. Before they noticed, she quickly shook her head and refocused on her exercises. As for Yukino, she wasn't letting her mind wander like Aruri was. She was more concerned with whether she could maintain her own first-place ranking in her year. And with the new year approaching, she was already dreading the mess of problems that would come with going home for the holidays. Thankfully, before the new year arrived, there was still Christmas to look forward to. Ichin and the others had already planned a party at the studio, and Aruri had pulled Yukino into attending. It would be their last chance to unwind before the new year rolled in. Under the tension of final reviews and the calm confidence of the top scorers, Toyogaseki High's final exams finally arrived. With the sound of the classroom door opening, Shizuka Hiratsuka entered, holding a file folder filled with test papers in her arms. After scanning the room full of students, Hiratsuka Shizuka said, "Put away all your textbooks. Only stationery should be left on your desks. Hurry up, we're starting soon." Soon enough, everyone had tidied up. Shizuka opened the file folder and began distributing the first test of the finals, Modern Japanese. The exam will last 2 hours. Manage your time wisely. Just as she finished speaking, the school bell rang. The first final exam had officially begun. Ichin didn't rush to start writing right away. After filling in his name, he quickly skimmed through the entire paper. Compared to the midterms, this test was noticeably harder. It seemed that the summer exchange program to China had brought some changes more than just on the surface. Not only had the questions become trickier, but even the review topics the teachers had focused on in the weeks prior were now much more vague. Over the past few days, Ichin had overheard plenty of classmates complaining about how hard it was to grasp the key points this time around. There was a lot more uncertainty and a lot more material to go over. But Ichin didn't really mind. After all, in China, it was practically impossible for teachers to spoon-feed students overly specific test prep. After the scan, Ichin picked up his pen and started answering questions calmly, without the slightest hint of pressure. The final spanned 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday. Afterward, students would get a day off. Grades would be released on Friday, and that would mark the official end of the semester. At last, the long-awaited winter break was here. By Wednesday afternoon, the final exam English was over. Once the test papers had been collected, even someone like Ichin, who didn't find the test particularly hard, felt a bit worn out. There was no helping it. Even if he personally wasn't tired, he could still feel the emotional strain in the air from the students around him. 2 whole days of nothing but test taking, it was pretty dull. But thankfully, it was all over now, and he could finally get back to his own projects. Honestly, even though work is way barato, exhausting than studying in a lot of ways, I still love every barato of it, Ichin muttered under his breath. He turned to Yutaha, who sat beside him. "Let's go. Aruri and Yukino should be waiting," we said, "wed meet at the studio." Yutaha nodded, packing her stationery into her bag. There was no need to bring any textbooks now. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, and the two of them left the classroom together. At the same time, exams had wrapped up in the other classrooms too. Aruri and Yukino emerged from theirs, but their expressions couldn't have been more different. Yukino looked calm and composed. As usual, clearly, she had no issues. Aruri, on the other hand, looked kind of panicked. When she saw Ichin and Yutaha approaching, Iriri's face instantly drooped. Why was this exam so hard? Was it? Ichin wasn't sure how difficult the first-year exams were. He glanced over at Yukino. "I mean, yeah, it was tougher than before, but didn't your teachers give you a heads up?" Yukino nodded. "They did. That's why I didn't focus too much on guessing what would be on the test during review sessions. I made sure Aruri went over everything she needed to. In theory, it shouldn't have been a problem." The corner of Ariri's mouth twitched. She mumbled under her breath, "Don't assume everyone else is like you too." Sinceredo, it had pretty much become a routine for him to bring back something everyone loved on the way back, milk tea. Of course, as much as everyone enjoyed it, moderation was key. Drinking it every day wasn't a great idea. Opening the door to the studio, Ichin called out to everyone already busy inside, "We're back." It's afternoon tea time. Come grab some milk tea. And cream puffs too. Oh, afternoon tea. Welcome back, milk tea. Eh. Realizing Shed blurted that out, Shinoda quickly corrected herself. I mean, sorry, welcome back. Ichin-kun. Now that's Barato like it. Ichin nodded in satisfaction and handed over the bag of milk tea to Shinoda. Put it on the table. Everyone take a break. Fresh cream puffs just came out of the oven. One by one, everyone set their work aside and gathered around the dining table. These cream puffs are amazing. Aoba took a big bite, her expression turning blissful as the custard filling melted in her mouth. It's been getting colder lately, and honestly, nothing beats milk tea and cream puffs in this weather. Now that the exams were over and Ichin was finally back, even Hazuki seemed to relax a little. Taking a small sip of her milk tea, she glanced toward Eriri, who was slumped over the table. "What's up with Eriri?" she asked curiously. "Don't tell me the exams went badly?" At Hazuki's question, Iriri's lips immediately drooped as she mumbled gloomily. "The test was way harder than I expected. I might not even make it into the top 30 like I hoped." Nene Sakura, who had already finished her exams the week before, responded calmly, "Don't worry too much. If the test was really that difficult, you're definitely not the only one who struggled. It's likely that a lot of people didn't score well, so you still have a shot." Eriri gave her a sideways glance. "What about you, Nene? How'd your exams go?" Me?" Nene grinned as she held her milk tea, her slightly round cheeks dimpling. Hee, I did pretty well. I think I've got the scholarship in the bag." "Oh, right. I almost forgot you're a top student, too." Nene was currently attending Kira University, a well-known women's university in Tokyo, and she was majoring in law. Eriri had looked into Kira University's law school before it, ranked among the top 3 in Japan. Only elite students could get in, and Nene was definitely one of them. What made it even more impressive was that despite her packed academic schedule, she still came to work at the studio twice a week doing programming. No less, and her work was always outstanding. Now, she was about to snag a scholarship on top of all that. Yeah, there was no doubting Nene's brain power. Eriri could only mentally roast herself. Why did I even ask about her grades? I've just set myself up for disappointment. On the other side of the room, Narumi, Tsubame, and Momiji Mochizuki exchanged a glance, but ultimately decided not to mention their own final exam results. Though both of them attended vocational colleges, their grades weren't bad at all. Once everyone had finished their snacks, they each took their milk tea and returned to their workstations. Ichin and Eriri also returned to their desks for the first time in a while and powered on their computers. As his machine booted up, Ichin turned to Hazuki. "Hazuki, go ahead and assign Eriri her tasks. Aside from having to visit the school the day after tomorrow, she's free to work as usual now." Hazuki nodded and looked over at Eriri. "You sure you're up for this? You just finished exams today." Plugging in her drawing tablet, Eriri suddenly seemed filled with energy. "No problem at all. It was just exams, and they're over now. Right now, all I want to do is work on game development. I don't want to think about anything else." Yeah, she was definitely feeling bottled up. Seeing her so fired up, Hazuki relaxed and handed over the task list. Eriri had originally just been an illustrator, but she had recently picked up 3D character modeling, and she had gotten the hang of it surprisingly fast. There was no need to worry. After glancing through her assigned work, Eriri didn't say much. She just put on her headphones and jumped right into work mode. As for Yukino, who had come along with them, she was currently cuddling Mizuka the studio cat she hadn't seen in a while, petting it as she chatted with Yutaha. "So after the Christmas party, you're heading back to Chiba?" Yukino nodded. "Yeah, I have to go back before New Year's. There's always a lot going on at home during that time." At the mention of New Year's, her expression stiffened a little. Noticing the change, Yutaha's curiosity was immediately piqued. She glanced around to see everyone else hard at work, then scooted her chair a little closer to Yukino. "So, tell me your family gets really busy during New Year's?" Eriri never talks about anything like that. She's already making plans to come hang out here right after the holidays. Yukino gave a small sigh. Even she couldn't hide a flicker of envy as she mentioned Eriri. "There's no comparison, really. Our family in Chiba runs a successful company, and my father's a prefectural assemblyman. So when it comes to managing us kids, Yeah, things are strict. Whether it was me or my sister, we were both pushed to learn all sorts of things growing up, whether we liked them or not. And even then, most of the attention from our parents and relatives was always on my sister. I never really liked the whole social scene, so I've kept to myself. But around New Year's, there's no escaping all the family gatherings and formalities. She paused for a moment before continuing. Still, after a few recent chats with Senpai, I've started to see things a little differently. Senpai? You mean Ichin? Yukino immediately caught Yutaha's tone and quickly waved her hands. It's not like we were hanging out privately or anything, just happened to run into him a few times at the service club, and a few more times here at the studio. He noticed I seemed a bit troubled and asked if something was bothering me. Yutaha didn't seem the slightest bit bothered by the clarification. She smiled and waved it off. You don't need to explain so nervously. I know you well, Yukino, and I know exactly what kind of person Ichin is. I won't misunderstand. So, when you said you talked, was it about your sister? Yukino's mood softened slightly. She nodded. Yes. Part of it was about her, and part of it was about myself. My sister has always been mature, well-mannered, capable. She's already started getting involved in our family's company. Meanwhile, all I can do is study. I can't seem to do anything else. But Senpai gave me a different perspective. He helped me think more clearly about how I view her. And also made me start to wonder what it is I really want to do. Your ideal path, huh? That's definitely something worth thinking about, Yutaha said thoughtfully. Honestly, if you asked most of our classmates what their goals are or how they plan to achieve them, I bet most of them couldn't give you a clear answer. But in that regard, Ichin really does have some authority. So what about you, Yukino? Have you figured it out yet? Somewhat. Yukino gently brushed her fingers through Mizuku's fur and spoke softly. I've decided I want to take a different path than my sister. But I know it won't be easy. Chapter 203-203. The last day before winter break, Yukino didn't share the details of her future plans, not with Yutaha, nor with anyone else. But Yutaha could tell she had made up her mind. That was a good thing. After all, very few people truly understand what they want in life, let alone have the courage to take action toward it. Before the final exam results were released, students were given a day to relax, but most of them knew that unless they were truly confident in their scores, that relaxation could be sheer agony. Of course, Ichin and Yutaha weren't among the worried ones. It was always either first or second place for them. The only question was which of them would take the top spot this time. At 9 a.m., Ichin woke up unusually late for him. Had pulled a bit of overtime at the studio last night, working on the core combat system of their new game. Yumiko had stayed behind with him and even ended up sleeping there. Once the team grows larger, will these folks end up spending nights at the office again? Lying in bed, Ichin's mind wandered to the future. Their new office space should be within walking distance, ideally no more than a 10-minute walk. As for the 2 apartments on the lower floors of their current building, he could convert them into dorms for the senior staff, like Kei Yagami and the others. Anyone who wanted to live there could, and had only charge a modest rent, definitely cheaper than what they were paying now. Take Kei Yagami, for example. Ever since she moved close to the studio, she had saved about 60,000 to 70,000 yen a month on rent. And that was just for a 1-bedroom apartment. For something larger, like the 2-bedroom place Yukino lived in now, the cost was even higher. As for charging rent, Ichin wasn't planning to profit off of that. He wasn't that kind of boss. Thanks to November's Steam Autumn Sale, the discounted sales of Slay the Spire and the newly launched Hollow Knight had already brought in more than enough revenue. And the winter sale was still around the corner. Plus, the Nintendo Switch eShop will be having end-of-year discounts too. Slay the Spire was confirmed to be part of it at a 30% discount. Hollow Knight wouldn't be going on sale again this year, but maybe by next spring or summer, it could be discounted too. His thoughts drifted all over the place, and before long, he was fully awake. Looking down, he saw that Yutaha was still curled up, fast asleep in his arms. One of her arms had been draped over him all night, like she was holding on to something precious. Maybe that made her feel safe. Waking up with your girlfriend in your arms was a wonderful feeling, sure, but right now, Ichin really had to pee. Left with no choice, he reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Yutaha! Responding to his soft voice, the sleeping beauty slowly opened her eyes. Morning, Ichin. What time is it? It's 9. Not exactly early anymore. 9 already? Yudaha blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected it to be that late or for Ichin to be the one waking her up. Guess pulling an all-nighter really does mean we should go to bed early next time. Despite her words, she didn't make any effort to get up. Instead, she rubbed her eyes, leaned back into his chest, and closed her eyes again. I'm going back to sleep for Barato. There's nothing important to do today anyway. Yeah, that's fine, but could you let go of me first? I kind of really need to use the bathroom. Yudaha finally opened her eyes and smiled at him. You really have to go? Yeah, kinda, Ichin admitted honestly. She didn't tease him further. With a small laugh, she let go, and Ichin quickly got up and made his way to the bathroom. After using the bathroom, Ichin didn't plan on going back to sleep. He splashed some water on his face, exercised a bit on the treadmill in the living room, then hopped in a shower. When he returned to the bedroom, Yudaha was already curled up under the blanket, fast asleep again. He walked over and sat at the edge of the bed, gently pulling back the covers to reveal her head. Her hair was slightly messy from being tucked under the blanket. Seeing her looking so lazy and cozy, Ichin chuckled. Not getting up yet? Eyes still closed, Yudaha shook her head and muttered, Nope. Still tired. I want to sleep a bit more. All right then, sleep a little longer. But make sure you're up before noon, okay? Let's go out this afternoon, how about it? You haven't really bought any new winter clothes, have you? The moment she heard shopping, Yudaha's drowsiness vanished. Her eyes flew open, locking onto Ichin. Are we really going shopping? Well, have I ever lied to you? Good point. Nodding, Yudaha shifted into a more comfortable sleeping position. Then I'll nap a bit more. Wake me at 11, okay? We'll grab lunch and then go shopping. Sounds good. Sleep well. Just as Ichin was about to leave the room, Yudaha tugged on his hand, her big eyes pleading up at him. Ichin understood instantly. Smiling, he leaned down and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Satisfied, she finally let him go, and he left the bedroom. After a full day of rest, the final day before winter break finally arrived. Upon arriving at school, Ichin and Yudaha headed straight into the academic building, making their way to the results board. There was already a crowd of students gathered around, but given their height and their usual placement, it wasn't hard for the two of them to glance straight to the top of the rankings. Checking the second-year results board, Yudaha quickly noticed the smug expression on Ichin's face. With a playful smile, she pinched his arm and walked with him toward the stairs. On the way up, Ichin leaned over and whispered, I won. Don't forget our little bet. Humph, fine, you win this time. Their scores were close. Ichin had only beaten her by 8 points, but a win was a win. Yudaha had to admit it. Ichin was seriously impressive when it came to academics. So this was the ability of an exceptional student? And he wasn't just a bookworm, either. He showed talent in many other areas too. So, Ichin, is there anything you'd like? I have a few ideas. He smiled, but there's no rush, we could discuss it later. Seeing the playful smile on his face, Yudaha felt her cheeks warm up a little. Whatever he was thinking, it must have been something amusing. When they arrived at the classroom, everyone's expressions were mixed. Some were clearly happy with their scores, ready to enjoy a relaxing winter break. Others looked dejected, probably those who'd be forced into cram school during the holidays. About 5 minutes after they sat down, Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the classroom early, holding a stack of graded Japanese exams from the finals. Judging by her expression, the overall class performance hadn't met her expectations at all. As her gaze swept across the room, quite a few students immediately looked away in guilt. Yep, this first class of the day was definitely going to be interesting. Chapter 204204. Christmas and the completion of the battle demo. Even though it was the last day before winter break, it wasn't exactly a relaxing one for most students. Due to recent changes in the teaching methods, Toyogaseki had ramped up the difficulty of the final exams, and many students didn't perform as well as usual. But that had nothing to do with Ichin and Yudaha. As always, the two of them dominated the top 2 spots in the grade rankings. Yudaha, who came in second, was a full 18 points ahead of the student in third place. Ichin, in turn, had a massive 26-point lead over third place. Their performance spoke for itself. With students like them, any teacher would be thrilled. There was no need to worry about whether they were paying attention in class, just let them do their thing, and they'd still excel. By the end of the day, all the teachers had finished going over the exam papers. And homeroom teacher Shizuka Hiratsuka officially announced the start of the winter vacation. Finally, we're on break. Packing up his things, Ichin walked to the first floor with Yutaha, waiting for Yukino and Eruri. Christmas is next week. Time to start prepping for the Christmas party and the gifts. Have you thought about what to get everyone? Yutaha asked, smiling as she linked arms with him. As the boss, you have to consider every single person. It's manageable now while our team's still small. But once we hire more people, this kind of thing might get too complicated. Scratching his head, Ichin said it's kind of tricky. Am I really supposed to tailor gifts to everyone's preferences? Yutaha, what if I just hand out bonuses? Treat the year-end bonus as a Christmas gift. That actually works. Yutaha didn't object. Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she said, bonuses are meant to be given anyway, and giving them out during Christmas would definitely make everyone happy. But you should still prepare a few small gifts on the side. Just let everyone pick one at random. All right, let's do that then. We'll go pick them out tomorrow. I'd rather get it done early than scramble at the last minute. As they were talking, Yukino and Eruri finally showed up. Yukino, as usual, had her calm, composed expression, but surprisingly, Eruri was in high spirits, wearing a bright smile. Right after the exam, Eruri had been really down, convinced she'd done poorly this time. But it turned out things weren't as bad as she'd feared. Just like Sakuranene had said, a lot of students didn't do well this round, and Eruri's grades ended up being fairly decent in comparison. She didn't make it into the top 30, but ranking 32nd in the entire grade was still much better than she expected, definitely enough to put her in a good mood. So from the moment she saw her score that morning until now, Eruri hadn't stopped smiling. Spotting Ichin and Yutaha, she waved enthusiastically. Come on, let's head to the studio. Should we grab something to eat on the way? I'm in such a good mood today, it'll treat you guys. Wow, someone's feeling generous. But hey, if she's paying, Ichin and Yutaha didn't even hesitate. In perfect sync, they said, no problem. Let's go. They stopped by the supermarket to pick up some snacks, and on the way, Eruri even bought everyone bubble tea from a nearby shop without batting an eye. Today, she was fully embracing her rich girl side, not caring about the cost at all. Back at the studio, Eruri cheerfully shared her good news with everyone and received a round of heartfelt congratulations. Well, what could they do? Since Eruri had brought everyone food, a little congratulations was the least they could offer. After all, everyone knew that Eruri's surprisingly decent grades were mostly thanks to Yukino tutoring her. If she had been studying on her own, she would have been lucky to score somewhere in the middle of the pack. Sidling up to Yukino, Yutaha asked in a quiet voice, "You're not secretly planning to become a teacher in the future, are you? I mean, if even Eruri can get results like this under your guidance, teaching regular students should be a breeze." Wow, how low is your opinion of Eruri's intelligence? Yukino mentally sighed at the jab, but simply shook her head. No, I have no plans to become a teacher. As for the future, I haven't really decided yet. And even if I did, it's not something I can decide on my own. I'd have to talk to my family. That made sense. Yutaha didn't press further, and, noticing that Yukino had run out of fish snacks to feed Mizuku, she handed her another small pack. Day by day, the calendar marched forward, and finally, Christmas was just around the corner. Ichin had already bought all the gifts for everyone in advance. They were stacked in the guest room at home, neatly wrapped in festive paper. He had also withdrawn a large sum of cash, which he packed into envelopes as year-end bonuses to hand out during the Christmas party. Since they were giving them out at a party, cash just felt more appropriate. And so, the 24th arrived. At 9 a.m., after breakfast, Ichin and Yutaha headed to the studio. They called up Kei Yagami, who was already up, to help move the gifts. Seeing the piles of Christmas presents wrapped in all shapes and sizes in the guest room, Yagami picked one up curiously and gave it a little shake. What kind of stuff is inside? If I told you, there'd be no surprise. Stacking a few boxes in his arms, Ichin grinned. You'll find out tonight. For now, let's keep a bit of mystery. All right, it'll wait for tonight then. Ihavo. With a cheerful grin, Yagami lifted a stack of presents. I'm really looking forward to the party. Oh right, Tichin, isn't Yukino's older sister, Haruno, coming too? Yeah, she'll be here. As they stepped out the door, Ichin nodded. Besides Haruno, I also invited Ms. Hiratsuka. Yutaha invited Machida-san from the editorial department too. As for Aunt Sayuri, she and her husband are attending a banquet tonight, so they won't be joining us. But they didn't make Airi go with them, so she gets to stay and party with us. Honestly, if Airi had been forced to attend some boring banquet on Christmas Eve, she probably would have had a meltdown. After 2 trips up and down, they finally moved everything to the studio. The Christmas tree for decorations had already been delivered the night before and was now standing in the lounge area, though the lights hadn't been strung up yet. Once all the presents were stacked up, Ichin handed the task of decorating with lights to Yutaha and Yagami. He himself headed out to the supermarket to buy ingredients for dinner. On the way, he gave Hazuki a call and asked her to swing by in her car to help bring everything back, since he'd be buying a lot. By the time Ichin returned at 10:30 with Hazuki, everyone else had already arrived. But instead of lounging around like Head told them they could, they were all crowded around Yumiko's desk. Seeing Ichin and Hazuki walk in, Aoba excitedly waved them over. Iti-inkon. Hazuki, come here. Yumiko finished the battle demo. Ichin raised a brow and walked over, curious. Huh, it's done? Wasn't there still a bunch left yesterday? With a smile on her face, Yumiko turned to the computer screen and said, well, it's Christmas, right? I figured it'd be even more worth celebrating if we had something to show. So I stayed up 3 extra hours last night. Nene and Momo helped too. On the screen in front of them was the game's battle system complete with music and everything. Chapter 205-205. A turn-based battle with a huge difference. The battle had already begun. On the player's side, only the protagonist and Morgana were available. Other character models hadn't been implemented yet, but it was enough to demonstrate a portion of the gameplay. The enemies consisted of 3 monsters, 2 jack-o'-lanterns, and 1 pixie, all very low-level monsters that appear early in the game, making them easy to deal with. To better showcase the battle system, the enemy's defense stats have been boosted slightly, while their attack power was significantly reduced. This allowed the fight to last longer without putting the player characters in danger. For now, the battle background music was only an instrumental version, since Ichin hadn't yet found a suitable vocalist for the full track. Still, even as an instrumental, the music was intense and exciting, more than enough to energize anyone watching. Shinoda was watching the battle screen with wide eyes, utterly thrilled. Whoa, the visuals, UI, and music all coming together like this, it's amazing. Even though it's a turn-based game, I think this will attract a lot of players. The biggest obstacle for turn-based games had always been their slow pacing. It's fine if you can wipe out enemies in a single move, but once it drags into multiple turns or a stalemate, players start losing interest, especially when they have to strategize every little decision. But here, everything, the stylish UI, the pulse-pounding music worked together to build excitement. The entire presentation exuded a sense of flair and trendiness rarely seen in traditional RPGs. Even without knowing how it felt to actually play, just the visuals and music alone were captivating. At the moment, Yumiko was the one holding the controller. She had the protagonist use his persona Arsena to finish off a jack-o'-lantern that was barely clinging to life. Then she switched to Morgana and used the slingshot to hit the weakness of the second jack-o'-lantern. Unfortunately, since only 2 characters were playable right now and the all-out attack system hadn't been implemented yet, the demo couldn't show off the full flashiness of combat animations. Still, even in this limited state, the current battle system already surpassed most of the turn-based RPGs on the market in terms of player experience. And more importantly, it had a completely unique style, something truly one of a kind. But as Ichin watched, he suddenly noticed something. The characters actually had voices. He listened more closely. The voices sounded very familiar. Ichin turned and looked at Yunaijima and Yumiko with suspicion. Did you two record the voices for the protagonist and Morgana yourselves? Oh, you noticed? As expected of Ichin-kun, Yumiko replied with a playful smile and a nod. That's right. Since we were putting together a demo, we figured it wouldn't be complete without some voice acting. So after a bit of trial and error, Yin and I recorded the voices for the two characters. The result isn't perfect, but I think it turned out pretty decent. And honestly, it really was decent, especially Yin's Morgana. She nailed it so, well, it felt like a professional voice actor's work. That said, I wasn't exactly planning on Morgana having Kansai accent. I deeply apologized for the Kansai accent. Yumiko laughed. While everyone joked around, the three enemies were eventually defeated. As the results screen played out, the protagonist was transported back to a castle-like setting. This was a custom environment created for the demo, just a single room, but it let players experiment with basic movement, jumping, and stealth mechanics. Yumiko, let me give it a shot. Ichin couldn't help it. He hadn't expected Yumiko to secretly prepare a full mini-demo, and now his fingers were itching to play. Yumiko, of course, agreed immediately. She stood up, stepped aside, and handed him the controller. Controlling the protagonist, Ichin performed a series of actions. When he had the character take cover behind an obstacle, he raised an eyebrow, then moved the character out again and repeated the cover maneuver several more times, falling into thought. Yumiko noticed something was up and walked over to ask, "Is there something wrong with how he did it?" "It's not that it's wrong," Ichin replied as he made the character duck behind cover once more and pointed to the movement. "I don't think I ever talked to you or Shinoda about how the cover system should work, right? You two probably came up with it on your own?" Yumiko and Shinoda exchanged a glance and nodded. Ichin continued, "Since the protagonist is a phantom thief and the palaces aren't part of the real world, there's no need to make the cover mechanics too realistic. In fact, you can lean more into the stylized animation. Especially when moving between cover points, the animation can be more exaggerated and dynamic. Yeah, he'll handle refining this part later. The priority's not too high, so it's already fine for a demo." Hearing that, Shinoda nodded in realization. That explains it. When we were designing it, I felt like something was missing. Totally forgot that this part of the game world isn't bound by realism, so we ended up overdoing the realistic feel. Yumiko crossed her arms and added, "Same here. When I saw the cover mechanic, I just instinctively had Shinoda make it the way I envisioned it." "No worries. It's a small issue," Ichin said as he maneuvered the protagonist behind a waiting enemy and ripped off its mask, transitioning into the battle screen. "The movement itself is solid. We might actually be able to reuse it somewhere else in the future." The battle UI was entirely designed by Ichin himself. Had reviewed it inside and out multiple times, but now that he was seeing it in action, he felt fully satisfied. All right, no problems with the UI. The number of battle skills is still pretty limited, so let's take a look at the basic attacks for now. The standard attack animations were well done, crisp and clean. Even the shooting mechanics felt satisfying. Since the entire combat system was designed by Ichin himself, he quickly wrapped up the battle after testing everything out. Setting down the controller, Ichin smiled and said, "Finishing this demo before Christmas really is a great surprise. If any of you want to try it yourselves, go ahead. I've got other stuff to prep." There was still a lot to do for the Christmas party that evening. Ichin stood up from his chair only to have the controller snatched by Kei Yagami. "Let me try. I didn't even know you guys were working on this. I can't believe you've already built something like this." The group was still buzzing with energy and excitement, while Ichin made his way over to the lounge area next door. The Christmas tree had already been fully decorated, though it wasn't lit yet since it was still morning. Yutaha was sitting on the sofa, scrolling through her phone alone. "Aren't you going to join them and check out the new demo?" "I already did," Yutaha said, scooting over to lean against Ichin as he sat down. "I saw it while Yumiko was making the final adjustments. It really was a pleasant surprise." "Hey, Ichin, is this game going to launch on the Switch?" "I'm considering it," Ichin replied. "So far, the performance requirements aren't too high. I think we can manage 1080p at 30 FPS in TV mode on the Switch." He was already looking forward to presenting the demo to Nintendo next year. Although, the original plan wasn't exactly this. Things were definitely taking a weird turn. Better not overthink it. Chapter 206-206. Afternoon activities, the main highlight of the day, was the grand dinner plan for the evening, so everyone settled for a simple lunch, just some takeout to get by. Of course, simple didn't mean cheap. The bentos they ordered were still quite pricey. As he browsed through the takeout app on his phone, Ichin glanced around the studio and asked, "Hiratsuka-sensei said she'll be here in the afternoon. What about Yutaha, Eruri? And Editor Machida? Are they coming around noon or later? And Yukino and her sister, they're supposed to come in the afternoon too, right?" Yutaha nodded and took out her phone. "Yeah, Yukino and her sister are coming later. They'll message Eruri and see when she's planning to show up." Just as she sent the message, the studio door burst open. "I'm here. Well, better order one more lunch." As soon as Eruri arrived, Aoba excitedly filled her in on the battle demo. Eruri immediately got hyped, rushed to the computer, and had Aoba boot up the demo for her. She grabbed the controller and dove right in. "Oh, this is the BGM Ichin-kun said he recorded with the brass band? It sounds awesome. Oh, I'd seen the finished UI designs before, but seeing them in action in the scene, it hits so different. Oh, dash. Stop yelling already." Standing behind her, Yumiko lightly karate-chopped Eruri on the head to silence her squealing. "What was that for, Yumiko-senpai? I'm just excited." No loud yelling aloud. With a calm expression, Yumiko held Ariri's head still and said, "This is just a basic battle demo. If you're this hyped already, what'll happen when we actually get a full-featured version? Are you going to explode from excitement?" Ariri's cheeks flushed red. "I can't help it. The stuff this demo shows off is seriously cool, especially for a turn-based game. That's super rare these days. Still, try to keep it down. This game was designed with that kind of vibe from the start." Having just finished placing the takeout order, Ichin walked over and glanced at the screen. "Eruri, you've been focused on your exams lately, so you haven't gotten the full picture of the project yet. Once the combat features are all in place, that's when you should really start freaking out." As for the demo in its current form, Ichin was definitely satisfied with it. But it wasn't perfect, maybe an 80 out of 100. There was still plenty of room for improvement. Still, today was Christmas Eve. He wasn't going to dwell on that kind of stuff. He'd wait until after the holiday. 5 minutes later, Eruri reluctantly put down the controller, having finished testing out the simple battle demo. Leaning back in her chair, her face full of anticipation, she sighed. "Phew, I've played a lot of turn-based games, but this one feels totally different. The combat's full of energy, the music's amazing. Honestly, I could just sit here and listen to the soundtrack all day. Ugh, when will this game finally be finished? I'm getting impatient already. It'll be a while. Gotta take it step by step," Hazuki said with a smile. "This game is going to be huge. Just think about it. The first playthrough alone is going to take 7 to 8 hours, with barely any filler. That kind of development cycle is no joke." Ichin-kun said the plan is to finish it in about a year and a half, but we all know that's just the ideal timeline. Ichin followed up, "Now that we've got Ariri's dojin circle handling some of the outsourced work, development should be manageable. If everything goes smoothly, we might even finish by the end of next year. But we're not rushing it. Thanks to our previous 2 games, we've built up enough funds to support the whole development process." When he wrote the project proposal, Ichin was already mentally prepared for a long-term grind. As long as they could finish within 2 years, that'd be a win. After all, Ichin didn't have any crazy cheat powers. He only had his memories from his past life to rely on. Everything else came down to teamwork and everyone's combined efforts. But that was fine by him. That just made the sense of accomplishment all the more real. Even if it took a little longer, so what? He was still young, no need to rush. After finishing lunch, everyone took the chance to relax a bit in the afternoon. Someone pulled out a few decks of cards, and soon enough, a casual poker game was underway. Then, at around 2 p.m., Shizuka Hiratsuka arrived bringing along a full mahjong set. Ichin didn't know how to play mahjong, so he sat that one out. What he didn't expect, however, was that Koyagami and Hazuki both knew how to play. And since Haruno, who arrived together with Yukino, was also experienced, they had exactly 4 players. The mahjong table was up and running in no time. As for Ichin, under the strict orders of their homeroom teacher Hiratsuka-sensei, he took on the role of server and was tasked with bringing everyone tea. And it wasn't just a simple Jabara Tsuka wanted black tea, while Haruno, Hazuki, and Ko all wanted milk tea. Poking Ichin lightly on the shoulder, Hiratsuka flashed him a bright smile. What's the matter? Your teacher is only asking for this one tiny favor, and you can't manage that? Don't forget, you'll still need to ask me for future leave approvals, right? Ichin rolled his eyes at her, then turned and walked into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, he returned with a tray holding 4 teacups. He handed out the milk tea to the other 3 and then placed the last cup next to Hiratsuka. There you go, King of Tea from Wui Mountain. Hiratsuka had just reached out for the cup when she froze in surprise. Wait, what did you say? King of Tea from Wui Mountain, Ichin repeated casually. She leaned in, took a deep sniff, and was immediately hit by the rich tea aroma. Swallowing a little, she muttered, "This stuff isn't cheap, is it? Actually, never mind, I probably wouldn't even be able to buy it if I tried." Then she took a sip and let out a deeply satisfied sigh. Ah, perfect. I feel lucky. I think I can win this hand. Right as she declared that, she played a tile. Hazuki, who was next in turn, broke into a grin. Thanks for the win. Kakushi Muzu. Aya. Ichin didn't really understand the game, but the expression on Hiratsuka's face was definitely amusing. Wait, Hiratsuka-sensei, you guys are playing for money? Just a friendly wager. Just a few coins to keep things interesting, she said, handing Hazuki a couple of small coins. Definitely not much. Ichin shook his head with a sigh and headed into the next room. Over there, things were a bit more tame. A group of girls had split into 2 teams, one playing Dodiju, a Chinese card game similar to Big Two, the other playing Old Maid. The stakes? Whoever lost had to stick funny notes to their face. Ichin sat down beside Yutaha and glanced at her hand. You're the landlord? Yup, and the landlord, Yutaha said with a smirk. Without hesitation, she tossed out 2 cards. Double Joker's Boom, and a straight to finish. Both of you, time to stick on the punishment notes. She picked up 2 sticky notes and promptly slapped them onto the faces of Eriri and Yukino. The 2 girls, who were playing Dodiju for the first time, were absolutely destroyed by Yutaha's flawless combo. Chapter 2:07-07. The Christmas party begins. Although Yukino was great at Slay the Spire, this was her first time playing card games like Dodiju. And unlike solo games, this one required teamwork when playing as the farmer side. Your partner's cooperation was crucial. Otherwise, even a good hand could be wasted if your teammate didn't play smart. Unfortunately for her, Eriri was far from a reliable teammate. With her head still not quite in the game, she accidentally sabotaged Yukino multiple times, turning what could have been a winning streak into a steady stream of losses. Letting out a deep breath with her eyes closed, Yukino finally put down the 8 cards left in her hand and turned to Yutaha. Senpai, it's time to switch landlords now, right? MHM, time for a new round. Eriri, you're up next. The rotation order had been decided earlier based on who drew the higher cards. Yutaha went first, followed by Eriri and Yukino. And Eriri, completely oblivious to her subpar card skills, puffed up proudly. Finally my turn. I'll show you all what I've got. Then she began to clumsily shuffle and deal the cards. Aoba, who had been watching the whole thing unfold, leaned over to Ichin and whispered, Ichin-kun, shouldn't you at least give Eriri a heads up? Now that she's going up against Yutaha and Yukino on the same team, she's doomed. Ichin held back a chuckle and whispered back, It's fine, it'll be more fun this way. They exchanged a glance, both breaking into devilish grins. When it came to this kind of playful mischief, Aoba was probably the closest match to Ichin and Yutaha in the studio. The only difference was, while Ichin and Yutaha were proudly wicked in the open, Aoba usually hid her little demon side, only letting it slip out on occasion. And sure enough, it didn't even take 10 minutes before the number of sticky notes on Eriri's face had doubled. She was sprawled out on the carpet in defeat. Even though it was winter, the room's heating was on, so Eriri, now down to just her form-fitting sweater and a short skirt, didn't feel cold at all. Lying flat on her back and staring blankly at the ceiling, Eriri muttered, Switch me out. I'm done with this game. Aoba chuckled, walked over, and gently peeled the sticky notes from Eriri's face. Then she helped her up and said cheerfully, Then let me take over for you. I've already figured out the rules. Time for revenge. Really? Iriri's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at Aoba with eager anticipation. All right, they'll leave it to you. What do you want to drink? They'll go get it. Juice, please. You got it. With a spring in her step, Iriri went to grab a bottle of juice and poured Aoba a glass, sitting down beside her excitedly. Ooh, that hand looks good. Hee don't say it out loud. Aoba had drawn a great starting hand. Thanks to the classic beginner's luck, she was now the landlord and had some powerful cards for twos, which were second only to the double jokers, the bomb, along with several other strong combinations like straights and pairs. If she played smart, she could clear her entire hand in one go. On the other side, Yudaha and Yukino didn't have particularly strong cards this round, but that didn't mean they were easy to beat. Both were razor-sharp players, and after a few rounds of playing together, they'd already figured out how to work around a weak hand with clever tactics. Triple fours with a pair, Aoba declared. Triple fives with a pair, Yudaha countered. Triple kings with a pair, Aoba said smugly, trumping Yuda's play and feeling confident about her victory. The next second, Yukino's calm voice rang out. For threes. Bomb. Yudaha followed up immediately pass. A bomb? Aoba frowned, glanced at her cards, and after a quick moment of thought, countered without hesitation for twos. Bomb. Pass. Ha! Finally my turn to strike. Grinning, Aoba played out a straight, clearly expecting this to be her big win. Pass. Bomb. Ebomb. Aoba's eyes widened in disbelief. She and Iriri both stared at Yudaha's move 4 queens. You still had a bomb left. Seeing Aoba's shocked expression, Yudaha smiled slyly and slowly drew out 5 more cards. Aoba, I doubt you've got another bomb left. I've been keeping track. Iriri, I'm sorry. Defeated. Despite thinking she had the win in the bag, Aoba lost her first round, and 2 sticky notes were slapped onto her face. Ugh, no way I want a rematch. She hastily gathered up the cards and started shuffling again with a determined look. The battle had gotten seriously intense. Ichin, no longer interested in spectating, took a few sips of tea and wandered over to check out the ghost card game happening on the other side. After that, he made his way into the kitchen to start preparing the evening feast. A little while later, Yudaha, Rin, and Yunaijima joined him to help out. With so many guests today, the menu was huge, and even with 4 people working together, it still felt a bit chaotic. Thankfully, they had started early, and by 6 p.m., everything was finally ready. The table was packed with a diverse spread of dishes, surprising even veterans like Sonoko Machida and Shizuka Hiratsuka, who were attending the party for the first time. Staring at the feast, Hiratsuka commented to Ichin, "You guys really don't hold back. I've seen restaurants with less impressive spreads than this." In addition to Japanese and Chinese dishes, Hiratsuka even spotted a few Western-style ones. It was a truly luxurious banquet. Well, it's Christmas. We won't be gathering like this for New Year, so today's got to be special. After everyone poured their drinks, Ichin, as the host, stood up with a glass in hand and said, "All right, no need for long speeches, cheers." Cheers. With a smile, Haruno picked up a couple of ribs and dropped them into her bowl. After a bite, her eyes lit up in delight. Leaning over to her little sister, who also had a faint smile at the corner of her lips, Haruno whispered, "You know, I thought you wouldn't enjoy an atmosphere like this. So, it's just the old parties you didn't like? That kind of environment. I don't think you liked it much either, did you? You just never showed it." Taking a sip of juice, Yukino added softly, "But this place is different. I don't have to worry so much. I can actually relax. Is that so? Then I'm glad." Haruno nodded thoughtfully, remembering their earlier conversation. She said nothing further and happily began enjoying the feast. After devouring a couple pieces of fried chicken and grilled short ribs, Hiratsuka stared down at the cola in her glass and grumbled, "Seriously? At a Christmas party? Am drinking soda? Don't we have any alcohol?" "We sure do," Hazuki smirked. "What'll it be? Sake, beer, red wine? Or maybe baijiu?" Ichin froze for a second at that last word. "Hazuki-san, when did you bring that? I've had it ready for ages. It's downstairs in the car." "Let's go, Shizuka. Well, grab it." Ichin opened his mouth to stop them as the two headed out, but in the end, he said nothing. Oh well, he thought. If they want to drink, let them drink. Just keep an eye on it. Chapter 2:082:08. Everyone's gifts 5 or 6 minutes later. Shizuka, Hiratsuka, and Hazuki returned. When Ichin saw the huge pile of stuff they were carrying, he couldn't hold back his reaction. All of that is alcohol? Thud. Dropping a large bag onto the floor, Shizuka let out a breath and pulled out a bottle of sake. Huh! Who knew Hazuki had such a good stash? This one's a real treasure. Seeing Shizuka already uncorking the bottle, Ichin quickly said, Fine, you can drink, but don't overdo it. We've still got a bunch of activities later tonight. Relax. How could I possibly get drunk? With that, she poured herself a glass of sake and looked around the room. Anyone else want a drink besides the underage folks, of course? As soon as she finished, Hifumi raised her empty glass. She had been watching the two since they brought the drinks in and had already downed her fruit juice in a few sips, clearly waiting for this moment. Seeing the eager look in Hifumi's eyes, Kei Yagami lifted her own glass. Now that you mention it, it's been a while since we've gone out for dinner and drinks. We've gotten used to eating at the studio. It's a rare Christmas night, let's all have a little fun. And even if someone's driving, it's fine, we've got rooms, so just crash here. Hey, this is my house, you know? What, Ichin-kun, are you saying you'd actually say no? Ichin shrugged, replying coolly. Not really, but I'll say it again, no, getting drunk. Dealing with drunk people is a pain. And so, with the exception of those under 20, everyone else swapped their drinks for sake or beer. Hazuki didn't open the red wine, yet she planned to save that for after dinner when everyone could sip and relax. Yutaha, sitting next to Ichin, glanced at him sipping his cola and asked curiously, You're not having any? Me? Nah. Ichin shook his head and looked toward Hazuki and Hiratsuka, who were already starting a drinking contest, completely ignoring his earlier warning. Maybe I'll have a bit of the red wine later. I checked Hazuki brought some good stuff. Want to join me? Sure, sounds nice. Let's do that later. Dinner stretched on for 2 full hours, and every single dish on the table was devoured. Fortunately, the studio had a dishwasher, so after a quick cleanup, everything was thrown in without needing a second thought. When Ichin came out of the kitchen, he noticed the workspace was completely empty. Sure enough, in the lounge area, everyone had gathered around the Christmas tree, their eyes fixed on the pile of gifts stacked beneath it. Turning toward him with sparkling eyes, Sakura Nene asked, Ichin-kun, can we start picking out gifts now? Sure you can. But are you all sure you're okay after drinking? Don't want anyone suddenly collapsing. He said that while glancing at Shizuka, Hiratsuka, and Hazuki, both of whom were now slumped drunkenly on the sofa. Just like those two, the definition of unreliable adults. Kei Yagami waved it off. Don't worry about them. Let's pick our gifts first. They can split whatever's left. Hold on, Kei. Rin Toyama stopped her gently with a smile. Didn't we agree on something earlier? Kei Yagami paused for a moment before suddenly remembering. All right, I almost forgot, they'll go get it now. With that, she jumped up and ran to her room. Sakura Nene also seemed to realize something and awkwardly stuck out her tongue, deciding not to bring up picking gifts anymore. Soon, Kei returned, holding a small box. She sat down in front of Ichin and handed it to him. Here, Ichin, this is a Christmas present from all of us to you. Huh, a Christmas gift? For me? Ichin took the box, looking around at everyone in confusion, then glanced at Yutaha. Yutaha shook her head slightly, just as surprised. Don't look at me, I had no idea either. Ichin stared at the gift in his hands, completely caught off guard. When did you even prepare this? We've been working on it for a week, Rin Toyama replied with a smile. Over the past half year, you brought us together again. Thanks to you, we've been able to work like we used to and even develop some great games. So we all pitched in to get you a Christmas gift. Suda leaned in and patted Ichin on the shoulder. Come on, open it, see if you like it. Haruno chimed in cheerfully. I helped pick it out too. Feeling the warmth from everyone's gesture, a smile crept onto Ichin's face. Thanks, everyone. Well then, I'll open it. Peeling away the wrapping, Ichin finally saw the gift in full. A wristwatch? That's right. Just then, Hazuki, cheeks flushed and clearly tipsy, staggered over and slung an arm around Ichin's shoulder. When we were out running errands before, I noticed you never wore a watch. But you're the boss of a whole studio now, and we're only going to grow from here. You got to look the part, right? I thought of having Yutaha get one for you. But in the end, we all pitched in under Haruno's suggestion and bought this watch together. Inside the box lay a sleek, silver mechanical wristwatch. Ichin indeed never had the habit of wearing one, nor did he know much about watch prices or brands. But he didn't ask after all. This was a heartfelt gift. All he needed to do was appreciate it. He strapped the watch onto his wrist and held it up. How does it look? A round of applause broke out from everyone. It looks great. A guy really should wear a watch. It suits you perfectly. Yutaha looked at the watch they had given Ichin and seemed to hesitate. Then she gently poked his arm. Ichin-kun, I also got you a Christmas present. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed even though she hadn't had anything to drink. Was it because the room was warm? That didn't seem right either. Maybe it was because of the gift itself. Ichin smiled. I actually got something for you too, Yutaha. Since I've received everyone's gift, I think it's time I give you yours. He'll go get mine too. Everyone watched the two of them. For now, the pile of gifts under the tree could wait. They were all eager to see what the two had prepared for each other. Wait a minute, this isn't right. Kei frowned. They're giving each other gifts? Isn't that just rubbing it in for us single folks? Everyone fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 209. Unwrapping gifts. Ichin returned home to get the gift he had prepared for Yutaha. While she went back to her own place, it was clear she had hidden her gift very well. They both came back out almost at the same time. Seeing the box in Ichin's hands, Yutaha curiously asked, Where did you hide your gift, Ichin-kun? I never noticed anything. Behind the boxes of games and figurines on my bookshelf. They took the elevator down together. Glancing at the large box in Yutaha's hands, Ichin had no clue what she might have prepared. Back in the studio, everyone was waiting eagerly, eyes full of anticipation. So what if it's more couple vibes? It's not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. Ijima clasped her hands to her chest and said excitedly, You two really don't know what the other prepared? Now even are dying to know. Ichin sat down and smiled. Even though we didn't actually say we were exchanging gifts, we both kind of expected it. Yutaha nodded beside him. I was originally planning to give mine to Ichin-kun later tonight. But then all of you suddenly gave him that group gift, so I figured now's the perfect time. With that, Ichin handed his box to Yutaha. Merry Christmas, Yutaha. And Yutaha handed her gift to Ichin in return. Merry Christmas, Ichin. Go on, open it. I spent quite a bit of time preparing it. Ichin nodded and took the slightly heavy box. With everyone's eyes on him, he carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside wasn't anything like an elegant jewelry box or branded package, just a simple cardboard box. He opened it to find a red and gray scarf neatly folded inside. No brand. No logo. Ichin looked up in surprise. You made this yourself? Everyone turned to Yutaha. Even someone as good at keeping her expression calm as she was couldn't stop her face from turning red. I asked my mom what kind of gift would be good, and she gave me the idea. You didn't have a scarf, and I figured you'd need one sooner or later. So I asked her to teach me how to knit. Do you like it, Ichin? He pulled the scarf out. The texture was soft and cozy in his hands, clearly made with care. Ichin felt a genuine warmth in his chest as he smiled and nodded. Yeah, I really like it. Thank you, Yutaha. Yutaha finally let out a breath of relief and opened the box Ichin had given her. I'm not great with handmade stuff, so I picked something out myself, a necklace. I know you kept the pendant my mom gave you, but you don't wear it often, so I figured I'd get you one that's more your style. The moment the diamond necklace came into view, everyone's eyes were drawn to it. After all, which girl doesn't like jewelry? Even Yukino couldn't help sneaking a few extra glances. Holding the necklace, Yutaha remembered a previous conversation with Ichin how she had mentioned she didn't wear earrings or bracelets. Only necklaces. So, he remembered. I really love it, Ichin. Yutaha beamed as she handed the necklace back to him. Put on me. Of course. Ichin took the necklace, stepped behind her, and gently fastened it around her neck. Just as Ichin was about to let go, Yutaha suddenly pulled him into a tight hug and gave him a quick peck right in front of everyone. Ooh! A collective gasp barato around the room. The barato shy girls like Narumi, Tsubaim, and Hifumi immediately covered their eyes. Meanwhile, Hazuki lightning fast whipped out her phone and snapped a picture on the spot. Ichin didn't mind in the slightest. He appreciated Yutaha's warm show of affection, returning the gesture with a brief, friendly response. Fortunately, he was well aware that everyone was watching. After a short moment, he gently pulled away and tapped her lightly on the cheek. Turning to the others, Ichin smiled and said, "All right, that's enough gawking." And Hazuki-san, "Don't think I didn't see you taking that photo, make sure to send me a copy." Hazuki straightened up and gave a salute. "Roger that." "Ugh, so noisy. What you all doing?" At that moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka, who had fallen asleep earlier, finally stirred awake. Still half asleep, she got up from the couch and looked around, asking groggily, "What time is it?" Ichin glanced at her and couldn't even be bothered to throw in a sarcastic comment. Instead, he asked Rin Toyama to prepare a cup of sobering tea for her. "Hiratsuka-sensei, it's time for everyone to pick their Christmas gifts. Want to join in? Or would you rather head back to sleep?" "Of course I'm in for Christmas gifts." The moment she heard Christmas gifts, Hiratsuka's drowsiness vanished. She walked over with her cup in hand and plopped down beside Hazuki. "These are all the gifts? But we don't know what's inside, right? So it's a blind draw?" Ichin nodded with a grin. "Exactly. It's a blind pick. Yutaha and I picked everything out with care. If you end up with something you really don't like, feel free to trade with someone else." Clapping her hands, Koyagami could barely contain her excitement. "Then let's get started already. I've already picked mine this one." She grabbed a cube-shaped gift box and clutched it to her chest. "No way. Ko-senpai snatched one already. Then I want this one." Things quickly turned chaotic as everyone dug for the gifts, each picking one based on size or weight, trying to guess what could be inside. Before long, all the presents had been claimed, and the real fun began unwrapping them. "Oh, a fountain pen?" Hazuki looked in her open gift box and saw an elegant, finely crafted pen. She beamed with satisfaction. "Just my kind of thing." "Thanks, Ichin." The others unwrapped theirs as well. Some got limited edition game merch, others rare plushies or finely made accessories. Since all the recipients were girls and Yutaha had helped pick the gifts, choosing them hadn't been too hard. "Oh my god, ITSMB's Justice Goddess." Shinoda Hajime screamed as she held up her gift, shaking with joy. "Ichin Kun, I love you. I wanted this so badly." Hearing Hajime's dramatic outburst, Ichin exchanged a helpless look with Yutaha. "See? I knew she'd react like that." Among all the gifts, aside from Hazuki's fountain pen, the MB Justice Goddess figure was the most expensive. Ichin had stumbled upon it by chance and snatched it up right away. Originally, he figured Hajime wouldn't be lucky enough to pull it herself and might need to trade for it, but it turned out her luck was spot on. She picked it on her first try. Seeing everyone so happy with their gifts, Ichin stood up with a smile. "Hold on, there's one more thing I want to give everyone here at the studio." Chapter 210-210. It's snowing. Heading over to the workspace, Ichin retrieved his bag and pulled out a box from inside. Opening the box revealed a series of red envelopes, each neatly labeled with a name. Even though it's not quite New Year's yet, the year is basically over. So I thought, why not use this Christmas party as a chance to hand out the year-end bonuses? Come on, when you hear your name, come up and get yours. Hazuki, you're first. No one had expected that, in addition to their Christmas gifts, they'd also be receiving year-end bonuses today. Hazuki took the envelope, and the moment she held it, she could feel how thick it was. She couldn't help but grin. "Boss, you're really generous, huh? Isn't that how it should be? I've always believed that those who work hard deserve more. Everyone's put in a ton of effort this year, so this is the least I can do. Reward you all with a bigger bonus. Come on, Hikari, you're next." One by one, Ichin handed out the red envelopes and naturally received everyone's heartfelt thanks. "Huh, I get one too?" Airi looked at the red envelope in her hand in surprise. "I haven't been with the team that long, though." "True, it hasn't been long. But ever since you joined, Airi, you've been working really hard. Haven't you?" Ichin said with a smile. "Even though your bonus isn't huge, It's still a token of my appreciation. They'll be counting on you again next year." Hearing Ichin's words, Aruri couldn't help but feel a bit lightheaded with joy. She thumped her rather flat chest proudly and declared, "No problem. Leave it to me." On the other side, Aoba carefully unwrapped her envelope. Upon seeing the stack of 10,000 yen bills inside, she gasped in excitement. A year-end bonus. So much money. I can even buy gifts for my parents for New Year's. Hiratsuka Shizuka hadn't seen how much Aoba received, but she had seen what Hazuki pulled out of her envelope. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the bills. "Your studio's profits are this high? You're handing out bonuses this big?" As a high school teacher, Shizuka hadn't been teaching that long, but her salary was already considered pretty decent among her peers. Plus, with her well-off family background, she had never had to worry much about money. Even so, she couldn't help but ask when she saw the size of the bonuses Ichin was handing out. This bonus alone was nearly more than what some senior teachers at Toyosaki High received. And the kicker? This was only the first year since the studio was founded. Though the game they were developing hadn't been publicly revealed, Hazuki had mentioned it would be on the scale of a major studio title. If it performed anything like their previous two hit games, then this studio's future was going to shock the entire industry. Compared to indie games, large-scale titles brought significantly more industry influence, even if both could be profitable. Haruno also noticed the impressive bonuses and smiled. "Ichin-kun, you really are a generous boss." Ichin didn't bother to act humble. "Everyone here is extremely talented. Of course, I need to spend big to make sure they all stay. If even one of them got poached, I'd seriously cry." He meant every word. These days, starting your own business and building a cohesive, competent, and friendly team was no easy feat. The fact that they were able to get the studio up and running smoothly in just a year and attract so many talented people made Ichin feel incredibly lucky. That's why he was doing everything he could to make everyone feel a stronger sense of belonging. So far, after half a year, it seemed to be working quite well. This core team would become the foundation for the company's expansion in the future, and Ichin fully intended to give each person a bigger platform to grow. Suddenly, he felt someone poke his arm. Turning his head, he saw it was Yutaha. "What is it?" he asked. Yutaha narrowed her eyes and pouted. "Ichin-kun, I'm part of the studio too, you know. So why didn't I get a year-end bonus?" Ichin responded with a calm smile. "Isn't mine basically yours too? There's no need for a year-end bonus, right? And if you really want something when we go back for New Year, my mom will definitely give you a red envelope. Plus, you'll meet a bunch of relatives. Just get ready to collect more red packets." Suda Hajime had already unboxed the MB figure and was playing with the Justice Angel model. Hearing their conversation, she looked up. "Huh, Yutaha is going back to Huaxia with Ichin-kun for the New Year too?" "Yeah." During a video call, my mom suggested I bring Yutaha home with me, and she agreed. Ichin glanced at his phone's calendar and added, "We'll be gone for about a week. He'll leave the studio in your hands. Okay? Now then, the Christmas gifts are all handed out. So let's move on to the next part of the party." To prepare for the Christmas party, Ichin had even bought a home karaoke set. The apartment had good soundproofing, so singing wouldn't be a problem. All right, let me go first." As the most energetic one in the group, Suda Hajime confidently stepped up, turned on the TV, and grabbed a mic. Meanwhile, Ichin and Hazuki poured some red wine for everyone. Those who could drink got about half a glass. For those who couldn't or hadn't tried it before, they just got a small sip to go along with the festive mood. Go ahead. Keep picking your songs, it'll get us started. Vubeix. Oh wow, Kamen Rider WS theme song? A total nightclub banger. But honestly, as an opener, it really did fire up the mood, and it suited Suda Hajime perfectly. On the carpet, Haruno and her younger sister Yukino sat side by side, sharing a tablet. "Yukino, what song do you want to sing?" "They'll pick it for you," Haruno said with a smile. "It'll pass." Yukino declined immediately without even thinking. "No way." Haruno laughed. "This is a Christmas party. It's meant to be fun. That quiet personality of yours doesn't suit this kind of occasion. Here, how about this one?" Yukino glanced over and her face instantly darkened. Shina Ringo and Utada Hikaru's duet, Nijiaro no Batafurai. Was that even singable for either of them? She snatched the tablet and swiftly removed the song, then picked the Chibi Maruko-chan opening theme instead. Let's sing this. Now, it was Haruno's turn to freeze. She had just wanted to tease her little sister a bit, not actually sing. Chibi Maruko-chan? Sure, it was nostalgic, but she never expected that to be Yukino's choice. Still, since her sister had picked it, she had no choice but to go through with it, no matter how awkward it was. As the karaoke atmosphere heated up, time gradually crept toward midnight. After thinking about it for a long while, Aoba finally picked up her glass and took a tiny sip of red wine. Immediately, she stuck out her tongue in distaste. Blend, not tasty. Just as she turned her head, her eyes caught something outside the window. Everyone, it's snowing. Chapter 2:11 Christmas morning. In the early morning, Ichin woke up under the covers. Beside him, Yutaha was still sound asleep. Not wanting to disturb her, Ichin stayed under the blanket for a couple of minutes to fully wake himself up. Then, he carefully lifted the covers, got out of bed, grabbed some clothes, and left the room. After washing up, even though it was only 7 a.m., Ichin went straight to the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. It wasn't something he had to do, but last night at the studio, everyone had gone a little wild and started shouting about going to Disneyland today. Sure, they said they want to go to Disneyland, but are any of them even up yet? After preparing the filling for the buns, Ichin picked up his phone from the counter and sent a message to Rin Toyama. As expected of the studio's most reliable person, Rin quickly replied and soon showed up at Ichin's place to help with breakfast prep. Rin, is everyone else still asleep? Yep, all completely out cold, she said with a smile she couldn't hide, clearly thinking back to Yagami K's sleeping pose when she left. After you and Yutaha left last night, they kept the party going for quite a while. Sigh, I wonder if they'll still want to go to Disneyland. Wouldn't be surprised if none of them can wake up. Looking out the kitchen window, Ichin noted that although it had snowed the night before, the snow hadn't piled up too much. They could still go to Disneyland if they wanted, if they could get up in time. Because of the snow, the late hour, and the drinks, everyone had ended up spending the night. Aside from the studio's own rooms, even the guest room in Ichin's apartment had 2 occupants, the Yukino Shida sisters. As Rin placed another wrapped bun into the steamer, she thought for a moment and said, "They should be able to get up, I think. Before I left, I checked on everyone. Aoba and Tsubame heard me moving around, so they're probably awake by now. But Shizuka-sensei, who's sleeping on the studio's lounge sofa, is still snoring away. I passed by her twice, and she didn't budge at all. The studio had 4 bedrooms, but that still wasn't enough space for everyone. So Shizuka Hiratsuka, ever the responsible teacher, had volunteered to sleep on the lounge sofa. Thankfully, Cinchuredo just then, the guest room door opened, and the Kinoshita sisters stepped out, already dressed and fully awake. Since they'd left the party with Ichin and Yutaha last night, they'd managed to get a proper night's sleep. Stretching with a smile, Haruno said cheerfully, even though we didn't sleep at home, "It still feels great. It's nice to go out and have fun once in a while. Right, Yukino? As long as you don't cause trouble, I'm grateful," Yukino replied bluntly. Don't say it like that." Just then, the master bedroom door opened too, and Yutaha stepped out in her pajamas. "Good morning, Yutaha." "Morning, senpai." Seeing the 2 sisters, Yutaha returned the smile and greeted them as well. "Good morning, Haruno-senpai, Yukino. You 2 go wash up. I'll go check how breakfast is coming along." Before falling asleep last night, Ichin had told her head handle breakfast. So when she woke up and found him gone, there was only one place he could be, the kitchen. Yutaha walked into the kitchen and, just as expected, saw Ichin there along with Rin Toyama, who had come to help. "Good morning, Rin-senpai," she greeted, then walked over and hugged Ichin from behind. "Ichin, what time did you wake up?" "Just before 7. I did promise to make breakfast, after all." Turning to look at her, Ichin smiled and said, "You could have slept in a bit longer. Most people probably aren't even up yet." "It's fine. I'd rather get up," Yutaha said as she gave his back a small affectionate rub. Then, glancing at the clay pot simmering on the stove, she asked, "What's cooking in there?" "Congee. Today's breakfast is lean pork congee, steamed buns, dumplings, and fried dough sticks." Anything else you feel like eating? That's more than enough. I don't usually eat much in the morning anyway. You should be thinking more about whether all this will be enough to feed everyone else. Don't worry, I made plenty. Ichin pointed to the other batch of buns that hadn't been steamed yet. Once I'm done here, I'll have Rin take the rest downstairs to steam them. There's not enough space in this kitchen. Then yeah, that should be enough. Not wanting to get in Ichin's way, Yudaha moved over to Rin and asked, Rin, need any help? No need. There's not much left till I'll be done soon. While skillfully wrapping a dumpling, Rin glanced at her and asked, You haven't washed up yet? Are Yukino and Haruno using the bathroom? I let them go first. Just thought I'd come check in. Yudaha gave a small yawn, then looked out at the snowy scenery. Not much snow out there. I was kind of hoping we'd be able to have a snowball fight today. If you want a real snowball fight, we'll probably have to wait until we go to Hokkaido, Rin replied with a laugh. When it started snowing last night, Kei said the same thing. But I could tell the snowfall wasn't heavy. It's not going to pile up enough for that. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was Yagami Kei calling. As soon as Rin picked up, Kei's voice came through, loud and clear. Rin, where are you? You left already? No, I didn't leave, Rin quickly replied. I'm upstairs helping with breakfast. You're up already? Great, go wash up and help me wake the others. We'll be eating soon. Didn't we say we were all going to Disneyland today? Don't start slacking now. With that, she hung up. Hey, Yudaha leaned in with a teasing smile and gently bumped Rin's arm. A check-in call? Rin's face turned bright red as she waved her hands in denial. And no, nothing like that. I just spent the night helping Kei with something, so of course she'd come looking for me when she woke up. Isn't that basically the same thing? Ichin chimed in with a grin. Come on, Rin. How long has this project been going on? Still no progress at all? With no one else around, it was the perfect moment to tease her about things they normally wouldn't say aloud. Why dash? Ichin-kun, don't say weird stuff. Yudaha casually linked arms with Rin and added with a sly smile. It's not weird at all. Anyone with eyes can see it except for Kei, whose emotional intelligence is tragically low. Add to that the fact you're both girls, and she probably never even considered it. If you ask me, Rin-senpai, it's time to make a move. Hesitating too much is a bad habit. In response, Senshiredo, there's no need to be so hung up on gender roles anymore. If Yagami Kei hasn't realized what's going on yet, then someone should hurry up and make her realize it. Just go for it already. This kind of thing is so frustrating to watch. Yes, both Ichin and Yudaha were practically dying of secondhand anxiety watching Rin Toyama hesitate so much. And poor Rin, who was being teased nonstop by the two of them, couldn't even pull herself together by the time everyone was up and eating breakfast. It was clear as day that she was collapsing inside after realizing her feelings had long since been seen through. While chewing on a steamed bun, Eruri, who was sitting next to Yudaha, leaned over and whispered, What's wrong with Rin-senpai? Yudaha took a sip of milk, then whispered back with a smile, Kids don't need to know. After breakfast, everyone quickly got ready and headed out together for Disneyland. It was Christmas Day. Though it had snowed the night before, the streets outside were still bustling with crowds. It was packed from the moment they stepped outside. Walking beside Ichin, Yudaha noticed that he was wearing the scarf she had knitted for him, and her face lit up with a happy smile. Ichin turned his head just in time to catch her expression. Seeing that she wasn't wearing a scarf herself, he glanced down at the one around his neck, then, without a word, unwrapped it, adjusted the length, and wrapped part of it around her as well. Ichin stood at 180 centimeters, and Yudaha was close to 170 centimeters. With their heights so well matched, the scarf still looked perfectly fine even when shared between the two. But the moment he did that, everyone else instinctively pulled away from them, leaving a noticeable gap. With one arm casually draped around Yudaha's shoulder, Ichin glanced at the rest of them and said without a hint of shame, What? Don't tell me you've never seen couples like this on the street before. We've seen it, Hiratsuka Shizuka replied, nodding with a slightly annoyed tone. But those are strangers, I don't know them. You two, on the other hand, are my students. And yet, somehow, even my students are more successful than I am. How can this be? Unforgivable. Ichin gave her a sidelong glance, and said, Hiratsuka-sensei, once this year ends, you'll be turning twin. Don't say it. Hiratsuka quickly shouted him down and waved everyone forward. Let's go, let's go. Move it. Disneyland's definitely going to be crowded today. And with that, she marched off on her own. Watching her retreating figure, Momiji Mochizuki leaned over and whispered at Tsubame Narumi, Tsubame, wait, Hiratsuka-sensei isn't even 30 yet? Tsubame's mouth twitched. Did we ever say she was 30? But when she drinks, she really gives off that late 30s single woman vibe. Peach, stop it. If she hears that, she will cry. The younger girls might joke around freely, but for Hiratsuka, the oldest among them, it really was kind of tragic to be spending Christmas Eve with a bunch of students without a boyfriend or even a singles mixer to go to. They hadn't thought much of it before, but after seeing her last night, everyone more or less understood now why Hiratsuka Shizuka still didn't have a boyfriend. After Christmas came the countdown to the new year. On New Year's Day, Ichin didn't go back home. Instead, he accompanied Yutaha to meet several of her relatives. At this point, Ichin and Yutaha's relationship was already acknowledged by both of their families, which came as quite a surprise to her extended relatives. Even though he was technically a foreign son-in-law, once Yutaha's parents explained Ichin's academic achievements and the current growth of his studio, every relative with a daughter couldn't help but envy their family for finding such an ideal match. As for those with sons, they instinctively began comparing Ichin to their own boys, only to quickly realize there was simply no comparison. A son-in-law like this was truly rare. Yutaha's taste was exceptional. But what really shut everyone up was when they learned that Yutaha was now writing light novels, had already published several, and was enjoying excellent sales, even to the point that an anime adaptation was already in the works. Was this what people meant by a perfect match? Looks, academics, career, they complemented each other in every way. No one could find a single flaw. That evening, after returning from the family dinner, Ichin collapsed onto the sofa. Phew, that's one hurdle cleared, right? Yutaha took off her coat, hung it up, turned on the heater, then walked over and sat beside him. Cupping his cheeks with both hands, she gave him a big kiss. Mwah. Great job. Hey, race your reward. Caught up in her infectious smile, Ichin smiled back. That's all the reward I get? Blushing slightly, Yutaha squished his cheeks in her hands and said, Censurato. It hadn't just been a long day for Ichin. Yutaha was exhausted too. After squeezing his cheeks for a bit longer, she leaned into him and closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of his embrace. Ichin gently wrapped his arms around her, and the two shared a peaceful, quiet moment together. After giving everyone a week off, the studio resumed operations even though school hadn't started back up yet. At 10 a.m., Ichin arrived at the studio, greeted everyone, and took his seat before booting up his computer. Hazuki, I called Aunt Sayuri yesterday. Let's go over there this afternoon. Kei, you're coming with us. Huh? Me too. Yagami Kei, who hadn't even put on her headphones yet, pointed at herself in surprise. Do I have to? I've still got a ton of work to get through. It's just half a day we won't dock your pay. Rin Toyama, who was sitting beside her, chimed in. Go on, Kei. If Ichin-kun's asking, he probably needs your help. Besides, you already worked ahead on a lot of your tasks. You won't fall behind. Even you're siding with him now. Kei scratched her head in frustration. Fine, I'll go. Yagami Kei was the type who liked staying in the office and focusing on work. Meeting people and handling business talks really wasn't her thing, and she knew it. But today, her presence was genuinely needed. As the lead artist on the project, she had to be involved in coordinating with the outsourced team. They needed her input. As Kei reluctantly put on her headphones and got to work for the morning, Ichin glanced past her and caught Rin Toyama's eye. He gave her a subtle look, then mouthed the question, How's it going? Rin immediately flushed red, shaking her head repeatedly before locking her gaze on the screen and refusing to acknowledge him. No doubt about it, she hadn't made a single move. Zero progress. Nokiri whatsoever. Chapter 213. A proposal for merger after lunch and a short break. Ichin, Hazuki, and Yagami Kei set off for Lily. Sitting in the back seat beside Yagami Kei, Ichin asked, Kei, Haven't you thought about getting a driver's license? With your income, buying a car should be pretty easy, right? Ah, yeah. I haven't gotten around to it, Kay said awkwardly, scratching her cheek. I think I mentioned this before, but back when I was at Eagle Jump, I often just slept at the office. And even now, commuting from my rental to the studio is easy, just hop on a train. So I never really needed to drive, and getting a license wasn't something I thought about. You should still consider getting one, Hazuki said while driving. I'm the only one in the studio with a license. If we all need to go somewhere, it's kind of hassle. Kay, you should take some time and go for it. And we should get Yumiko to apply too. Ichin, you're planning on getting yours after your birthday, right? Ichin nodded. Yeah, once my birthday's over, I'll go take the test and buy a car too. If 3 or 4 of us have cars in the studio, ITLL make everything a lot more convenient. Their words got Kay thinking seriously. It was true a license would be useful. Now that she was living at the studio, rent was no longer a concern. Aside from the monthly allowance she sent home, she was still saving a good amount. As long as she didn't go for some luxury car, she could definitely afford one. All right, decision made. Time to get a license, and I'll drag Rin along with me. Before long, the 3 arrived at Lily. Sawamura, Sayuri, and Ariri were already there. The members of Lily were taking this collaboration very seriously. After only 3 days off for New Year's, they had all returned to work of their own accord and gotten straight to it. Today, Sayuri had invited Ichin to review some of their progress. You've finished the first 3 layers of the cognitive space, and the Shinjuku and Shibuya maps are done too. Tots. Surprisingly fast. Ichin had expected a progress check, but not for them to have come this far already. Inside Sayuri's office, Ichin opened the project files on the computer, reviewing them with Hazuki and Yagami Kei. Seeing the 3D models, Kei looked genuinely impressed. Wow, this is way better than I expected. She took the mouse from Ichin and examined the models carefully. Yeah, this is solid. Still, this area could use some polish, and this spot here isn't quite finished. Needs a bit more work. As someone who regularly reviewed everyone's work, Kei gave praise where due, but also pointed out a few flaws. But those were all minor issues. Given Lily's work speed, they could be patched up in less than half a day. Taking a sip of coffee and leaving Kei to continue the inspection, Ichin turned to Sayuri and said, Aunt Sayuri, your club members are way more skilled than I expected. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to poach a few of them. Ichin's comment didn't surprise Sawamura Sayuri at all. Smiling, she replied, of course, as the manager of this circle, I'm well aware of everyone's capabilities. As for poaching, I actually don't see that as a problem. You see, I know your studio is bound to expand sooner or later. So, Ichin-kun, would you be open to bringing some Lily members into your team? Huh? Ichin blinked in surprise. Even Kei and Hazuki turned to look at Sayuri. Aunt Sayuri, are you thinking of stepping down from running the circle? He asked. It's not that I don't want to, Sayuri said, crossing her arms and leaning back into the couch with a sigh. It's just that the family business needs more of my attention these days. My energy is being stretched thinner and thinner. Besides, the profits from an independent fan art circle aren't always stable. I want to find a better development path for everyone. After some thought, merging with your studio really does seem like the best option, of course, only if you're open to it. I'm definitely open to expanding, Ichin said without hesitation. He hadn't expected Sayuri to bring this up on her own, but now that she had, he was more than happy to continue the conversation. But you haven't told the rest of the circle about this yet, have you? Of course not, Sayuri said, narrowing her eyes with a grin. I had to check with you first, but from the looks of it, you're more than willing to take them in, right? Absolutely. But there's no rush, is there? Ichin waved his hand casually. Let me take a short trip back to my home country after the new year, and we'll talk more after that. Plus, I haven't even started looking for a new office space yet. Speaking of which, Aunt Sayuri, do you have any leads on that front? Preferably somewhere near our current studio. I'm planning to convert our current office into employee housing for Kei and the others. Office space? No problem. Sayuri nodded decisively. I'll ask around, shouldn't be hard to find something. Do you have size requirements? It's just a pity this current space of ours is a bit far. Otherwise, it'd be a great fit. Indeed, Lily's current location was decent, But it was quite a distance from Ichin's studio, not just geographically, but also from where most people lived. If they were going to move, proximity would be key. Besides, this space wouldn't accommodate further expansion. As for size, definitely bigger than this one, Ichin said. I won't be stopping at just this team. We'll continue growing. Ideally, something like a full floor in a standard office building. Got it. Once I find a place, I'll have Airi let you know. Sayuri gave him an okay sign with her hand, already making mental notes. As for informing the rest of the club, Sayuri wasn't worried. She knew Ichin's studio inside and out. After all, her own daughter worked there. It would be easy for her members to adapt. It was time to sit down and talk it through with everyone. Meanwhile, Kay finished checking over the outsourced content thoroughly. Aside from a few minor issues, the overall quality met expectations, and there was no need for a full redo. After copying all the necessary files, Ichin and the others now, joined by Airi, headed back to the studio. With Airi now with them, Ichin took the passenger seat, leaving the back seat to Yagami, Kay, and Airi. As they drove, Kay asked curiously, Airi, what made Aunt Sayuri bring up the idea of a merger all of a sudden? Airi shook her head. I'm not sure either. But ever since November, Mom's been getting busier and busier. I've told her she doesn't need to push herself so hard. If she brought it up today, she must really thought it through. And if we do merge with the studio, I don't think most of the club will resist it. In fact, I'd say the majority will be happy about it. Of course, this wasn't something that would be settled overnight. It would take time, and that was fine. Chapter 214. Time to head back with winter break over. It was time for the new school term to begin. After greeting their classmates upon entering the classroom, Ichin and Yutaha made their way to their seats. Thinking for a moment, Ichin turned to Yutaha. If I remember correctly, there's supposed to be a career path survey this semester, right? In short, it was a guidance process for students regarding their future paths, either advancing to higher education or entering the workforce. It was something every second-year student had to go through. Although Ichin was an international student, it was only a matter of time before he, too, would receive the same forms and be called in for a chat with the teachers. Yutaha nodded. Yeah, it should be sometime this month. But it doesn't really concern us that much. After all, we're both aiming for university, so all we need to do is fill in which one we want to apply to. True, it doesn't really affect us much. Ichin placed his bag down and took out his phone to check the calendar. Compared to the survey, I think there's something else we should be thinking about. Today's January 18th. We have to head back before the end of the month. So, less than 2 weeks left? She hadn't felt it before, but now that Ichin pointed it out, Yutaha suddenly started to feel nervous. Under Ichin's guidance, her Chinese had improved significantly, and she could now handle simple daily conversations. But meeting his parents was one thing. Going back to China for the Lunar New Year and meeting extended family was still a massive challenge for her. Noticing the change in her expression, Ichin grinned. Already getting nervous? Just follow the example I set when I met your family. Should be easy, right? Yutaha shot him a glare. I don't have a thick skin like you, Ichin. Ichin, I think we're actually pretty similar. Don't think I didn't catch that you're saying I'm thick-skinned too, aren't you? Ignoring him, Yutaha rested her chin in her hands and fell into deep thought. She might be eloquent and confident when talking with friends, but when it came to Ichin's family, she wasn't sure she could perform as smoothly. Seeing her getting more and more worried, Ichin shook his head and reached out to poke her cheek. Don't overthink it. If you're stuck, just ask my mom when we get back. She'll help you out. And the relatives you'll meet during New Year, they're all really easy to get along with. Nothing to worry about. Really? Yutaha nodded, looking thoughtful. She made up her mind that once they got back, she'd make sure to ask Ichin's mom for plenty of advice and prepare thoroughly. Ichin had done great when he met her relatives. There was no way she could afford to embarrass herself now. Just as they had predicted, once the morning's opening ceremony ended and they returned to the classroom, Hiratsuka-sensei handed out the career survey forms. Career path survey. Every student must fill one out, so don't try to gloss over it. Think carefully and hand it in by this Friday. Now then, let's begin class. Open your textbooks. Ichin glanced over the survey form. After seeing that it was just about indicating a general direction or goal, he quickly lost interest, stuffed it into his desk drawer, and opened his textbook. It was the first class of a new term, might as well listen for a bit and show some respect to Hiratsuka-sensei. Being the first day back, Hiratsuka-sensei didn't cover anything too heavy, so the class felt relatively relaxed. Time passed quickly, and as the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Hiratsuka briskly wrapped up the remaining material and closed her notes. All right, that's it for now. Ichin, come with me to the office. Bring your career survey form. Huh? Ichin looked up at Hiratsuka, only to see she was already out the door, her teaching materials in hand. Yuta, sitting nearby, commented, "She probably just wants you to fill it out quickly. After all, there's no way your parents would be coming in." Well, that's true. Ichin nodded, grabbed the career path survey form, and left the classroom. Catching up to Hiratsuka-sensei, he walked beside her and asked, "Sensei, you don't need my parents to come in, right?" "No need. Your grades are excellent, so there's no reason to involve them. Besides, I already have a good idea of what you're going to write. You told me before, remember?" Once they arrived at the office, Hiratsuka opened the door and went in. She pulled a chair over next to hers and gestured for Ichin to sit, then handed him a pen. "Here, go ahead and fill it out. It's Todai, Tokyo University, right?" "Yeah, Todai. I already discussed it with Yuta." Ichin took the pen and quickly filled out the form before handing it back to her. "Oh, right. Since I'm here, I might as well talk to you about taking a leave." "Already asking for leave on the first day of school?" "Not now, at the end of the month," Ichin explained. "They'll be going home for Chinese New Year. I already promised my family. Also, Yuta will be coming back with me, so we're both planning to take time off." Hiratsuka felt like she had just been hit by a wave of couple energy. She stared at Ichin for a few seconds before replying. "How long?" "A week, probably." Ichin glanced at the calendar on her desk. "The 28th and 29th are a weekend, so they don't count. I'd like to take a full 7 days off, starting from the following Monday. Would that be okay?" "Oh, using polite language now, because you're worried he'll say no?" Looking at him, Hiratsuka couldn't help but chuckle. "He'll approve it. A week off might not be feasible for other students, but you're a foreign student, and both you and Yuta are the top 2 in the grade. It shouldn't be an issue. They'll speak to the year coordinator later and get back to you this afternoon. Sound good?" With Hiratsuka's words, Ichin knew the leave was basically a done deal. "Thanks, Sensei. They'll bring you back some local specialties after the trip." Waving her hand dismissively, Hiratsuka said, "All right, now get out of here. I don't want to talk to lovey-dovey types like you. Going home for New Year's, bringing the girlfriend to meet the parents and relatives." If Ichin were a bit older, Hiratsuka felt like she might be receiving a wedding invitation next. After Ichin obediently left the office, a few other teachers gathered around. "Hiratsuka-sensei, those two are taking leave to go meet the parents? Kids these days, they really are something else." Hiratsuka shrugged and reached into her pocket for a cigarette, but remembered she was still in the office, so she reluctantly put it away. "Forget it, just accept it. Let be." That afternoon, Ichin's leave request was approved. But rather than Hiratsuka coming to inform him, the notification was sent directly to his phone. Glancing at the screen, Ichin turned to Yuta and said, "I think it's time we start getting ready. Let's book our plane tickets for next Friday." He also sent a message to his mom to let her know her son would be coming home next week. Chapter 2:15-15. Starting the demo production, although they said they were going back, there were still about 10 days left. After school, when they returned to the studio, Ichin told everyone about going back at the end of the month. "Going back to China for the Spring Festival, huh? You actually managed to get a whole week off, and the two of you together, no less." Yumiko looked at Ichin and couldn't help commenting, "I bet Hiratsuka-sensei didn't look too happy when she found out, right? I mean, she's been on so many matchmaking dates and still hasn't succeeded. She's still single." Ichin recalled Shizuka's expression that morning and chuckled. "Yeah, she didn't look too pleased. When she heard I was taking time off to bring Yuta back with me, she grumpily shooed me away. Still, she did help sort out the leave for me in the end. Honestly, we should avoid bringing up the whole single topic in front of her again. I'm really worried that if we do it a few more times, she might actually cry." Yeah, totally. Hazuki chimed in confidently from the side. It's not like being single is Shizuka's fault. Let's just not rub it in. If there's a chance, we should help her find a decent guy. Then again, maybe we're not the best people to say that. We don't exactly have a ton of guys in our social circle. Maybe we should ask Miss Sayuri for help? Shinoda placed her hands behind her head and said in confusion, but isn't being single kind of nice? I don't get why Hiratsuka-sensei keeps going to mixers and blind dates. Isn't that exhausting? Sitting next to her, Ijima Yun scoffed, you can say that now, but let's see what happens when you hit 30. I bet your family will start nagging you nonstop. But isn't Hiratsuka-sensei not even 30 yet? Can we not keep poking at Hiratsuka-sensei's sore spots? She's already tired. She just wants to find a boyfriend and quietly be a teacher. Ichin shook his head helplessly. All right, Yun, enough. Everyone here, one way or another, is going to go through the same thing. For now, let's just focus on work. As he spoke, Ichin opened his laptop and booked flight tickets for himself and Yutaha for next Friday. They could head straight to the airport after class in the afternoon, perfect timing. Hazuki leaned over for a peek. Book the tickets? Do you want me to take you two to the airport? No need, Ichin said with a smile. Yutaha, and I can just take a taxi. We'll still need you to hold down the fort here at the studio. Besides, if you help us out, the others will definitely want to tag along too. No need for all that trouble. I'll be back in just a week. Going to China? Huh, that's so nice. I want to go too. Hearing Shinoda's words, Ichin smiled. Sure, when summer comes, they'll take everyone on a vacation. Last year we went to Aiza, this year, let's go to China. There are tons of fun places to visit. Yay! Shinoda raised her hands in excitement. Can we go see pandas? Can't you see them in Tokyo too? But there aren't as many. Of course, Ichin wouldn't say no. Taking everyone to Sichuan was already in the plans. No problem. We'll take you all there. But just know during summer break, there's going to be a huge crowd, so be mentally prepared. Vacations are always crowded, and that's doubly true for panda bases, which are packed even on normal days. After chatting for a while about the mid-year trip that was still half a year away, everyone finally returned to their work. Once Ichin received a partially completed set of models from Lily, he immediately began expanding the original test version based on the completed map segments. After all, he was trying to bring Persona to the Nintendo Switch, so a fully fleshed-out demo was absolutely necessary. He planned to complete part of the demo now, then leave the rest to the studio team. By the time he returned after the new year, the Switch-compatible demo should be just about finished, ready to present to Nintendo for negotiations about launching on their platform. Although Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight had both sold well on the Switch, their genres were more aligned with niche indie titles, and thus the promotional support for Nintendo was limited. But Persona, Ichin intended for it to become the flagship title of the studio. So everything had to be done perfectly across the board. Naturally, that included securing strong marketing resources. Domestically, with the studio's account on Bilibili and potential promotional campaigns in collaboration with the platform, they should be covered. But for overseas markets, relying on themselves alone wouldn't be enough. They needed a reliable partner. And in that regard, Nintendo was an excellent choice. What's that? You suggest Sony? Ichin had long given up on playing ball with Sony. Right now, the Nintendo Switch was the studio's main target platform. As long as they did solid optimization work on the PC side as well, there shouldn't be an issue. Since Persona was a turn-based RPG, it didn't require extremely high performance, meaning they wouldn't need to significantly downgrade the visuals for the Switch version. Looking at the current workload, Ichin pulled up the development schedule, then called Yumiko, Kei Yagami, Rin Toyama, and Hazuki over to the lounge area. Once everyone had gathered, Ichin pointed at the schedule in front of him and said, Rin, adjust next week's work plan. Let's prioritize completing the demo. The focus will be on two key areas first. Part of the map and battle for the first palace. Second, the map of the real-world area, Shinjuku. Let's make sure both of these sections are done well. Character movement is already functioning fine. What's left is filling in the battle systems and other unfinished mechanics. Okay, Yumiko, you two okay with that? Yumiko nodded calmly. Don't worry, I've already planned things out. The modeling for the main cast is done. Hatsu is currently working on the animations. We should be able to complete 3 to 4 characters this week. Kei Yagami added confidently. The persona models for each protagonist are almost finished too. Well, start designing their unique battle animations afterward. We should be able to recreate the combat visuals from your original concept. Great. Sounds like we're on track. That puts me at ease. Ichin nodded. Let's make sure this demo is well polished. ITLL be shown to Nintendo, so the Switch version will be our main focus. Let's aim for 60 FPS in optimization. Even if we can't hit that, we absolutely must stay above 30 FPS. Yumiko, it'll keep my phone on and reachable while I'm away if any issues come up. Contact me directly. We're short on programmers as it is, so don't let problems pile up. Got it, Yumiko replied. With the shift in work priorities decided, everyone returned to their tasks and resumed development. Chapter 216-216. Setting off, going home in the remaining week or so, Ichin followed his usual routine of attending classes and working. Then, a few days before departure, he began packing together with Yutaha. As she folded clothes and placed them into the suitcase, Yutaha couldn't help but ask, "Ichin, are you really not bringing any gifts back?" Ichin smiled and gently pinched her cheek. "No need. My family has everything. Just having you come back with me is better than any gift." That may be true, but still, going back empty-handed feels a little inappropriate, doesn't it? Yutaha frowned as she sat on the carpet, trying to think of what gifts she could bring. But after racking her brain for quite a while, she still couldn't come up with a good idea. Ichin's family was well off. They likely didn't lack anything. Plus, with the new year approaching, they had probably already bought everything they needed. Unlike Yutaha, Ichin was simply returning home, so he didn't need to pack many clothes. He just brought a few books, some electronic devices, and the scarf Yutaha had knitted for him. He didn't even need a separate suitcase. He could just tuck everything into Yutaha's. Sliding over and wrapping an arm around her shoulders, Ichin looked at her and said, "See, I wasn't wrong. We really don't need to prepare any gifts. What my parents care about most is seeing their future daughter-in-law in person." Yutaha's face turned slightly red, and she bumped her forehead gently against Ichin's chin. In the end, she gave up on the gift idea and focused on packing properly. The day of departure arrived quickly. But before they could leave, they still had to finish their classes for the day. They wouldn't be heading out until the afternoon. After breakfast, the two of them left for school. While they could have brought their suitcases along, since they were in school uniforms, they decided instead to return home after classes, change clothes, and then take a taxi directly to the airport. Besides, coming back in the afternoon also gave them a chance to say goodbye to everyone at the studio. When they arrived at school, their classmates already knew that Ichin and Yutaha were taking a week off. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it were just a normal leave of absence, but the key point was that Ichin was going back to his home country for the new year, and Yutaha was going with him to meet his parents. As soon as that news got out, it was impossible for the class not to gossip. Meeting the parents, this was serious. For most of their classmates who hadn't even had a relationship yet, this felt like something very far off. Plus, Ichin's mother had already visited before and met both Yutaha and her parents. Things between the two families were essentially already settled. This trip home with Ichin just cemented everything. So young, and already in a committed relationship. They say marriage is the graveyard of love. Did this mean the two of them already had one foot in the grave? Grave or not, I'm seriously jealous. The boys in the class voiced their true feelings. Finding a girlfriend felt like an impossible task. Seeing how lively the class was, Ichin smiled at Yutaha and said, "So, how does it feel to be the one everyone's jealous of?" "Not bad," Yutaha replied with a faint smirk. "But it's even more fun when it's people we know personally." "Like who?" "A certain golden retriever. Iriri's gonna flip when she hears that." "She'll survive." Yutaha smiled and shook her head. "As long as she doesn't bite, it's all negotiable." At that moment, a few girls came over, curious to ask Yutaha about her upcoming trip to China with Ichin. She didn't mind at all and started chatting with them since there was still some time before class started. With one hand propping up his chin, Ichin watched as Yutaha chatted with the girls. He truly noticed how much she had changed. Does love really change people? Probably. After all, even he had changed a lot since the beginning in many different ways. At lunchtime, Ichin and Yutaha went to the service club. As they opened their lunch boxes and started eating, Eruri looked at Yutaha and asked, "You two are leaving this afternoon, right? Are you sure you don't want us to see you off?" "No need." Yutaha shook her head after taking a bite of rice. "It's just going back home with Ichin for New Year. No need to make a big deal out of it. At most, you can just come pick us up when we get back." "Well, if you say so." Eruri didn't push it. If they didn't want to send off, then so be it. Shed just stay at the studio. But with you two gone for a week, I can already imagine the chaos in the studio. Catching Ariri's glance, Ichin casually shrugged. "I've already mentally prepared myself. As long as everyone finishes their assigned tasks, I don't care about the rest. Besides, in any company, when the boss isn't around, employees are bound to let loose a little. Still, our studio's members are pretty disciplined. No matter what, they won't forget their actual responsibilities." Yutaha added with a small smirk. "On that note, I think you, Eruri, could stand to learn a thing or two from everyone else. After all, Eri Kashiwa-sensei is pretty infamous in the industry for missing deadlines, always rushing to submit at the very last second." Her words made Ariri's face twitch. She wanted to argue back, but she couldn't because it was true. Back when she was still a doujinshi artist, especially during the summer comic it was vacation time, so of course she'd relax. She'd spend most of her time catching up on anime and playing games, constantly procrastinating on her books. She'd come up with all kinds of excuses to delay things, and by the time she really had no choice, she'd stay up all night rushing to finish the manuscript. Even though she was naturally talented at drawing, there were still multiple occasions when she failed to make the deadline. Some of her self-published books didn't even show up until the second or third day of the event at her circle's booth. Blushing, Eruri declared, "Righteously, that kind of thing won't happen anymore. I've already left the independent comic scene. Now I'm just a part-time artist for a game development studio. Deadlines are no longer my concern. Besides, you're not a real indie fan artist if you haven't experienced the panic of a looming deadline. Did you know that?" But now that she thought about it, quitting the indie fan art world really was the right decision. Watching her go on about her past without a shred of self-reflection and even with a bit of misplaced pride, the three others at the table could only look at her with deadpan expressions. Forget it. Time to eat in peace. After the afternoon class ended, everyone welcomed the weekend. For Ichin and Yutaha, it was time to depart. Yukino and Eruri accompanied them to the studio. The couple returned home, changed clothes, grabbed their luggage, and came downstairs. Though no one was going to the airport with them, everyone still chose to gather downstairs to see them off. Once the taxi they had booked arrived, Ichin turned to everyone at the studio and said, "All right, we're heading out now. I'm leaving the next week's work in your hands. See you all in 10 days. Yutaha, do your best too." With everyone's cheerful send-off, the two of them got into the taxi and set off for the airport. Chapter 217. Arrival. After passing through security and boarding the plane, Ichin and Yutaha found their seats and sat down. Because Yutaha didn't think it was necessary, Ichin hadn't booked first class. He opted for business class instead. As for economy class, since they had enough funds, there was no real need for that. Ichin still preferred a relatively quiet and spacious environment. Having flown many times before, both Ichin and Yutaha were quite used to the process. The plane soon took off. Once it had stabilized mid-air, Ichin stretched lazily and turned to Yutaha beside him, saying, "It's a 2-hour flight. If you get sleepy, feel free to nap. Want something to drink?" I'd like some hot tea." Ichin called over a flight attendant and ordered 2 cups of black tea. Then he and Yutaha put on their headphones, quietly chatting while listening to music. "Ichin-kun, is Annie picking us up after we land?" "Yeah, and my dad coming too." "Yeah, I thought Uncle still had work." Ichin chuckled. "Work's not too demanding these days. My dad's company is pretty stable now, so he doesn't have to worry much. It's almost the end of the year. Most companies aren't busy and are just waiting for the New Year holidays. If I were going back alone, he probably wouldn't bother coming. My mom might not even come either. But since you're coming home with me this year, of course I'll be there." "I see." Yutaha nodded. Over the past half year since summer break, she had frequently video chatted with Ichin's mother and had come to know just how fond both parents were of her. They treated her kindly, which gave her a deep sense of reassurance. Snuggling into Ichin's arm, Yutaha rubbed her head against his shoulder and said, "Ichi, I'm going to nap for a bit. Wake me when we're about to arrive, okay?" "Sure, go ahead and sleep." As a small gesture, Ichin stopped a passing flight attendant and asked for a blanket, which he gently draped over Yutaha. In business class, most passengers were suited business people. Young couples like Ichin and Yutaha were a rare sight. Because of that, the flight attendants couldn't help but glance over at them now and then, their expressions showing clear admiration. Occasionally, some of them overheard bits of the couple's conversation and gathered that the girl was traveling with the boy to meet his parents, and, judging by the tone, the family seemed quite pleased with her. To these busy flight attendants, a relationship like that was something they truly envied. With Ichin beside her, even on an airplane, Yutaha quickly fell asleep. Ichin helped tidy her hair a little, gently removed one of her earbuds, and then closed his own eyes, planning to get a bit of rest as well. 2 hours passed quickly, and, as the landing announcement played, Ichin woke up and gently roused Yutaha too. The plane was about to land. Rubbing her eyes, Yutaha pulled the blanket off herself and glanced out the window. "We're really here, huh?" "Yeah, we're landing now." It was already early evening. Since his parents were picking them up, they'd probably eat out tonight. There likely wasn't any time to cook. Before long, the plane landed smoothly. Ichin and Yutaha disembarked and retrieved their luggage. As soon as they stepped off the plane, Yutaha immediately felt that she was already clinging to Ichin's arm, shrinking her neck into her scarf. "It feels like it's colder here in Modu, Shanghai, than in Tokyo. The temperature's about the same," Ichin explained, "but because of the geography, the wind here is stronger in winter. That makes it feel colder. When I was a kid, if you weren't careful in the winter, your ears could get frostbitten pretty easily." While explaining, Ichin led Yutaha out through the terminal. At the arrival area, they quickly spotted his parents. Since there weren't many people coming out at the moment, Ichin's parents also immediately spotted their son and their future daughter-in-law. "Dad, Mom." Ichin smiled and waved, walking over with Yutaha. Taking a glance at the girl beside him, Ichin noticed that Yutaha's expression was a little stiff. Yutaha whispered, "Well, this is the first time I'm meeting your dad in person, outside of video calls. Of course I'm nervous." "Don't worry," Ichin reassured her. "My dad's not strict at all. He's easy to talk to." When they reached his parents, Ichin gave both of them a hug, then gently pulled Yutaha forward and said to his dad, "Dad, this is Yutaha. You've chatted with her over video before." Yutaha, a little nervous, greeted politely, "Hello, uncle." Good, good. "Hello, Yutaha." Ichin's father was clearly very pleased as he looked at the girl standing beside his son. Smiling warmly, he said, "All right, let's not stay here. Let's head to the restaurant. It's dinner time." Outside the airport, Ichin's dad pulled the car around, and the whole family got in, heading toward the restaurant they had booked. Ichin took the front passenger seat, leaving the back seat for his mom and Yutaha. "Dad, things not too busy at the company?" Ichin asked. "Not at all." His dad chuckled as he drove. "After the year-end party, it's just been wrapping up work from the past year. I gave everyone the rest of the time off starting today. How about you, Ichin? Been tired lately?" "Not really. I outsourced some simpler projects to another club, so it's lightened the load. I'm also thinking about acquiring and merging with that club after I get back. It's a solid team of nearly 20 people. Plus, it's run by a classmate's family, so in every aspect, it's the ideal partner." Ichin's father nodded as he listened to his son's recent work plans. "MHM, you should only take on projects that match your team size. Expansion is inevitable for you, though. Have you thought about doing anything on the domestic side? For game development, what you mainly need are artists and programmers. I've definitely thought about it," Ichin said, resting a hand on his chin. "I plan to set up a branch company after I enter university. I can't manage both sides while still in high school. A team of 30-plus people is already enough for me to handle development over the next year or so. Once I'm in university, they'll have more time and a better reputation, which will make recruitment a lot easier too." Though Ichin didn't plan to create his own gaming platform like Ubisoft, he definitely wouldn't be sticking to just one game at a time. Setting up multiple studios to work in parallel was something he knew he'd need. AAA titles, high-quality indie games, pixel-style games, he still had tons of ideas for different genres. His vision was clear. He'd take charge of the flagship projects, while the other studios would handle the rest. Multiple projects blooming at once, each bearing fruit. Just imagining that scene was enough to make his heart race with excitement. Chapter 2:18-18. A daughter-in-law really is more important than a son. While Ichin and his father were chatting about work up front, the two women in the back, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, were also quietly conversing. Yudaha, I heard from Ichin that your birthday is on the 31st, right? Yudaha nodded. Yes, it just happens to fall on New Year's Eve here. Ichin's mother smiled happily. Perfect. That means we can celebrate your birthday along with the New Year. We've already reserved a table at a hotel for the New Year's Eve dinner. Besides our immediate family, a few of Ichin's uncles will be joining too. I've told everyone about you already, but I haven't shown them your photo yet. They're all really curious about you. Hearing that, Yudaha couldn't help but get nervous. We're meeting them that soon? Ichin's mother chuckled and gently patted her on the head. Don't worry, no one's going to make things hard for you. At most, they'll ask about you and Ichin. At that moment, Ichin turned around in his seat and reassured her my mom's right. Don't be nervous. If there's any question you don't want to answer, just don't. Ichin's mom rolled her eyes at him. What are you saying? Do you think your uncles are that kind of people? Besides, your older cousins are all very steady there, not going to throw out random questions. Ichin shrank his neck and muttered, I was just saying that to ease her nerves. By the way, Mom, is cousin and his whole family coming too? Are they bringing the kids? Of course. It's been a while since you saw them, right? The little ones have grown up a lot. They're adorable. She looked meaningfully at her son and Yudaha and added, if you and Yudaha have kids in the future, I'm sure they'll be even more beautiful. Ichin remained calm, but Yudaha turned bright red at the topic. Still, she forced herself to reply, quietly, kids, maybe after we finish university. Hearing that Yudaha didn't outright reject the idea made Ichin's mother even happier. She grabbed Yudaha's hand with a beaming smile. Ichin, of course, understood what his mom was thinking. Her son had a girlfriend now. There was no need to worry about studies or work, and the family was financially stable. All she was hoping for next was a grandchild she could spoil. But realistically, that was still far off. At the very least, they'd wait until after marriage. During university, both Ichin and Yudaha wanted to focus on honing their professional skills. With the New Year's dinner plans mostly discussed, Ichin's mom turned the conversation to Yudaha's first trip abroad. Is this your first time in Shanghai, Yudaha? Yes. Yudaha nodded, glancing out the car window. When I was in middle school, I went to Hong Kong once because my dad was on a business trip. Both are modern cities, but the main difference is that trip was in summer, and now it's winter. It's really quite cold. If you're cold, just layer up more. That's all you need. Luckily, Yudaha was well bundled up today. Ichin had made sure of it. He knew just how chilly winters in his hometown could get. If she dressed like she did in Tokyo, wearing only thermal socks or something, she'd not only freeze head, also definitely get scolded by his mom. The restaurant for dinner was close to home, a place Ichin had visited many times with his parents. The owner was an old acquaintance of his dad's. After parking and heading inside, the boss at the front desk immediately greeted Ichin's father with a smile. Then he spotted Ichin, and beside him Yudaha. Well, the young man's back, and he really did bring his girlfriend. What a beauty. Come on in. Your private room is ready, and the dishes will be out soon. Ichin smiled and replied, Long time no see, Uncle Lou. The restaurant owner patted Ichin on the shoulder and laughed. You've really matured after a year away. Even settled your love life. Your girlfriend looks like a movie star. Nice, much better than my own kid. Ichin had met the owner's son a couple of times, 3 years older than him, currently studying in the capital. He should be coming back soon, too. As they stepped into the private room, the heating had already been turned on in advance, making it comfortably warm inside. Ichin helped Yudaha take off her coat and hang it up, then held her hand as they sat down. He asked, What would you like to drink? Cola, juice, or coconut milk? Yudaha thought for a moment and replied, Coconut milk, please. So Ichin turned to the restaurant owner, and ordered 2 cans of warm coconut milk. After checking whether Yutaha had any dietary restrictions, the owner headed straight to the kitchen to get the chefs moving. Ichin's dad followed him back to take a look as well. Yutaha glanced around the decor of the private room, a bit curious, and asked in a low voice, "Ichin, when we came in just now, a lot of people were greeting your dad?" "Yeah, this place is pretty close to our neighborhood, and the food is great, so a lot of locals come here often. Over time, everyone's gotten to know each other pretty well." As he said that, Ichin glanced at the door to the private room. "Mom, I bet Dad didn't go to the kitchen to check the dishes. You probably want to smoke again, right?" Ichin's mom waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. I already told him when we came to pick you two up, no smoking in the private room tonight. If he really can't hold it, let him smoke outside before coming back in." Ichin's face twitched. "Mom, you didn't used to be like this when it was just the 3 of us eating together. You think you're the same as Yutaha?" That one sentence immediately made clear who held the higher status in her eyes. Ichin gave a helpless shrug and looked at Yutaha. "See, in this house, my mom is the highest authority. After that, it's you. Me and my dad, we take turns being at the bottom." Yutaha's lips curved into a small smile. Under the table, she gently squeezed Ichin's hand. She could tell he was half joking, but mostly trying to make her feel at ease. Across from them, Ichin's mom saw the way they looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. She didn't say anything more. Dinner was enjoyable and filled with laughter. After all, it was a well-established family-run restaurant with years of history. Once they were full and satisfied, they headed home by car. Ichin's family didn't own a villa, but they lived in a high-end residential complex with a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. It hadn't been cheap when they bought it, and its value had only gone up since. They took the elevator up, and as the front door opened, Ichin's mom beamed and said, "Come in, Yutaha." Change in his slippers. "No need to be shy, treat this like your own home." "Okay, thank you, Annie," Yutaha responded sweetly. As soon as she changed in his slippers and stepped inside, Ichin's mom pulled her over to the living room to sit down. Then she turned to Ichin, who had just walked in behind them, and said, "Ichin, go put away the luggage. After that, head to the kitchen and wash some fruit." Ichin had fully expected there'd be a clear difference in how he and Yutaha were treated once they got home, but he hadn't expected it to kick in this fast. Still, seeing how well his mom was treating Yutaha, he didn't mind at all. If it made her happy, let her do as she pleased. He exchanged a look with Yutaha, subtly signaling with his eyes that she should stay and keep his mom company. Then he grabbed the luggage and headed into the bedroom. Chapter 219-219. Coming home, Ichin opened the bedroom door and pulled the suitcase inside. The layout of the room was almost exactly as he remembered. The only difference was that, since he had gone abroad to study, the desk wasn't piled up with books anymore. On the bookshelf, aside from a few books, there were various collectible figures and models Ichin had accumulated, along with game discs and cartridges. These were all part of his childhood memories, things he planned to keep forever. The room was clearly cleaned regularly by his mom. It was spotless. After finding out he was coming home, she had even changed the bedding to a fresh set. However, seeing the 2 pillows laid side by side did make Ichin feel a little awkward. Then again, it made sense his mom hadn't even mentioned preparing the guest room for Yutaha. It was obvious she meant for the 2 of them to share a room. But whatever, it wasn't like they hadn't already been sharing a room for quite some time. What needed to be known was already known. Yutaha hadn't brought much clothing, so Ichin quickly made space in his wardrobe and put everything away. Then he unpacked her laptop and set it up on the desk, along with various other items, some books, skincare products, chargers, and the like. Once everything was tidied up, Ichin headed to the kitchen. He washed and sliced some apples, then added some longan and tangerines to the fruit tray and brought it out together. "Here, have some fruit," he said. As he looked up, he saw his mom holding a photo album, animatedly talking to Yutaha. This was taken on Ichin's first day of kindergarten. He cried his eyes out, wouldn't even step inside. But by the time we picked him up that afternoon, he was all smiles and didn't want to leave. Yutaha sat next to her, listening intently. When she saw Ichin walk in, she smiled and said, "So you were this adorable when you were little. Ichin, your face was so round." Itchin sat down silently, setting the fruit tray on the coffee table. He glanced at the photo album in his mom's hands, already feeling mentally drained. Sigh. Who doesn't have a few dark childhood moments? At least it was just childhood stuff. And thankfully, as far back as he could remember, had never wet the bed or anything truly embarrassing. It wasn't that bad. This was during a kindergarten performance. Even back then, girls really liked him. They all wanted to play with him every day. Huh. Itchin blinked, quickly scooting closer to look at the album. Mom, don't make things up. Make things up? How am I making things up? The photos are right here, his mom said, showing the album with a proud smile. Look, see? All girls standing around you. Staring at the photo, Itchin said in disbelief, Seriously? I don't even remember this. And how come I've never seen these pictures before? Because there are 2 albums, his mom replied smugly. You've never gone through all of them. This one, I picked and saved these pictures just for this moment when you got a girlfriend. I didn't expect to be using it this soon, though. Yudaha, of course, was on his mom's side now. She smiled and playfully poked Itchin's arm. Wow, Itchin, you were quite the ladies' man. They were just little kids. How? Is that anything like charm? Itchin rolled his eyes. And, come on, that was kindergarten. Who remembers that far back? I only remember liking to play. Everything else is kind of blur. We moved once after that, and I didn't go to elementary school in the same district, so I don't remember any of my classmates. His mom nodded. That's true. We moved because your dad was starting his business, and later we bought this place and stayed ever since. Oh, by the way, Itchin, are you going to meet up with your high school classmates? No reunions during winter break? Probably not. If I go, they'll have to bring Yudahan. I don't want to traumatize them. Itchin shrugged and said, We're only in our 2nd year of high school. Reunions, and all that can wait until after the college entrance exams. He'll probably be back next summer anyway. And by then he'll likely have to start worrying about things with the studio here. Among his high school classmates, there were indeed a few he was close with. But with the new year around the corner, and since Head rather spend time with Yudaha, he decided not to reach out. Just yet a message during the new year would be enough. After snacking on some fruit, it was getting late. Plus, they'd had a long day with the flight. So Itchin's mom told the 2 kids to go shower and get some rest. Before that, though, Itchin gave Yudaha a quick tour of the house so she could get familiar with the rooms, finally ending back at his bedroom. Looking around the room, Yudaha remarked, So this is your room, Itchin? It's more ordinary than I imagined. It's not like it was supposed to be anything special, right? Itchin said, walking over to the wardrobe. All right, you go shower first. If you're curious about my room, you can explore more after your bath. I've already put your clothes in the closet. Okay, then I'll go wash up first. Yudaha happily picked up her toiletries and pajamas, then left the room for the bathroom. Itchin, meanwhile, powered up the computer that hadn't been turned on in a while. After checking its condition and installing some necessary software, he got in touch with Hazuki over in Japan to check on the day's work progress. Even though Itchin had flown back home today, everyone else had done their tasks well. Still, Itchin knew this was only because it was the first couple of days. They'd probably start slacking off a bit later. But it wasn't a big deal. Head already adjusted their workload, and as long as they got the demo portion done first, it would be fine. After catching up on the studio's progress, Itchin ended the chat with Hazuki and started installing more programs on the computer. This home setup wasn't particularly high-end, just a 10th Gen i7 with a 2060 GPU, but it was more than enough for programming tasks. As he was tinkering with it, the bedroom door opened. Itchin am done showering. Hurry up and go now, Yudaha called. All right, he replied. Turning around, he saw Yudaha looking fresh and ready, her hair already blow-dried. He walked over with a smile and greeted her warmly, giving her a quick hug before grabbing his change of clothes and heading out. As soon as he closed the door and turned around, he jumped. Mom, what are you doing here? I was looking for you, obviously. Itchin's mom beckoned him over and led him into the living room. Looking at him seriously, she said, Even though I let Yudaha stay in your room for now, please make sure you both behave appropriately at home. Got it? Of course she was going to say that. Itchin's expression didn't change. He calmly nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I know. He'll go shower now. After Itchin disappeared into the bathroom, his dad, who had been sitting on the couch watching TV, turned to his wife and said, Honestly, you don't need to say anything. Those two have been dating for a long time. It's fine. Instead of worrying about that, why not think about what you're going to wear for New Year's Eve dinner? Want to go shopping tomorrow for something new? Oh, you're right. I could take Yutaha along to show her around properly. With that, she rushed straight to Ichin's room to tell Yutaha about the plan. Chapter 22220. Among friendly neighbors by the time he finished showering and returned to the room, Yutaha was already seated at the desk, typing away on her laptop. Not taking a break? Without stopping her fingers on the keyboard, Yutaha replied, "Aren't you also not planning to rest, Ichin? I'm just installing some software. Definitely not planning to get any work done today." Pulling his chair over next to her, Ichin sat down and glanced at her screen. How much is left of the main storyline? Almost done, about a quarter left. After finishing a line of text, Yutaha paused, stretched lazily, and leaned against Ichin's shoulder. "With your outline to guide me, writing the main plot is a breeze. But for the side quests, aside from the few you gave me, am I really free to do whatever I want?" Ichin nodded firmly. "Of course. As long as it matches the game's tone, go for it. That said, they'll still review everything. If it doesn't pass, I won't include it. Don't worry. If I think it's not good enough, I won't even show it to you," Yutaha replied confidently, then continued typing seriously. "Ichin, they'll keep writing a bit more. If you're tired, go ahead and rest." Ichin shook his head and rolled his chair back to his own computer. "I'm fine. I need to finish setting everything up on this laptop anyway." And so the two of them quietly worked side by side for another hour before finally calling it a night. Lying under the covers, Yutaha snuggled close to Ichin, her voice tinged with excitement. "We're really at your house now, huh? In a few days, you'll get to meet the rest of your family. What's the big deal? Didn't I already meet yours?" Ichin gently stroked her silky hair and chuckled softly. "You're not nervous anymore, are you?" "Still a little, but I think I'll be fine in a couple of days." "Oh, right, you said we're going shopping tomorrow. Since we're going out for New Year's Eve dinner, we should buy some new clothes. You're coming too, Ichin. Don't even think about staying home to work. You promised to take it easy, remember? All right. Let's go shopping." It had been nearly a year since Ichin last came home, so he was more than happy to use the new year as an excuse to get out and walk around. He let out a yawn. Now that he was finally under the warm covers, sleep was starting to catch up with him. It's getting late. Time to sleep. Good night, Ichin. Good night, Yutaha. Having finally returned home after so long, Ichin slept more soundly than he had in a while, not waking until morning. At 7 a.m., even without an alarm, Yutaha naturally woke up on time. She lay in bed for a couple of minutes, staring blankly into space before gently slipping out of Ichin's arms and heading to wash up. As she stepped out of the room, she heard some movement in the kitchen. Curious, she walked over and found Ichin's mother already up. "Auntie, you're already awake?" Hearing her voice, Ichin's mom turned around in surprise. "Yutaha, you're up too? I'm used to getting up around this time. But what about you? Why not sleep a little longer? Did you not sleep well?" No, I slept great." Yutaha quickly shook her head and said, "I slept really well last night, and I got enough rest, so I woke up naturally." "Annie, are you making breakfast? Let me help you." No need. I'm just making some porridge by the rest outside," Ichin's mom said as she gently pushed Yutaha out of the kitchen. "Go wash up first. If you really want to help, how about coming with me to buy breakfast and groceries later?" "Sure. I'll wash up first, Cincheredo." Heading out? As she pulled on her sweater and tidied her long hair, Yutaha replied, I'm going with Annie to buy groceries and breakfast. You should sleep a bit more, Ichin." Ichin didn't say much. He just nodded, rolled over, and decided to get a bit more shut-eye. In the warmth of winter, a cozy bed was especially hard to leave. After changing, Yutaha headed out with Ichin's mom. Even though it was only a little after 7 a.m., many elderly residents in the neighborhood were already out, some doing morning exercises, some out for breakfast, and some, like them, were out buying groceries. As they passed by, quite a few aunties greeted them and glanced curiously at Yutaha walking beside Ichin's mom. When they learned that she was the girlfriend Ichin had brought home, everyone showed visible surprise. Those with sons of their own couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy, since they all lived in the same residential complex. Many of the aunties knew a bit about Ichin, how he was an excellent student, studied abroad on his own, did well for himself, and now had even brought home such a beautiful girlfriend for the new year. Once Ichin's mom and Yutaha were out of earshot, the gossiping really began. No doubt, it wouldn't take long before the entire neighborhood knew about it. The market wasn't far from the neighborhood, and since Yutaha said she wanted to explore the area a bit, Ichin's mom decided not to drive and took her there on foot. They walked arm in arm like a mother and daughter, chatting along the way. I haven't really pried into your relationship, Ichin's mom began, but when you're together, Ichin hasn't bullied you, has he? Yutaha smiled and shook her head. Not at all. Don't worry. Auntie Ichin treats me very well. He's not the kind of person who would do that. Besides, if he were, my parents, who live right next door to us, would never have approved of our relationship. Well, that's true. As long as you two are happy, that's all that matters. Ichin's mom was becoming more and more satisfied with the girlfriend her son had brought home. Beautiful, polite, excellent in her studies. And already a published light novel author with her work being prepared for overseas release and even an anime adaptation. There really wasn't much to criticize. If there was anything she'd call a pity, it would be that the two of them were still a bit young. Otherwise, she might have already started thinking about wedding plans. But she also knew that today's young people value their private life and prefer to enjoy their time together. There was no need to rush things. She'd just take it slow, things were already going well enough. Soon, the two arrived at the market and began buying groceries. They picked up some vegetables and pork ribs, then stopped by a breakfast shop nearby to get some steamed buns, shumai, and fried dough sticks. That would cover breakfast for the day. The round trip took about an hour. By the time they got home, Shinchiredo Yutaha wouldn't have minded at all, but with both parents watching, especially with Ichin's mom smiling like that, it was impossible not to feel embarrassed. That said, her body temperature definitely spiked. Chapter 221-221. Out for a stroll after breakfast in the morning. The whole family gathered in the living room to watch TV. Thanks to the improvement in her Chinese, Yutaha could now generally understand most of what was being said, even if some words still slipped past her, so watching TV wasn't a problem anymore. The family sat together casually, watching a variety show and chatting idly. Ichin, however, wasn't particularly interested in the show. After a while, he took out his phone and started scrolling. Opening Bilibili, he suddenly remembered he hadn't posted anything in a few days, so he decided to make a post. It's almost New Year's. I took some time off and brought the boss lady home to meet the parents. How's everyone spending their holiday? Got your year-end bonus yet? How much did you get? How'd your finals go? What's your class rank? Got that scholarship? Found yourself a girlfriend, boyfriend? Made a down payment on a house? Bought a car? Yep. It was a bit ruthless, but Ichin decided to post it anyway. As expected, within just 10 minutes, the number of comments beneath the post started increasing exponentially, nearly all of them spitting fire and sarcasm in return. Of course, there were also a few who took the opportunity to flex a little themselves, and those posts, just like Ichin's, were enthusiastically welcomed by everyone else. Seeing all the hilarious banter in the comment section, Ichin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing his laugh, Yutaha curiously turned to him and asked, "Ichin, what are you looking at? That's so funny." "I just posted a status update," he said, turning the screen toward her. After reading the post, Yutaha rolled her eyes at him. "You're so mean with your words. It's no wonder so many people are responding." On the side, Ichin's mom glanced over and couldn't help but laugh at her son's antics as well. "You rascal. Can't you post something more positive during the new year?" "Hee, you don't get it, Mom. Silly posts like this are what the internet lives for." Some of the comments are even funnier than what I wrote. Taking back his phone, Ichin began typing another update. "But yeah, I guess I shouldn't just be trolling all the time. He'll post something game-related." He quickly edited and posted a second update. "Even though I'm taking a short break back in my home country, the studio is still operating normally, and development on our new project is going smoothly. While it's not quite time to reveal the full details, I can give you a small hint about the style of the game. It's going to be super trendy, stylish, and yes, very Chiyuni. As for platform releases, in addition to our usual PC version, we're also experimenting with development for the Nintendo Switch. Once the new year is over, they'll be connecting with Nintendo to discuss compatibility. As you all know, the Switch's performance has its limitations, so we're taking extra care with the game's graphics and frame rate. That's all it'll tease for now. Time to get back to watching TV with the fam. Finally, a post that wasn't just teasing the audience, it was about the new game. Immediately, the comments shifted focus. Super trendy and stylish? That's as vague as it gets. Is this what you call a sneak peek? You didn't tell us anything useful. And just like that, the fan base was fired up all over again. Shouldn't you at least post a few pictures? Sorry, but I really don't have any. So far, the only game-related image Itchin had shared was a single picture of a persona, mask, nothing more. But thinking about it again, with the new year coming up, maybe he should throw the fans a small bone. Itchin opened his phone gallery, picked out an older photo. He still had stored one showing Morgana in his cat form in the real world and posted it. After that, he didn't bother checking how the netizens reacted. Yutaha had been watching Itchin the whole time, and when she saw that all he posted was a picture of a cat, she curiously asked, actually, wouldn't it be okay to post some scenery shots or maybe parts of a map? Itchin nodded. Yeah, that kind of stuff wouldn't be a problem. But why should I? The game still got at least another 6 months of quiet development before we can announce anything officially. Until then, I can only tease out a few minor details. Anything remotely core to the game, I'm not leaking a thing. Once we hit that 6-month mark and the game is at the right stage, I plan to work with a professional animation studio to create a promo PV. ITLL serve as the game's opening animation and also as our official reveal trailer. Wait, you're making an animation too? Yup. Some parts of the story will be better expressed through 2D animation. 3D animation has definitely come a long way, but for subtle facial expressions, 2D still wins out. Of course, we won't use it excessively just in the key scenes. As for whether to hire a Japanese studio or a top Chinese one for the animation, Itchin hadn't made a final decision yet. Personally, he was leaning toward hiring a leading domestic studio. That way, he could also scout talented voice actors to provide Chinese dubbing for the game. Unlike Persona 5, the version he played before he transmigrated, this time Itchin planned for the game to have full voice acting, with both Chinese and Japanese voice tracks. Although many players still found Chinese dubs awkward or cringy, Itchin's stance was clear. Cringe or not, you're free to choose not to use it, but that doesn't mean I won't make it. That said, there was no rush on voice work. They still had plenty of time. For now, finishing the overall framework of the game took priority. After lunch at home, Itchin, his mom, and Yutaha got ready to go shopping for clothes. His dad didn't come along instead. He went to a friend's place to relax, drink tea, and play cards. After working hard all year, these few days were his chance to unwind. His wife didn't bother interfering and just let him enjoy himself. Their family had 2 cars, one for each parent. They hopped into Itchin's mom's car, and she drove the two of them to a large shopping mall in the city. Glancing in the rearview mirror at Itchin and Yutaha sitting together, Itchin's mom said, Itchin, once the new year's over and you head back to Japan, if you have time, get your driver's license. Then buy a car. ITLL make things way more convenient when you two want to go out. Itchin nodded. Yeah, I already plan to take the test after the new year. And not just me, there are a few people from the studio who'll probably be going too. If we all have cars, we won't have to call cabs all the time. Taxis in Japan were expensive. Taking 1 or 2 rides was fine, but if it became a habit even for someone like Itchin, it would feel like a waste. Soon, they arrived at the mall, parked the car, and headed inside. Yutaha walked arm in arm with Itchin's mom, while Itchin had no choice but to trail behind them alone. Even though she was over 40, Itchin's mom still dressed fashionably and got along extremely well with Yutaha. The moment they stepped into a clothing store, Itchin realized he was officially relegated to the background. All he could do was follow along with his phone in hand, until it was time to pay. That's when Hebi called into action. Chapter 222-222. Spotted by a classmate when it came to shopping for clothes, it was mostly Itchin's mom and Yutaha who were picking things out. Itchin himself didn't really need much. Still, after browsing around for a while, the two ended up choosing a sweater for Itchin and a jacket for his dad. And surprisingly, the jacket for Itchin's dad was paid for by Yutaha. Although the Ichin family wasn't short on money, Yutaha insisted on it as a gesture of goodwill and swiped her card without hesitation. After all, she was a bit of a rich girl. Buying something for her boyfriend's parents wasn't a big deal to her. Once the shopping was done, there was still plenty of time left in the day, so the three decided to stop by Dessert Cafe in the mall for afternoon tea. As they rode the escalator up to the 5th floor, a girl on the 4th floor, following alongside her parents, happened to glance over curiously in Ichin's direction. She paused, took out her phone, and snapped a photo. By the time they reached the cafe, placed their order, and sat down, Ichin took out his phone only to see several messages from his high school classmates. He opened them and saw they were asking if he was at the mall and telling him to check the class group chat. Ichin had never left the class chat, even after going abroad. He had just muted the notifications. When he opened it, the chat was already buzzing with activity, and to no surprise, it involved him. Scrolling up, he found the source. Someone had taken a photo from behind the three of them on the escalator. The sender? A girl from his class, actually, the former vice class rep. Ichin thought for a moment, then decided to send a message. "Yeah, it's me. Just got back yesterday. Took some time off for the new year." As soon as he hit send, the chat went silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. Luckily, the group was a new, student-only chat with no teachers in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared get this wild. Seeing that people were all asking who the girl next to him was, Ichin didn't hide it and typed, "My girlfriend. Brought her home for the new year to meet my family." Naturally, the replies flooded in instantly. The guys were mostly variations of envy, jealousy, and exaggerated heartbreak, plus a chorus demanding he post a pic. The girls didn't say much, but a few bold ones chimed in, "My youth is officially over. It hasn't even been a full year yet. How did someone steal him away already? Unforgivable. He was a class heartthrob." Reading the messages, Ichin let out a helpless laugh. Suddenly, a spoon was held out in front of him, topped with 3 sweet taro balls. He looked over at Yutaha, opened his mouth to eat, then handed her his phone. "Want to see? One of my old classmates saw us earlier." "Huh? Really?" Yutaha hadn't been planning to look at his phone, but since he offered, she didn't mind. As she scrolled through the group chat, she saw quite a few people asking Ichin to post a photo. "They're asking you to post a pic. Of me?" "Yeah," Ichin chuckled. "They all want to know who stole me away. They keep shouting for a photo. So, wanting to send one? I don't mind." Then, with one arm wrapped around Ichin's, Yutaha held the phone with the other, and the two of them took a sweet, cozy selfie together and sent it straight into the chat. After sending the photo, Yutaha was still holding Ichin's phone and decided to send another message to the group chat. "Hi everyone, I'm Ichin's girlfriend, Kasumigakake Yutaha. Nice to meet you all. By the way, I didn't use any beauty filter for the photo." That last line, "no beauty filter," was a psychological nuke dropped on the group. The vice class rep had already mentioned in the chat that the girl with Ichin looked quite pretty, but no one had paid it much attention. Now that the photo was out, it was clear this wasn't just pretty. This was full-on school, idol-level beauty. Some of the girls who had been a bit upset earlier fell completely silent. In the end, all they could do was quietly send their blessings. There was really nothing else they could do. The couple had already met each other's families. They were a perfect match, handsome and talented guy, gorgeous and elegant girl. Who were they, this bunch of salty onlookers, to object? After scrolling through the amusing chaos in the chat for a while, Yutaha noticed a new message come in and handed the phone back to Ichin. He glanced at it was from a few close high school friends, asking if he wanted to meet up over the New Year break for a meal. Ichin didn't even hesitate. He politely declined and said they should save the reunion for after graduation. Right now, those guys should focus on their studies. Across the table, Ichin's mom noticed their little interaction and asked curiously, "Did you run into some classmates? You can invite them over, you know. I'm still in the parent chat group." "No need," Ichin replied with a shake of his head. "It was a girl our class vice rep. Actually, we're not really that close, so it'd be a little awkward." Hearing that, his mom didn't press the issue. Even if she was the vice class rep, that didn't matter. Compared to Yutaha, her future daughter-in-law, everyone else was secondary. After finishing their desserts, the three of them wandered around the mall a little more before heading home. The rest of the day was spent relaxing as a family at home, preparing for the arrival of Lunar New Year's Eve. When the big day arrived, they were all ready to go by 4 p.m. Ichin's dad drove them into the city center to the large restaurant where they had booked their New Year's Eve dinner. They arrived at 4:30, the last to show up. Ichin's uncle, his father's elder brother, and his mother's younger brother had both already arrived with their families about 10 minutes earlier. Walking beside Yutaha and holding her hand, Ichin's mom whispered to her with a smile, "Don't be nervous. When I tell you who's who, just greet them, and afterward, you can just sit tight and collect your red envelopes." The moment the words red envelopes were mentioned, any nervousness Yutaha had completely evaporated. She smiled and nodded, "Got it." They arrived at private room number 1 and opened the door to find the room already bustling with conversation. Everyone was already seated and lively, just waiting for their group. The moment Ichin and his family entered, everyone turned to look. Naturally, all eyes landed on Yutaha, who stood between Ichin and his mother. The reactions from the crowd made Ichin's mom very pleased. She was immensely satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. How could her relatives not be surprised? With a beaming smile, she pulled Yutaha over to greet the relatives. They made the rounds to greet both Ichin's uncles and his maternal uncle's families, and Yutaha walked away with several large red envelopes in hand. Of course, Ichin received some too. Since not everyone knew he already had his own career, the red envelopes kept coming. He happily accepted them all. While the money itself wasn't a big deal, the meaning behind the gesture mattered much more. Once everyone was seated, and there was still some time before the meal started, the conversation flowed naturally around the table. Chapter 223. Showing off his son and daughter-in-law after Ichin and his family sat down, Yutaha found herself seated between Ichin's mother on her right and Ichin himself on her left. Sitting on Ichin's other side was his older cousin, 9 years his senior and already married. This cousin had started working at a bank after graduating from university. She had met her husband during college, and the two got married soon after graduation. Now, they even had a child. You could say they were incredibly efficient. Looking curiously at Ichin and Yutaha, the cousin asked, "Ichin, how did you two meet? If Annie hadn't called a few days ago, we wouldn't even know you had a girlfriend." "Well, we're still students, so Mom didn't want too many people to know." "That's understandable," Ichin replied with a smile. "But now that things are going really well between me and Yutaha, it's fine if everyone knows. We're in the same class, and I live in an apartment next to hers. We met even before the official school term started. Neighbors too. That's fate, if I've ever seen it." The cousin looked at Yutaha, impressed by her beauty and pleasantly surprised that she spoke such fluent Chinese. She felt genuinely happy for her younger cousin. "Looking at how happy Annie is, I take it your grades haven't dropped?" "If they had, I doubt she'd be smiling like that." "Don't worry, still top of the year," Ichin said proudly, lifting his chin slightly. "Yutaha used to be number 1, but now she's second." Yutaha, who had been quiet up to this point, shot him an exasperated glance. "It was just a few points. They'll beat you next time for sure." "Heh, I won't give you the chance." Some of the elders nearby overheard their banter and relaxed. They'd had some concerns earlier, but now they felt there was nothing to worry about. One's currently first in the year, and the other used to be. What more could you ask for? Even though they were attending a Japanese high school, once everyone found out Ichin was going to study abroad, they looked into Toigaseki High. It had a very high academic reputation comparable to the top 3 high schools in Shanghai, if you want a reference point. The cousin had brought her baby along today as well. Since the meal hadn't started yet, Ichin and Yutaha went over to take a look at the sleeping infant in the stroller. Kneeling beside the stroller, Yutaha whispered, "So cute. Her cheeks are so round and chubby." Being praised for her child was the greatest joy for the cousin. She really is adorable. But taking care of her is no joke. The next few years won't be easy. There's so much to think about and manage. She gently patted Yutaha's head and added, "But you two don't have to rush. Enjoy your time together for a few more years." Yutaha blushed and gave a small nod. She glanced at Ichin beside her, then leaned close to his ear and softly asked, "Ichin, do you like boys or girls more?" "Huh?" Ichin blinked in surprise. Once he caught on, he replied, "Girls, I think." I imagine she'd be just as cute as you, Yudaha. He had no preference for sons over daughters. In fact, Ichin genuinely liked the idea of having a daughter more. Of course, the main reason was that boys tend to be more mischievous. Ichin himself had always been relatively well-behaved, but growing up had seen far too many troublemaking boys. To protect his future peace of mind, he figured having a daughter was definitely the better choice. A daughter, huh? That answer was exactly what Yudaha had expected. She felt the same way. If she ever had kids in the future, she would also prefer a girl. But if it turned out to be a boy, that was fine too. Worst case, she could just buy him lots of cute little outfits when he was young. While the group was still gathered around the baby, Ichin's cousin's wife walked over holding their nearly 3-year-old son and joined in the conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Ichin's father and a few of the other older men, including Ichin's uncle, cousin, and cousin's husband, were also deep in conversation. Their topic, naturally, was more career and work-focused. Since there were kids around, no one smoked, and they all sipped tea as they chatted. Glancing over at Ichin, his uncle smiled and asked, "Ichin seems to be doing well in school. What about university? Planning to come back here for it? Or stay over there?" After taking a sip of tea, Ichin's father nodded and replied, "We've already discussed it. He plans to stay in Japan for university. After all, he already has a girlfriend there. Staying put might help give the girl a bit more peace of mind. Besides, if he ever wants to visit, flights are easy, based on his grades and his teacher's evaluations. He has a good shot at getting into the University of Tokyo." "Ichin, you're planning to major in computer science, right?" Ichin turned his head when he heard his father's voice and answered, "Yeah, computer science. Honestly, it's the only major I'd even consider." "The only one?" his cousin asked curiously. "Aren't you good at both liberal arts and science? And you've got a real talent for languages, too. A language major would make job hunting pretty easy, right? Computer science is popular right now, thanks to the internet economy, sure, but it's also a tough field, lots of overtime, and not a very optimistic job market." His cousin wasn't wrong, but those points didn't really apply to Ichin. Ichin's father chuckled and patted his stomach, saying, "Haha, no need to worry about that. Xiaofang, do you play games?" "Games?" His cousin nodded. "Not that much, mostly just League of Legends and some mobile games with my wife." "Why? Is Ichin planning to go into game development?" "Not planning, he already is," Ichin's father said proudly. "That kid taught himself art and programming. After he moved to Japan, he developed his own game entirely by himself, and it sold really well. Later, he even formed a game development studio. They're already working on their 3rd game now." "Ichin, how many sales do you guys have so far?" Ichin counted on his fingers and said, "Both of the first 2 games have sold around 900,000 copies. Starting today, there's a Spring Festival sale on Steam for the China region. The first game is going on discount, and the second one is getting its first discount too. If we're lucky, one of them might cross the 1 million mark. As for the new game we're developing, it's still a long way from release, at least another year." 1 million copies. Both his cousin and his cousin's husband were stunned. They quickly asked, "What are your games called? And how much do they sell for?" "Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight," Ichin replied. "In the Chinese market, the full prices are 58 and 68 yuan. Pretty typical for indie games. Those prices really weren't high, just a tenth of a single 648 yuan in-app purchase in your average gacha mobile game." But after hearing about the sales numbers and looking up some info, the 2 young men who weren't much older than Ichin fell completely silent. Chapter 224-224. Happy birthday, originally. Everyone had thought Ichin was just dabbling in game development, nothing serious. But no one expected he'd be able to achieve this level of success. Even though his cousin and cousin-in-law didn't play many single-player games, they still knew enough to realize that selling over 1 million copies, even for an indie title, meant the quality had to be outstanding. After checking out the online reviews, both of them decided to buy a copy later to support Ichin and give it a try. The older relatives were also pleasantly surprised by Ichin's entrepreneurial success, especially his uncle and uncle-in-law, both of whom had run businesses themselves, although now they were semi-retired and not very involved anymore. Taking a sip of tea, Ichin's uncle sighed with emotion. The younger generation really is surpassing the old. Looks like Ichin has unlimited potential ahead of him. Ichin's mother, sitting nearby, smiled and added, he really has done an excellent job. But what makes us even happier is that he's found such a wonderful girlfriend like Yutaha. Now we don't have to worry about his love life anymore. And Yutaha herself is really impressive too. Her novels already been published. Here it comes. Ichin had already anticipated this part. The proud mother showing off her daughter-in-law segment. Ichin's mom waved Yutaha over, held her hand affectionately, and said, "This girl is so outstanding, she's not the least bit inferior to our Ichin. Yutaha, the international edition of your novel is coming out soon too, right?" Yutaha nodded a little shyly. "Yes, the translations of the first 2 volumes are nearly done. By June, both the Chinese and English versions of Volume 1 and 2 should be released." She then briefly explained the genre of her novel. Since it was a romance novel, most of the men weren't very interested, but Ichin's cousin, female, and cousin-in-law, female, were quite intrigued. Yutaha promised that once the sample copies were ready, she'd send one to each of them. After some more chatting, the time had finally come. It was time for the New Year's Eve dinner. There was a large TV screen in the private room, so while everyone was eating, they turned on the Spring Festival Gala broadcast. Of course, the gala wasn't what it used to be, but it was still a tradition to have it playing even if no one paid much attention. The sound of it in the background added to the holiday atmosphere. And tonight wasn't just New Year's Eve, it was also Yuta's birthday. So, after a few rounds of drinks, the birthday cake that Ichin's mom had ordered was wheeled in by a server. Even though Yutaha already knew there would be a birthday celebration, when she saw the cake and everyone began singing the birthday song for her, she was still deeply moved. Holding her hand, Ichin led her over to the cake, the candles flickering gently on top. He smiled and said, "All right, time to make a wish." Yutaha nodded, clasped her hands together, and closed her eyes. She made a long, heartfelt wish, then blew out all the candles in one breath. Oh, time to cut the cake. The lights were turned back on. As the birthday girl, Yutaha made the first slice, and then Ichin's mom took over and finished cutting it for everyone. Once the cake had been distributed and everyone was seated again, Ichin's dad suddenly spoke up. "Ichin, aren't you going to give Yutaha the gift you prepared?" Yutaha's eyes went wide with surprise as she turned to Ichin, her voice full of delight. "Ichin, you got me a gift? What did you prepare it?" Cough. "Well, it is your birthday. Of course I got you something." Ichin did indeed bring a gift, though had originally planned to give it to her in private. Unfortunately, his dad had found out during a conversation the day before and now had spilled the beans. With no other choice, Ichin stood up, walked over to the coat rack, and pulled a small square box from the pocket of his jacket. The moment the box appeared, both his cousin and cousin-in-law instantly perked up with interest. Noticing their eager expressions, Ichin immediately said, "Don't overthink it. It's not that." Then, under Yutaha's expectant gaze, he opened the box, revealing a sparkling platinum ring. "Happy birthday, Yutaha. I know it's not that time yet, but I still think you should have a ring. Your hand deserves something like this." Yutaha beamed. "Ichin, when did you buy this?" "I picked it out when I was shopping for your Christmas gift got along with the necklace. But I saved the ring to give you on your birthday." Without hesitation, Yutaha lifted her right hand. "Put it on for me." Ichin took out the ring and gently slid it on her right ring finger. Looking at the ring on her hand, Yutaha couldn't stop smiling. The joy on her face was unmistakable. Noticing Ichin's hands were bare, she asked curiously, "This kind of ring should be a matching set, right? Where's yours, Ichin?" "Yeah, mean. I brought 2. As he spoke, Ichin pulled out his ring from his pant pocket. Compared to Yutaha's, his looked much more plain and modest. Just as he was about to put it on himself, Yutaha snatched it from him and grabbed his hand. "This is something I should do." Before Ichin could react, she had already slid the ring onto his finger. Click! That exact moment was captured on camera by none other than Ichin's mom, who had whipped out her phone just in time. Facing the teasing stares from everyone, Ichin said helplessly, "Mom, it's fine if you take the picture, but don't post it on your moments." "Okay, your son's at a shy side, you know." "You? Shy?" His mom scoffed, but eventually agreed not to share it. She hadn't really planned to post it anyway, just wanted it for herself. Time passed, and as everyone finished dinner, it was time to move to the next part of the evening. Since it was New Year's Eve, no one was planning to head home right away. They had booked a suite at the hotel next door to keep the celebration going. Some would play mahjong or card games, plenty of ways to enjoy the night. Naturally, Ichin and Yutaha shared a room. Later that night, after everyone welcomed the new year at midnight, the two of them returned to their room, ready to wash up and rest. Lying under the blankets, Yutaha gently touched the ring on her finger and said with a smile, "Ichin, to be honest, I thought you were going to propose." "I wasn't," Ichin replied honestly. "When I do propose, it'll be in a more special setting. Today's New Year's Eve, let's focus on the new year first. There's no need to rush." Yutaha nodded in agreement. She reached over and poked Ichin's chin. "Come to think of it, your birthday's in February. That's soon. What kind of gift do you want?" "A birthday gift, huh? I haven't really thought about it." Ichin paused in thought before continuing, "But honestly, as long as it's from you, they'll like it whatever it is. Guys generally aren't picky about gifts unless it's something truly awful. They're usually happy, especially if it's from their girlfriend." Yutaha glanced at Ichin thoughtfully. Cinchuredo without exception. She got along with everyone and quickly won the approval of all the elders. This trip home with Ichin had been a complete success. Once the holiday ended, it was time for the two of them to return to their classes. Ichin's parents accompanied them to the airport. His mother held Yutaha's hand, reluctant to part, and said warmly, "If you have time during the next break, come visit us with Ichin again, okay?" Yutaha nodded earnestly. "Yes, I definitely will." Ichin added, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already talked to the studio team. We're planning to come over for vacation together during the summer break." "That's good," his mother smiled. Checking the time, Ichin's father spoke up. "It's about time. You should head to your gate. Ichin, as the man, make sure you take good care of Yutaha, okay? Don't let her suffer in any way." "I know, I will. I'll take good care of her." Holding Yutaha's hand, they waved goodbye to his parents and headed for the boarding gate. After the plane took off, Yutaha leaned against Ichin's arm and whispered, "I don't really want to leave. Uncle and Annie were so kind to me. Didn't I just say it? We can go back anytime we have the chance," Ichin said with a smile, gently tapping her nose. "Get some rest. We got up really early today." Nodding, Yutaha laid her head on Ichin's arm and slowly closed her eyes. 2 hours later, their plane landed at the Tokyo airport. Ichin and Yutaha collected their luggage and met up with Hazuki and Yumiko, who were waiting for them at the arrival gate. Seeing them, Hazuki waved excitedly. "Welcome back. You two must have had a great holiday, huh?" Yutaha had shared some photos in the group chat during their time in China, so everyone had already seen how festive their New Year's Eve dinner had been. Yutaha smiled and responded, "Yeah, it was wonderful." Yumiko, noticing that both were carrying a suitcase, asked curiously, "Didn't you only bring one suitcase when you left? Why do you have two now?" Ichin pointed to the one he was holding. "This one's the same one we took with us. The one Yutaha's holding is full of stuff. She bought snacks for everyone, and gifts for her parents too." "Ah, that explained it." Yumiko was reminded of when Ichin's mom visited last summer. She had brought tons of delicious food and treated everyone in the studio like her own daughters. So it wasn't surprising that they had brought back more goodies again this time. Once they got into Hazuki's car, Ichin and Yutaha were finally back. Their first stop was Yutaha's home, where they dropped off the gifts for her parents and spent some time chatting about their experiences celebrating the new year in China. After about half an hour, Ichin left Yutaha with her parents and took the goodies for the team back to the studio, where everyone had been eagerly awaiting his return. And back, everyone. Even though it was Sunday, everyone was at the studio to welcome Ichin and Yutaha back, including even Eriri, who normally prefer to laze around at home over the weekend. As everyone welcomed him back with cheers of gifts. "Gifts!" Ichin grinned and opened a suitcase, revealing it was packed full of snacks and treats, most of which weren't available in Japan. Coincidentally, the snack cabinet in the studio was nearly empty, so these goodies were a perfect restock. There were even some leftovers that didn't fit in the cabinet, which were immediately opened and shared among everyone on the spot. When Ichin opened a box of handmade pastries from his mom and took a bite with a smile, Momiji Mochizuki noticed something shiny on his hand. Blinking curiously, she asked, "Is that a ring?" Rings were always a sensitive topic none of the girls in the studio wore one, so all eyes instantly turned toward Ichin. Sure enough, there was a ring on his hand, though it wasn't a diamond ring or anything flashy. "You got engaged?" Kayagami asked in surprise. "You're overthinking it, not an engagement," Ichin replied with a laugh, holding up the ring for everyone to see. "It was Yutaha's birthday gift." "Not just a birthday gift?" Hearing that, everyone's expressions immediately calmed down. A few even clicked their tongues and looked visibly disappointed. "Come on, guys. Think about how old Yutaha and I are. We're way too young to be rushing things like that. If you're that nosy about relationships, maybe you should all try getting boyfriends yourselves," Ichin teased. As soon as those words left his mouth, the crowd scattered like birds, each person retreating to their desks, though not without grabbing a snack or two along the way, never missing the chance to profit. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Ichin made his way to his long unoccupied workstation and sat down to turn on his computer. As soon as it booted up, he noticed a new folder on the desktop, one he hadn't created. Demo presentation? Reading the folder name, Ichin froze for a moment, then turned to Hazuki with a look of surprise. "You guys already finished the demo? Why didn't you tell me when you came to pick us up?" "Because it was meant to be a surprise." Hazuki grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "Pretty nice surprise, right? Don't worry, no one worked overtime or pulled all-nighters. We did it all during regular work hours. And it's not just the demo, we even made a full promotional video. Everything's in that folder." Ichin opened it and, sure enough, alongside the demo build was a polished video file. "You really hit me with a huge surprise," Ichin said with genuine amazement. "Centuredo maps, combat, and even a sample of the progression system, all integrated and functional." After playing for a while, Ichin closed the program with a satisfied nod. "The demo's completion level is way higher than I expected. You guys really worked hard." "And that's not even all," Yumiko said as she walked over, holding a Nintendo Switch. She handed it to him and added, "We've already got it running on the Switch. It's currently locked at 30 FPS, with no graphical downgrades." Surprise after surprise, it just kept coming. Ichin smiled and launched the test demo on the Switch. The frame rate was smooth, and the visuals held up perfectly. Now, as long as things went well with Nintendo, there wouldn't be any problems releasing Persona on the Switch. Chapter 226. Negotiations with Persona's publisher. After a night of rest back at their cozy home, Monday finally arrived. It was time to return to school. However, it wasn't both Ichin and Yutaha who returned. Only Yutaha went back to class today. Once Ichin saw that the Persona demo had been completed, he immediately decided to head to Kyoto on Monday to meet with representatives from Nintendo. His goal was to present the studio's new project and secure a publishing deal for the game on the Nintendo Switch platform. That's why only Yutaha went to school today. Of course, Ichin still accompanied her in the morning. They rode in Hazuki's car together and dropped her off at the school gate before he and Hazuki headed off to catch the Shinkansen. Yutaha didn't mind Ichin's dedication to game development. After all, if her novel were suddenly chosen for a live-action adaptation, she would probably do the same, take a leave of absence and rush straight to the publisher without a second thought. When Yutaha arrived at the classroom, as expected, she was warmly welcomed back by her classmates, who also asked why Ichin wasn't with her. Ichin just got back and immediately dove into work. "He took the day off today, but will be back to school tomorrow," she explained simply. That was enough to satisfy everyone's curiosity. By now, most people at school already knew Ichin ran a game studio, so his occasional absences weren't surprising to anyone anymore. Meanwhile, Ichin and Hazuki arrived in Kyoto and headed straight to Nintendo's headquarters, where they met with the team in charge of third-party games. Compared to their previous two visits, the scale of today's meeting was much larger because the scope of the game had grown significantly. In addition to the regular contacts, several high-ranking decision-makers were also present this time. Inside the conference room, Ichin wasted no time and immediately began playing the promotional video. Persona. The game's art style was sleek, modern, and full of personality, instantly winning over the audience. After a fast-paced montage introducing the main characters, the footage transitioned to gameplay. As the music kicked in and the battle system was showcased, everyone's attention sharpened. The stylish battle interface, the unique enemy designs, the protagonist's different persona masks, and the dramatic all-out attack at the end gave everyone a fresh and captivating take on turn-based combat. When the 3-minute video finished, Ichin closed the file and brought up a PowerPoint presentation to explain the game in more detail. You've already seen the name Persona. One of the game's core systems is the protagonist's personal development. Various subplots and mini-events throughout the game help increase the protagonist's 5 major attributes, which directly impact gameplay. Additionally, players can build relationships with party members and certain side characters. As these bonds grow, they'll have a tangible effect on both story progression and combat performance. With the PPT slides guiding the way, Ichin went on to introduce many other aspects of the game, occasionally answering questions from the Nintendo staff. Hazuki, who was quietly observing from the side, kept a close eye on the expressions of the Nintendo reps. She could tell that the higher UPS whom they were meeting for the first time were taking Persona very seriously. It was clear they no longer saw this as just another indie game. As Ichin continued his explanation, the Nintendo representatives gradually realized just how ambitious this project was. The studio that had previously produced 2 high-quality indie games was clearly no longer content with its current status. Now, they had created a playable demo for a full-scale, large-scale game. The vast world-building, a fully written main storyline, rich side quests, character development mechanics, a highly unique user interface, an immersive battle music, all of it showed that the studio had done thorough and careful preparation on all fronts. This studio had ambition and plenty of it, but that wasn't a bad thing. Since they had already expressed interest in launching the game on the Switch, it meant there was a solid foundation for collaboration between the two sides. As long as the final product matched what was shown in the demo, even if a few aspects had to be scaled down a bit, these professionals believed the game could still perform quite well. And even in the worst-case scenario, if the game ended up flopping, it wasn't a first-party title. Nintendo wouldn't suffer a loss regardless. After Ichin finished the PowerPoint presentation, he went on to show the demo running on the Nintendo Switch. That gave the key decision-makers even more confidence. The studio's development capabilities were better than expected, and there was no sense of rushing the timeline. If development continued at a steady pace, then when the marketing phase began, Nintendo could comfortably allocate more resources to boost the game's exposure. By the end of the day's meeting, the initial cooperation terms were successfully settled. However, because this game was far more ambitious than the previous 2, some contractual terms still needed further negotiation. Ichin wasn't in a rush. These things took time, and as long as talks continued, progress would follow. By evening, he and Hazuki had returned to Tokyo and drove straight back to the studio. Naturally, everyone at the studio was waiting to hear how the meeting had gone. Tonight's dinner was prepared right at the studio by Toyama Rin, Hajime Yun, and Narumi Tsubame, who had volunteered to cook. As soon as Ichin opened the studio door, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. "Wow, smells amazing. Are you making soup?" Slipping on his indoor slippers, Ichin walked to the kitchen entrance and peeked inside, seeing the 3 girls busily preparing food. "Need a hand?" Hajime Yin turned around with a smile. "Welcome back. No help needed, we're almost done." "So, Ichin-kun, how did it go?" Ichin raised an okay hand gesture, and the 3 girls instantly broke into cheerful smiles. Back in the work area, the others were still focused on their tasks. But when they saw Ichin and Hazuki return, the expressions on their faces said that all things had gone smoothly. Yagami-kei took off her headphones and looked over. "So it's settled?" The rest of the team followed suit, pulling off their headphones and glancing toward the pair. Ichin took off his jacket and nodded. "Yeah, we can consider it mostly finalized. Since this game is on a much bigger scale than the previous 2, there are still some details in the contract that need tweaking. We'll probably have to go back and forth another time or 2, but there shouldn't be any major issues." He wasn't worried. The demo already ran smoothly on the Switch, so the full version would deliver similar performance without a hitch. Chapter 227-227 Perfecting the music dinner was ready, and everyone gathered around the table, chatting as they ate. Ichin took a sip of chicken soup, allowed a satisfied sigh, and said, "Getting the game on the Switch is basically no problem. They're actually really eager for us to launch ideally within 6 months. Of course, that's impossible. We'll just stick to our own pace. By the way, Hazuki, I haven't checked the sales numbers these past few days. How are things looking? Sales, huh?" Hazuki swallowed a bite of meat and smiled. As of yesterday, Hollow Knight reached 970,000 units sold, and Slay the Spire hit 980,000. Hollow Knight saw a big boost of nearly 60,000 thanks to its first discount. Judging by the current sales trends, both games should break the 1 million mark by the end of this month. That's even better than I expected. A grin spread across Ichin's face. Slay the Spire crossing 1 million was already a sure thing, given how long it had been on the market. But Hollow Knight, which had only launched last November and hadn't even been out for 3 months, was already approaching the 1 million mark. While the pricing strategy certainly played a role, Ichin had read plenty of user reviews to know that the real reason was the game's quality. A combination of quality, content volume, and price, those factors together had driven Hollow Knight's rapid sales climb. We can start working on Hollow Knight's post-launch updates now. Let's do a basic update first, and maybe add a new area that unlocks before the final section. It's not a huge workload. Hazuki, Yumiko, I'll leave that part to you too. What about you, Ichin-kun? As for me, Ichin tapped the table lightly. There's still a lot of music left to finish for Persona. In terms of music, Ichin was the only one in the studio capable of handling that side of development. No one else could really help. Sure, he could outsource the work to a partner studio, but he didn't believe anyone else could fully capture the exact sound and feel he wanted. So, had decided to do it all himself. It might take more time, but the result would be the best and most fitting for the game. Of course, once the compositions were complete, he could get professional arrangers to help with orchestration since his skills in that area weren't quite up to par. After dinner, everyone returned to their tasks. Ichin, however, went to the lounge area alone, sat on the sofa with a notebook, and began writing slowly. After jotting down some notes, he picked up his laptop and started working on the composition software, trying to bring the music to life. If something didn't feel right, he'd tweak it again and again. Even though Ichin had already written music before, he was still very much a beginner. There was no shortcut. This process would take time. Over an hour later, Yutaha came over with a cup of hot tea and sat beside him. "Have something to drink. You've been at it for a while." Rubbing his eyes, Ichin set the laptop aside and took the cup from her, sipping gratefully. "Has everyone gone home?" They have. Only Kay is still here." Yutaha nodded. "Everyone saw how focused you were, so they didn't want to interrupt you." She glanced at the notebook in Ichin's hands, which was filled with scribbled notes, countless edits, and visible signs of wear. Just from that, she could tell how much energy he had poured into it. "How about continuing later? Take a shower, relax, and reset your mind a bit?" Ichin didn't insist on pushing through. He nodded, stood up with Yutaha, and brought his things with him back to the work area. Yagami Kei wasn't working at the moment. She was lounging around, munching on snacks while watching the latest anime episode. When she saw Ichin coming out, she paused the video and asked, "Heading home? You got class tomorrow, don't overdo it. Writing music is a creative process, you can't rush it." "Don't worry, I won't force it," Ichin replied. As soon as they got home, Yutaha handed him a change of clothes and practically pushed him into the bathroom. With a bang, the bathroom door shut behind him. Ichin scratched his head and turned back around. Sigh. It's not like I'm even that tired. Cinchuredo finally, after a lot of effort, Ichin managed to complete 2 BGM tracks for daily scenes and story events, as well as 1 iconic theme for the game. Now that this track was done, he decided against having the Wind Instrument Club's music teacher arrange it. Instead, he wanted to find someone more professional. But who? In this world, there was no Shoji Meguro, the composer best known for Persona's iconic soundtracks. If Ichin wanted someone who could handle this properly, he needed a musician skilled not only in pop music, but also in orchestral and jazz styles. That kind of talent was rare, especially in Japan. He twirled a pen between his fingers, then looked over at Eruri, who was chatting with Yukino about some juicy celebrity gossip. Eruri, is Aunt Sayuri free today? I want to treat you both to dinner. Dinner? Eruri turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow. What's with the sudden invitation? You need a favor or something? Ichin waved his notebook and said, I'm looking for a good musician to help arrange my tracks. But I don't have many connections. Aunt Sayuri knows a lot of people in Tokyo's music scene. I was hoping she could help. A composer? Huh? Got it. I'll call Mom and ask. Without hesitation, Eruri pulled out her phone and made the call. It connected quickly, and she said, Hey Mom, are you free tonight? Ichin wants to treat us to dinner, and I'd like to ask for your help finding a good arranger. Okay, got it. After hanging up, Eruri gave Ichin a thumbs up. Mom's driving over in a bit. You can go ahead and book a restaurant now. Yukino, want to come with us? It's not every day you get a free meal like this. Not every day. I think we eat for free at the studio quite often. The second princess grumbled inwardly, then shook her head. Nah, I already made dinner plans with my sister today. We got it set. I see. Oh well, next time then. The service club hadn't received many requests this semester, but one of their previous cases was starting to make some progress. That girl, who had submitted the request, joined a soccer club and gradually got closer to her crush, Sato. From the looks of it, things might take a big step forward soon. After all, next Monday was February 14, Valentine's Day. Chapter 228. Valentine's Day plans the dinner with Sayuri Sawamura and Eruri went smoothly. Upon hearing Ichin's request, Sayuri agreed without hesitation and offered to help him find a suitable music producer. The Sawamura family's connections in Tokyo were quite solid. While it might be a hassle to get in touch with top-tier singers and composers, Ichin didn't need that level of star power. He just needed someone capable of arranging music. So Sayuri's task was simple. Find a skilled musician who could jump in immediately. Fame wasn't the priority, competence was. After dinner, Ichin didn't have Sayuri drive them home. Instead, he chose to stroll around with Yutaha for a while. Even though it was still winter, the warmth from a good meal kept them from feeling cold. Arm in arm, the two wandered through the streets and stopped by an accessory shop, where Ichin bought Yutaha a few headbands and hair ties. When they passed a bubble tea shop, Ichin made a quick call back to the studio and picked up some drinks for the people still working Kei-Yagami, Rin Toyama, and Yumiko. On the bus ride back, Ichin found himself thinking about what to do for Valentine's Day in a few days. Even though he and Yutaha had been dating for a while, their relationship had progressed quickly. They'd already met each other's parents. Still, this would be their first Valentine's Day together. A candlelight dinner, just the two of them? It might be a bit cliché, but sometimes the classics were best safe and meaningful. Given the current state of their relationship, a grand surprise wasn't necessary. What mattered was simply spending time together. Once they got off the bus, Ichin shared his idea with Yutaha. A candlelight dinner? Sound good to me. Still holding onto Ichin's arm, Yutaha gave a little tug on the scarf they were sharing. A romantic dinner on Valentine's Day. I'm looking forward to it. Back at the studio, after handing out the bubble teas, Ichin turned to the trio and asked, Valentine's Day is on Monday. Any plans? The room fell silent instantly. Rin Toyama kept sneaking glances at Kei-Yagami, but didn't have the courage to say anything. With only 2 days left, no one knew if she'd make a move or not. Yumiko and Kei were more relaxed about it. Sipping her tea, Yumiko crossed her legs and said, We'll probably go play a match with some of the girls from the survival shooting club. Oh, and can I take that day off? Ichin gave her an okay gesture. No problem. Anyone who wants to take the day off can. ITLL be a paid holiday. Kei slumped dramatically over her desk. Getting a day off just to be a lonely single. I feel so attacked right now. After a series of meaningful glances exchanged between Ichin and Yutaha, Rin finally mustered her courage. She tugged lightly on Kei's sleeve and said, Kei, let's go out on Monday. We can look for some good food and just spend the whole day having fun. I mean, Ichin-kun did say we could have a paid day off. Kei looked up at her with a flicker of hope. Go out? Yeah, that sounds great. Come to think of it, it has been a while since we really hung out. Can we go to an arcade? Anywhere you want, Kei. All right, it's a date then. Kay was thrilled to have someone to spend Valentine's Day with. Rin, equally happy, was just glad she'd get to be with Kay. And Yumiko? She was perfectly content with her gun, her match, and a good battle to look forward to. It was Saturday, and everyone still came in to work at the studio. After a lazy morning and breakfast, Ichin and Yutaha also arrived and began asking those who hadn't been around last night about their plans for Valentine's Day. To Narumi, the word Valentine's Day still felt foreign. In her 20 years of life, she had never celebrated it, and this year would be no different. Monday, Momo and I have classes. Important ones too, so we can't skip. We'll be stuck at school the whole day. Momiji Mochizuki casually popped a chip in her mouth and nodded. Valentine's Day? Not that big of a deal. Feels just like any other day. Shinoda and Yunaijima shared similar sentiments. They planned to come into work as usual during the day, then leave early in the afternoon to have dinner with their families. For them, single as they were, Valentine's Day just wasn't a significant event. Seeing that no one seemed interested in going out, Aoba thought she'd ask her bestie, Nene Sakura, if she had any special plans. But before she could even say anything, Nene smiled brightly and said, "Me? I'm joining Yumiko Senpai on Monday for a survival shooting game tournament." Aoba was stunned. She had no idea. Yumiko, arms folded, nodded with confidence. "Yep, Nene's improved a lot. It won't be long before she becomes one of the core members of our team." Both Yumiko and Nene were part of the programming team, and Nene had been learning from Yumiko quite a bit lately. They got along well, but no one had expected Nene to actually join Yumiko in playing survival shooting games. Apparently, their relationship was closer than anyone had thought. As for Aoba, she just felt drained. In an instant, it seemed like she had no one to hang out with. "Nene, what is it, Aoba?" Nene turned to her, smiling brightly. "Do you want to come too? But this time might be tricky. We're already at max team capacity." It's fine. Just have fun, okay? Don't worry." Nene gave Aoba a thumbs up. "We're totally going to win." After their quick chat, Nene dashed off to discuss Monday's game plan with Yumiko. Left behind, Aoba slumped onto her desk, silently fiddling with the little stress relief toy next to her mouse. Just then, someone approached and lightly poked her twice. Aoba paused and turned her head only to see Hifumi standing there. "Hifumi-senpai, what's up?" Blushing slightly, Hifumi leaned in and said softly, "Do you want to come over to my place on Monday?" "Go to your place?" Aoba's mood instantly flipped from downcast to excited. She nodded quickly, yes. "I'd love to." Seeing Aoba agree made Fumi beam with joy, her face turning even redder. "Great. They'll prepare something tasty for you." As everyone excitedly discussed their Monday plans, the group's unofficial big sister, Hazuki, pushed up her glasses. Her composed expression finally started to crack. Ahem. Was no one going to invite her? Read news story. Konoha's status bar ninja. Check out my profile now. Chapter 229. The singles drinking party by evening, everyone had gradually headed home. Aside from Ichin, Yutaha, and Keiyagami, only Hazuki remained in the studio. Leaning both arms on the desk, Hazuki struck the classic Gendo Ikari pose, silently staring ahead. After finishing up in the kitchen and washing some cups, Ichin walked out and noticed Hazuki's odd posture. Curious, he leaned over to check her computer screen only to find it sitting idle on the desktop with nothing open. "Hazuki-senpai, you've been zoning out all day. Did something happen? Trouble with something?" he asked. Hazuki flinched at the sound of his voice. Dropping her hands, she looked at Ichin, her usually composed face suddenly taking on a sorrowful expression. Valentine's Day? No one invited me to do anything." "Oh, so that was the problem?" The three of them looked at Hazuki's dramatic expression and couldn't help but shake their heads. Ichin pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "But Hazuki-senpai, weren't you always saying you had no interest in dating? That you were totally content with being single? What thinking about love now?" It's not that I want to date or anything." Hazuki scratched her cheek awkwardly. "It's just that everyone has plans for Monday, and now it feels like I'm the only one with absolutely nothing going on. From across the room, Kay tilted her head in confusion. That's not entirely true, right? Didn't Shinoda and Ijima say they'd be in the studio during the day? You'll still have people around. And if you've got nowhere to go in the evening, just head home like them. The moment go home was mentioned, Hazuki shook her head without hesitation. Anywhere's fine, just not home. Especially on Valentine's Day. Do you know what'll happen if I go back then? They'll have to face that conversation. How old are you now? Still no boyfriend? And if I say no, then it's fine, I'll set you up on a blind date. No thank you. Listening to Hazuki's rant, Kei visibly shivered, clearly empathizing. She was a few years younger than Hazuki, but already 26 herself. Her family had nagged her once during the New Year holidays. That time, she had managed to dodge the topic by saying she was focused on her career. But if she were to go home on Valentine's Day, yeah, Hazuki wasn't exaggerating, those awkward conversations would definitely happen. Thank goodness Shed agreed to hang out with Rin on Monday. If she hadn't, she didn't even want to imagine what might have happened. Hazuki looked from Kei to Ichin and Yudaha, realizing that she couldn't really tag along with any of them without becoming a third or fifth wheel. Was she really going to spend Valentine's Day completely alone? Just then, Ichin seemed to think of something. If that's the case, Hazuki-senpai, I think I know somewhere you can go. 1 second. He pulled out his phone and made a call to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Hey, good afternoon, Hiratsuka-sensei. Got a question, do you have any plans for Monday? Yeah, I figured. See, we've got someone here in the exact same situation as you. Yep, it's Hazuki-senpai. Nodding, Ichin handed the phone to Hazuki. She hesitated for a moment, then took the phone and held it to her ear. After listening to whatever Hiratsuka said on the other end, her face lit up instantly. No problem. We'll meet up Monday afternoon. Hanging up, Hazuki turned to Ichin with sparkling eyes full of gratitude. Thank you so much, Ichin-kun. I finally have something to do. Shizuka, Sonoko, and Haruno are all getting together for drinks, and now I'm joining them. Good grief. Ichin had thought it might be some kind of matchmaking party, but nope. It was a singles-only drinking meetup for women. Still, at least Hazuki had plans now. The gloomy air Shed been emitting was finally starting to clear. As for actually getting her to go find a boyfriend, yeah, good luck with that. Actually, everyone knew the truth of the matter. If she wanted to, she absolutely could find someone. Hazuki had both the looks and confidence, and her skills were exceptional too. The only real question was whether she wanted to or not. And from the looks of it, she still wasn't interested in romance. Even knowing that everyone else had plans for Valentine's Day, she was only mildly sulking. It wasn't enough to push her into wanting a boyfriend. Once her issue was sorted, Hazuki happily grabbed her bag, called for Mizuku, and headed off for the day in a great mood. After she left, Ichin turned to Kei. Kei, what are you doing about dinner? How are you two handling it? Yuda's parents went out to a gathering with their friends, so we were thinking of ordering delivery. Count me in, then. Sunday. At home, neither Ichin nor Yudaha planned on doing any work today. Instead, they decided to spend a relaxing day together at home. In the living room, Yudaha lay sprawled out in her pajamas with her head resting on Ichin's lap, casually scrolling on her phone. Ichin was doing pretty much the same, currently locked in a heated comment war with netizens on Bilibili. The TV in the living room was on, playing a newly released idol drama. Neither of them was actually watching it, was just background noise to fill the silence. Suddenly, Yudaha shifted on her side and glanced at the screen. Ichin, can we change the channel? HM? Ichin looked up. On screen, a typical love triangle was playing out with all the melodramatic back and forth. It was cliché to the extreme, definitely not engaging. Sure, what do you want to watch? Something music-related. Just having music in the background sounds nice. After switching to a music program, the two returned to their own activities, peacefully scrolling on their phones. Then Yudaha's phone started vibrating. It was a video call from Eriri. Yudaha didn't bother sitting up. She answered the call while still lying down. Eriri's face appeared on the screen. Judging by the background, she was at home. Good morning, Eriri greeted. After exchanging greetings, she stared at Yudaha on the screen, sensing something felt off. Where are you right now? At home, Yutaha replied. Then it clicked. Smirking, she added, this is something single people just wouldn't understand. She shifted the phone to reveal Ichin's face, clearly showing she was resting her head in his lap. The moment Eriri saw him appear on screen, she instantly understood. Lopilu. Without another word, Eriri's expression darkened, and she immediately ended the video call. Yutaha burst into uncontrollable laughter. Watching her laugh like that, Ichin lightly tapped her forehead and said, Really now? Can't you go a little easier on Eriri? It's fine. If she was really upset, she'd call again. Sure enough, right after she said that, another video call from Eriri popped up. This time, Yutaha didn't mess around. She sat up and answered the call properly. Chapter 232:30. Good news seeing that Yutaha had finally stopped teasing her that eternally single one. Eriri calmed down a bit and said, You two sure are having a relaxing day. Well, it is the weekend. We're allowed to relax. Yutaha replied as she leaned gently against Ichin and looked at Eriri on the screen. So what's up? What's the news? It's about Ichin-kun finding a music producer. Mom's found someone, but they're currently out of Tokyo working on an album for a singer. They'll be back next week. Mom asked me to let you know. She's also compiling the person's profile and will send it to Ichin-kun shortly. If it seems like a good match, you can schedule a meeting next week to discuss possible collaboration. Ichin's eyes lit up at the mention of progress on the music front. Great. We'll check out the materials Aunt Sayuri sends over. Thanks, Eriri. No problem. Just a small favor. Waving it off casually, Eriri continued. Oh, and about the club acquisition, Mom's already talked it over with everyone in the club. No objections. If you got time, Ichin-kun, you should stop by and formally handle the merger. Got it. 2 pieces of good news, definitely a day, full of pleasant surprises. Once the business talk was over, Ichin left the chatting to Yutaha and Eriri. He received the files from Sayuri Sawamura and went back to his room to review them on his computer. The music producer Sayuri had found wasn't a big-name celebrity, but her resume was surprisingly strong. She graduated from a prestigious school, had studied abroad, and had participated in album production for several top-tier and mid-tier artists. Her strengths were in arrangement, specifically orchestral and jazz styles. While that made her highly skilled, it also limited her opportunities, since most pop artists don't typically request jazz arrangements. If she didn't find a matching artist, her talents couldn't be fully utilized. But for Ichin, she was a perfect fit. Her expertise in orchestration and jazz was exactly what he needed. He immediately messaged Sayuri, agreeing to a meeting with the producer next week. Sayuri had no issues. 10 minutes later, she confirmed Friday afternoon as the meeting time just after school, leaving plenty of time to talk. With the music producer settled, Ichin also briefly discussed the Lily Club acquisition with Sayuri. They agreed that he'd visit on Tuesday afternoon to handle it. After all the planning was wrapped up, Ichin stretched and opened his notebook, diving straight into composing music for his game. Though he had already written 2 songs and 2 BGM tracks, it still wasn't enough. He needed to create more so that after finalizing things with the producer next week, they could dive right into collaboration. Time ticked by as Ichin focused deeply on his work, until he suddenly felt a weight on his back. Hey, Ichin, WHYD, you suddenly jump into work mode. Came Yutaha's voice from behind. Putting down his pen, Ichin turned and rubbed cheeks with her, smiling. Finished talking with Eriri? MHM. Aunt Sayuri took her out for lunch. Speaking of which, we should eat too. What do you want for lunch? They'll cook for you. You will. That one question made Yutaha squint her eyes, her arms slowly tightening around his neck. What? You don't trust me? Ichin immediately activated survival mode. No, not at all. How about fried rice? Although Ichin clearly picked something simple, implying he didn't entirely trust her cooking, Yutaha didn't argue. She let go and walked out of the room. We'll get started now, okay? And don't just sit in the bedroom. Come out and wait. Since they had a traditional Japanese breakfast at home, that morning courtesy of Yutaha's mom, there was leftover rice. Perfect for fried rice. About 10 minutes later, Yutaha came out carrying 2 steaming bowls and set them on the dining table. Here we go, lap chong fried rice. In the bowls alongside the usual rice and egg were tiny red bits of chopped Chinese sausage, glistening with oil and very appetizing. Ichin leaned in for a sniff, no odd smells. He scooped a spoonful and popped it into his mouth. Seeing him freeze, Yudaha immediately panicked and tried to bite herself. Tastes normal to me. Ichin finally chewed and swallowed, then gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. If you're going to praise me, at least do it normally. I thought ID messed up. Come on, it's not that surprising, Ichin said with a laugh after another bite. Sure, you usually assist in the kitchen, but fried rice? That's totally within your skill range. It's not like you're one of those anime girls who can't tell salt from sugar. But I don't only know how to make fried rice, Yudaha replied with a slight frown. I've memorized a bunch of Annie's recipes, but I'm still not great at actually making them. That's fine. Just take your time and learn, Ichin said between big mouthfuls. Not everyone becomes good at something right away, especially cooking. Once you know the steps and practice enough, you'll get better. And even if it doesn't work out, you've got me. As long as one of us can cook, we're set. Although he meant every word, Yudaha still stubbornly replied, that won't do. I have to learn more dishes. I've decided I'm cooking dinner too tonight. You're not allowed to help, just supervise from the side. Seriously? Ichin had no idea how much she had learned from his mom over the new year, but had never seen her cook solo before. Even if she insisted, Ichin still planned to keep an eye on things just in case. After lunch, Ichin went back to his room and resumed work. Seeing how focused he was, Yudaha didn't slack off either. She opened her laptop and began working on her manuscript. They both worked steadily until about 3 p.m., when Yudaha finally stopped, left the house, and headed to the studio calling Ko Yagami to join her. You're cooking? Ko asked in surprise, watching Yudaha carefully select ingredients at the supermarket. Why the sudden decision? Isn't Ichin usually the one who cooks? Yudaha placed a pack of beef into the shopping cart and declared confidently, this time I volunteered. I've been learning long enough time to put into practice. I won't let Ichin-kun outshine me in everything. Huh, I see. Realizing what was going on, Ko smiled and helped Yudaha pick out ingredients. Read new story, Konoha's status bar ninja. Check out my profile now. Chapter 231. February 14th, back home, Yudaha immediately started preparing dinner. Both Ichin and Kei Yagami followed her into the kitchen, curious about what she was up to. It wasn't just Ichin who was interested. Kei was also eager to see how far Yudaha's cooking had come. Watching her slice the beef, Ichin's initial concerns slowly faded. Her movements weren't particularly fast, but they were steady and practiced. It was clear she had developed a decent level of proficiency. After observing for a while, Ichin left the kitchen and returned to his room to continue working. Kei, however, stayed behind. She approached Yudaha and asked curiously, so what's on the menu for dinner? Braised beef brisket, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried potato, eggplant and green pepper, and tomato egg soup. Anything else you'd like, Kei-senpai? That's more than enough. 3 dishes and a soup plenty for the 3 of us. Watching Yudaha set aside the sliced beef and start cutting the pork, Kei couldn't help but remark, that's really admirable learning to cook for someone you love. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yudaha's lips. It's nothing really. I'm just doing what I feel I should. I can't have Ichin doing everything, can I? That's exactly what's so praiseworthy. You two are really something. Kei nodded in approval. You both learn things for each other's sake, compete academically in a healthy way, and work independently without relying on each other financially. You even collaborate when needed. It's pretty much the ideal relationship. You're gonna make me blush, Kei-senpai. Haha. I've never even thought about being in a relationship. I'd be totally out of my depth. I don't even read romance manga. Well, maybe it's time to start considering it. You're 26, after all, unless you plan on being a lifelong bachelorette. Yuda didn't press further and focused on cooking. Kei scratched her cheek awkwardly. Sometimes she did feel a faint urge to fall in love, just a little, but she was still very different from someone like Shizuka Hiratsuka or Sonoko Machida. Having a boyfriend sounded like a high-difficulty challenge. Besides Ichin and Yudaha, every woman at the studio was single. Some barely even spoke to men outside of family throughout the entire year. But a girlfriend, on the other hand. Suddenly, an image of Rin Toyama popped in her head, and Kay panicked, shaking her head furiously and running out of the kitchen, her face flushed red. Yutaha, who had just finished blanching the beef and was ready for the next step, blinked in confusion when she noticed Kay's sudden departure. She turned to the open kitchen door with a puzzled expression, but didn't go after her. Her attention remained on cooking. Yutaha's skills weren't professional yet, but when it came to a few home-cooked dishes, she had clearly mastered the basics. At dinner, Ichin picked up a piece of braised beef brisket, popped it in his mouth, and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is really good. You did great. Yutaha. MHM. Kay nodded enthusiastically after tasting the beef herself. Seeing their reactions, Yutaha finally allowed herself a bit of pride. Of course, she knew her own limits. This was just a handful of dishes. There was still a lot more to learn. Monday. Today was a special day, February 14th, Valentine's Day. As soon as Ichin and Yutaha arrived at school, they noticed the lively atmosphere. Especially near the shoe lockers at the entrance of the school, building many male students stood nervously in front of their lockers, clasping their hands and praying before opening them. If they found chocolate inside, cheers erupted. If not, they wore bitter expressions and continued to hope that someone in class might give them chocolate. Ichin opened his locker and, unsurprisingly, found no chocolate inside. Not that he expected any. Even if Yutaha didn't get upset about it, Ichin himself would feel uneasy. As he took out his indoor shoes, Yutaha came over after changing hers. She glanced at his locker and teased, "Oh my, no chocolate for you, Ichin. I wasn't expecting any. We already have way too many snacks at home." He calmly switched his shoes, closed the locker door, and took her hand. "Let's go to class." Their casual hand-holding and natural closeness formed a stark contrast with the surrounding students. Several boys holding chocolate looked at Ichin and Yutaha, then at the chocolates in their hands, feeling a strong sense of inferiority. After all, there was only one Yutaha Kasimigakaka. But upon seeing the dejected faces of those who hadn't received any chocolate at all, they regained a little confidence. At least not at the bottom. When they arrived at their classroom, the atmosphere was even more animated. Since they were all classmates, some girls had made extra batches of giri chocolate, obligation chocolate, to distribute to the boys in their class. Naturally, Yutaha didn't participate. She was firmly in the couple category now. But to Ichin's surprise, both he and Yutaha received giri chocolate from some of the girls. Since it was clearly stated to be obligation chocolate, and coming from classmates, Ichin gratefully accepted it. Yutaha had no issue with it either. After sitting down, the two shared a few pieces of chocolate. Yutaha glanced around the classroom and whispered, "Ichin, looks like everyone's only giving out giri chocolate." Ichin shrugged. If someone really liked someone, they wouldn't confess in such a public setting. True enough. From long observation, Yutaha didn't think any couples would form in their class today. Other classes, maybe. Soon, the bell rang, and Shizuka Hiratsuka walked in with her usual deadpan expression and a textbook in hand. "All right, quiet down. Class is starting." Seeing her demeanor, Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a knowing glance and nodded subtly. Looks like the school's Valentine atmosphere might have gotten her a little. "Tien, sorry for the delays, guys. Although I scheduled for a whole week, surely I didn't. Anyways, I'm not feeling great these days. Well, some of you can give life lessons, if you want, like how to forget URX, Chapter 232-232. Will Hiratsuka-sensei finally find love this year?" It was lunchtime. Ichin and Yutaha arrived at the service club to have lunch together with Yukino and Eriri. As they opened their lunch boxes, Yutaha glanced at the two girls and asked, "It's Valentine's Day today, did either of you get any confessions?" Yukino calmly took a bite of her rice and replied, "After firmly rejecting a few people last semester, no one with a lack of common sense approached me today." Things were a bit different on Eriri's side. She didn't have Yukino's courage to be so blunt and sharp-tongued toward the boys who tried to hit on her. I did get some confessions, but I turned them down. It's honestly really annoying. Every time class ends, there are always guys coming up to me. That was a bit of a hassle for Eriri." At school, Airi always portrayed herself as a polite, well-mannered, golden-haired, twin-tailed half-Japanese Oju-sama. Her popularity among the male students was sky-high. In that kind of situation, it was difficult for her to act cold or sarcastic. All she could really do was keep turning them down as tactfully as possible. The simplest solution is to just find yourself a partner, Ichin said, shaking his head as he took a sip of warm miso soup. Then all those problems go away. But that's pretty much impossible for you, Airi. So I'd say, just keep rejecting them. Once enough guys have been turned down, word will spread that you're not interested in dating, and they'll stop bothering you. I know, that's what I was thinking too, Airi replied with a nod. Who told you to go with that kind of character setting from the start? Yudaha teased leisurely. If you hadn't acted like some prim and proper Oju-sama in the beginning, things would have been a lot simpler and more direct. Well, it's too late to change anything now, so we'll just roll with it, Airi said, flicking her twin tails as she stopped thinking about it and began eating her lunch in big bites. Soon after finishing lunch, the group settled in for a bit of rest. While sipping her tea, Yukino looked toward Ichin and Yudaha. Senpai, Yudaha-senpai, are you two planning to spend Valentine's Day together after school? That's right, Yudaha replied with a smile. We've got a reservation at a restaurant tonight. Candlelight dinner. Hearing that, Airi immediately pouted, showing a mix of disdain and thinly veiled envy. Yukino didn't react much. She was simply curious and asked out of interest. But then Airi seemed to realize something. Wait, does that mean you're not going to the studio today? Nope. We'll head home after school, change clothes, and go straight to the restaurant, Ichin nodded. Actually, it's not just us. I gave everyone at the studio the day off. They're free to come in if they want, but even if they don't, it's fine. If they want to hang out with friends or go on dates, they're totally free to do so. Full pay for the day. You can do that? Airi stared at Ichin in surprise. I was actually planning to head to the studio after school, but it looks like no one's going to be there now, huh? Yeah, pretty much, Ichin replied. Everyone's got their own plans. Then he went on to explain what some of the team members were up to. For example, Sakura Nene was going with Yumiko to participate in a team survival shooting competition. Hajime and Ijima, Yun would be heading home to spend time with family. As for what Aoba or Hifumi might be doing, Ichin wasn't too sure. Hazuki's whereabouts, though, he knew after all, this whole plan was her suggestion in the first place. A girls' night out for single ladies? Airi turned to Yukino with a surprised look. I didn't expect even your sister to be joining in. Yukino's expression also showed some surprise as she nodded. Yes, she mentioned to me yesterday that she had something planned today. I thought some poor soul with no self-preservation instinct had tried to ask her out. But so this is what it was. I guess it makes sense. She and Hiratsuka-sensei have been close for a long time. Wait, did she just casually roast any guy who likes her sister as lacking common sense? Well, maybe that's not entirely wrong. After all, with Haruno's personality, it's not like just any guy could handle her. Or more accurately, there probably isn't a guy who could really catch her interest in the first place. Realizing she wouldn't be able to hang out at the studio anymore, Airi turned immediately to Yukino. Yukino, want to come over to my place tonight? My parents are going out for Valentine's too, so we'll be all alone. You're probably alone too, right? Yukino hadn't actually thought that far ahead. She was going to politely decline at first, but when she saw the pitiful look on Ariri's face, she gave in and nodded. All right, but I'll need to stop by my apartment first to pick up some clothes. We've still got school tomorrow. No problem. Let's go together after school. Airi cheered with joy someone to spend the evening with. And not just anyone, but Yukino who could cook. No need to order takeout tonight. Credit where it's due, Ariri's brain does work fast sometimes. Even Yukino hadn't thought about the whole dinner part yet. That afternoon, the atmosphere of Valentine's Day didn't fade away just because classes were still in session. Even the teachers weren't immune to the vibe. At Toigaseki High, quite a few of the teachers were already married, but more than half of them were still single. Some teachers were planning the usual after-school social event, but surprisingly, this year, Shizuka Hiratsuka wasn't joining them. Instead, she chose to attend a different gathering, a decision that caught many teachers off guard. Shizuka wasn't unpopular among the staff. With her beauty and friendly personality and exceptional skills as a teacher, she definitely stood out. But the issue was the intimidating aura she naturally gave off. Combined with her high combat prowess, literal or not, most male teachers didn't have the courage to even try pursuing her. So the question floating around was, could Shizuka Hiratsuka finally find love this year? Everyone was curious. Once the final bell rang, Ichin and Yutaha packed up and left the classroom. As they headed downstairs, they just so happened to run into Shizuka Hiratsuka on her way out as well. Ichin greeted her. Hiratsuka-sensei, heading home? Where's your party being held? Oh, it's you too. She gave him a nod. It's at Haruno's place. Her apartment's more spacious and good for drinking and chatting. It was supposed to be at mine, but honestly, my little place isn't suitable for gatherings, so we switched venues. Haruno did have an apartment in Tokyo, although she often liked to crash at Yukino's place for no reason. Her own apartment was still kept clean and well-maintained, certainly better than Hiratsuka's underused little hideaway. What about you two? She asked, glancing at their clasped hands. But then she immediately caught herself. Never mind. I asked a pointless question. I don't need that kind of emotional damage, especially from my own students. Ichin and Yutaha smiled at each other. After saying goodbye, they parted ways with Hiratsuka and headed home to change clothes. Yini Chapter 233-233. The day after Valentine's Day, bonus chapter, after changing into casual clothes at home, Ichin and Yutaha got ready to head out. Although it wasn't dinner time yet, they planned to stroll around and relax for a bit before their reservation. However, just as they stepped outside, Ichin's phone rang. It was Shinoda Hajime. Finding out that Ichin and Yutaha were still at the doorstep, Hajime quickly told them to wait there before hanging up. Soon after, she arrived along with Ijima Yun, who hadn't gone home yet. Here you go, Ichin-kun. With that, Hajime handed over a beautifully wrapped package of chocolates, enclosed in a delicate transparent bag. These are chocolates Yun and I made for you today. Since the others aren't around, the two of us made them on everyone's behalf. It's a little gift from all of us. Ichin hadn't expected them to prepare chocolates for him, and he smiled in surprise. Wow, thanks. This is a really pleasant surprise. Hee, as long as you like it. We'll be off now. It's Valentine's Day, have fun, with Yutaha with cheerful smiles. Hajime and Yun waved and walked away. Looking at the chocolates in Ichin's hands, Yutaha smiled and nudged a shoulder. Chocolates from the entire studio. Huh? Seems like your popularity with the ladies is even better than I thought. Ichin. They're obligation chocolates. What are you even thinking? Ichin playfully flicked her forehead, then opened the bag, took out a piece, and popped it in her mouth. He followed by grabbing one for himself. They know my taste, none of that bitter stuff. After neatly tying the bag back up, Ichin returned inside to store the chocolates safely. Only then did he finally lock the door and head out with Yutaha. This being their first Valentine's Day together, Ichin had gone all out. The restaurant he reserved was one of Tokyo's finest, perfect ambience, romantic candlelight, and exceptional food. As soft violin music played in the background, the two enjoyed a flawless candlelit dinner. 8 p.m. outside the restaurant. Arm in arm with Ichin, Yutaha looked completely unbothered by the evening chill. A radiant smile lit up her face. Ichin, what's next? Should we head home? Scratching the back of his head, Ichin replied, I know it's kind of buzzkill to say this, but we still have school tomorrow. And honestly, I think home feels barato like our place than some hotel. Then, let's go home? Yutaha smiled and said to Ichin, I just remembered I picked up something new today, something you've never seen before. Since it's a special day, he'll show it to you when we get back. Ichin paused for just a moment, then without hesitation, raised his hand and flagged down an approaching taxi. Tonight was destined to be intense. Tuesday, 8 a.m. Ichin and Yutaha arrived at school and happened to see Shizuka Hiratsuka entering the gates on foot. No car today. At that moment, she clearly hadn't recovered from her hangover. Yawning constantly, she was rubbing her temples with a pained expression. Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a glance before walking over to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Good morning, Hiratsuka-sensei. Hearing the voice behind her, Hiratsuka turned to look at the two of them and replied, "Oh, good morning." Yutaha examined her face up close and frowned slightly. "Hiratsuka-sensei, did you all drink a lot last night?" "Ah, it wasn't that much," she replied a little vaguely. After thinking for a moment, Hiratsuka added, "I knew I had classes this morning, so I stayed focused while the others relaxed. But the other three? They're probably still resting right now. Especially Sonoko, she probably won't be up until this afternoon, even though they didn't witness it firsthand." Judging by Hiratsuka's current state and what she said about Machida Sonoko, it was obvious to Ichin and Yutaha that her idea of not much was extremely questionable. On the contrary, they definitely did drink a lot. Seeing Hiratsuka still clearly not fully awake, Ichin said with a helpless tone, "Whatever the case, alcohol's not something you should overdo. It's better to drink less. Sensei, you should grab some hangover tea or something during your break." Don't worry. I got experience," Hiratsuka said casually, waving her hand dismissively. She then walked into the school building alongside Ichin and Yutaha. It was the day after Valentine's Day. Clearly, a lot had happened between students after school the day before, things that weren't publicly known. It was obvious from the sight of new couples walking together through the campus, boys and girls now paired up. Seeing that, Hiratsuka clicked her tongue in irritation. TCH, kids these days. Honestly, her reaction was kind of amusing, but neither Ichin nor Yutaha dared say that out loud. If they did, she'd definitely blow up at them. After classes in the afternoon, Ichin and Yutaha headed home, with Airi and Yukino coming along as well. While walking, Ichin remarked, "From yesterday till now, it's been nearly 2 days. I wonder how everyone spent Valentine's." Besides a few who just went out casually, Ichin was particularly curious about Toyama Rin, who had gone out with Kei Yagami. Senshirado Airi replied bluntly, "They didn't even bother making dinner. If I hadn't called them, they wouldn't have even told me they weren't coming back." Oof, now that felt real. While Sayuri Sawamura was indeed a loving mother on Valentine's Day, it was clear who had the priority. No doubt Spencer had prepared something elaborate for the occasion so much, so that Sayuri probably didn't even have time to check on her daughter. Seeing Iriri's puffed up, annoyed face, Ichin chuckled and turned to Yukino. "Did your sister call you today? We saw Hiratsuka-sensei this morning. She said they drank quite a bit last night." At the mention of her sister, Yukino's composed expression visibly cracked. "She hasn't called me today, but last night she wouldn't stop blowing up my phone after she got drunk. I have no idea how she managed to find my number in that state. I couldn't even understand what she was saying. It was so noisy on her end. Especially Hiratsuka-sensei, her voice was really loud. That chaotic, huh? But judging from how calm Hiratsuka looked this morning, could it be she got so drunk she forgot everything?" Yeni Chapter 234-234. The new office is complete before long. The four of them arrived at the studio. As soon as they walked in, Ichin greeted everyone cheerfully. "So, how did everyone enjoy themselves yesterday?" Sakura Nene was the first to raise her hand. She ran up to Ichin with her phone and said excitedly, "Ichin-kun, look, these are the photos from the competition Yumiko-senpai and I went to yesterday." The picture showed 8 girls, all wearing full survival shooting arena gear camouflage uniforms with complete equipment. Because of her short stature, Sakura Nene stood right in the middle of the group. Each of them was holding a medal in their hand. We won the championship yesterday, so the event organizers made us custom medals. I even scored 3 points in the final match." "Whoa, that's awesome," Ichin exclaimed. He had tried the kind of game once before, but it really wasn't his thing. He didn't find it all that fun. Still, with Yumiko guiding Nene, she had clearly gotten the hang of it quickly and was already showing real potential. Aoba joined in the conversation. "I went to Hifumi-senpai's house yesterday. So Gyro is super cute and not scare people at all. You went to Hifumi's house?" Yutaha looked at Aoba in surprise, then turned to look at Hifumi. "Among all of us, Aoba, you're probably the first one who's ever been invited to her home, right?" Aoba giggled proudly. Yagami K added, "Yutaha, you're absolutely right. None of us have ever been to Hifuma's place. In fact, we only found out today that she even invited Aoba over. That's something none of us have experienced before. K's words made Hifumi bury her head on the table in embarrassment. Cinchuredo, how did things go yesterday? Seeing Ichin's message pop up, Toyama Rin's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly typed back a reply. Rin, nosy kid, don't ask too much. That reaction was clearly flustered. Ichin turned his head just in time to catch Toyama Rin looking his way. But the moment their eyes met, she instantly looked away. Yeah, there's no way nothing happened. Ichin didn't buy that for a second. Still, looking over at Kay, who was already back to work, she didn't seem any different from usual. But ugh, the curiosity is killing him. Shaking his head, Ichin exhaled and finally focused on work. In the days that followed, aside from his birthday where everyone gathered to throw him a celebration, Ichin's life gradually returned to normal. Not long after the New Year's sale, Hollow Knight released a free update. It introduced a brand new area and, upon defeating the area boss, unlocked an arena mode for additional gameplay. This update added more than just new content. A new online ranking system was introduced, where players would be ranked based on how quickly they completed the challenges. The list of bosses would rotate weekly to keep things fresh. This new addition was more of a commemorative feature. It didn't provide any actual buffs or enhancements to the characters. Still, it was a great way to increase post-clear playtime for players. With weekly rotations and a ranking system added in, many players who had already completed Hollow Knight found themselves reopening their save files to jump back in. As for future updates to Hollow Knight, Ichin had no plans to continue development in the short term. His focus was now entirely on developing Persona. After officially merging the team from Lily into the studio, the total number of members had grown to over 30, quite a decent scale. However, since their newly selected office space wasn't fully renovated yet, the team hadn't moved in. Ichin believed that once everyone was settled into the new office, their development efficiency would increase even further. On the music side of things, he successfully secured a collaboration with the producer introduced by Sayuri Sawamura. She would be handling the music arrangement, and he also asked her to help scout a suitable singer to perform the tracks. Everything was steadily moving in a positive direction. As the end of March approached, right before the new school year began, the renovations for the new office space were finally completed. On Saturday, Ichin pinged everyone in the workgroup chat and brought the entire team over to the new studio location. The office space Ichin had rented was a spacious 500 square meters, plenty of room for a team of 30-plus people. As he opened the doors to the new office and stepped inside, Ichin turned to everyone behind him and announced, "This is where we'll be working from now on. From here, we'll also be looking to hire more people, especially in programming, finance, and HR. If any of you have good candidates in mind, feel free to recommend them. If they're suitable, you'll definitely consider hiring them. All right, let's go check out your new workstations. All the desks and chairs have been purchased in bulk and were of high quality. The chairs were well-known ergonomic brands. Most of the computers had already been installed, with only Kay and her group's systems left to be moved in. Ichin planned to have movers bring them over soon. Wow, this place is huge." Weaving her way through the rows of desks, Shinoda exclaimed excitedly, "Ichin-kun, can we pick our own seats?" "Of course not," Ichin replied with a chuckle. "The art team will sit together, and the programmers will be grouped too." He noticed Shinoda pointing at herself repeatedly and couldn't help but laugh. All right, I get it. Since you're in charge of animation, you'll sit near the art team. They'll arrange for you to be placed right beside them." "Yay!" she cheered. Naturally, there were private offices as well. Besides Ichin's office as the company founder, there were also designated rooms for Hazuki, the finance department, and HR. Come to think of it, they were still a bit understaffed. Time to kick off the recruitment process. Clapping his hands to get everyone's attention, Ichin addressed the group. "Starting Monday, we'll officially begin working from here. Okay, they'll have movers come tomorrow morning to transport your computers over. But for now, to celebrate the completion of our new office, I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let's go have a team dinner. Woo! Big meal time." The Lily team members, who had been a little uneasy about joining a new studio, now felt completely at ease. Everyone here was friendly and easy to get along with. It looked like their work life ahead was going to be both productive and enjoyable. Chapter 235. Third year of high school. On Sunday morning, Ichin called a moving company to the studio. All the computer equipment was disassembled, labeled, packed into boxes, and loaded onto the truck. Hazuki also came by, so Ichin and Kei Yagami rode in Hazuki's car together, heading toward the new location of their studio. Once the car started, Hazuki turned to Ichin, who was in the passenger seat, and asked, "Is Yutaha not coming with us?" "She's working on a part of the game's script that requires some deep thinking," Ichin replied. "Besides, we're just going to set up the computers. Nothing major." Kei, sitting in the back, leaned forward between the front seats and chimed in, "Once we finish setting everything up, let's go out for lunch, yeah? I'm craving barbecue." Ichin turned his head and looked at her. "Kei, we just had a dinner gathering last night. You want another one already? This is different," Kei said cheerfully. "Yesterday was for celebration. Today I just really want some meat. It's still winter, you know? It's the perfect time for barbecue. Or a hot pot would be good too. I'm flexible." Ichin smiled. "Let's ask everyone once we get there." Today, only the original studio members were scheduled to be at the company, making it a perfect opportunity for one last team meal before the new members joined. "Even though it's been less than a year," Hazuki said sentimentally, "this little place has given us so many memories." Then she suddenly remembered something. "Kei, since the studio space is being turned into an employee dorm, has anyone said they'd be moving in?" "Yep," Kei said enthusiastically, counting on her fingers. Rin already agreed. Her current lease ends at the end of the month, so she's packing up now. Then there's Yumiko. Her lease ends next month, and she'll move in too. Next are Tsubame and Momo. There's still students renting places, so saving on rent would be a big help. As for the others, Shinoda's lease still has over 3 months left, so she doesn't need to move yet. For now, that's everyone. The girls on the Lily team are all Tokyo locals, so they won't need to move. Ichin nodded. "Including Shinoda, that makes 6 people. Sounds about right. By the way, Hazuki, are you thinking about moving in with everyone too?" "No need for me," Hazuki replied with a smile. "My apartment lease is ending soon as well, but I've managed to save up over the past few years. I'm planning to buy a place instead. Once I get the new house set up, I'll definitely invite you all over." "Whoa, you're buying a house?" Kei exclaimed in surprise. "Have you started looking?" "Where at?" "In Shinjuku," Hazuki answered. "It's not a fancy high-rise or anything. Just a regular 2-bedroom apartment. I've checked it out already. It's nice, but I want to keep looking. Maybe you'll find something I like even more." Ichin agreed. "Totally. When it comes to buying a place, it's best to take your time. You want something that checks all the boxes. If you ever feel stuck, my dad has a friend in Tokyo who works in real estate. He helped me pick out my places. You could talk to him." Hazuki smiled brightly. "Sounds great. If I need help, they'll definitely reach out." Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the office building along with the moving truck. The others had already arrived as well. Once the movers had carried all the boxes upstairs, everyone began assembling their computer setups and connecting to the local network already installed at the company. After getting everything up and running, Kei stretched in her chair and looked around. "It's about lunchtime. So, barbecue or hot pot?" "Barbecue. Hot pot." After a round of democratic voting, lunch was decided. Hot pot it is. After sending a message to Yutaha on his phone, Ichin turned to Hazuki and said, "Hazuki, could you go pick up Yutaha? Let's all head to the hot pot place together. It's not exactly close from here." "Sure, they'll head out now," Hazuki replied. About half an hour later, Hazuki and Yutaha arrived at the hot pot restaurant and joined the group. Ichin poured a drink for Yutaha and placed some freshly cooked beef and lamb in her bowl. Smiling, he said, "Perfect timing. We can start eating now." "Thank you," Ichin Yutaha said sweetly. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, casually showering the group with PDA, then happily dug in her food. By now, everyone was used to their little public displays of affection. At most, they just throw a few disdainful glances at the two before continuing to eat without much reaction. While they were eating, Ichin began discussing upcoming work with Rin Toyama. Rin, starting tomorrow, could you handle posting some recruitment ads? We still need a few more people. Let's start by hiring someone for finance and HR. Rin nodded. No problem. They'll take care of it first thing tomorrow. Me too, said Hajime Shinoda, raising her hand eagerly. With just me and that new girl in the animation team, it's really not enough. Can we bring in 2 more people? Hearing Shinoda's request, Rin glanced at Ichin to see what he thought. Ichin, already aware of the understaffing issue in the animation team, replied, Don't worry, I've got it in mind. Rin will include your department's needs in the listings. If you have any specific requirements, just tell her tomorrow. Also, Yumiko, Kei, if either of you want to expand your teams, feel free to bring it up. We can finalize the number of hires later. Yay! Shinoda cheered, throwing her arms up in excitement. She had been fighting a lonely battle for a while now. While Yun and Ichin had occasionally helped out, most of the animation work still fell on her shoulders alone. Just thinking about having a few more team members made Shinoda so happy that her appetite doubled. Once the job listings were published online, the full development team, now gathered under one roof, threw themselves back into game production. At the same time, Ichin and Yutaha began their 3rd and final year of high school. So we're in our final year already, Ichin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Starting last semester, a bunch of our classmates started signing up for cram schools. Looks like everyone's really serious about getting into college. Of course they are, Yutaha replied matter-of-factly. Most of our class is ranked pretty high in the year, so naturally, college is their first priority. But Ichin, now that we're in our senior year, schoolwork is going to be more intense. Will you be okay juggling both that and game development? Ichin shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? It's not like I ever studied during the holidays anyway, you know that. As long as I set aside some time each night to review, it'll be fine. School was certainly important, but Ichin had confidence in his academic ability. He didn't seem worried in the slightest. Chapter 236-236. New resumes receive around noon. After finishing lunch, Ichin was planning to take a walk around the school with Yutaha when he received a text message from Shizuka Hiratsuka, asking both of them to come to the office. Hiratsuka-sensei wants to see us? Yutaha glanced at his phone and asked curiously, Is something going on? Ichin thought for a moment and guessed, it's the first day of the new semester, so it's probably about college entrance stuff. Let's just go see. When they arrived at the teacher's office, Shizuka Hiratsuka was the only one there, clearly waiting for them. Hiratsuka-sensei, you wanted to see us? Upon seeing them enter, Hiratsuka gestured for them to sit down in the 2 empty chairs next to her and said, Starting today, you're officially in your 3rd year. Personally, I think you're both doing fine, but as your teacher, I still need to check in. You 2 are ranked 1st and 2nd in the grade, and you also have work outside of school. Are you confident about managing the balance between studies and work going into your final year? Ichin glanced at Yutaha, a silent look in his eyes, clearly saying, See, I was right. He then spoke up first. Don't worry, Hiratsuka-sensei. We'll definitely keep a proper balance. If you're unsure, just wait and see our exam results. Yutaha nodded in agreement. That's right. We've always managed both well, and our grades have never been a problem. There's nothing for you to worry about. Hearing this, the last bit of concern in Hiratsuka's heart faded away. All right, I understand. You 2 can head back now. After they left, Hiratsuka glanced around to make sure the office was empty, then pulled out a cigarette and walked into the adjacent break room for a smoke. That afternoon, after classes, Ichin and Yutaha headed to the new office. Everyone had already been working there for a few days, and both groups had fully gotten used to each other. Their workflow had become smooth, with no awkwardness in communication. In fact, according to what Hazuki told Ichin, the team's overall efficiency had improved significantly, having more people hadn't created any confusion or chaos. The team led by Yagami Kei had always been made up of professionals passionate about game development. Meanwhile, the new members from Lily were all veteran otakus. And since they were personally picked by Sayuri Sawamura to join her club, their personalities were naturally easygoing and cooperative. Of course, for shy people like Afumi, getting comfortable enough to chat naturally with the new male staff would still take some time. However, Those male team members were all already married, and they treated Hifumi like a junior colleague. They didn't mock her extreme social anxiety or make her uncomfortable in any way. While Yutaha went to Ichin's office to continue working on her script, Ichin made his way to see Rin Toyama to check on the recruitment progress. Based on the requirements from Shinoda, Kei, and Yumiko, Rin reported, "We need to hire 3 more animation designers, 3 programmers, and 2 artists aside from the HR and finance positions. If we fill all of those roles, our current office space will be just enough. There'll still be plenty of room for everyone to work comfortably without feeling cramped. For HR and finance, we've already received a few applications, and I've scheduled interviews for tomorrow. We've also gotten some for the programmer and artist positions. But for animation design, there's nothing yet, mainly because Shinoda specified she's only looking for female applicants." Hearing that, Shinoda Hajime turned around and said, "What's wrong with that? It makes sense to only look for girls. Right now, it's just me and that new girl in animation. If we're bringing more in, having more girls would be way better." "I didn't say it was a bad idea," Ichin said with a smile. "We all agreed on that. But judging from how it's going, you might need to be patient and wait a few more days, Shinoda." "Ugh, I'm the only one who has to wait." Shinoda groaned in frustration, but she knew there wasn't much she could do about it. Recruitment always involved a bit of luck. After skimming through the resumes for the finance and HR positions, Ichin said, "Rin, please print all of these out. He'll go review them with Hazuki." "Got it." Rin Toyama responded and printed all the resumes, then handed them to Ichin. "By the way, Ichin-kun, will you be attending tomorrow's interviews?" Ichin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. I'll leave it to you guys. I trust your judgment." Back when they were still at Eagle Jump, Rin Toyama had already worked on interviews together with Hazuki. Last year, she had also handled the interviews for Narumi Tsubame and Momiji Mochizuki, so Ichin had complete confidence in her. With the resumes in hand, Ichin made his way to Hazuki's office. "Hazuki, take a look at these resumes. You might want to prep a bit for tomorrow." "Resumes, huh? Looks like we've got more new members joining." Hazuki seemed quite interested as she said, "Give me a portion." Ichin handed over the top half of the stack to her and started reading the remaining ones himself. But the moment he glanced at the first resume, he froze in surprise. Kuroneko? Rurigoku? Seeing that name, Ichin quickly looked at the photo. Only after confirming it, he realized it wasn't just someone with the same name, it was really her. Thinking about it, this world already had Eromanga Sensei, so the appearance of Ruri Goku wasn't that far-fetched. According to the resume, Ruri Goku was now 20 years old and attending university. She was applying for a programmer position. However, since she was still studying, she would be joining as a part-time intern, similar to Narumi Tsubame and the others. Her major just so happened to be computer science, making her a perfect fit. Ichin even noticed several awards from programming competitions listed on her resume. But a resume is just paper. Her actual skill level would be determined in tomorrow's interview. Ichin figured Yumiko could easily assess her true capabilities. The rest of the resumes didn't bring any more surprises. They were all fairly typical. After finishing, Ichin and Hazuki swapped the stacks they had read and finished reviewing the rest. Everyone who had submitted a resume was fairly young. Aside from one applicant for the finance role who was 28, the rest were all under 25. Having a young team was a good thing. While ability was certainly important in game development, Ichin also valued having staff members who genuinely loved games. Once he finished reading, Ichin left the resumes with Hazuki and headed over to Yumiko's section to check in on the programming side of things. The general framework of the game had already been established. The next major task was filling in content and making the world richer and more complete. At the current pace, only about 20 of the development was done. There was still a massive workload ahead. Ichin's goal: release within the next year and a half. Chapter 237-237. Kuroneko's interview at 6 o'clock. Ichin clocked out with everyone and left work. He brought Yutaha along and invited Kei Yagami and Rin Toyama to have dinner together. After some back and forth, they finally settled on a lively family restaurant and ordered a variety of food. Taking a bite of pizza, Ichin said, "Kay, you'll be handling interviews tomorrow, too. Some artists are coming in." Ugh. Interviews. I'm really not good at those, Kay said as she scratched her head. She had already reviewed the resumes 5 applicants for 3 open positions. As the head of the art team, it was her job to help screen them. Rin, seeing Kay's troubled expression, chuckled. "Don't worry, Kay. They'll be helping too. Besides reviewing their portfolios, we can have them draw something on the spot. That'll give us a clear picture of their skills." "Oh, that works?" "Yeah, that sounds like the easiest and most straightforward way." Hearing Rin's suggestion, Kay perked up. She picked up her fork and happily dug into her pasta. Yudaha, who hadn't had the chance to look at the resumes because she had been busy with the script, grew curious after listening to their conversation. She looked at Ichin and asked, "Ichin, are all the applicants female? Or other guys too?" "There are both," Ichin replied straightforwardly. "Now that our scale is bigger. I can't do things like back in Eagle Jump, where we only hired women. That all-female team was something only Hazuki could pull off, and it took a long time to build. But when it comes to hiring, as long as someone's qualified, I don't care if the leads like Kay want to choose only women. I won't interfere." Ichin's criteria were simple. He didn't want people with personality issues, no loners, or hot-tempered types. For example, even though Hifumi was a bit socially anxious, she still tried her best to engage with others. As for skills, once someone passed the personality check, their gender didn't matter. Ichin would even welcome a crossdresser if they were good at their job. After all, there were already a few flamboyant personalities in the studio. Having a crossdresser around might even add some diversity to the mix. Tuesday, 1:45 p.m., 15 minutes before the 2 o'clock interviews. The applicants had already started arriving one by one. Most were dressed in formal business attire. Only a few came in casual clothes, but they all looked calm and composed. Slouched over a desk, Shinoda Hajime watched as the interviewees were led to the conference room by Rin. She turned to Yin Ijima beside her and asked, "Yin, what do you think of these candidates?" "How I know just by looking. I've never been in charge of interviews. But if someone applies for the motion design role later, you'll definitely have to help with interviews." "Ah, that's true." Realizing that, Hajime glanced toward Rin emerging from the conference room and whispered, "Do you think I should sit in today to get some experience?" Just then, Yumiko walked by with a fresh cup of coffee and overheard her. "You can if you want. Just tell Rin. Worst case, you won't need to say anything during the interview." In that case, I won't hold back." Grinning, Hajime stood up and ran over to Rin's side. She's really excited, even though it's not her team that's hiring. Yin Ijima shook her head, then turned to Yumiko. "Yumiko, have the programmer applicants arrived yet?" "They have," Yumiko nodded. "I saw 2 of them, both girls. One looks pretty ordinary, but the other stands out." "Stands out?" "Yeah," Yumiko said with a smile, giving Yun's outfit a once-over. "I think you two would get along quite well." 2:10 p.m. After finishing up the interview with the first female programmer in the finance room that had been temporarily repurposed, the next candidate knocked on the door and stepped inside. Looking at the girl in front of her, dressed in a black long dress with meticulously styled princess curls, Yumiko nodded and said, "Miss Kuroneko Goka, correct? Please have a seat." "Thank you," Kuroneko replied, her face showing a hint of nervousness as she sat down in the chair, placing her hands neatly on her knees. Noticing her posture, Yumiko picked up the resume beside her and said, "No need to be so nervous. We're just going to have a simple chat first. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yumiko Abigain, head of the programming team here at the studio. We actually have 3 other university students like you currently interning part-time with us, so don't worry too much about whether you'll be chosen. As long as you're capable, you have a chance. Let's see. Computer science major, currently in your 3rd year?" "Yes, 3rd year," Kuroneko said, relaxing a little. "But I've already started self-studying the senior year courses. The academics aren't too challenging for me, so I can dedicate more time to work." "Oh." Yumiko glanced at the petite girl with a bit of surprise. Could she be a genius like Sakura Nene? If so, that would definitely be a good thing. "I noticed on your resume that you haven't interned or studied at any other companies. Why did you choose to apply to us directly? After all, There are plenty of game development companies in the industry that are much larger than ours. Because of the games, Kuroneko answered without hesitation. I've played both of the games developed by your studio, and I love them, especially Hollow Knight. I've completed 100 runs 3 times already. And with the newest update, I'm currently ranked in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Since I've been thinking about my future employment after graduation, I've been checking job postings in my free time. I happened to see the studio's recruitment notice, so I came. Top 10 on the leaderboard? Yumiko looked at Kuroneko with wide eyes. Was she seriously a top-tier gamer too? After Hollow Knight's update, everyone at the studio had taken on the challenge, but the leaderboard was global, and there were far too many elite players worldwide. Even their top talents like Sakura Nene and Hajime Shinoda had only managed to reach the top 100 at best. Top 10? Just how skilled was she? Whoa, getting distracted, this was still an interview. Shaking her head, Yumiko looked back at Kuroneko and said, understood. Thank you so much for your passion for our games. Now, let's move on to the next part of the interview. She opened the laptop beside her and gestured for Kuroneko to come over. Come here and try to find and fix the bug in this piece of code. You've got 10 minutes. Whether she had the skills, they were about to find out. Chapter 238-238. The players can't hold back any more bonus chapter at 4 p.m. Ichin arrived at the studio together with Yutaha. Heading over to the art department, Ichin found Yagami K and asked about the interviews that took place that day. K, how did the interviews go? Turning around, Yagami K smiled and said, pretty well. Out of the 5 candidates, we selected the 3 with the most outstanding skills. We'll be notifying them soon that they passed the interview. Oh, and all 3 are girls. HM? All girls? Ichin was a little surprised, then laughed. Don't tell me that was Hazuki's idea? No, don't worry. Kay waved her hand. You already told me the art department is my responsibility, so I wouldn't make decisions on a whim. Those 3 were chosen by Rin and me together. They're truly talented. I even had them do some live drawing on the spot. They'll show you their work later so you can see for yourself. As for the other departments, I think everything went smoothly too. You might want to ask Hazuki about them. All right, they'll go check with her. Nodding, Ichin walked toward Hazuki's office. He knocked on the door, and after hearing Hazuki say, come in, he opened it and entered. Even though he was technically the boss, Hazuki was still a woman, and he preferred to be respectful. Hazuki, I'm here to ask how the interviews went. Oh, Ikin, Komein. The interviews today went really well, Hazuki said cheerfully as she handed over a finalized list of the selected candidates. These are the confirmed hires. We'll notify each of them tomorrow to come in and complete the onboarding process. Glancing at the list, Ichin immediately noticed the name Kuroneko Goku. There had only been 2 applicants for the programming position, and both passed the interview. It seemed they were quite capable if Yumiko had personally approved them. All right, they'll leave the onboarding process in your hands. Hazuki. Satisfied after reading the list, Ichin felt genuinely pleased. The studio was expanding again. Just as he was about to leave the room, Hazuki suddenly spoke up. By the way, over at Yumiko's side, that girl named Kuroneko Goku didn't leave after the interview. Yumiko hired her on the spot, and she's still over there with the programming team. You might want to check in. She's still here? Ichin raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected Yumiko to keep her behind. Hazuki nodded with a smile. That's right. Apparently, Kuroneko has some pretty impressive skills. Since she didn't have any classes this afternoon, Yumiko just kept her around and even treated her to dinner. But still, this kind of thing doesn't exactly follow standard procedures. So I'm thinking we should just get her onboarding paperwork done today. Sounds good. I'll go take a look first. You go ahead and prep the paperwork. With that, Ichin left Hazuki's office and headed to the programming team section. This area had been specifically separated off by Ichin to provide Yumiko and the others with a quiet workspace. When he entered, he immediately saw a girl in a black dress sitting next to Yumiko. Yumiko, who had been talking with Kuroneko Goku, heard the door open and turned around just in time to see Ichin walking in. Ichin looked at the 2 who had just stood up, especially Kuroneko Goku, and extended his hand with a smile. I've seen your resume. Welcome aboard, Miss Goku. I'm Ichin, the founder of this studio. Kuroneko shook hands with him a little nervously. Nice to meet you, boss. There's no need to call me that. Ichin waved it off. Even Yumiko and the others don't call me that. Just use my name, it's fine. Eh, really? Kuroneko looked uncertainly at Yumiko. Yumiko replied calmly. It's fine if you're not used to it at first. You'll get the hang of it. Ichin, did you come by specifically to see Goku? Yeah. Hazuki told me you kept her here, so I came to check in. Ichin nodded, then turned to Kuroneko. Goku, if you're good with it, we'll go ahead and process your onboarding today. Otherwise, while Yumiko's talking to you, she won't be able to go into the project details freely. By the way, once you officially join, how many days a week can you come in? I forgot to check with Yumiko about that. Kuroneko immediately responded, I can come 3 days a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And if overtime is needed, weekends are fine too. We'll talk about overtime separately, Ichin said with a smile. Here at the studio, we don't usually ask people to do high-intensity overtime. If we have a lot of development going on, we might ask people to come in on Saturdays. We provide meals and overtime pay. But Sundays are strictly off for everyone. Is that arrangement okay for you? Seeing how easygoing Ichin was as a boss, and hearing that the company's overtime policies weren't harsh, Kuroneko finally relaxed completely. Yes, no problem at all. I can start working tomorrow. Ichin didn't question Kuroneko's ability further. If Yumiko had already confirmed her skills, that was more than enough for him. After wrapping up the conversation, Ichin left the programming team's area and returned to his own office. Inside, Yutaha was sitting at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. When she noticed Ichin enter, she looked up and asked, So, how's the new recruit? She's staying going to process her onboarding in a bit, Ichin replied. The people we hired this round are all pretty solid. Of course, ITLL takes some time to get everyone fully integrated, but overall I'm satisfied. Sitting down at his own desk, Ichin stretched and said, We're still not that big yet. My goal is to get the core development team excluding finance, HR, and other support roles up to over 50 people. That's when we'll have a truly stable team. Recruitment would continue. Though Ichin didn't expect every batch of candidates to be as ideal as today's, he was optimistic. After checking Yutaha's script progress with her, Ichin prepared to dive into his own work. As he opened his computer, he suddenly remembered he hadn't logged into Bilibili in a while. After logging in through his browser, he found that his inbox was flooded with messages, some seeking collaboration, others asking about upcoming games, and many wondering about updates for older ones. Clicking on his previous update post for Hollow Knight, Ichin noticed a slew of new comments, all eagerly speculating about the next game. Finished Hollow Knight again. So many pros out there. I can't even crack the top 100 anymore. Giving up, LOL. Same with Slay the Spire. Beat it on all difficulties. Still no news about a new game. Not even a peep. Hey, anyone home? Say something. Seeing all the comments, Ichin realized a lot of players were getting restless. They were itching for news about the studio's next title. Unfortunately, it still wasn't time to make any announcements. Chapter 239. The official announcement date. Ichin wasn't trying to keep things secret. He genuinely couldn't make an announcement before the game reached a certain stage of development. It was early April now. If they aimed for the E3 Game Expo, which takes place at the end of June, it'd be too soon. That just wasn't going to work. Cologne? The Gamescom event in Cologne would be held at the end of August, which gave them nearly 5 months. If the studio had 5 more months of development time, Persona could probably start revealing some information to the public. At the very least. They could release a PV, promotional video, and set a tentative release window. Funny how fate works. Gamescom again, huh? Just like last year. What about Gamescom? Ichin's murmuring was overheard by Yutaha. She looked up curiously. Are you talking about participating in a game show? Yeah. I'm thinking about when to officially announce the new game, Ichin explained. E3 is just too soon. Gamescom is a better fit. But the funny thing is, we also went to Gamescom last year. Just maybe a bit nostalgic. Oh, I see. Hearing Ichin's thoughts, Yutaha couldn't help but smile. Isn't that a good thing? As long as you announce it, it doesn't matter where. Exactly. As long as we make it public. These expos all have more than enough visibility. Ichin let out a breath. If he wanted to officially unveil Persona at Gamescom in a few months, he really had to step up his game. At 8 p.m. that evening, Ichin logged into his Bilibili account and posted an update. About the new game, don't worry, everyone. My studio has just expanded its team, and the new game is now in full development. I can't give you a release date just yet, but I can promise that we'll make an official announcement within the next 6 months. Please be patient. In the meantime, if you're itching to play something, go enjoy some other games. Within minutes, comments began pouring in. Most of the people following the account were hardcore gamers. Many had played Hollow Knight or Slay the Spire, and they were very curious about what kind of game the studio would develop next. Some fans started analyzing past release patterns to make predictions. After Slay the Spire was released, Hollow Knight came out about 6 months later. Now it's been several months since Hollow Knight dropped in November, and all we know is that the new game started development right after that. No other info has been released. Now the studio's expanding and saying the announcement will be within 6 months, but no release date yet. Is it reasonable to assume this guy is planning something big, like triple level big? That comment quickly shot to the top with tons of likes and replies. Some sharp-eyed fans even pieced together more clues. Actually, there were some subtle hints. I remember them mentioning concerns about frame rates and graphics on the Switch platform that already told me this wouldn't be a small game. The art style alone is probably going to be very different from their last 2 titles. But still, this was a studio known for small, high-quality indie games. Are they really ready to make the jump to something on a larger scale? Ichin saw that Barato comment right away as soon as he glanced at the replies. After scrolling through the comments, Ichin gave it some thought, then liked the Barato comment and manually pinned it. While he was at it, he left a reply as well. Your guess isn't bad, but I wouldn't call what we're making now a AAA game. I'm just making a fun game that I want to play. Whether it counts as AAA or not doesn't matter. What matters is that it's fun. After posting the reply, Ichin closed his profile page and put on a video to relax. When Yutaha came back from her shower, the two of them started discussing the game's script together. Yutaha had nearly finished writing the main story for Persona. Since this was her first time working on a script for a game like this, there were quite a few parts that needed Ichin's input. As the person who wrote the original outline, he helped her refine the finer details. As she tweaked the dialogue she'd written, Yutaha commented, "Game scripts really are quite different from novels." "There are definitely differences," Ichin replied with a chuckle, sitting beside her. "But once you get used to it, it's totally manageable. It all comes down to the writer's skill. You haven't even been writing light novels for that long, Yutaha, so there's no need to rush. You've got real talent. As time goes on, your screenwriting will only get better." Ichin was genuinely surprised by how quickly Yutaha had grown as a new scriptwriter. Throughout the process, there were many moments where she instinctively knew how to handle scenes without needing much input from him. Still, having just one writer like Yutaha clearly wouldn't be enough in the long run. Ichin was already thinking about whether he should bring in a few more experienced writers from the industry for future projects. Persona had a modern-day setting, so Yutaha didn't have much trouble with it. But if they were to develop a fantasy-themed game down the line, she'd have to approach the entire narrative structure differently. It's like asking a romance drama writer to write a war film script. If they can't adjust, you might end up with a weird story about the main couple falling in love in the middle of a battlefield. But talented writers aren't easy to find either. Maybe he'd have to look around domestically. If that didn't work out, he'd just write it himself. He might not be as skilled as Yutaha when it came to creative writing, but Ichin was confident in his ability to learn. If he could teach himself music composition in a short time, writing a script wouldn't be impossible. After all, he had already completed the outline for Persona on his own. On Wednesday afternoon, after finishing their classes, Ichin and Yutaha headed to the studio. Iriri and Yukino came along as well. Well, it was mostly Iriri's idea. Yukino had originally planned to read in the service club room, but she couldn't talk Iriri out of it, so she ended up tagging along. The new recruits who passed the interviews had already been notified and would start officially tomorrow. However, Kuroneko, Ruri Goku, had already completed her onboarding yesterday, so she was currently hard at work at her desk. Snagging a bag of chips from Aoba, Ichin opened it and munched as he made his way to the programming team. Inside, everyone had their headphones on, fully focused on their work. Aside from Yumiko, no one even noticed Ichin had walked in. After bribing Yumiko with a few chips, Ichin strolled through the programmer's area, eventually stopping behind Kuroneko. On her screen, she was working on a dart-throwing minigame for the project part of a practical test Yumiko had assigned to assess her skills. Chapter 24240. Kuroneko's surprise. After watching for a while, Ichin nodded in appreciation. Her fundamentals were solid. There were a few spots where she was still a bit unpolished, but nothing major things that could be corrected easily. It was clear she hadn't participated in any real game development before. Without interrupting Kuroneko, Ichin called over Yumiko and stepped out of the programming department with her. "How's Kuroneko looking after a full day of observation, Yumiko?" "Very promising." Yumiko didn't hold back on her praise and responded directly. Her foundation is solid, and she's clearly gifted, one of those types who grasp things instantly, just like Sakura Nene. Plus, she's hardworking and responsible. She meets all of my expectations across the board. With a bit of time and guidance here, she'll definitely improve even more. That's great to hear. I'll leave the task of mentoring her to you then, Yumiko. After sneaking another glance inside, Ichin continued munching on his chips and headed over to the art department. The moment he arrived, he was met with Aoba's wide-eyed stare. Crunch, crunch. Swallowing a mouthful of chips, Ichin held out the bag toward her. "Want some?" "They were mine to begin with." Aoba reached in and grabbed a few chips. Munching quickly, "I specifically saved that last bag of sea salt flavor, and the moment I let my guard down, you snatched it away. I really can't afford to relax around you." Ichin went silent for a few seconds, then looked at her and said, "Aoba, you do realize all the snacks in the snack cabinet are bought with my money, right?" "Oh, right." Aoba's face instantly turned awkward. She gave him a cute, apologetic smile and rushed back to her desk, throwing on her headphones and diving back into work. Shrugging, Ichin popped another chip into his mouth and walked over to sit next to Kei Yagami. Naturally, she had witnessed the entire exchange between him and Aoba. In fact, Aoba had already come to her to complain the moment Ichin took the chips. At the time, Kei had simply laughed it off. But who would have thought Ichin would come back and pull off that little act? That's Aoba's favorite flavor, you know. As she spoke, Kei sneakily grabbed a few chips for herself and pointed to a design on her monitor Susanoo, the Shinto storm god. "Take a look. What do you think of this design?" Handing the chip bag over to Kei, Ichin took her mouse and examined the artwork with confidence. Your work is solid as always, Kei. Let's go with this design. Once the rest of the effects are done, we can drop it into the demo and run a test." The final persona designs for the main cast were nearly finished. As for the major bosses in the story, only 3 had been completed so far. Still, with all the combat effects coming together and the accompanying music almost ready, they could already begin testing boss fights that felt close to the final version. MFF. Got it. Hearing Kei's muffled reply, Ichin turned his head and, sure enough, she had already finished off the entire bag of chips. Is that flavor really that popular? Swallowing the last bite, Kei took a sip of tea from her cup and laughed. Well, it was the last bag. Aoba had been guarding it like a treasure. I never thought I'd get to eat any of it. Hee hee. Ichin shook his head, unable to understand them sometimes. Then he turned to Rin Toyama, who was sitting nearby. "Rin, we should restock snacks tomorrow, yeah?" Rin quickly put away her phone, which she had just used to secretly snap a photo of Kei Yagami, and responded, "Got it. Oh, we're buying snacks? I want Pocky." Sure. Rin agreed without hesitation, pulling out a small notebook to jot down Kei's request. "We still have a decent budget for snacks, so we can pretty much get whatever anyone wants." After noting down what Kei wanted, Rin began walking around the office, asking each team member what snacks they liked. She planned to do a big shopping run the next day. Ichin watched Rin walk around and thought to himself some of the snacks he liked weren't even available at the nearby supermarkets. Forget it. He'll just order mine online. Around 5 p.m., Ichin was in the programming department discussing some in-game logic issues with Yumiko when Yutaha came in and interrupted them. "Ichin, it's about time. We should head home now. Mom said we need to come back early tonight for dinner." Checking his watch, Ichin finally realized, whoa, it's that late already? Yumiko didn't press him to stay and said, go ahead and head out. I can handle the rest on my own, it's nothing urgent. All right then, we'll head off. You all shouldn't stay too late either. Clock out when the time comes. After Ichin and Yutaha left, Kuroneko still seated beside Yumiko. As a newbie learning the ropes turned to her curiously and asked, Yumiko-sen, is Ichin-kun really only 18? Yup, he just turned 18 in February, Yumiko nodded. Surprising, isn't it? He's really mature in every way. Yeah, you really wouldn't have guessed, even though she had only been here for 2 days. Kuroneko had already picked up quite a bit of interesting gossip around the company like Ichin's age, his relationship with Yutaha, and the fact that Yutaha was a light novel author. She had even read Metronome and Love before. Kuroneko had also dabbled in writing novels herself, but they were overly self-indulgent. For several years in a row, she had submitted them to rookie contests but never even made the shortlist. Eventually, she gave up and decided to study programming instead. Ichin's background, once she learned it, could only be described as unbelievable. He had come to study abroad completely on his own, developed Slay the Spire solo, and turned it into a breakout success. After that, he quickly built up his own studio. And on top of his professional accomplishments, his romantic life was just as surprising. He and Yutaha were only 18, but had already met each other's parents and had such a strong, loving relationship. It was hard not to be envious. Honestly, she was envious enough to feel like cursing them out of pure jealousy. Suppressing her Chinibu tendencies, Kuroneko turned her attention back to the minigame she'd been assigned and continued working on it. That evening, after dinner at Yutaha's house, she and Ichin headed back to his place. While sitting on the couch, Yutaha gently tugged at the sheer stockings on her legs and said, Ichin, the weather's getting warmer. After school tomorrow, come shopping with me for some new stockings. All my thin ones are getting worn out. Before she even finished speaking, Ichin lay down and rested his head on her lap, snuggling against her a little. Mia, the thinner ones are definitely better in this weather. Feeling his movement, Yutaha blushed slightly and poked his cheek softly. Also, do you think I should try a different style? A different style? Yutaha nodded. Senchuredo, after much deliberation, they finally reached a consensus. Black stockings really were the better choice. Among the girls they knew, Eruri, Yukino, and Hifumi all wore black stockings. The only one who occasionally wore white ones was Ijima Yun. But Yutaha was confident in her own style. She knew how to stand out from the others. And even among Black Barato, there were levels of quality and style. The next morning, after washing up and returning to the bedroom, Yutaha got dressed and put on a pair of black pantyhose. Senchuredo, he took out a can of coffee head bought on the way and took a sip. Since class hadn't started yet, he brought out his tablet and started reviewing questions for Japan's driving license test. Although he already knew how to drive, had never looked at the Japanese version of the exam before. Better safe than sorry. Senchuredo, the fastest way to get one was to take a residential driving course at a driving school. It only took 15 days, but Ichin couldn't afford to take that much time off. Even during vacation, that wasn't an option he'd consider. Fortunately, he already had the basics down, so he could just take the test directly. Glancing over at Yutaha beside him, Ichin asked, still not thinking of getting a license? Yutaha smiled and shook her head. You taking the test is enough. Besides, I don't think I have any talent for driving. Ichin simply nodded, but if she wasn't interested, he wouldn't push. As long as he could drive, that was good enough. Lunchtime, to absolutely no one's surprise, Shizuka Hiratsuka shamelessly showed up at the service club room again. While the others were eating homemade bento, she sat down with a cup of instant noodles and 2 rice balls. Of course, her real reason for showing up was because Yukino had brought in 2 tins of high-quality tea from home. Shizuka was here to mooch some of that. Watching her inhale her instant noodles like a hurricane, Ichin briefly wondered, are instant noodles really that good? But he quickly shook the thought. It wasn't about taste, he just knew that Hiratsuka-sensei was hopelessly lazy. Had never seen her bring her own bento, and her lunches were always like this. Either that or she went out to eat. Sensei, Ichin spoke up, I really hate to be that guy, but Do you always eat like this at lunch? It's seriously not healthy. Hiratsuka slurped down the last bit of broth, grabbed a rice ball, unwrapped it, took a bite, and replied, "It's fine. You guys have no idea how busy a teacher's workday is. Besides, these noodles and rice balls aren't the cheap kind. They're actually really tasty." So, in other words, you just can't cook? A cough, cough. Hiratsuka Shizuka was completely floored by Ichin's comment. She took a big gulp of tea to recover, then shot him a fierce glare. "Excuse me for not knowing how to cook. I already told you, being a teacher is really busy." Ichin nodded calmly and replied, "So because you're busy, you never learned, and because you never learned, you can't cook." Sounds like we've come full circle. But honestly, whether it's that you never bothered to learn or that you really can't, I could just call Miss Haruno and ask. She's known you for ages. Please don't call her. Shizuka backed down instantly, slumping in her chair with a defeated sigh. She muttered, "Cooking just really doesn't suit me. Okay, it's not like I can't cook. I can make curry just fine. But people can't eat curry every single day, and there are so many good restaurants out there. Why bother cooking myself?" With that, she went right back to eating her rice ball. Ichin exchanged a glance with Yutaha and shrugged helplessly. Shizuka was a woman with excellent outward qualities, but her personality and lifestyle habits left a lot to be desired. Whether it was her daily routines or hobbies, she really didn't come across as the marriage material type. Sigh, maybe I should back off and leave her alone from now on. After finishing lunch, Ichin sipped his tea and turned to Eriri. "Eriri, are you coming to the studio after school today?" "Of course." She raised her hand quickly. "I've still got a bunch of stuff to finish. Gotta stay on top of it. I can't let everyone else fall behind. Because of me." Yutahan narrowed her eyes slightly and said with a teasing tone, "Oh, looks like Eri-sensei, who used to miss deadlines all the time, has gone through a full-on transformation. That's a good thing." "Shut up. Mind your own business." Eriri stuck her tongue out at Yutaha, then turned to Yukino beside her. "Yukino, are you coming with us this afternoon?" "No," Yukino replied flatly. "I need to go to the supermarket. We're running low on ingredients at the apartment. If I go too late, all the good stuff will be gone. My sister keeps mooching off my cooking, but never thinks to help restock. And telling her does absolutely nothing." "Ah, I see. That's a shame." Eriri looked a bit disappointed. At the studio, Eriri always felt more relaxed, freer than she did at school. But she had come to realize that Yukino was different. No matter the environment, Yukino always maintained the same cool, distant demeanor. Her strict personality made her hard to approach. Besides the 3 people in their club and their teacher, almost no one at school talked to her much. In fact, because of Eriri's association with Yukino, a few girls in their class had even warned her to stay away from the Ice Queen or risk catching whatever coldness she had. Eriri genuinely wanted to help Yukino open up a little. She had tried inviting her to the studio, hoping that a change in setting might do some good, but it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Well, there was one noticeable change. Yukino's attitude softened a bit around Mizuku, the cat. Still, what could Eriri do? If things kept going like this, Yukino was definitely going to have trouble finding a boyfriend in the future. With her chopsticks in her mouth, Eriri brooded over the thought. Suddenly, Yukino felt a chill run down her spine and glanced suspiciously at Eriri. "I get the feeling you're thinking something unpleasant." No, not at all." Yukino narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp and suspicious. Chapter 242. A visitor at the studio after school in the afternoon. Ichin and Yutaha waited downstairs for the fashionably late Eriri. Once she arrived, the 3 of them left the school together and headed for the studio. Since they had moved locations, the studio was now a bit closer to the school. They entered the office building, took the elevator up, and Ichin used his key card to open the studio door. Unlike some other companies, Ichin's studio didn't bother setting up a front reception desk. Simply wasn't necessary. Passing through the hallway, they entered the open-plan work area. But Ichin noticed something was off. There were fewer people than usual. "HM?" Tilting his head, Ichin turned to Aoba, who for once wasn't wearing her headphones. "Aoba, where are Kei and Rin?" Seeing Ichin return, Aoba pointed in the direction of the meeting room. There's a guest. Kei, Rin, and Hazuki are in there entertaining them. Oh, and it seems the visitor knows Eruri. Eh, me? Eruri pointed to herself, surprised. What do you mean they know me? No idea. Aoba shook her head, and I'm not sure if it's about a collaboration or not, they didn't say. But the guest is a total knockout. With stunning beauty, huh? Now that's interesting. Ichin grinned and turned to Eruri. Since they know you, want to go take a look? Sure, I'm curious too. Who on earth knows me and came all the way here? Why not just come to my house? The two of them headed for the meeting room, with Yuta equally curious dropping her bag and tagging along. Ichin knocked on the meeting room door. Hazuki, I hear we have a visitor. I'm coming in. He opened the door to find Hazuki, Kei Yagami, and Rin Toyama inside, along with a mature woman wearing a form-fitting long dress. She had flowing wine-red hair and an air of elegance. She looked vaguely familiar, but Ichin couldn't place her immediately. Just then, Eruri, standing behind him, gave him a push. Hey, don't block the doorway. I can't see. Squeezing past him, Eruri's eyes landed on the familiar figure. The woman waved and called out cheerfully, Long time no see, Eri-sensei. Eruri's expression froze instantly. She spun around, trying to make a quick exit only to bump straight into Yuta, who had just stepped up. Mamai, I thought I heard someone calling you. Trying to sneak away without saying hi. TSK. I'm very disappointed in you, Eruri-chan. Sutup. Blushing furiously, Eruri shouted and stomped back into the room. She glared at the woman she hadn't seen in ages. You, how the heck did you find this place? We're acquaintances, aren't we? If I wanted to find you, it's not that hard. The woman stood up and walked over to Ichin, extending her hand. Hello, Iti-inkun. I'm Akane Kosaka, here today as a representative of an independent creative circle. Kosaka Akane? Ichin finally remembered who she was, a remarkable person, if memory served. She was even rumored to have been classmates with Yutaha's editor, Sonoko Machida. Still thinking it over, Ichin shook her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Ichin, the person in charge here. After the handshake, Ichin turned to Rin and Kei. Rin, could you grab a few cups of coffee? Kei, leave the rest to me and Hazuki. Hearing Ichin's words, Kei let out a sigh of relief. All right then, I'll head back. Although Akane Kosaka had only been there for a little over 10 minutes, Kei truly didn't have a nerve to deal with someone so outwardly polite, yet inwardly sharp, a walking bundle of pressure. She quickly exited the meeting room with Rin Toyama. Once the two had left, Akane Kosaka turned her gaze to Yuta. Hello, Kasumi Yutako-sensei. I read your novels. They're quite interesting. The anime adaptation is airing next season, isn't it? You'll be watching it for sure. Yuta was surprised the woman had so casually revealed her real identity, but she didn't show it. She simply nodded and replied, Nice to meet you. My pen name is Kasumi Yutako. I look forward to working with you. Once everyone was seated, Eruri still had an aggressive expression on her face as she glared at Akane. Ichin, be careful around this woman. She's not the kind of person you want to trust lightly. She's known in the fan art community as a devil. But Akane didn't show the slightest hint of anger at Eruri's remark. In fact, she smiled even bravado sweetly. Thank you for the compliment, Eri-sensei. Being called a devil just proves how capable I am, doesn't it? I believe even you wouldn't deny my skill and reputation in the creative scene, right? Eruri exchanged a glance with Akane and turned her head away with a pout. She couldn't argue. In terms of skill and efficiency, Akane's works were indeed stronger than those of her old circle, Lily. Whether it was the quality of the content or the speed of production, Akane had the edge. Of course, Lily no longer existed. Everyone from that group had now become part of Ichin's studio and embarked on a professional path far different from amateur fan circles. Before long, Rin Toyama returned with 3 cups of coffee and placed them in front of Ichin and the others. Thanks, Rin. Rin smiled gently and said to Ichin, Let me know if you need anything else. Once Rin left, Ichin turned to Akane Kosaka. Well then, Miss Kosaka, could you tell us the purpose of your visit today? After all, an indie creator group, doesn't really seem to have much overlap with a game development studio like ours. You're right, it's not a direct connection. Akane smiled. I heard about the disbandment of Lily a few days ago. It caught me completely off guard. So I called Miss Sawamura to ask about it, and found out that the former members of Lily had all joined your game development studio. I came today mainly to get to know you and your team, Ichin-kun. Going forward, my independent creative circle will also be transitioning. We'll be merging with the copyright company I manage to become a Barato professional multimedia production company. Whether it's games or anime, we plan to get involved. I think there will be many opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. Collaboration? Huh? Ichin narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know too much about Akane Kosaka, but he remembered she, like Yutaha, was a light novel author, one even more popular than Yutaha, a bestseller right from the start. However, at some point, one of her works had been turned into a terrible anime adaptation, and that incident had seemingly changed her direction. Still, none of that really mattered. What did matter was that Ichin clearly understood Akane was a highly capable person, and having a chance to work with someone like her could only be a good thing. He smiled. I'd be happy to work with your company, Miss Kosaka, if the opportunity arises. I've heard a thing or two about your circle. Just as he finished speaking, the sleeve of his shirt was being tugged repeatedly by none other than Eriri. Chapter 243-243. Collaboration? At first, Ichin had no intention of paying attention to Eriri, but her fidgeting grew increasingly exaggerated until even Akane Kosaka, sitting across from them, took notice. Eriri, or rather, Iri Kashiwagi, the well-known independent illustrator in the industry, was someone Akane had been keeping tabs on for a long time. After discovering her true identity, Akane had tried multiple times to recruit her into her own circle, but had always been turned down. What Akane hadn't expected was that Iri would eventually choose to leave the independent creative scene altogether and transition into the gaming industry. After using a few connections to investigate which studio Eriri had joined, Akane had to admit this was actually a great move for her. A young, vibrant game development studio like this one was indeed a place where a naturally talented artist like Eriri could grow and evolve even further. After all, there are limits to certain types of creative work. And considering how young Eriri still was, even though Akane herself didn't see an issue with it, public perception could be very different. If word got out, it might spark controversy, and things could get messy. Seeing how comfortable and at ease Eriri was in this environment, it was clear she had adapted well. This alone made Akane give up for now on the idea of trying to poach her again. However, as she turned her thoughts elsewhere, Akane looked at Yutaha. Kasumi Yutako-sensei, your editor is Sonoko Machida, correct? HM? Yutaha was briefly taken aback, but nodded. Yes. Do you know her? Of course I do. Sonoko and I were college classmates. We're actually really close. College classmates? Now that surprised Yutaha. She had never imagined her somewhat aging, perpetually single editor would have had a college friend like this. But this kind of small talk, looking at Akane's bright, beaming smile, Yutaha raised a brow and asked directly, Miss Kosaka, don't tell me you're trying to recruit me for a collaboration? Bingo. That's exactly why I want to talk with you, Kasumi Yutako-sensei. Akane responded cheerfully. Our circle is planning to produce an original large-scale gal game, and we're looking for a capable scenario writer to handle the script. Your circle should already have a few writers, right? Yutaha asked skeptically. And not to mention Miss Kosaka, you yourself are a successful light novel author. Writing a gal game scenario shouldn't be that difficult for you. Akane shrugged. That's true, but all of our current writers are tied up working on another project right now. So, for this new one, we genuinely need a new writer. As for myself, well, I haven't written a proper novel or script in nearly 3 years. If I were to take the lead, the result probably wouldn't meet the standard we're aiming for. She leaned forward slightly, eyes sparkling. I've read your Love Metronome, and I really feel that your style would be a perfect fit for the tone we're going for in this new project. Honestly, aside from coming here to meet Ichin-kun, my main goal today was to talk to you. So, Will you consider it? I can promise you full creative freedom in writing the script. So this really was about collaboration. It was clear that Akane Kosaka was sincere. Yutaha figured she could always confirm the relationship part with Machida Sonoko later. And if it turned out they really were close college friends, then this connection might actually be worth leveraging. Not a bad offer at all. However, seeing how Eriri had reacted emotionally ever since Akane Kosaka showed up still left Yutaha a bit puzzled. Not to mention the whole creative freedom offer. Yutaha wasn't some clueless little girl. She knew how these things worked. So she said politely, "Thank you very much for your interest, Miss Kosaka. But unfortunately, I'm currently collaborating with Ichin on the script for our studio's new game. I don't have time to take on any other projects right now." She's working on a new game script? Now that was something Akane hadn't heard before. And judging from Yutaha's words, it was a joint project with Ichin. Akane turned to him with pleasant surprise. "Ichin-kun, you write scripts too?" Ichin shrugged casually and didn't deny it. "A little. Mostly I handle world building and the overall plot structure. The actual content is mostly filled in by Yutaha. I just help guide the direction of the story. After all, in the producer I can't devote all my energy to script writing. There are a lot of other things I have to oversee." "That's impressive in itself," Akane replied with genuine admiration. "Looks like we may have plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future." Although this visit hadn't led to any concrete results, Akane was never one to rush things. She had already looked into the sales of the studio's first 2 games. Based on their current profits, they wouldn't be facing any financial issues for at least another 2 to 3 years. Even if she couldn't recruit Kasumi Yutako as a scriptwriter for her circle's next game project, building a good relationship now could pave the way for all kinds of future collaborations. After chatting a little more, Akane finally prepared to leave. Ichin and Yutaha walked her to the elevator. Akane turned to them with a friendly smile and said, "It was a pleasure meeting you both today. Let's keep in touch. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. I do have some decent industry connections. Well then, goodbye for now. See you next time." As the elevator doors slid shut, Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a glance before heading back into the studio. "Ichin-kun, are you really considering working with her?" Yutaha asked. "No rush," Ichin replied with a light chuckle. "She's definitely talented. Talking to her gave me the same vibe as dealing with Haruno. Though Akane is even more polished, there's really nothing to criticize about her in any aspect." When they returned to the work area, Eriri was already back at her desk. But as soon as she saw them enter, she jumped up and ran over to them. "Ichin, you cannot work with that woman." "HM?" Ichin blinked at her, amused. "Relax. I never said I was going to. Today was the first time I even met Akane Kosaka. You think I'd decide on something so important that quickly? Even if Shigeru Miyamoto were standing in front of me, I wouldn't rush into a collaboration without serious thought, let alone someone like Akane Kosaka. Sure, her circle might have some name recognition in the indie self-publishing world, but I've been making my way in the professional game industry since the beginning. Based on industry reputation and capability, I'm not the one who needs to be in a hurry. If anyone's going to seek a partnership, ITLL be her coming to me, not the other way around." As for Akane Kosaka's so-called connections, Ichin had plenty of his own, maybe even better ones. After all, had already established contact with Nintendo. If he wanted to, he could leverage that relationship to get in touch with major studios or well-known producers across the industry. Listening to Ichin, Eriri paused in thought before her eyes lit up. "That's true. Just don't go agreeing to anything she says too easily. Okay? That woman always smiles sweetly while guiding people right into a trap she's laid out, only to have them work like slaves for her." Oh, that was a strangely specific warning. Before Ichin could say anything, Yutaha raised an eyebrow and asked with interest, "Wait, don't tell me you've been tricked by her before?" Chapter 244-244. FPS game? Yutaha's soul-piercing question instantly made Eriri's face turn bright red. She struggled for a long while, stammering and stuttering. But when everyone turned their attention toward her, she finally gave up. I had been keeping my identity hidden really well, but somehow she spotted me at the convention. Then, with just a few words, she tricked me into exposing myself. That's it. Sounds barato like you were just being dumb. Everyone had the same thought pop into their minds, but no one said it out loud. They were all considerate enough not to hurt the poor girl's pride. Don't worry, we're strong enough now. We never had any intention of cooperating with her anyway. After offering Eruri a couple of comforting words, Ichin sent her back to work. He then told Yutaha to return to writing the script, and went to Hazuki's office to discuss the situation with Akane Kosaka. If it were just a regular amateur publishing circle, Ichin wouldn't pay much attention. But if Akane Kosaka was steering the circle toward merging with her own licensed production company, then combined with the industry connections she had built up over the years, things could spiral out of control very quickly. For now, they wouldn't cooperate, but if Kosaka's company truly took off in the future, Ichin didn't mind the idea of working together. Of course, before that, he needed to thoroughly investigate this potential future partner arrival. A week later, Ichin received word from Eruri. The reorganization was official. The former Dojin Group had transformed into a legitimate multimedia production company, with work spanning light novels, games, and animation. Well, that was fast. He borrowed his phone and did a quick search. Sure enough, there it was. The news was a bombshell in the indie scene, on par with the retirement of Eri Kashiwagi and the disbanding of Lily. Ichin even spotted some comments claiming this marked the beginning of a dark age for the indie scene. Honestly, that made him laugh. From his perspective, no matter how talented a Dojin group was, without transitioning to a formal structure, they would forever remain just that, a Dojin group. It might be a decent platform for members to train and gain experience, but to truly grow and become strong, commercialization and professionalization were inevitable steps. Akane Kosaka's rapid action clearly showed her confidence. Ichin wasn't afraid of competition. In fact, he welcomed it. To him, new blood in the industry was a good thing. There were too many people just coasting by these days. Take Battlefield 2042, for example. At launch, players who pre-ordered the game got early access. Their lead developer, Yumiko, had also pre-ordered it, and as soon as the timer hit 0, she dove right in. During those first few days, she kept convincing herself the game was just in early access, that there would be patches and updates soon to fix the problems. But Ichin could tell she was already starting to panic. After the game had been out for half a month, the situation only got worse. Cheaters running rampant, bugs and optimization issues left unaddressed. Eventually, Yumiko snapped and angrily deleted the game from her system. She followed that up with a string of colorful curses courtesy of Ichin's own repertoire of profanities directed squarely at EA and DICE. After venting, Yumiko stormed over to Ichin, visibly annoyed, and asked if he had any ideas for a shooting game. Clearly, the big studios had worn down her patience. To be honest, Ichin wasn't much of an FPS player himself, but after watching Yumiko play Battlefield a few times, even his bravado pressure started rising. Cheating is pretty much unavoidable in competitive shooters, but the devs were flat out ignoring it. Yumiko ran into cheaters multiple times. Even when she reported them, it was useless. The next day, she'd jump into a match and run into the exact same immortals again. As for optimization and bugs, let's not even go there. Just straight up incompetence. Ichin didn't have much first-hand experience in dealing with cheaters, but when it came to game design, that was his turf. So, during his spare time, he had quietly started working on a project plan inspired by Apex Legends and Titanfall. But he never showed it to Yumiko. After all, they were still in the middle of developing Persona, and dropping an entirely new FPS proposal, especially one in a genre Yumiko loved, could easily distract their lead programmer. Instead, Ichin decided to take his time with the concept, polishing it little by little. Once Persona was close to completion, then he'd bring it up with her. Yumiko might have been in the dark, but as Ichin's girlfriend, Yutaha knew everything. That night, watching Ichin dive deep into crafting the world building of Titanfall, she asked curiously, "So after Persona, you really plan on making a shooting game?" Ichin nodded. "But there's no rush. ITLL take at least another year. Maybe by then, they'll have opened a local branch office back home. Not just that, if things go well, I might even expand and run 2 projects at once. Dark Souls was still a dream he really wanted to realize. Running 2 projects, Hayudaha leaned closer, watching him sketch out the sci-fi lore for Titanfall. Hey, Ichin, I've just about finished the script for Persona, and all my drafts for the Metronome in Love have already been sent to Sunoco. Don't you think it's time I started planning a new book? A new book? Yeah, I think it's about time. Ichin smiled and nodded. I've been looking forward to your next one. Ichin hadn't intervened at all in the later writing of the Metronome in Love. Yudaha had done everything herself, every scene, every word. He didn't even peek at it until the printed copies were ready, when he got an advance copy to review. Compared to the first 2 volumes, Yudaha's writing had improved tremendously. The latest volume even skyrocketed to 3 on the bestseller list, surprising everyone. Her success also boosted the career of her editor, Sonoko Machida, who saw both her salary and status rise within the publishing house. With the anime adaptation already in the pipeline and international releases on the horizon, the publisher was clearly positioning Yudaha as one of their star authors. So yes, starting a new book now made perfect sense. What kind of theme are you thinking about? Ichin asked. Yudaha paused, then replied, I've got some rough ideas. Even though I wrote the Persona script, I don't plan on including any supernatural or fantasy world elements in the new novel. Once I've drafted the theme and outline, they'll show it to you. Sounds good. They'll be waiting. As they chatted, Ichin picked up his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Yudaha. Also, besides the new book, take a look at some car options. Once you get your license, we can go buy one together. The driving test was just around the corner, so it was about time to start thinking seriously about the car. Chapter 245 Hiratsuka Shizuka visits over the weekend for Ichin. The road test for his driver's license was practically a walk in the park. After just 2 practice sessions to get his feel for the wheel back, he passed the exam in one go. Once he had his license in hand, he and Yudaha started discussing what kind of car to buy. In the studio, Kei Yagami, who was also learning to drive, walked into the office and glanced at Ichin's computer screen filled with car listings. With clear envy, she said, How did you learn so fast? Rin, and I still have to wait until next month for our tests. Maybe it's just talent, Ichin replied with a chuckle. But seriously, don't rush. Just take it slow and steady, you'll both get there. Once you've got your licenses, they'll already have my car and can give you some advice. Despite saying that, Ichin actually hadn't decided on what kind of car to buy yet. Sports cars were completely off the table. 2-seaters were a no-go from the start. In Japan, the most commonly used brands were, unsurprisingly, domestic ones like Toyota and Honda. But Ichin had already ruled out Japanese cars as well. That narrowed his choices down to German cars. Among German brands, he dismissed Mercedes outright and was now torn between BMW and Audi. Yudaha, what do you think? Should we get a BMW or an Audi? He asked. Yudaha looked at the selection of cars Ichin had pulled up and shook her head. Honestly, I don't know much about cars. But since it's going to be for our own use, I think comfort should come first. Oh, how about we ask Hiratsuka-sensei tomorrow? Didn't she say she knows a lot about this stuff? That's a good idea. They'll ask her then. Kei Yagami also leaned over out of curiosity, glancing at the price tags on some of the models. She immediately covered her eyes in horror. Way too expensive. I think I'll stick with something cheaper. News of Ichin planning to buy a car soon made its way to the programming team a short while later. Yumiko, who was also in the process of getting her license, was making faster progress than Kei and Rin. She was scheduled to receive her license next week. When Ichin stepped out of the office, Yumiko came out as well. Have you decided on a car yet? She asked. Not yet. Ichin shook his head. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I'm planning to consult with Hiratsuka-sensei. She knows a lot about this kind of thing. Hiratsuka-sensei, huh? Yumiko rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Mind if I tag along? I want to pick out a car I actually like too. Plus, my lease is almost up, and I'll be moving closer to your place soon. Having my own car would save me some moving costs. Sure, come by tomorrow. They'll call Hiratsuka-sensei tonight and let her know. The original studio space had now been converted into a shared dormitory for the girls. So far, aside from Kei, Rin had already moved in. Yumiko would be moving in later this month, and after that, Tsubame and Momiji would be next. After moving out all the office equipment, the two apartments have been transformed into cozy, communal spaces perfect for living and gathering. By noon on Saturday, Hiratsuka Shizuka, who had agreed to Ichin's invitation, arrived right on time for lunch. Seeing the freshly rearranged living room after everything had been cleared out, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, not bad at all. This place looks really comfortable. There wasn't a traditional sofa or coffee table, just a few plush rugs laid down, with scattered beanbag chairs that were perfect for lounging around in the afternoon sunlight. It was a space made for relaxation. With a proud grin, Keiyagami chimed in, "Hee, Rin and I spent quite a bit of time redecorating this place. We carefully picked out the wallpaper and the carpet ourselves." Just then, the kitchen door opened and Ichin walked out carrying a plate of food. "Hiratsuka-sensei, go wash your hands. Lunch is ready." Hiratsuka's eyes lit up when she saw the sweet and sour pork ribs he was holding. She smiled and exclaimed, "Oh, you cooked today, Ichin?" Then I vowed to savor every morsel. Right after Ichin came out, Yutaha followed with a tray of roasted meat fresh from the oven. The rich aroma wafted into the room, instantly making Hiratsuka's stomach growl even more. Without hesitation, she rushed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Today's lunch included not only Ichin, Yutaha, and Hiratsuka Shizuka, but also Keiyagami, Rin Toyama, and Yumiko. Originally, Hajime had also wanted to join, but something came up at home, so he had to sit this one out. Soon enough, everyone was seated around the dining table, admiring the feast laid out before them. They each raised their drink cups. Cheers! Since they'd all be driving, Hiratsuka also opted for juice instead of alcohol. After taking a sip, she picked up a rib, took a bite, and before long, all that remained was a clean bone. As expected, Ichin's cooking never disappoints. I've been to just about every Chinese restaurant in Tokyo recently, whether it's sweet and sour pork, braised pork belly, or any other Chinese dish. None of them taste as good as yours. Seriously, how did you get this good at cooking? Ichin chuckled. I guess it's in my blood. Must have inherited the talent from my mom. Yutaha nodded in agreement. Totally. Auntie's cooking is amazing. I learned a bit when I went home with Ichin for the new year, but I probably only scratched the surface. The corner of Hiratsuka's mouth twitched as she looked at the couple. Why is it that no matter how we start talking, whether it's food or anything else, it always ends with me being force-fed dog food? Seriously, you two are unbelievable. Yumiko calmly scooped herself a bowl of siendo sien, bamboo shoot, and pork soup, and commented, "We've gotten used to it. In this studio, it's common for them to show affection openly." Ichin looked at her with mild surprise. Huh, is it really that often? We rarely do that, do we? Yumiko and Hiratsuka exchanged a look before setting down their chopsticks and shrugging. See, people in love are always clueless about their surroundings. Are they like this at school, too? And not too bad. At most, they just hold hands sometimes, Kay replied with a hint of exasperation. But that's already enough to make single folks jealous. Most students are still single, not to mention a lot of the teachers, too. As soon as she finished that sentence, Ichin and the others turned their gaze to Kay, then slowly shifted it to Hiratsuka. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Exhaling slowly, Hiratsuka stared at the group and said, "Can we please have a normal conversation?" Kay, clearly flustered, laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that." Thankfully, Hiratsuka was used to it by now, and the mood at the table returned to its cheerful state. After the meal, everyone found a beanbag chair to lounge in and started chatting about cars. Chapter 246-246. Buying a car. After listening to Ichin's preferences, Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded in agreement. If you're not considering Japanese brands, then German cars are definitely a solid choice. There's not much difference between the major German manufacturers, especially in the high-end segment. But if you're looking for comfort, Audi really is a good option. So, have you decided? I've got a friend in the business. If you're interested, I can take you to check out some cars tomorrow. Tomorrow? Huh? Ichin turned to Yutaha, who was snuggled up beside him on the same beanbag chair. What do you think? Want to come? Yutaha smiled and nodded. Sure, we're going to do it anyway. And having someone familiar there makes things a lot easier. With that, Ichin finalized their plan for the next day. All right then, Hiratsuka-sensei, we'll be counting on you tomorrow. Grinning, Hiratsuka gave a thumbs up. No problem. So, Yumiko, what about you two? You should be getting your licenses soon, right? Any plans for what kind of car you want? Kei raised her hand immediately. Something practical and cheap. Her straightforward answer made Hiratsuka burst out laughing. Tahaha, you really are a funny one, aren't you? She patted her thigh and turned to Ichin. You're not underpaying her, are you? Ichin raised his hands defensively. Of course not. Forget the salary, even the place they're living in, and barely charging them anything. At most, I just asked them to cover their own utilities. The car thing is totally up to her. I've even told her she could go for something nicer, but she won't listen. Kei nodded firmly. That's right. That's right. I really don't think I need anything fancy. As long as it works, that's enough for me. Hiratsuka, however, didn't agree. She wagged her finger. Let me ask you this, what's your position in the studio? My position? Kei tilted her head and hugged her knees. Art director? Exactly, art director. Snapping her fingers, Hiratsuka continued. Even if your studio isn't huge, around 40 people, including the new hires, it's still a proper company. And as the art director, you're one of the top figures in the entire team. Even if you're not the type to be in the spotlight, you still need to carry yourself like a leader. And a car? That's a great way to make a statement. Same goes for Yumiko. Ichin nodded and added, exactly. It's not like we're strapped for cash, so it's totally okay to get a slightly nicer car. Something comfortable to drive, at the very least. No one's saying you have to blow your whole savings on it. The combined persuasion from both Ichin and Hiratsuka seemed to get through to Kei. That does kind of make sense. What do you think, Rin? Rin smiled calmly. I'm fine with it. We already agreed to split the cost of the car, so it's no problem if it ends up being a bit more expensive. Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, you two are buying one car together? But if you're both getting licenses and have steady incomes, couldn't you each afford your own? We could, yeah, Rin replied cheerfully. But since we're living together now, having one car between us is actually enough for commuting or going out. I see. If you're living together, one car really is plenty. Nodding and understanding, Hiratsuka turned to Yumiko. So, Yumiko, what kind of car are you thinking of getting? Then, Yumiko raised a finger and said, I have only one requirement. It needs to have a lot of space. Aside from the upcoming move, I often have to carry a lot of stuff during outings. Sometimes I'll be picking up a few people too, so I'm planning to get an SUV. It's an SUV. Huh. What's your budget like? Yumiko crossed her arms and replied calmly. I've saved up a fair bit over the past few years. As long as it doesn't exceed 8 million yen, I'll consider it. At that price point, there are quite a few good options. Rubbing her chin, Hiratsuka Shizuka said, No problem, I can help you weigh the pros and cons. Oh, and Kei, what about you two? As for Ichin, I won't bother asking. You're obviously not hurting for money. Hey, don't say it like that. Hiratsuka-sensei, Ichin protested. It's true I'm not short on money, but part of it goes into running the studio. I can't just spend it recklessly. He added firmly, my car budget isn't going to be much higher than Yumiko's. Within 10 million yen? Yeah, roughly. That's more than enough. You're not planning to buy a sports car or anything, so that budget should cover it comfortably. In the end, Kei and Rin also settled on a budget range of 5 to 6 million yen. On Sunday, guided by Hiratsuka Shizuka, the group visited a dealership where a friend worked. After test driving and comparing various models, they ended up buying a car right on the spot. Thanks to their connection, the paperwork and procedures were all handled quickly and efficiently. After getting into the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, Ichin's eyes met Yutaha's, who had taken the passenger seat. She had also buckled up, and they exchanged a quick glance before heading off. Yutaha gave a playful smile and straightened her posture. Ichin, your eyes should stay on the road when you're driving. You know you don't need to remind me. Turning to look at Kei and Rin the back seat, Ichin asked, Kei, Rin really didn't see anything you liked? The two exchange a glance before responding. Well, not exactly. It's just that we haven't gotten our licenses yet, so there's no rush. Hiratsuka-sensei already gave us a crash course in car knowledge today, so we figured we'd take our time and find the right one while we prep for the test. As for Yumiko, who was riding in Hiratsuka's car, she had already picked out a vehicle and arranged with Hiratsuka's friend to pick it up as soon as she had her license. All right, that wraps up today's plan perfectly. It's getting late, let's find a place for dinner. Yudaha, give Yumiko a call and ask if she and Hiratsuka-sensei have any place in mind. With that, Ichin started the car. As the engine purred to life and he gripped the steering wheel, a deep sense of satisfaction washed over him. This kind of grown-up toy really is something else. He made a smooth turn and merged onto the road, the car gliding forward. In the back seat, Kay leaned on the window frame, watching the scenery flash by. Whoa, Ichin, you drive really steady. I was honestly a little worried you might not handle it well as a newbie. There's no need to worry about that, Ichin replied calmly. If you've got energy to worry about me, better use it to study for your license exam next week. K. Chapter 247-247. New car and work meeting at the apartment complex. There were naturally parking spaces available. When Ichin's father bought the place, he had already considered that aspect and had even told Ichin that once he was old enough, he should go get his driver's license. Now, after a year, Cinchuredo, Bot finally got one of the important things checked off the list. Yagami K, full of anticipation, added, I didn't think much of it before, but now that I'm learning to drive and about to buy a car, I'm suddenly getting really excited. Excited, huh? Yudahan nodded with a smile. It's good to look forward to it, but I still think you should polish your driving skills a bit more, K. Driving is definitely a skill-based activity. Don't forget we all saw how you kept crashing while playing Euro Truck Simulator. I know that. And games are totally different from real life.